In an unexpected twist of fate, Qianyu finds himself endowed with a lavish system upon his arrival in a new world, starting with an extraordinary gift, a Gurgol. From that moment onward, he embarks on a path of ostentation and extravagance. Congratulations, host! You have obtained a globally limited edition sports car. Hey Yaoing. Congratulations, host! You have acquired 30% equity in Tengxun. Congratulations, host! You have received the Eye of Insight. Congratulations, host! You have obtained. He is not merely a man wielding control over the global economy. His identity encompasses much more than that. Chapter 1 Bang! Have I crossed over? At the entrance of Modi University, a strikingly handsome young man, around 18 or 19 years of age, stands with a black suitcase in hand. His short, flowing hair dances at the corners of his eyes, and a mischievous grin plays upon his lips, reminiscent of a perfect anime hero. He gazes blankly at the four characters spelling Modi University for over 10 minutes. Hey, young man, you've been staring for more than 10 minutes. Are you posing for a picture? A security guard can't help but comment. That guy at the entrance is so handsome. Should I go ask for his WeChat? He is indeed handsome, but he seems a bit daft. He's been standing there like a statue for over 10 minutes without moving. 23 girls have already approached him for his WeChat with no response. If you go, you'll be the 24th. In that case, I won't go. Senior, he'll head to my registration now. This junior, allow me to guide you to the registration area. Students passing by occasionally discuss the dazed Qianyu. Unperturbed by their chatter, Qianyu remains lost in thought, absorbing memories that do not belong to him. Suddenly, he stomps his foot in frustration, exclaiming, "What the hell? I merely made an oath, and this damn fate struck me with lightning and sent me here." At that moment, a mechanical voice unexpectedly resonates in his mind. Ding! Host detected, binding the extravagant system. Binding failed. Just kidding. Ding! Binding successful. Congratulations, host. You have received a welcome gift from the system. Would you like to open it? Qianyu, unfazed by the sudden turn of events, smiles foolishly. As a seasoned reader, he knows well that every traveler must possess a golden finger. It seems his golden finger is a top-tier system. With a grin, he commands, "Open." Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received 1 Gurgol RMB, now deposited into your Global Supreme Gold card. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have randomly upgraded one aspect of your physical capabilities. Would you like to proceed? Qianyu inquires, what does this physical capability index entail? The system responds, random physical capability upgrade. One of the following will be enhanced: height, appearance, intelligence, strength, speed, stamina. Let's get on with it. Use it. Qianyu immediately declares, thinking that there is no point in saving it for later. Ding! Upgrade successful. Congratulations, host. Your appearance has been enhanced. Enhancement progress, 1030. Boom! A thunderous explosion rings in his ears, leaving Qianyu's head buzzing. 3 question marks appear above his head. System, why did you explode? Ahem. Host, your appearance was already at the highest level, and the forced enhancement caused a short circuit, almost blowing me up, the system explains, looking quite comical with a messy hairstyle and smoke billowing from its mouth. Is it like this? Qianyu queries. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the globally limited edition sports car, Hey Yaoing, along with advanced driving skills. The car is parked 300 meters from the campus in a roadside parking space. After the system's announcement, Qianyu feels a weight in his pocket. Reaching in, he finds a stylish black and gold card, key along with an impressive-looking bank card. Observing the card, he notices it is crafted from an unknown material, featuring a meticulously carved diamond dragon on the front and a ruby phoenix on the back, vividly depicting the auspicious pairing of dragon and phoenix. Each corner is adorned with exquisite royal blue sapphires. The card displays a golden ship and the word Supreme Gold Card 01, with the holder's name, Qianyu. System, what makes this card special? It looks quite impressive. Qianyu inquires, unable to contain his curiosity. Host, this card is issued by the reclusive Rod family, with only 10 in existence worldwide. Each cardholder possesses the potential to influence global economic crises. Each card is uniquely crafted according to the holder's specifications. With this card, banks globally will serve you unconditionally, granting you all privileges. Moreover, this card will not reveal any of your information, including financial transactions, allowing you to spend freely without fear of police investigation. Its confidentiality is rated 10 stars, one more than the other 9 cardholders. Listening to the system's explanations, Qianyu breathes a sigh of relief. Initially, he was worried about possessing a Gurgol, a staggering amount of money that could unsettle anyone, but now he feels completely at ease. Ding! This system is designed to create a perfect, extravagant persona for the host. For every 10,000 spent, you earn 1 point, which can be used in the system mall to purchase anything you desire. The system's voice echoes in his mind. After hearing this, Qianyu begins browsing the system mall, astonished by the myriad of items available. Functional Potions Beginner. 1,000 points enhances one specific ability by 1 point. Martial Arts Beginner. 10,000 points acquires martial arts skills upgradable. Calligraphy Proficiency. 50,000 points achieves the level of Wang Shiji. Music Mastery. 100,000 points attains perfect singing skills and mastery of all instruments. Hacking. 500,000 points gains access to the highest hacking technologies in the Blue Star upgradable. Photolithography Technology. 1 million points acquires complete photolithography technology from 1 nanometer to 6 nanometers. Controlled Nuclear Fusion Technology. 1 million points acquires complete controlled nuclear fusion technology. Overwhelmed by the extensive offerings, Qianyu decides against examining each item individually, closing the mall page and commanding System, open the personal panel. A system display appears before him, visible only to Qianyu. Host, Qianyu. Age, 19. Height, 183 centimeters. Appearance, 9.99 capped. Readers rated 10. Strength, 3 normal. Human limit 10. Constitution, 4. Intelligence, 5. Identity, freshman at Modi University hidden. Qianyu nods, tucking away the gold card and car key. With determination, he strides into the hallowed halls of Modi University, ready to live out the life he has always envisioned, especially now that he possesses such an extraordinary advantage. Chapter 2. A Misunderstanding. Qianyu strolled into the campus, clad in a white t-shirt and black athletic pants, his feet adorned with white canvas shoes. One hand carried a suitcase while the other hoisted a black backpack over his shoulder. A strand of dogtail grass, plucked at an unknown time, dangled from his lips, and his tousled short hair danced gently in the summer breeze. His eyes displayed a trifecta of melancholy, mischief, and a rebellious spirit, akin to a pie chart. As he ambled along the campus path, passing girls would gaze at this charming rogue for an extended period, occasionally revealing a starry-eyed expression. Yet, few dared to approach him for contact information, as standing before him evoked an involuntary sense of inadequacy. Occasionally, a few confident girls would muster the courage to ask for his WeChat, only to be met with polite refusals. Thus, he continued on his way, dogtail grass in mouth, head slightly bowed, each step punctuated by a quirky grin reminiscent of a playful Dragon King. Time passed in a blur, and as the light dimmed, Qianyu lifted his gaze to the tranquil woods ahead, where a cool breeze rustled the trees. Goodness, how did I end up here? Where on earth is this place? Just my luck. I, the invincible one, am lost again. He recalled the starlit night of a past love, pondering why such affection seemed so simple then. Suddenly, his phone rang, the sound echoing through the serene forest. Setting down his backpack, he retrieved his phone from his pocket and glanced at the WeChat caller ID. It was his girlfriend, Muzuru. Furrowing his brow, he muttered to himself, "Why is she calling?" Muzuru was a gentle and sweet girl who often trailed behind him. They had known each other since middle school, attended the same high school, and fortuitously found themselves in the same class. It was not until the second semester of their sophomore year that she mustered the courage to confess her feelings. Qianyu did not refuse, and thus they became an enviable couple. Muzuru was the belle of the high school, while Qianyu was the recognized heartthrob. When they publicly announced their relationship, countless hearts were shattered, eliciting more envy than jealousy. Eventually, Qianyu enrolled in the prestigious Modi University, while Muzuru was initially accepted into Kyoto Academy, but ultimately chose to follow him to Modi's School of Music and Film. Without further contemplation, Qianyu answered the call. A sweet, melodious voice filled the air, evoking a sense of warmth akin to indulging in confectionery delights. Before Muzuru could utter a word, he interjected, "Ziru, please don't speak. Let us break up." With that, he swiftly ended the call and blocked her, executing the entire sequence in under 2 seconds, a display of efficiency that was almost painful to witness. I knew the protagonist in urban tales would inevitably face betrayal. Fortunately, my extensive reading has prepared me for such a scenario. I anticipated her reaction and initiated the breakup, turning the tables before a potential face-slapping moment could unfold. Qianyu chuckled to himself, slipping the phone back into his pocket as he retraced his steps along the path. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory of the School of Music and Film, a girl of approximately 17 or 18 sat on the edge of her bed, dressed in a white dress. Her delicate feet rested lightly in a pair of pink sandals. A cascade of lustrous black hair fell gracefully over her shoulders, framing her gentle features, arched brows, soft eyes, a refined nose, and rosy cheeks, all culminating in cherry-red lips that resembled droplets of dew on a flower. She was none other than Muziru, a name that resonated with elegance and grace. However, the gentle and endearing girl clutched her phone tightly, her fingers turning pale as her body trembled uncontrollably. Tears streamed down her cheeks like pearls from a broken string, leaving traces on her white dress. Oh no, Ziru, why are you crying? Her 3 roommates, busy tidying up their beds, quickly abandoned their tasks and gathered around her, concern etched on their faces. One roommate offered a tissue to wipe away her tears, yet more continued to spill forth. Ziru, what happened? You were just smiling, and now you're a little crybaby. Lin Ruishi inquired, wiping her own tears as she expressed her concern. Boo-hoo, I just got off the phone with my boyfriend, and he broke up with me. I don't understand why he suddenly doesn't want me anymore, but it was so clear. Muziru's voice trembled as she fought back tears, ultimately burying her face in her legs, evoking sympathy from all present. What kind of man is he, to discard such a beautiful girlfriend so easily? Ziru, don't cry. He is not worth it. Another roommate exclaimed indignantly. Humph, what a scoundrel. The last roommate added, clenching her fist in frustration, struggling to find the right words to express her anger, finally settling on calling him a scoundrel. But I only love him. He is the only boy I have ever liked since middle school. I must get clarity. Muziru lifted her head, her eyes reddened, and promptly typed out a lengthy message on WeChat. However, a glaring red exclamation mark appeared, signaling her message had not been delivered. Trembling, she opened her contacts, locating the entry labeled My Boyfriend, and dialed. But the call rang out to silence. She had been blocked. Boo-hoo, he really doesn't want me. Muziru completely broke down, sobbing uncontrollably. Ziru, don't cry. Use my phone to call him. Lin Ruishi offered her own phone, gently patting her back. Thank you, Ruishi. Muziru expressed her gratitude and quickly input Qianyu's number. On the other end, as Qianyu walked back aimlessly, his phone rang again. Checking the screen, he noted it was an unknown number. Without thinking, he answered. Hello, who is this? Boo-hoo. Qianyu, why did you break up with me? I don't want to break up. Muziru rushed to speak upon hearing his voice. What? Huh? Qianyu was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the situation. Wasn't I supposed to be the one betrayed? Chapter 3, The Roommates. Qianyu muttered to himself, then tentatively asked, Ahem. You didn't cheat on me and run off with a rich heir, did you? How could I? I would never abandon you for anyone. Muziru replied, her voice choked with emotion. Ziru, I was merely joking. Today is April Fool's Day. Ahem. Qianyu, realizing the misunderstanding, coughed awkwardly. I see. Muziru responded, her spirits lifting, and with a pout, she added, Qianyu, please don't joke like that again, it frightens me. I have always liked you since middle school. All right, Ziru. I must go check in now. I'll treat you to a meal in a few days. Take care, Qianyu said as he approached the student reception area, bidding her farewell. Okay. Muziru replied obediently, and once the call ended, she set her phone down. Ziru, how did it go? Lin Ruishi eagerly inquired as soon as Muziru hung up. It's all good. He thought it was an April Fool's joke. Muziru said, her smile returning, her brows brightening with joy. He is still a scoundrel. Lin Ruishi scoffed, rolling her eyes as she returned to her bedmaking. Stupid man. Scoundrel. The other 2 roommates also expressed their complaints, and soon each returned to their own tasks. The scene shifts. Qianyu wandered around and finally found the student reception area. He approached a relatively attractive girl and inquired respectfully, Senior, may I ask where the registration area is? Laning was organizing some documents when she noticed a shadow loom over her, accompanied by a voice of captivating timbre. Curiously, she looked up to see a fresh-faced youth, distinguished in appearance, with a hint of charming nonchalance. How can someone be so handsome? Laning was instantly captivated by Qianyu's striking looks, momentarily frozen in place. Senior. Noticing her lack of response, Qianyu called out a few more times and waved his hand in front of her eyes. Junior, please follow me. Laning stammered, shaking herself from her daze, her face flushed with embarrassment. Before long, they arrived at an available window in the registration area. Laning addressed a middle-aged man, who appeared to be a teacher, saying, Junior, this is Minter Hu. Minter Hu glanced at the extraordinarily handsome young man before him, momentarily astounded, sensing an inexplicable connection. With a start, he quickly suppressed the absurd thought and cleared his throat, adopting a serious demeanor. New student, please hand me your admission notice. Unaware of Minter Hu's reaction, Qianyu presented his admission notice. Minter Hu took it and began typing furiously on the computer. A moment later, he returned the notice along with a key and a copy of the campus discipline guidelines. He gestured towards the key, saying, Your dormitory is in Mei Yuan Building 3, room 608. After a brief pause, he pointed at the guidelines, adding, please review this carefully when you return. Don't let minor infractions cost you credits. There are 2 QR codes inside, one for the department group and another for the class group. Scan them when you get back. Having finished, Minter, who refrained from looking at Yi Qianyu's handsome face, fearing that prolonged gazing might challenge his long-held bachelorhood. Yi Qianyu accepted the items, bid farewell, and followed Lan Ying out of the reception area. Junior, this is the campus tram. It only costs 2 yuan to take you anywhere on campus. It will take you to your dormitory. I must attend to other new students now, so goodbye, Lan Ying said, pointing towards the sightseeing tram and waving with a smile that seemed somewhat forced, revealing a hint of reluctance. She wished to accompany the striking young man herself. Who wouldn't want to be closer to such a dashing figure? However, she was self-aware. While she considered herself above average in looks, standing before him made her feel inadequate, akin to a plain duckling before a prince. Thus, she chose to step back. Thank you, senior. Yi Qianyu expressed his gratitude with a warm smile before boarding the tram, heading towards the dormitory. After a 5-minute journey, he arrived at Mei Yuan Building 3, pushing his suitcase into the elevator and ascending to the 6th floor. 608. This should be the room, he murmured to himself. Upon opening the door, he was met with a cacophony of strange sounds. Is it big? Big. Big. Haha. Am I fierce? Fierce. Gagaga fierce. What on earth were these wild exclamations? Could it be that his roommates were a bunch of ruffians? Should he enter? The thought of his appearance being scrutinized made Yi Qianyu hesitate at the threshold. Just as he was lost in contemplation, his hand inadvertently brushed against the doorknob. Oh no. With a click, the door swung open. Inside, 3 pairs of eyes turned in unison towards the entrance. Hello there. Yi Qianyu stammered awkwardly, feeling a shiver run down his spine as he greeted them. He mustered the courage to step inside and noticed they were engrossed in a game of League of Legends. He breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, they were not a rowdy bunch, and his pristine reputation remained intact. Wow, you must be the last roommate. You're quite handsome. Only a fraction less so than me, exclaimed a hefty boy, around 7 meters tall and weighing 170 jin, with a boisterous self-assurance. Without hesitation, he introduced himself. Hello. I'm Jin Yuqian. You can call me Lao Jin or Fatty. I don't care about wealth when making friends. After all, I'm the richest here. Hello, I'm Yi Xiaodian. And I enjoy programming, said a slender boy with glasses, appearing somewhat timid. Xian Nanqing. The final young man succinctly introduced himself, his demeanor straightforward. He had a robust build and a resolute face, though his appearance was rather ordinary, easily overlooked in a crowd. Greetings, I am Yi Qianyu. From now on, we are brothers. We should support each other. As the dorm leader, I will take good care of you. Yi Qianyu cheerfully introduced himself. However, as he continued, things began to veer off course. Stop right there. You as dorm leader? I am the dorm leader. I will cover all dorm expenses. Jin Yuqian interrupted decisively, thumping his chest with bravado. This is school. Leadership should be based on merit. I ranked first in the province during the college entrance exam, so I believe I should be the dorm leader. Yi Xiaodian adjusted his glasses, speaking with utmost seriousness. I will be the dorm leader. If anyone bullies you, I will handle it. Xian Nanqing chimed in from the corner. How about this? Arguing is pointless. Let's draw lots to determine the order, proposed Yi Qianyu, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Sounds good. Jin Yuqian was the first to agree. I concur. Yi Xiaodian followed suit. All right. Yi Qianyu produced 4 strips of varying lengths from his pocket and handed one to each of them. Hee, it seems I will be the leader, Jin Yuqian boasted, examining his strip with satisfaction. Old Jin, you may be disappointed. The leader is me, Yi Qianyu teased, waving his strip, which appeared slightly longer than Jin Yuqian's. Wait, am I second? Just like that, Yi Qianyu claimed the leader's position, with Jin Yuqian second, Yi Xiaodian third, and Xian Nanqing fourth. TSK. Xian Nanqing pouted, turning away, clearly displeased with his luck. As dorm leader, I declare a feast tonight. Choose whatever you desire. Yi Qianyu proclaimed with a grand gesture. I hear there is a 5-star restaurant in Modu called Jindu Restaurant, renowned for its exquisite dishes, especially the Fei Feng Long tea. I've longed to try it. So I will treat you all tonight, suggested Jin Yuqian, eager to take charge of the arrangements. The Jindu restaurant is too expensive. We shouldn't burden you. Let's find a more casual place, Yi Xiaodian interjected gently. Street barbecue and beer, murmured Xian Nanqing from his corner. Following the wise counsel of Lao Jin, we decided to visit Jindu restaurant, which I have heard praised online for its exquisite flavors. I have graciously offered to treat, so Lao Jin, do not attempt to contest this. With a significant sum recently deposited into Yi Qianyu's account, there is no reason to be frugal. After all, we should embrace the luxury that comes our way. Thus, we have resolved to indulge ourselves in a delightful feast. Lao Jin clapped his hands in approval. Yi Qianyu tidied up the room, as the bedding was uniformly provided by the school. After arranging some daily necessities and ensuring the space was clean, it was nearly 5 o'clock, the perfect time to set off for Jindu Restaurant, located a mere 10 minutes from the school. How shall we get there? Shall we drive? Does anyone have a car? My vehicle accommodates only 2, Jean Pongzi inquired of the others. I have a car, though it is parked off campus. Here's the plan. Lao Jin and Lao San can head over first, while Lao Si and I will follow shortly, Yi Qianyu suggested, placing a hand on Xian Nanqing's shoulder. Come on, Xiao San, let us go, Jean Pongzi said, raising an eyebrow as he took Li Yong's hand and departed. Do not call me Xiao San. Come on, Lao Xia, let us go? Yi Qianyu urged Xian Nanqing. Before long, the two of them arrived at the street outside the school, uncertain of the car's exact location. Yi Qianyu decided to pull out the car keys and press the button. Suddenly, a pair of dazzling headlights illuminated the corner, prompting them to stride toward the vehicle. They stood in awe for a few seconds as a sleek black sports car came to a halt before them. Its scissor doors opened gracefully, and the sharp lines of its body resembled a magnificent steel beast awakening, exuding power and elegance. Yi Qianyu recalled a classic advertisement. To become wealthy, one must open a shop, engage in business, and explore the world. One must venture forth. Just as a ship is built over 1,000 days but crosses the river in a single day, the path is tread by people, and matters are determined by human effort. Congratulations on becoming the distinguished owner of a Lamborghini. May the brilliance of the Golden Bull Saint Shield illuminate your future endeavors. And may the world's mysteries linger for you, allowing you to feel the thrill of the roar, making you the most dazzling figure on this street. Let us together experience the allure of the roar. Even the typically reticent Xian Nanqing displayed a hint of astonishment in his eyes as he gazed at Yi Qianyu. Though this expression faded almost instantly. Lao Xia hop in, Yi Qianyu said cheerfully, oblivious to Xian Nanqing's peculiar gaze as he patted his shoulder. Once inside, gripping the steering wheel, Yi Qianyu felt a surge of excitement. It was his first time driving a sports car. With advanced driving skills and knowledge of operating such a vehicle flooding his mind, he revved the engine. The roar of the engine echoed as the car sped toward Jindu Restaurant like a cheetah. Where are the others? Why haven't they arrived? Yi Xiaodian wondered aloud at the restaurant's entrance, glancing at the tardy duo. Just then, the sound of a sports car engine roared closer. After parking in a nearby vacant space, Yi Qianyu and Xian Nanqing emerged from the car. Jin Yuqian, a figure of rotund stature, dashed over like a shadow, ignoring Yi Qianyu's attempt to speak. Instead, he rushed past him, excitement radiating from his being as he approached the sports car. Wow, this is a Lamborghini Huracan, worth around 90 million, with only 3 units globally, Jin Yuqian exclaimed, his pudgy hands caressing the car's sleek body as if it were a cherished beloved. Hearing his astonishment, particularly the staggering figure of 90 million, Yi Xiaodian and Xian Nanqing turned to Yi Qianyu, wide-eyed. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. Dad, Grandpa. Yi Xiaodian counted on his fingers in disbelief. Wow. The license plate number 88888 was auctioned for a staggering 120 million recently, bought by a mysterious individual who remains unknown. It turns out that mysterious person is actually you, Lao Yi, Jin Yuqian exclaimed, astonished. Just a license plate. Yet it holds a value exceeding 100 million. The plate is more valuable than the vehicle itself. Moreover, in this realm, having a prestigious license plate is a symbol of status, reserved for the elite. The gaze of Jin Yuqian and his companions toward Yi Qianyu transformed, now filled with newfound respect for their acquaintance whose origins were evidently extraordinary. Enough chatter, Lao Jin, let us dine, Yi Qianyu said with a gentle smile. Lao Yi, I had no idea you were so affluent. I shall not hold back, Jin Yuqian remarked wistfully as he reluctantly stepped away from the Lamborghini. The 4 of them entered the restaurant, where a well-dressed, middle-aged man approached, bowing respectfully. Welcome to Jindu Restaurant. I am the manager, Chen Jin. Manager Chen, please prepare a private room for us, Yi Qianyu requested, shaking hands with Chen Jin. May I inquire what type of room you require? We offer 3 tiers, the Tian, D, and Ren rooms. The Ren room has a minimum consumption of 30,000, the D room 50,000, and the Tian room 100,000. Chen Jin explained courteously, maintaining respect despite the youthful appearance of the group. I shall have a Tian room, please, Yi Qianyu replied without hesitation. Very well, esteemed guest, please follow me, Chen Jin said, leading them to an opulent private room. Upon entering, the dazzling brilliance of the DCR momentarily blinded them. The walls adorned with gold, the vibrant red carpet, and the deep purple sofas were striking, complemented by a chandelier that refracted light magnificently. Wow, this is indeed a 5-star Tian room. The ambience radiates wealth, Yi Xiaodian gasped, marveling at the spectacle before him for the first time. Here is the menu, featuring dishes exclusive to the Tian room. Please feel free to order. Chen Jin presented the menu to Yi Qianyu. Let us not complicate matters. Simply serve us your signature dishes, Yi Qianyu instructed. Certainly. Please enjoy this exquisite tea while you wait. Chen Jin responded before exiting the room. Are you all interested in heading to a bar after dinner? I've heard of a place called Romantic Bar in Modu, reputed to be among the top 3, especially known for its beautiful dancers. Jin Yuqian suggested with a mischievous grin. Absolutely. Yi Qianyu nodded. I'm not much of a drinker, but if you all are going, I shall accompany you. Yi Xiaodian declared, his expression resolute. All right. Xian Nanxing chimed in. About 20 minutes later, a knock echoed at the door. After a brief pause, 18 young women dressed in elegant kipeos entered, each carrying exquisite and luxurious dishes. Truly, the Tian room's service is exceptional. Even the attendants are stunning, Yi Xiaodian remarked. Captivated by the sight, a woman, seemingly the lead attendant, approached with her hands clasped respectfully at her waist, smiling as she announced, esteemed guests, here we have sweet snowbird, braised yellow croaker, Buddha jumps over the wall, bamboo fungus liver soup, and 5 snake soup, along with caviar. As a series of delectable dishes graced the table, Yi Xiaotian swallowed hard, contemplating that the cost of this feast could rival his family's annual expenditures. The thought of consuming a year's worth of expenses in one sitting made his heart race. This was the final dish, the signature delicacy of our establishment. Fei Feng Long Tea, your dishes have been served. Would you like some beverages? The young headwaiter smiled professionally, glancing at the 4 diners. No, thank you. Yi Qianyu politely declined, remembering his plans to visit a bar later. Very well, sir. The young headwaiter acknowledged, leading the other servers out of the private room, leaving 2 to stand by the entrance. Come on, gentlemen, don't hold back. Once the waitstaff departed, Yi Qianyu eagerly beckoned, swiftly picking up his chopsticks. What the heck? Old Yi, you are lacking in chivalry, launching a surprise attack. Put down that leg of lamb, Jin Yuqian shouted, quickly grasping his chopsticks to seize another leg of lamb. However, with a swift motion, it was snatched away by a pair of chopsticks that moved even faster. Upon closer inspection, it was the taciturn Xian Nanxing. What? I thought you were a quiet one, but it turns out you're quite the competitor? Jin Yuqian exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Xian Nanxing. Meanwhile, Xian Nanxing leisurely gnawed on the lamb leg, casting a glance at the flustered Jin Yuqian. This lamb leg is quite delicious, truly exceptional, he remarked, adding a layer of frustration to Jin Yuqian's dismay. Left with no option, Jin Yuqian slumped down, grabbing an AO long instead to indulge on his own. Yi Xiaotian, sitting in confusion, suffered from indecision. Glancing between various dishes, unsure of where to begin. Ultimately, he settled for a bowl of snake soup, savoring it slowly. After indulging in the exquisite flavors, the 4 men leaned back in their chairs, patting their full bellies. Old Yi, after such a feast, are we still going to that romantic bar? Jin Yuqian inquired, picking at his teeth with a toothpick. Whose fault is it that you ate so much? Yi Qianyu retorted, exasperated. Isn't it because the food is so delicious? For someone like me, who has sampled culinary delights from all over, this restaurant's offerings are indeed exquisite, Jin Yuqian declared, patting his round belly. Indeed. Yi Xiaotian and Xian Nanxing nodded in agreement, affirming Jin Yuqian's sentiments. Old Jin, do you know who owns this hotel? Yi Qianyu, intrigued by the restaurant's cuisine that resonated with his palate, asked with curiosity. If possible, I might consider purchasing this hotel as my future cafeteria. Jin Yuqian pondered for a moment before responding. It should belong to the Shangwan family. Old Yi, why? Do you have intentions regarding this hotel? Upon hearing the inquiry, Yi Qianyu nodded affirmatively. I do have some thoughts. Could you elaborate on the Shangwan family? Old Yi, you really have ambitions. The Shangwan family is one of the 4 prominent families in Modu, Jin Yuqian replied, pouring himself a cup of hot tea as he began to explain earnestly. The 4 notable families in Modu are the Qin, Shun, Chui, and Shangwan families. Although the Shangwan family ranks last, their family assets amount to an impressive 500 billion, primarily encompassing tourism and hospitality. The Jindu Hotel is also the Shangwan family's flagship, boasting 50 chain locations nationwide. Jin Yuqian grew increasingly animated as he spoke, glancing at Yi Qianyu with a grin. According to last year's valuation, the Jindu Hotel in Modu is estimated to be worth around 2.3 billion. After hearing this, Yi Qianyu took a sip of tea and nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, I do have intentions of acquisition. Jin Yuqian spat out his tea in surprise, staring incredulously at the calm Yi Qianyu. Cough cough. Old Yi, you can't be joking. Do I look like I'm joking? Yi Qianyu set down his teacup, smiling at Jin Yuqian. Jin Yuqian was left speechless, uncertain of how to respond. This was over 2 billion, not merely 200 yuan. Even he could not casually access such funds. Where did this roommate acquire such extraordinary resources? Could he possibly hail from one of the 8 illustrious families of Jingdu? However, None of them bore the surname Yi. Could it be? Just then, all four of their phones vibrated simultaneously. Checking their devices, they discovered a message from their class group. Greetings to all members. I am Shangwan Qianyu, your senior from the second year, as well as your class advisor, responsible for your daily affairs. I hope to engage in fruitful communication with you throughout the upcoming semester. I hereby announce that all members of Financial Class 3 are to gather at room 302 of the teaching building at 8:30 p.m. tonight for some important discussions. After reading the group message, Yi Qianyu quipped, "It seems our plans to go to the bar are thwarted." Hey, whether we go to the bar or not is inconsequential. We can always go another time. Jin Yu Qian waved dismissively, not taking it to heart. Then lewdly glanced at Yi Qianyu. Old Yi, this Shangwan Qianyu is the daughter of the Shangwan family, reputed to be one of Mo Du's most beautiful women. And she's our class advisor. With your background, strength, and looks, you might have a chance with her. At that moment, Yi Xiaotian, who had been engrossed in his meal, suddenly looked up. Wiping the grease from his mouth with a damp towel, he adjusted his expression and spoke earnestly. Shangwan Qianyu entered Mo Du University with a score of 725, one of the three campus beauties, currently a second-year student in Financial Class 5. Her father, Shangwan He, is the current head of Jin Du Group, while her mother, Meng Wan, hails from an esteemed literary family. After relaying this information, Yi Xiaotian returned to his meal with fervor. Indulging in the feast was paramount. Every dish represented a month's salary, and waste was a disgrace. However, the other three were no longer composed, collectively staring at Yi Xiaotian. "What the heck?" Jin Yuqian exclaimed, rushing over to Yi Xiaotian and scrutinizing him as if he were a peculiar specimen. "Xiaotian, I didn't realize you were such a person. You seem so refined. Yet you're a stalker?" Yi Xiaotian choked on his food, spitting it all over Jin Yuqian's face. "Jin Laoer, do you even know how to speak? What do you mean I'm a stalker?" Jin Yuqian wiped his face, irritated. "If you're not a stalker, how come you know Shangwan Qianyu's family background so well?" "It's just some simple research. It's easy peasy. I'm actually a hacker. I just hacked into a system to see what information was available," Yi Xiaotian proclaimed, lifting his head with a hint of arrogance. "You're acting all tough. But how did you manage to look up Shangwan Qianyu's information beforehand?" Jin Yuqian pressed on. Cough cough. Isn't it customary to check out the campus beauties when entering a new school? Mo Du University is a renowned institution. Naturally, I wanted to see how beautiful the campus beauties are. Yi Xiaotian's voice grew softer and softer, eventually fading to a whisper as he buried his blushing face into the remnants of his meal. "Oh," Yi Qianyu and the others sighed, then looked at Yi Xiaotian with disdain, collectively voicing, "So, you're just a shy admirer." This made Yi Xiaotian bury his face even deeper in embarrassment. Today had truly been a shameful affair. At that moment, Jin Yuqian rubbed his hands together, picking up a towel to clean Yi Xiaotian's face, leeringly asking, "Xiaotian, do you have a picture of Shangwan Qianyu? Is she really as stunning as they say?" Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaotian's previous shyness vanished, replaced by an eager expression. "She is indeed exceptionally beautiful, especially her long legs. They are simply stunning." "Really?" "Absolutely. Wow, hee hee hee." In an instant, the entire private room erupted with the lewd laughter of two old perverts. Weiqi New York gazed silently at the two ostentatious individuals before him, pondering the peculiarities of his dormitory mates. Fortunately, there remained one individual of sound mind. Turning to Xie and Nxing, he observed him sitting seriously with a cup of tea in hand. "However, could you not feign decorum a tad better, old Xie? Your entire posterior is nearly invading the other's personal space, your ear almost brushing against their face. As the saying goes, when a bodhisattva falls into a dive vat, they inevitably infect too." Checking the time, Weiqi New York noted it was precisely 8 o'clock and promptly stood up, declaring, "Let us return to the university. We have half an hour left. We shall see for ourselves in due course." The four exited the private room and made their way to the bar counter. Manager Chen approached with a beaming smile, inquiring, "Have you all enjoyed your meal?" "Indeed, the flavors were delightful. We shall certainly return." Weiqi New York replied courteously, "Thank you for your kind words. Little Li, please calculate the bill for private room 666. Manager Chen responded with a bow before glancing at the entranced cashier behind the bar. Oh, hello. Your total expenditure amounts to 3,000 yuan. Little Li quickly regained her composure, offering a professional smile. Manager Chen interjected, "Let us round it down. The total for our guests is 20,000. Is that so? You've rounded down to the artery, haven't you?" Cough. "Thank you, Manager Chen." Weiqi New York internally scoffed yet expressed his gratitude, feeling quite pleased with the middle-aged man. He then took out his WeChat and directly transferred 20,000. While he did not mind the considerable sum, he graciously accepted the kindness of others without adhering to the notion of receiving no reward for effort. The WeChat notification confirmed the transfer of 20,000 yuan. Concurrently, A voice echoed in Qi New York's mind. Host has spent 20,000 yuan, earning 2 points. As this is the host's first expenditure, a consumption gift package shall be awarded. Would you like to open it? Open. Qi New York responded without hesitation. Congratulations, host has acquired a comprehensive understanding of financial knowledge. Now implanted in your mind. Congratulations, host has received an initial dose of functional serum. Congratulations, host has obtained Tengxun Building 1. Related items have been placed in the system backpack. Let us depart. Qi New York did not immediately examine the system rewards, but exited the JND hotel with his 3 companions. JNY Yuki sprinted ahead to Xie and NXing, tossing him a set of keys. Old 4, let us switch. You drive my car while I ride with Old Y. Xie and NXing looked at JNY Yuki incredulously as he grabbed the keys, revealing a Lamborghini Aventador, which likely exceeded $1 million in value. Wait, Old JN, do you really think a portly fellow like you can manage a Lamborghini? Aren't you afraid of being cramped? Why not opt for a luxurious Mercedes instead? Xie and NXing stared at JNY Yuki as one would regard a fool. I simply adore sports cars, though it is a bit snug. I can manage, hee. JNY Yuki chuckled, scratching his head, then rose on tiptoes to drape an arm around Qi New York's shoulders. Old Y. Let me have a ride in the HIYYOYing. This car has been my dream for ages. Take it slow. Aren't your toes hurting? Humph. Being tall is impressive. As the 4 departed, Manager Chun bowed deeply, watching the taillights of the 2 cars gradually fade away. As the general manager of a 5-star hotel and a direct subordinate of the Nguyen family, he need not prostrate himself in such a manner. The primary reason for his deference lay in the license plate reading L88888. While others may not grasp its true significance, he, having long served the Nguyen family, fully understood the weight of that plate. Before he could ponder further, he stepped into a corner and hastily dialed a number. After 3 rings, a middle-aged voice responded, Xiao JN, what is it? Manager Chun became serious, stating, HZing, a young gentleman just dined at our establishment. Driving a vehicle with the L88888 plate. He is the mysterious bidder from the recent auction. Silence ensued for 10 seconds on the other end before the middle-aged man replied solemnly, Do you have any useful leads? Manager Chin responded promptly, HZing. That young man appears to be a student at MD University. Judging by his demeanor, he seems to be a fresh-faced freshman. The middle-aged man instructed, That will suffice. I understand. Do not conduct further inquiries. Notify me if he returns to dine again. Understood, HZing. Manager Chun hung up after 3 seconds, wiping away a cold sweat as he returned to the hotel. The roar of 2 sports cars echoed as they entered the university campus, drawing the attention and admiration of surrounding students. Wow, look, it's a sports car. One exclaimed, I recognize the Lamborghini, but what is that even more stunning black car? I've never seen it on TV. At that moment, a bespectacled individual stepped forward, adjusting his hairstyle, and explained, Allow me, the connoisseur, to enlighten you. That black sports car is called HIYYOYing, limited to just 3 units worldwide, with a price tag of 90 million. One was purchased by the son of an oil tycoon, another by the British royal family, and the last one has appeared here. Who on earth is driving it? Good heavens, 90 million? Surely the driver cannot be a mere freshman we've never seen before. And that L88888 plate is even more astonishing. It's worth more than the car itself. The crowd buzzed with excitement, yet none dared to approach, preferring to admire from a distance. The 2 cars slowly made their way to the campus parking lot. By the time the 4 reached their classroom, it was nearly 8:30. The classroom was nearly full, with students engaged in conversation or boasting amongst themselves. Upon noticing Qi New York and his companions enter, all chatter ceased, eyes fixating on the quartet, particularly on Qi New York, who was exceptionally handsome. Goodness, that tall young man in the center is stunning. He must be the campus heartthrob of the freshman class. Indeed, not just the freshman, but he could be the most captivating in the entire school. His aura surpasses all the handsome men I've encountered, confirming their gazes. They regarded him as an unattainable idol. Qi New York and his companions settled in the last row near the door. No sooner had they taken their seats than JNP Engzi exclaimed, Brothers, I just surveyed the scene. The competition is fierce. If you wish to be single no more, you must act quickly. Upon hearing this, Qi Odi-en leaned in to whisper to JNY Yuki-en, Brother JN, I've heard that to date in college, one must have a full pocket. As a mere poor wretch, I would be better off securing something practical. I'm no good at pursuing girls. JNY Yuki-en wrapped an arm around Qi Odi-en's shoulders, patting his chest, Little Tion. As your second brother, how could I let you suffer? Just tell me which girl you fancy, and I'll cover your expenses in pursuing her. Qi Odi-en's eyes lit up, and he gratefully grasped JNY Yuki-en's hand, declaring, Father, Sighing. Weiqi New York and Xie and Nxing exchanged exasperated glances, shifting slightly away. This was simply too embarrassing. At that moment, the front door creaked open, and a striking figure gracefully entered the classroom. Instantly, the male students erupted in excitement, their cheers ringing out. Weiqi Odian pounded the table, exclaiming, "Boss, father, little four, this girl is SH Ngu in Chi New York. I didn't expect her to be even more beautiful in person. Indeed, indeed. I cannot believe SH Ngu NS heiress is as stunning as the rumors suggest." JNY Yuki and nodded vigorously in agreement. Even Xie and Nxing, usually reserved, found himself in agreement with their exclamations. Yi Qianyu also cast a surprised glance, her eyes sparkling with admiration. The girl who had just entered was indeed quite lovely. Her skin was as fair as snow, her features as exquisite as a painting, and her long, flowing black hair cascaded over her shoulders. Her deep, bright eyes were beautifully defined. Shangwan Qianyu, an infringement deletion. Her figure was graceful and slender, with elegant curves. And she dressed in a stylish and appropriate manner, exuding an air of noble elegance. She wore a pair of black denim shorts, her long, fair legs exposed to the open air. The moment she appeared, she captured everyone's attention. She approached the podium holding a binder, surveyed the entire classroom, and offered a gentle smile. Her voice rang clear and melodious as she addressed the freshmen. "Hello everyone, I am Shangwan Qianyu, and I am fortunate to be your class instructor for this semester. I hope we can share a wonderful term together." After speaking, she brushed her bangs aside and continued. "For the upcoming period, I will be responsible for managing your daily life, reviewing and distributing scholarships, as well as providing guidance, arranging course schedules, managing dormitories, and organizing team-building activities." "All right," Yi Qianyu inadvertently exclaimed while staring at her long legs. The classmates echoed his excitement, erupting into applause. Shangwan Qianyu smiled and nodded at Yi Qianyu, leaving a profound impression not only due to his looks, but also his character. She extended her hand, calming the crowd, and said, "Dear students, if you encounter any difficulties in life, feel free to reach out to me. I hope everyone can care for and respect one another, treating this place like home." Before Shangwan Qianyu could finish her sentence, Yi Qianyu, accompanied by 3 companions, stood up and strode towards the exit. Shangwan Qianyu, somewhat bewildered, called out, "Hey, where are you going? Why leave without saying anything?" Yi Qianyu, puzzled, responded, "Instructor, didn't you just say we should treat this place like our home? Since I'm at home, do I still need to announce my departure?" Chapter 8, Becoming Class Leader. Shangwan Qianyu was momentarily taken aback, while the entire class stared at Yi Qianyu as if he were a ghost. What kind of thought process is this? Shangwan Qianyu thought to herself, and the favorable impression she had of this handsome boy evaporated instantly. Regaining her composure, she frowned and said, "Student, what I meant was to treat this place as home, not to act as casually as one would at home." "Oh, I see." Yi Qianyu nodded in understanding. "My apologies." He then guided his 3 companions back to their seats, leaving them speechless. They remembered the last time they felt this way. Shangwan Qianyu managed to compose herself and continued, "The day after tomorrow, we will have a 2-week military training session. Please come to this classroom tomorrow to collect your uniforms." Upon mentioning military training, a collective groan erupted from the students. After the commotion subsided, Shangwan Qianyu smiled faintly, though there was a hint of schadenfreude in her expression. "Military training is an unforgettable experience during university, so I hope you won't be too disheartened." Additionally, at this point, Shangwan Qianyu surveyed the room and said, "Now, let's introduce ourselves. We will also elect a class leader. Since military training is coming up, it would be great to have someone to share the responsibilities. You can start from the back." Her gaze landed dangerously on Yi Qianyu, who sat at the very back. "Humph, this is payback for teasing me earlier." Clearing his throat, Yi Qianyu stood up and introduced himself. "Hello everyone, my name is Yi Qianyu, and I come from a small mountain village in Hangqing. My family is quite impoverished. My mother always told me that children from poor families must mature early. I apologize, I couldn't hold back." Yi Qianyu glanced helplessly at Shangwan Qianyu on the podium, and stood to introduce himself. However, by the end of his introduction, the entire class stared at him in disbelief. Jin Yuqian and his friends were baffled. Wait, is he serious? How can someone from a poor family afford a 90 million limited edition sports car? How can he casually enjoy a meal worth 200,000? Is he pulling our leg? Huh, this is hilarious. Jin Yuqian was the first to break the silence, slapping the table and bursting into laughter. Soon, Yi Xiaodian joined in, and even the usually stern Xian Nanxing couldn't help but grin. The entire class erupted into uncontrollable laughter. "This guy is too funny. I can't take it anymore. This handsome young man not only looks great, but is also incredibly humorous. I am smitten. Stop being infatuated. He's not someone we can pursue." Yi Qianyu looked at everyone with a resigned expression, insisting that he was not lying. In his memory, his family truly resided in a small mountain village. While they weren't in dire straits, they certainly struggled. Had it not been for his transmigration and the system he acquired, he would genuinely be in a difficult situation. Shangguan Qianyu finally managed to suppress her laughter and said, "Ahem. This student Yi has quite the sense of humor." Next, Jin Yuqian quickly stood up to introduce himself. "Hello everyone, my name is Jin Yuqian. You can call me Lao Jin or Fatty. I don't care about wealth when making friends, in any case." After about half an hour, everyone had introduced themselves. Shangguan Qianyu then stood and said, "The self-introductions are complete. Now, let's elect a class leader. Those interested in the position should take the initiative. It's also a form of self-training that you can include on your resume." As soon as she finished speaking, all the girls in the class turned to look at Yi Qianyu. Yi Qianyu thought, "What are you all looking at me for? I'm not interested in being class leader. It's a thankless job." He stood up and raised his hand, saying, "Instructor, I." Just as Yi Qianyu was about to decline, Shangguan Qianyu interrupted with a bright smile. "Since you are so eager, and the majority of the class recommends you, then you shall be the class leader. Congratulations, Yi." With that, the entire class erupted into applause, especially his 3 dorm mates, who clapped with exaggerated enthusiasm, wearing expressions of schadenfreude. "Instructor, I." Yi Qianyu attempted to speak again, but was cut off by Shangguan Qianyu. "All right, the class meeting is concluded. Please return home early to rest. And remember to check the group messages for tomorrow's uniform distribution." Without waiting for a response, Shangguan Qianyu opened the door and exited swiftly, leaving no trace behind. Yi Qianyu clenched his jaw in frustration, watching Shangguan Qianyu's departing figure. "Humph. Shangguan Qianyu, you are quite something. Next time, when it's my turn to speak, not even your father could save you." Meanwhile, in a luxurious villa, Shangguan he was sipping from a goji berry thermos while diligently reviewing documents. Suddenly, he sneezed loudly. "It's not even cold today. Why did I suddenly sneeze? Could it be that my health is declining? I must drink more goji berries." In the classroom, Jin Yuqian playfully draped an arm around Yi Qianyu's shoulders and teased, "Ha, class leader Yi, you've been outsmarted. Humph, I will definitely get back at this girl." Yi Qianyu brushed off his friend's hand and strode confidently out of the classroom, eliciting another round of laughter from his companions. As he walked along the campus path, Yi Qianyu suddenly remembered that he had yet to check his initial consumption rewards. He found a secluded spot to sit down and began to review the financial knowledge in his mind. In an instant, all knowledge pertaining to finance, whether derived from textbooks or the intricate international financial system, became effortlessly comprehensible. This knowledge felt innate, as if it were part of one's very being, impossible to forget. Subsequently, I turned my attention to the function-enhancing potion and silently uttered, "Use. Please select the enhancement direction. Strength." Ding. The primary function potion was successfully utilized, granting a 1 to strength. As the system's announcement faded, Yi Qianyu felt a warm sensation enveloping his body. Although the increase was modest, the difference was palpable. He then retrieved a key and a crimson property certificate from the system's backpack, which bore the inscription, "Tiangong No. 1, Building 1, Real Estate Ownership Certificate. Holder, Yi Qianyu." Following this, Yi Qianyu used his phone to check the details of Tiangong No. 1, discovering it spanned approximately 3,000 square meters, with an estimated value of 1.18 billion last year, which had surged to 1.2 billion this year, with renovations alone costing a small fortune. After perusing the information, Yi Qianyu remained unfazed, expressionless as he returned the items to the system's backpack. Suddenly, a WeChat message popped up. Upon opening it, he found a message from his younger sister. Chapter 9, Yi Yunxi. A search through his memories brought forth details about her. His sister, named Yi Yunxi, exuded a fragrant charm, her beautiful eyes akin to the rippling tide, which inspired her name. At 15 years of age, she had just entered her first year of high school. In his recollection, his sister was sweet in appearance, having always clung to him since childhood, and was exceptionally obedient. She excelled academically, consistently ranking first in her school, eagerly seeking praise from him after every examination. Reflecting on this, a smile inadvertently graced Yi Qianyu's lips as he read her message, envisioning her sprawled on her bed, swinging her legs joyfully while composing her text. "Brother, have you arrived at school? How are your roommates? Are any of them handsome? I'd like to introduce one to my new best friend, huh?" Yi Qianyu rolled his eyes and replied, "Your brother is doing well at school, the roommate situation is great, and there are no handsome ones. Especially when compared to your brother." He added, "Stop daydreaming about such trivial matters, focus on your studies. Avoid early romances, save that for college." Moments later, she responded, "Huh? Brother, while you may be narcissistic, you are indeed correct. Nobody can compare to your handsomeness. With you as a benchmark, how could I possibly find interest in any other boy? They are all too inferior." Yi Qianyu was at a loss for words. pondering why his sister's standards had risen so dramatically in comparison to him. After some thought, he replied, "Your brother is quite fortunate. I bought a scratch card at the lottery shop with my roommates today and won a grand prize of 500,000, netting 400,000 after taxes." Yi Yunqi sent 3 laughing emojis and replied, "Brother, today is not April Fool's Day, don't tease me." However, when she received a bank notification for 200,000, she remained speechless for a long moment before exclaiming, "Aw, brother, are you serious? Did you really win?" Yi Qianyu responded, "I've already transferred it to you. It can't be fake. Please tell mom and dad, but don't be too shocked. Use it wisely. I plan to keep 200,000 for starting a business in college." "Okay, got it, brother," silly smile. Yi Qianyu opted not to transfer several million at once, fearing the shock it might cause his family and the difficulty in explaining the source of the funds. Instead, he decided to gradually provide them with money. System, why are there no points? This does not fall under consumption. Otherwise, transferring to a secondary account would allow for infinite point accumulation, which the system cannot permit. Yi Qianyu conceded this point and typed, "All right, enough chatting. It's almost 10. Hurry and get to bed. If you encounter any issues, reach out to your brother. He will always support you." "Okay, bye, brother. Good night." Yi Qianyu put away his phone, surveyed his surroundings, and grimaced, "Darn it. Where on earth have I wandered off to again? The invincible me is lost once more." After nearly an hour, he finally located his dormitory just a minute before the doors closed. Breathless, Yi Qianyu entered, only to hear Jin Pengzi and Yi Xiaodian engrossed in a game of League of Legends. Even Xian Nanxing was awkwardly attempting to learn the ropes. "Jin Lair, could you please catch something? I've been killed multiple times by them. Just because you're playing a blind monk doesn't mean you have to play blindly too. Chow. You ungrateful brat. You call me father when you need something, and learn when you don't. You little rascal. Lousy, your cat is supposed to step on my head. Hurry up." Xian Nanxing. Meow? Yi Qianyu. What kind of nonsensical banter is this? And Xian Nanxing, as a tall and sturdy young man. Why are you playing as a little kitty? I'll give you an 82, and 18 points will be gifted to you in the form of a 666. Upon seeing Yi Qianyu push the door open, the previously raucous noise came to an abrupt halt, and they all turned to the entrance, grinning mischievously. "Oh, look who's back. The class monitor has returned, late as ever. Who were you discussing life with this late?" "Only you, Jin Lair, could be the yin-yang master." Yi Qianyu scoffed, then headed to the bathroom with a change of clothes. The next morning, the group chat was abuzz with notifications. "Shangguan Qianyu. Yi Qianyu, class monitor. Are you awake yet? Please organize the distribution of military training uniforms for the classmates." 1 minute later. "Shangguan Qianyu. Yi Qianyu, please respond." 10 minutes later. "Shangguan Qianyu. Yi Qianyu." Angry. An hour later. "Shangguan Qianyu. Yi Qianyu, it's nearly 10. Are you still in bed? Have you disregarded the sunlight?" Angry. 3 minutes later. "Shangguan Qianyu requests to add you as a friend. Do you accept?" Awakened by the commotion, Yi Qianyu opened his phone to find a slew of messages from Shangguan Qianyu, starting with a simple one in the group chat. He then muted the group. Realizing he had neglected his responsibilities, he accepted Shangguan Qianyu's friend request, and the moment he did, she sent a message. "Yi, the sun is shining brightly. Why are you still in bed? As the class monitor, you must lead by example and assist me fully. We need to distribute military training uniforms at 11 in the classroom while I attend a class leaders meeting." Yi Qianyu quickly replied, "How about this, Qianyu? Just relieve me of my duties as class monitor. I don't wish to take on such a role." Shangguan Qianyu sent a pouting emoji and declared, "Humph, no way. I will not rescind your position as class monitor. You will obediently assist me this semester, hehe." Yi Qianyu sent a playful emoji and replied, "Little girl, be careful. I might just spank you." En route to the meeting, Shangguan Qianyu read the message and felt her face flush, muttering a curse at the rogue before responding. "TCH. Anyone can boast. If you dare, come and spank me." With that, her face reddened even more as she hastily shut her phone and rushed to the meeting location. Yi Qianyu looked at the message, smirking. "Little girl, you said it. Don't beg for mercy later." He then refrained from replying, instead patting the bed rail and addressing his roommates. "Guys, could you assist me in distributing the military training uniforms later?" Jin Yuqian, class monitor. "We pulled an all-nighter last night. We're not going. The class leader called for you, not us." Yi Xiaodian, "Not going. I want to sleep. I just dreamed of my sweet darling." Xian Nanxing, "Not going." Yi Qianyu casually remarked, "Once I acquire the Jindu Hotel, you may flaunt it as you please." Instantly, the trio in the dormitory lost all drowsiness and widened their eyes in disbelief. They sprang up. "Father, we're heading out right now." In an instant, they dressed, washed up, and completed their business in under 3 minutes. Any longer would be a sign of disrespect towards the Jindu Hotel. Having completed his tasks, Yi Qianyu returned to his bed to indulge in a brief slumber. He vaguely dreamt of a British princess, Determined to delve deeper into this dream, he settled back into sleep, showcasing one of a man's greatest talents, the ability to fall asleep in 3 seconds. Chapter 10. The National Financial Center of Mo. When Qianyu awoke, it was already noon. His 3 sons had yet to return. He decided to rise, wash up, and dress, feeling an unwavering urge to relieve himself. After finishing, he shook himself lightly, adjusted his trousers, and stepped outside. He planned to purchase some luxurious attire akin to what affluent characters donned in television dramas. Curious as to why such garments commanded exorbitant prices, often equivalent to the cost of a house. It was not merely for the sake of accumulating points. With this thought, he descended to the basement, entered his sleek black vehicle, and sped away, garnering envious glances and whispers, many speculating about which magnate was behind the wheel. Arriving at the National Financial Center, one of Mo's premier shopping destinations, he found parking amidst a sea of luxury cars, where rare sports cars were commonplace. Whether it was Lamborghinis or Ferraris, the lot was filled to capacity, and several vehicles worth millions were also present. Even brands like BMW and Land Rover felt out of place here. Exiting his car, Qianyu donned a pair of white casual shoes and ascended to the 4th floor. Prioritizing his hunger, the National Financial Center, one of the 6 top-tier shopping malls in Mo, boasted semi-annual sales reaching approximately 10 billion, establishing it as the pinnacle of retail in the city. It was a veritable hub for luxury brands, with establishments like Cartier, Hermes, Dior, and Chanel scattered throughout. A single article of clothing could cost tens of thousands, with bespoke items often exceeding $1 million. Each piece of jewelry within the confines of this upscale establishment was valued at over $1 million, truly a gathering place for the affluent. Today, Qianyu wore a simple white shirt and casual trousers, complemented by white sneakers. The top 2 buttons of his shirt were left undone, revealing his fair collarbone and prominent Adam's apple. Although his outfit totaled no more than 300 yuan, his striking appearance elevated its worth, as even rags would seem exquisite on a handsome figure. His handsome visage exuded an intoxicating charm, embodying a blend of composure and a hint of rebelliousness, his captivating eyes twinkling with a playful smirk. As he walked, women of all ages, from elegant ladies to fashionable affluent women, gazed at him with admiration, akin to wolves eyeing a lamb, their mouths watering at the sight. Mistaking him for a young heartthrob, they cast flirtatious glances, eager to offer their companionship. Qianyu politely declined their advances and hurried to the 4th floor, where he purchased a savory cake to satiate his hunger. Only you, my dear Yigo, would come to the most opulent shopping mall in Mo just to eat a savory cake, he mused. The cake cost an astonishing 52 yuan, prompting him to grumble quietly. However, it was merely a moment of jest. Money had become just a number to him, devoid of any real significance. As he savored his cake, he made his way to a Gucci luxury clothing store on the 3rd floor. To his surprise, the sales staff greeted him warmly instead of the ridicule often portrayed in novels. After all, as employees of Mo's top shopping center and globally renowned luxury brands, they were undoubtedly selected for their professionalism and poise. Most importantly, good looks were an undeniable asset. A serene saleswoman in her mid-20s approached him with a smile, saying, "Sir, welcome to Gucci. If you have any questions, feel free to ask, and I will gladly assist you." "I'm just browsing," Qianyu replied, his words muffled by the cake in his mouth. At that moment, a middle-aged wealthy woman, adorned in sparkling jewelry from head to toe, entered the store. She was heavily made up, robust in stature, and likely weighed around 180 pounds, resembling a character from a television drama. Accompanying her was a young man, impeccably dressed but exuding a somewhat insipid demeanor, almost as if he were a delicate flower clinging to the wealthy matron. Upon entering, the wealthy woman exclaimed, "Xiao Hu, come here quickly. I want to buy my darling some clothes. Pick out a few for me." The saleswoman attending to Qianyu quickly rushed over, apologizing, "I'm sorry, Mrs. Li, but I already have a customer. Perhaps you could call another sales associate to assist you?" This response displeased Mrs. Li, who retorted, "I am a valued platinum customer, spending millions annually in your store. You must attend to me. How dare you refuse to serve me?" She continued, "What kind of customer takes precedence over me?" Xiao Hu maintained a professional smile, saying, "I apologize, Mrs. Li, but we have a policy against changing customers. I hope you can understand." Mrs. Li scoffed, "Humph. Do not attend to him. Come serve me directly. As a platinum customer, I deserve this right. People who come to Gucci are often just here to flaunt." The young man beside her chimed in, "Exactly. He just loves to show off." Qianyu's expression darkened at the unwarranted insult. While he preferred to remain uninvolved in customer disputes, this accusation struck too close to home. Stepping forward, he interjected, "Who are you calling a show-off just for taking a look?" Mrs. Li opened her mouth to retort, but halted upon realizing the striking youth before her. Instantly, her ire dissipated, and she approached Qianyu, sizing him up with an exaggerated gasp. "Oh, what a handsome young man. How about you come with me? I'll buy you whatever you desire. I can spend 200,000 a month on you. What do you say?" As she reached out to caress Qianyu's handsome face, he swiftly recoiled, suppressing his urge to vomit, and replied with disdain, "Keep your hands to yourself, you repulsive woman. I have no interest in your filthy money. Xiaohu, show me some options." "Stop right there. Who are you calling repulsive?" Mrs. Li shouted, pointing at Qianyu in a fit of anger. "Talking about you, you overstuffed matron. You are the largest person here, with that rotund figure. Do you truly believe you can entice me? Perhaps I should buy you a mirror so you can see yourself?" Laughter erupted from the onlookers as Qianyu's words struck a chord. "You." Mrs. Li was seething, nearly bursting with rage as she huffed and puffed in disbelief. The young man beside her continually patted her chest to calm her down, and when he deemed it sufficient, he scolded, "Who are you calling fat? That's called being voluptuous. Apologize to my dear, or you won't be leaving here." "How amusing." Qianyu gazed at the oily-faced young man, a mocking smile gracing her lips. "Who do you think you are? When did it become your place to speak? If you want to live off others, then at least do it properly and be a compliant sycophant. Now step aside." Her words left the young man breathless. He despised being accused of relying on others for sustenance. Though it was true, it was a result of his own capabilities. Those who typically called him a freeloader were often envious, unable to reach what they desired, akin to sour grapes. In his youth, he had been oblivious to the charms of mature women, mistaking youthful girls for treasures. So what if he relied on others? It saved him from taking 30 years of detours. The situation escalated into a scene where the affluent lady and the oily-faced young man assisted each other in caressing their chests, attracting the attention of surrounding customers, who watched with rational curiosity. "Humph. Xiaohu, if you serve him today, prepare to be dismissed tomorrow." Li Tai's stern voice echoed from behind. "If I cannot handle this young man, how can I not deal with a mere saleswoman like you? You embarrass me so greatly today. Do not expect to evade my wrath." Li Tai's words made Xiaohu pause her steps before she exhaled deeply, as if steeling herself for a resolution. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, she was interrupted by Qianyu. "You fat hag, you think your petty platinum membership can threaten someone's job? How many keys do you think you deserve?" She cast a smirk towards Xiaohu and added, "Do not worry, she cannot do anything." It seemed Qianyu's smile had a contagious effect on Xiaohu, who then nodded eagerly. "Sir, regardless of the circumstances, I will ensure you are well taken care of today. What styles are you interested in? I can provide you with recommendations." As she spoke, she led Qianyu to a more accessible section, tailored for teenagers. "Humph, just a mere platinum member, and you think you can compete with me? I spend at least 10 million here every year. Anyone can boast. I've seen plenty of your kind." Li Tai continued her tirade from behind, her expression dripping with disdain. "Old Bay, calm down. Let us see how he embarrasses himself. I doubt he can afford even a single piece of clothing." The oily-faced young man comforted Li Tai while supporting her ample frame. "Humph, useless. I spend so much on you, and this is what I get?" Li Tai flung her arm dismissively, her voice cold. She stealthily followed to observe Qianyu's potential embarrassment. "Alas, Old Bay, it's my fault. I'll go back and learn some retorts. Just wait for me." The oily-faced young man scurried after her, drawing disdainful glances from onlookers. "Sir, these are particularly suited for teenagers. Not only tailored, but also reasonably priced," Xiaohu remarked as Qianyu touched the fabric, which felt more comfortable than ordinary clothing. Upon seeing the prices, typically ranging from 20,000 to 100,000, he shook his head, indicating it was unacceptable. "Do you have anything else?" Thinking the garments were too expensive, Xiaohu led Qianyu to the most affordable section, where each item hovered around 10,000. Li Tai erupted in laughter. "Ha! I thought it was something special. Turns out it's just a loser trying to broaden his horizons. Young man, I'll give you one more chance, if I'm in a good mood. I might give you 10 or 8,000 as pocket money." Qianyu furrowed his brows, expressing distaste. "What are you barking about? If you need to pass gas, go to the restroom. I'm trying to eat here and feeling nauseous." Ignoring her further, he turned to Xiaohu. "That's not what I meant. I meant, are there any pricier options?" Xiaohu stood stunned for a moment, thinking she had misheard. She stammered, Sir, are you referring to something more expensive?" "Indeed." Qianyu replied with a smile and a nod. "How about this section? It ranges around 100,000. Xiaohu led him to another specialty area. "Is there anything even more luxurious? The most expensive kind?" Qianyu inquired, still shaking his head. "Ha! If you can't afford it, just say so. Why pretend to want something pricier?" The oily-faced young man, having just checked his phone for some retort tips, seized the moment to display his newfound knowledge. Qianyu merely responded with a light quip, "Shameless sycophant." The oily-faced young man fell silent. Xiaohu cleared her throat, saying, "Ahem. Sir, the only way to get the most expensive items is through custom design by a professional designer. That works. Yi Qianyu nodded in agreement, reasoning that he wasn't in a rush to wear anything as he was primarily interested in accumulating points and spending wealth. Sir, each custom piece starts at over 1 million, and prices vary according to materials. The process takes about a month, with half the deposit required up front. That is fine. Yi Qianyu nodded again. Please wait a moment. I'll call the manager to measure you. Xiaohu rushed to the counter and made a phone call. Shortly, a young man in his 30s arrived at the store. Upon seeing him, Li Tai hurriedly approached to complain, embellishing the previous incident and threatening to have Xiaohu dismissed. The young man merely nodded and then turned to Xiaohu, asking, Xiaohu, what happened? How did you come into conflict with Li Tai? Xiaohu respectfully addressed the store manager, briefly recounting the events. She then guided the manager to Yi Qianyu, saying, Sir, this is our manager. Upon seeing the unique aura of the youth, the manager instantly recognized that he was not a typical impoverished individual, as one's demeanor cannot deceive. He extended a hand, offering a business card with a smile. Hello, I'm Xin, the manager here and also the chief representative for the Gucci brand in Modu. You may call me Manager Yi. If Yi Qianyu had known his thoughts, he would have scoffed. Where did he get such an aura? Wasn't he simply the result of having money and a solid stature? Without pondering further, he accepted the card, smiling, and shook his hand, saying, Hello, my surname is Yi. Haha, young Master Yi, are you looking to customize a private garment? Manager Yi inquired first, then continued. Xiaohu should have informed you about the regulations for custom orders, but there is one more detail. Our chief designer is currently stationed in Modu. If you are interested, we can have him design something for you, albeit at double the price. That is fine. Yi Qianyu responded calmly. Very well, please follow me. I will take your measurements. Manager Yi announced, leading Yi Qianyu into the inner chamber of Gucci. The two figures behind them, the oily-faced young man and Li Tai, exchanged glances, appearing somewhat deflated. After a moment, the oily-faced young man said softly, Old Bay, do not worry. This kid is clearly putting on a show. It's all an act. Li Tai remained silent, her face dark as she nodded, continuing to wait in place. Inside the chamber, Xin took out a French measuring tape and meticulously measured Yi Qianyu from head to toe. Chest, 118 centimeters, hips, 98 centimeters, waist, 77 centimeters, arm length, 118 centimeters. He even measured the wrists and arms without omission, ensuring every measurable area was accounted for, except for the lower half. After a thorough 10 minutes of measurements, he concluded and proceeded to take comprehensive photographs of Yi Qianyu. Mr. Yi, thank you for your cooperation. I have recorded all your measurements. Xin stated as he closed his laptop and stood. It was no trouble. Yi Qianyu felt no impatience. He simply acknowledged that there was a reason for the high prices. Now, which designer and which clothing sample would you like to choose? Xin presented a thick catalog of designs. Yi Qianyu took the catalog and began to browse diligently. After about half an hour, he closed the catalog and said, I'll go with the chief designer you mentioned, and I choose this style. In the final evening, Yi Qianyu selected over a dozen sets of casual attire, prioritizing comfort, with a total value exceeding 30 million. Contemplating future attendance at various social gatherings, he then chose 2 of the most expensive suits, valued at 20 million. Upon observing the selections made by the young man, Xin was somewhat astonished, even pondering if this individual was the one mentioned by Li Tai. However, the calm demeanor of Yi Qianyu dispelled any such thoughts. With a more serious tone, he inquired, Mr. Yi, are you certain about purchasing so many items? The total value exceeds 50 million. Indeed, Yi Qianyu merely nodded, his profound gaze exuding tranquility. The creation of these items will require a month, while the 2 suits will take 2 months, Xin stated candidly after some reflection. I expect full delivery in half a month, and if all goes well, I shall return to place further orders. Yi Qianyu smiled slightly, eager to don his tailored garments after the stipulated period. Curious about the distinction between bespoke attire and ordinary clothing. Very well, we shall endeavor to fulfill your request. For our bespoke services, a deposit of half the total is required, Xin explained. With determination, he resolved to manage the additional workload, entrusting the chief designer with the task. He then expressed his concern about the financial aspect, hoping that the extensive efforts would not culminate in failure. All right, let us proceed to settle the bill. Yi Qianyu nodded and swiftly exited the private room. As they emerged, onlookers had increased in number, all eagerly observing the unfolding events. Regardless of wealth, the human penchant for spectacle remains unchanged. Young man, after toiling away inside for so long, finally dare to show your face? Li Tai remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Yi Qianyu disregarded her entirely, approaching the counter as if she were inconsequential. Xin meticulously calculated the total, then presented the bill. Mr. Yi, the total for your selected bespoke attire amounts to 51,200,000. I am offering you the most favorable price of 50 million. requiring a deposit of 25 million. Having effectively discounted the price equivalent to that of a modest home in a fifth-tier city, it was indeed a generous offer. Yet, Qianyu felt a pang of regret, realizing that this discount had cost him 120 points of credit. Nevertheless, he resolutely stated, "No need for a discount. I shall pay in full. Please provide me with your account details." As he entered the account information, those around him held their breath, eager to discern whether this young and handsome gentleman was indeed of noteworthy stature or merely pretending. A young man beside Li Tai whispered, "Fear not, old Bai. I suspect this lad might claim he lacks funds or that his account is frozen, as is the glitch in novels." Li Tai remained fixated on Qianyu, her expression betraying her anxiety. When the announcement echoed, "Account ending in 8866 has received 50 million, Li Tai nearly faltered, collapsing onto the ground. What? This young man truly transferred 50 million. He is not pretending. The crowd buzzed with speculation about the young man's identity, marveling at his wealth and appearance, while pondering whether he had any need for a companion. Today, this hefty woman has indeed encountered a formidable individual. A young man capable of producing such wealth must possess an impressive background, they murmured. As the discussion swirled, Li Tai's anxiety intensified with each remark. "Mr. Yi, when the time comes, to where shall we deliver your items?" Exin inquired with a beaming smile. Qianyu considered briefly before responding. "Deliver them to Tangong No. 1, Villa Number 1. He then produced the key for Villa Number 1, stamping a white paper with an exclusive seal. This seal belongs solely to Villa Number 1. Each key is uniquely designed and cannot be replicated. Present this to the gatekeeper, and they will grant you access." Upon receiving the paper, Exin's expression shifted to one of disbelief as he regarded the young man before him. He had not anticipated that this youth was the owner of Villa Number 1, a property so prestigious that even chairpersons of Fortune 500 companies could not acquire it. Tangong Number 1 belonged to the Shin family, and Villa No. 1 was an untouchable asset. To purchase such a property from the Shun family indicated that the young man's status was at least on par with the Shin family, if not higher. Exin's respect for Qianyu deepened, prompting him to alter his address. "Young Master Yi, rest assured, I will personally ensure that the completion of your garments is expedited." "Very well, I have matters to attend to. And do remember to allocate the commission to Xiao Hu. I was quite satisfied with her service." "Understood, young Master Yi," Exin replied respectfully. Meanwhile, Xiao Hu felt a surge of excitement. Casting a grateful glance at Qianyu's retreating figure, the commission from the 50 million amounted to a generous 250,000, sufficient for 20 years of her salary. Qianyu sauntered towards Li Tai and her companion without acknowledging Li Tai, who remained on the ground. After finishing his last bite of pastry, he regarded the young man with a calm tone. "I have no qualms about living off others, but losing one's dignity as a man in doing so is repugnant. You are nothing but a disgrace." With that, he turned and strode out with purpose. Chapter 13. The purchase of a Vacheron Constantine. Once Qianyu departed, Li Tai finally regained her composure while still seated on the ground. Cursing under her breath, she pulled the young man to his feet. Realizing what had occurred, he abruptly yanked his arm away, causing Li Tai to fall back to the ground with a cry of pain. "What are you doing, Xiaoyu? How dare you throw me down? Do you wish to forfeit your allowance for next month?" In response, the young man, exasperated, shouted, "Shut up, you wretched fat woman. I have had enough of you." With that, he stormed off, despite his masculine posture, tears streaming down his face. Each time a passerby approached, he would adopt an air of righteousness, only to revert to tears once they moved on, displaying a mastery of emotional transitions unlike any other. Behind him, Li Tai continued her tirade, akin to a scorned woman. "If you leave, do not return. I have supported you in every way, and you repay me like this. I refuse to believe I cannot find another young man who will comply with my wishes. I have long desired to rid myself of you. A short and ineffectual man who cannot satisfy me." Exin furrowed his brow, regarding Li Tai with disdain, and declared, "From this moment forth, add her to the Gucci blacklist. She shall never be sold any Gucci products again, and I will inform my colleagues to list her as undesirable." Upon hearing Exin's pronouncement, panic seized Li Tai, for it was her status as a Gucci Platinum member that enabled her to infiltrate the circles of affluent society. As the saying goes, those who lack something tend to flaunt it, and her ostentatious display of gold and silver jewelry served as proof. Should she be blacklisted by all luxury brands, she would be expelled from that elite circle. Li Tai hastily scrambled to her feet, grasping Exin's arm, pleading, "Shopkeeper E, please do not blacklist me. I truly made a mistake today, and I apologize." "Huh, you have offended someone I must appease. He may choose to disregard you. But I cannot show indifference," Exin replied coldly, casting her a disdainful glance before instructing, "Security, escort her out." Before long, A group of security personnel arrived and removed her from the Guijin Center. The onlookers, witnessing the conclusion of the spectacle, gradually dispersed. However, the events of the day remained etched in their memories, particularly the enigmatic young man, sparking rampant speculation about his identity. Some conjectured that he was the son of a chairman from one of the world's top 100 companies, while others suggested he could be the illegitimate child of a prominent figure from one of the 4 great families of the Magic City. Some speculate that he is the scion of a secluded financial magnate. Conversely, discussions are rife. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, for spending 50 million yuan and earning 5,000 points. Congratulations, host, for triggering a hidden reward and obtaining a 25 stake in Gucci. With the relevant documents placed in the system backpack. System, your internet speed leaves much to be desired. Host, it was your moment of grandeur just now. I could not interrupt you. How considerate. Knight Qianyu complimented, then continued, why are you rewarding me with this? I could purchase it. This is nothing short of chaos. He felt a pang of frustration, given Gucci's current market valuation of $33.8 billion, approximately 233.3 billion yuan. That 25 share equated to over 6 million points. Was the system merely toying with him? Since it was a reward, he begrudgingly accepted it. Upon reviewing the information, he discovered that his 25 share would make him the second largest shareholder in Gucci, following the primary shareholder with 34. He contemplated acquiring the remaining shares. After all, why settle for second place? Money was in ample supply now. He cast aside his thoughts, casually discarding the plastic bag into the trash. Glancing at the time, it was only 2 in the afternoon, still early. He considered that he had acquired clothing, but felt something was still lacking. Then it struck him. He needed a watch. The affluent indulge in timepieces, and he ought to acquire one for himself. Without further delay, he headed to the first floor and randomly selected a Vacheron Constantin store. Initially, he intended to visit Patek Philippe, renowned as the king of watches, yet he opted for Vacheron Constantin instead. As the second in the watch industry, it possessed its unique charm, subtle and unpretentious, rich in connotation without ostentation. Upon entering the store, the female sales clerks were struck by the presence of the exceptionally poised and striking gentleman, collectively exclaiming, "Welcome to Vacheron Constantin." One of the sales clerks approached. Knight Qianyu stepped forward, surveying the surroundings, and beckoned, "The one with the long legs, cough, that beautiful lady, it's you." The long-legged saleswoman revealed a professional smile and gracefully approached Knight Qianyu, politely introducing herself. "Good day, sir. My name is Wang Lily, but you may call me Xiaoli. How may I address you? I am surnamed Yi. Do you have any exquisite watches here?" Knight Qianyu inquired. "Indeed. May I ask what price range you are considering?" Xiaoli responded. "The more expensive, the better. Ideally, something that is your store's prized possession." Knight Qianyu stated, diving straight into the matter. He contemplated suggesting to cover everything, but he feared that would paint him as eccentric. He did not wish to be perceived as a vulgar nouveau riche solely focused on accumulating points. Casual spending to earn points was the essence of a splendid life. "We do have a prized possession," Xiaoli affirmed, nodding, and promptly reported to her superior. After assessing Knight Qianyu's demeanor, the superior consented. Shortly thereafter, Xiaoli returned from the back room carrying a substantial aluminum case and carefully opened it to reveal a striking black watch. Gently, she presented the timepiece, softly explaining, "This is the Vacheron Constantin Heritage 0001 wristwatch, priced at 20 million, with only 10 pieces worldwide, freshly released this January. It boasts a diameter of 37 millimeters, adorned with 30 gems, crafted from advanced rare materials, featuring an alligator leather strap and a sapphire crystal glass face." Knight Qianyu donned the watch on his wrist, moving it back and forth, finding it quite comfortable. This startled Xiaoli. A 20 million watch must not be mishandled. "Mr. Yi, please be careful," she cautioned. Yet, before she could finish, he interjected, "I'll take this one. Give me the account details." "Huh, you mean you wish to purchase it?" Xiaoli was momentarily taken aback, struggling to process the request, still uncertain. "Are you sure you don't want to reconsider? This is 20 million, not 2,000. Knight Qianyu nodded earnestly. "I am certain. Provide me with the account number." "Oh, please wait a moment. I will fetch it right away." Xiaoli hurried to her superior, recounting the situation, her leader equally bewildered. Had this transaction really taken less than 5 minutes? It was quicker than buying groceries. Chapter 14, An Unexpected Encounter with a Young Girl in the Underground Garage. The manager approached Knight Qianyu with a smile, reconfirming, "Sir, are you indeed certain about purchasing the Vacheron Constantin Heritage 0001 wristwatch?" "Yes, I am absolutely certain." Knight Qianyu affirmed with a serious nod. "Very well, sir, here is our account information." The manager produced a slip of account details. Knight Qianyu executed a transaction. The tail number 7765 receiving 20 million yuan. After completing the payment, he strode out of the store, leaving the staff momentarily stunned. One astonished customer, observing the scene, remarked, "Who is this young master?" He walked in and, within 5 minutes, purchased the store's treasure. It's as if he was shopping for vegetables. Hearing this, the counterpart saleswoman glanced enviously at Xiao Li and then playfully addressed the plump customer. "Mr. Yu, you've been eyeing that watch for a month, and I've been assisting you for just as long. Are you going to buy it or not?" Inspired by the decisive young man, the plump customer gritted his teeth. "Buy? How much is it? I'll take it today." The saleswoman's face lit up with excitement. "Mr. Yu, this Vacheron Constantine Heritage 585100 is priced at 1.57 million, but I can offer it to you for 1.5 million. All right, let us proceed with the transfer." As Knight Qianyu exited Vacheron Constantine, the system's voice chimed in. "Congratulations, host, for spending 20 million yuan, successfully exchanging for 2,000 points. Total remaining points, 7,000. Congratulations, host, for triggering a hidden reward. Acquiring a 10 stake in Vacheron Constantine, with relevant documents placed in the system backpack." Knight Qianyu accepted the system's rewards with grace. Upon checking his phone, he discovered that Vacheron Constantine's total market value stood at approximately $58 billion. Thus, a 10 share translated to around 40 billion yuan. Subtracting his own holdings and adding Gucci, his net worth soared to a staggering 100 billion, becoming a billionaire within a single day through casual purchases. Arriving at the parking garage, he entered his sleek vehicle, the He Yaoying, intending to elevate all his capabilities to their utmost potential. System. Purchase 7 units of the basic enhancement serum. Elevate all abilities to maximum level. Congratulations, host, for purchasing 7 units of the basic enhancement serum, costing 7,000 points. Remaining points, 0. Usage successful. Congratulations, host, your strength has increased to 4 points. Congratulations, host, your physique has increased to 5 points. Congratulations, host, your intelligence has increased to 6 points. Following a series of notifications, Knight Qianyu felt an extraordinary transformation, experiencing a profound enhancement. His abdominal muscles became distinctly defined, his physique more striking, and his aura deepened. System, display personal profile, Knight Qianyu commanded internally. The personal panel appeared as follows. Host, Yi Qianyu. Age, 19. Height, 183 centimeters. Attractiveness, 999, maximum, for readers 10. Strength, 10, human maximum. Physique, 4. Intelligence, 5. Identity, a first-year student in Mo.Do hidden. Stop. Don't run away. Please. I implore you, don't flee. Before Yi Qianyu could thoroughly assess all her attributes and capabilities, she heard a commotion outside the window. Upon closer inspection, she saw a group of men clad in black, numbering at least a dozen, pursuing a young girl ahead of them. The girl appeared to be around 14 or 15 years old, standing at approximately 1.50 meters, with an adorably youthful visage. Her twin ponytails danced in the wind. Her bright, sparkling eyes, delicate nose, and slightly flushed cheeks, coupled with her luscious lips and fair, radiant complexion, painted a picture of charm. With a mischievous grin, she turned to the pursuing men and taunted, "Hurry back, don't chase me anymore." Despite her provocation, the group of black-clad men continued their pursuit, skillfully dodging her. Suddenly, the girl found herself encircled by the men, and their leader implored, "Please, come back with us." "I refuse." She vehemently shook her head. Spotting a running car nearby, a sly smile crept onto her face as she dashed towards it, flinging the door open and slipping inside. Yi Qianyu, bewildered by the sudden intrusion, pondered. "What is this girl doing? Is she trying to draw trouble my way? Hey, what are you doing? Get out," he exclaimed, gesturing for her to exit the vehicle. After finally shutting the door, the girl looked up to see a handsome young man, her eyes widening in awe. "Wow, what a handsome guy," she exclaimed, quickly stifling her drool and awkwardly laughing. Hi there, handsome," Yi Qianyu retorted. "Who are you, little winter melon?" The girl's eyes widened in confusion. "Little winter melon?" she echoed, her expression blank. Yi Qianyu glanced at her flat chest and remarked, "Well, that's true. You're not impressive." The girl felt a wave of humiliation wash over her, and she protested, "I can't control it. It's natural." She puffed out her small chest, placing her hands on her hips defiantly. Yi Qianyu ignored her, pointing at the group of men surrounding them. "Are you really in the mood to chat? Show them some respect and get out of the car. Don't think about dragging me into your mess." As he reached for the door to toss her out, the girl quickly grabbed his arm, her eyes glistening with faux tears. "Please, don't leave me to those fierce men outside. How can you bear to let such a cute girl be taken away?" She squeezed out a few tears, her eyes reddening as if genuinely distraught. Yi Qianyu was left speechless by her theatrics. "You truly are quite the performer," he thought, yet he couldn't dismiss the possibility that her claims might be true. If he left, this girl could indeed be in peril. Thus, he exited the car, shutting the door behind him, and frowned at the men. What are your intentions in broad daylight? Forcibly taking a young girl. The leader of the black-clad men responded, perplexed. What are you talking about? We're just here to escort the young lady home. How is that considered abduction? The girl interjected. Me? A young girl? I may look a bit petite, but I'm already 18. She feigned tears, adding to the drama. Kid, I advise you not to meddle in our affairs, or else, the leader warned, mistaking Qianyu's intentions. Oh, or else what? Qianyu challenged. You're a dozen men bullying a little girl. Do you have any shame? Leave now, or I'll call the police. He stood his ground, even mimicking a phone gesture to signal calling for help. The leader signaled to his men, who fell into formation, displaying discipline training. What if I insist on intervening? Qianyu asked, narrowing his eyes and smirking slightly. Then we'll have to be rude. Brothers, the old man has commanded us to bring the young lady back. Charge. Remember not to injure her. The leader shouted, prompting his men to advance. Qianyu, grinning, realized it was finally time to demonstrate his capabilities. He recognized that these men were not mere thugs, but rather well-trained individuals. If they were genuinely worried about harming the girl, their pursuit was more of a game than a threat. As the first wave of black-clad men lunged at him, ready to subdue him, Qianyu swiftly countered, kicking one hard in the chest, sending him flying and kicking up a cloud of dust. Whoa, I didn't mean to use that much force, he exclaimed, surprised by his own strength. The men were taken aback, realizing that the seemingly frail young man possessed extraordinary power. They quickly shed their complacency and became serious. One man attempted to catch him off guard from the side, but Qianyu's exceptional reflexes allowed him to dodge effortlessly, retaliating with a punch to the assailant's stomach. The man doubled over, retching, while Qianyu dispatched the others with similar ease. Soon, the ground was littered with incapacitated black-clad men, all groaning in discomfort. Only the leader remained, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. Just as he prepared to confront Qianyu, the latter interjected, All right, that's enough, my friend. There's no need for more. Returning to the car, Qianyu sat down, and the girl, her eyes sparkling with admiration, exclaimed, Wow, you're so handsome. Especially that kick. It was simply magnificent. Her enthusiasm was infectious as she animatedly gestured. Qianyu regarded her with bemusement, akin to observing a playful child. As they drove out of the underground parking, Yinua leaned out the window and called to the leader, Hey, Big Black, tell my grandpa I'll be studying here for a while before heading back. With a playful grin, she retracted into the car, rolling up the window. Big Black, watching the car fade from view, felt a wave of despair wash over him. He pulled out his phone and dialed. After 3 rings, an authoritative voice answered. Big Black, have you brought my precious granddaughter back? Standing at attention, Big Black replied respectfully. I apologize, old Master Yi. We failed to bring the young lady back. After a brief silence, the voice on the other end asked, What happened? Big Black recounted the entire incident, including the girl's words verbatim. Really? You mean that young man was so formidable? And you, all elite soldiers, were defeated by him in mere moments? You must be joking. The voice exclaimed, astonished. Big Black wiped his brow, assuring, I swear, every word is true. There is no exaggeration. All right. You few must secretly safeguard my precious granddaughter in Mo-Du, ensuring she does not suffer even the slightest harm. You may freely mobilize the official forces of Mo-Du. Additionally, discreetly investigate that young man to uncover his identity and background, but do not provoke him. Furthermore, ensure that no man with impure intentions or character approaches my beloved granddaughter. Dahei stood at attention and saluted, responding, Understood, Commander. Far away in the Yi family mansion in Jingdu, an elderly man with white hair hung up the phone. His face etched with anger as he glared at the group below, scolding them. Look at you all. Speaking of a union that frightened my precious granddaughter into fleeing to Mo-Du overnight. Humph. Cancel that union immediately. That lad from the Wu family is utterly unworthy of my granddaughter. A middle-aged man, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, quickly stepped forward to say, All right, father, please do not be upset. It's not good for your health. I will promptly annul that decision. Humph. Yi Zhenxing, Xiner is your daughter. How can you make such reckless decisions? You infuriate me. Yi Zhenghua slammed his hand on the table in frustration. Yi Zhenxing wiped the sweat from his forehead, wearing a pained expression as he replied, Father, I had no choice. The Wang family has produced a Wang Yue, rumored to be capable of leading them to the top of the 8 great families within a decade. They have always been our adversaries. I am merely taking precautions. If we can unite with the Wu family, even if the Wang family becomes the foremost, they cannot encroach upon our status. Moreover, I have carefully considered this. That lad from the Wu family, in both appearance and character, surpasses the others. How dare you mention that? I've heard that Wu Xiaofan has a chaotic nightlife. And I am still alive. The Yi family will not allow them to trample upon us. Yi Xinghua snorted coldly, continuing, since Xiner has decided to study in Mo.Do, let her attend Mo.Do University. Inform Yi Yud to take good care of his niece. If my granddaughter faces any grievances, he shall be replaced as principal. Yi Zhenxing immediately responded, understood, father. I will take care of it right away. In the car, Yi Qianyu glanced at Yi Ningxin, who had removed her shoes and was perched on the seat. Her fair little feet swung carelessly, particularly her delicate white stockings, captivating Yi Qianyu's attention, causing him to drive a bit unsteadily. The only flaw was that her chest was rather unremarkable. He casually asked, Little Winter Melon, what is your name, and where are you headed? Yi Ningxin wrinkled her nose, revealing her small tiger teeth as she pouted, I am not Little Winter Melon. My name is Yi Ningxin. Chapter 16. The principal is my uncle, I don't know where I am going. What is your name, handsome brother? Yi Ningxin asked curiously, gazing at Yi Qianyu's handsome profile. My name is Yi Qianyu. Are you in middle school? He replied casually as he drove. No, I am not a middle school student. I am an adult. I just turned 18 recently, but I look a bit younger. Yi Ningxin pouted, glaring at him, her soft cheeks slightly puffed, as if holding something. Her sparkling eyes hiding a sharpness that was both fierce and endearing. Haha, I was just joking. Don't be upset. Seeing her adorable expression, Yi Qianyu couldn't help but smile, gently ruffling her hair with his long fingers while driving. Feeling Yi Qianyu's gentle touch, Yi Ningxin froze for a moment, gazing at the young man beside her. This sensation was unprecedented, so tender. Unconsciously, she began to blush and smile foolishly. Is this girl a bit daft? Yi Qianyu thought to himself, suppressing a smirk as he quickly returned his focus to the road. When the warmth of that gentle hand was gone, Yi Ningxin finally came to her senses, her face turning a shade of crimson before fading away. With her eyes narrowing into a playful slant, she said, Hee, brother Qianyu, which university do you attend? I'll come visit you when I report to your school. Yi Qianyu glanced at her, mildly turning his head, and replied, I am a freshman in the finance department at Mo.Do University. Upon hearing this, Yi Ningxin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow, brother Qianyu, you are studying at Mo.Do University. Hee, I actually wanted to go there to have some fun. Fun? Yi Qianyu raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Mo.Do University is a prestigious institution. Can you just waltz in to have fun? Yi Ningxin tilted her head and flashed him a sweet smile. Sunlight streaming through the window and illuminating her dimples, warm and charming. Of course, the principal of Mo.Do University is my uncle, so it's like going home for me. As she spoke, Yi Ningxin's head lifted proudly, brimming with delight. Hearing her words, Yi Qianyu couldn't help but smile slightly at the proud little girl, playfully grinning like a mischievous uncle. Ah, I see. Since you call me brother, we must be family now, meaning your uncle is also my uncle. Really, brother Qianyu? Yi Ningxin, blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation, gazed at him with sparkling eyes, rapidly blinking. Absolutely. Yi Qianyu nodded earnestly. It was no joke. Having a principal as an uncle would grant him free reign at the university. He could choose to fail courses or skip classes at will. The more he contemplated this, the more his affection for Yi Ningxin grew. Feeling shy under his gaze, Yi Ningxin lowered her head, her face turning a deep shade of red that reached her ears. Why is he looking at me like that? So embarrassing. As the two chatted, the car entered Mo.Do University. Yi Qianyu parked the car, and they both got out. Yi Ningxin waved at him, saying, Brother Qianyu, I must go now. I need to speak with my uncle first, but I will come to find you to play later. All right, go ahead. Yi Qianyu smiled gently and nodded. After receiving his response, Yi Ningxin skipped away, her twin ponytails bouncing with her movements. Watching her retreating figure, Yi Qianyu smiled, then headed towards the dormitory. It had been quite some time. His roommates were likely back by now. Upon entering the dormitory, he saw the three of them engrossed in a heated game of League of Legends. Yi Qianyu found it both amusing and admirable that they seemed oblivious to their fatigue. As the dormitory door swung open, Jin Yuqian, who was directing the team, called out, Old Yi, your military training uniform is on your bed. Don't forget what you promised us. Wait for me to arrive before engaging in team fights. Don't rush. Yi Qianyu walked straight to his bed, where two sets of military training uniforms were carelessly tossed aside. Upon inspection, he found they were styled similarly to army fatigues, fitting him quite well. Given Yi Qianyu's physique, he was undoubtedly a perfect fit for military attire. After showing off a bit, he neatly folded the uniforms and set them aside, ready to rest for a moment. Just then, his phone vibrated with a notification. Opening it revealed a message from Mu Zuru, accompanied by several photos. The caption read, Qianyu, how do you like our newly issued military uniforms? Yi Qianyu examined the pictures closely, occasionally making sounds of approval. Mu Zuru was the kind of delicate girl whose military uniform accentuated her spirit, blending softness with strength. complemented by her irresistibly sweet smile that evoked a protective instinct in anyone who laid eyes on her. Beautiful. My Ziru is indeed the most stunning girl. Yi Qianyu praised without hesitation. Ah, you're being so cheesy. It's making me shy, she replied, blushing. Mu Zhiro sat on the edge of her bed, gazing at the messages on her phone, her cheeks flushing slightly. She swiftly typed a message. Qianyu, are you also going to undergo military training? I recall that Modi University and our university seem to belong to the same military institution, both starting training simultaneously. Yes, it begins tomorrow, lasting for half a month. Remember to apply plenty of sunscreen to avoid getting tanned, and if you feel exhausted, just speak to the instructor, Yi Qianyu cautioned earnestly. In her memories, Mu Zhiro had always appeared delicate and fragile, and such rigorous training seemed rather challenging for her. All right, I am not as weak as you claim. I am only delicate in front of you, Mu Zhiro pouted in retort. Nonetheless, she felt immensely joyful, as being cared for by someone she cherished was always a source of happiness for a girl. Fine, I will rest for a while. Yi Qianyu decided to take a break, as this scorching day called for a moment of leisure. All right, you rest. There's one more thing. After military training, I would like to organize a dormitory gathering with my roommates to get to know each other, Mu Zhiro said, sending an inquiring image thereafter. Okay, let us discuss it after the training. After closing WeChat, she glanced at the time. It was 4 p.m., and prepared to lie down for an hour before heading out for dinner. Chapter 17. Incoming Call. Lying on the bed, she reflected on the events from the basement earlier that day, gaining a profound understanding of her full potential. Based on her strength of 10, the several men in black should range between 85 to 90. The limits of human capability are not something everyone can attain. The further one progresses, the more arduous it becomes. Gradually, Yi Qianyu unknowingly drifted into slumber. Old Yi, wake up. It's already 5:30. Time to get up and eat. A voice with a duck-like timbre echoed in Yi Qianyu's ear, jarring him awake. Could you not shout so loudly? Yi Qianyu grumbled while rubbing his ears. Seeing you sleep so soundly, I was afraid I wouldn't wake you. Jin Yuqian scratched his head awkwardly. Yet his eyes betrayed a mischievous grin. Coincidentally, Yi Qianyu caught him in the act and swiftly grabbed a pillow, hurling it at his forehead. Chow. It seems you are doing this on purpose. There are always troublesome people trying to disturb me. After a brief tussle, Yi Qianyu dressed and inquired. Where shall we eat tonight? Let us just go to the school cafeteria. Yi Xiaodian interjected. Xian Nanxing, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. What about you, Jin Pengzi? Yi Qianyu turned to Jin Yuqian. I'm easygoing. Wherever you decide to go is fine with me. Jin Yuqian shrugged dismissively. Then it's settled. We'll head to the cafeteria. Yi Qianyu snapped his fingers and led the way. Old Yi, the cafeteria is to the right. You're going the wrong way. The three behind him collectively pointed in a direction and said weakly. Yi Qianyu's lips twitched, clearing his throat before silently changing direction. The student cafeteria in Modu comprises 5 sections, each located in different areas of the university. The Eastern Chinese Cuisine Zone, the Western Cuisine Zone to the west, the Seafood Zone in the south, the Fast Food Zone in the north, and a high-end area in the center. The 4 of them opted for the Chinese Cuisine Zone. Not because of preference, but due to its proximity to their dormitory, which was merely a 5-minute walk. It was still the sweltering summer, and along the way, they encountered a myriad of youthful girls. Truly, it was a university. There were indeed many beautiful women. Look at that one. She's got curves, just by her figure. I'd estimate she's a 36, someone exclaimed. Quick, look over there. Her legs are so long and fair. Yoshi. Yi Qianyu felt a wave of annoyance as he observed the two beside him incessantly commenting. Even the typically reserved Xie Nanxing chimed in occasionally. Alas, being close to such influences may lead old Xie astray. Yi Qianyu lamented internally, though his eyes continued to wander over the long legs passing by. Delicious. Before long, the 4 arrived at the cafeteria, where the bustling crowd of students reminded Yi Qianyu of his high school days in the original Blue Star, evoking a sense of nostalgia. Most university students came from ordinary families, and even Modi University was no exception. Therefore, the Chinese Cuisine Zone and the Fast Food Zone were the most crowded. The 4 casually found a seat, delegating the task of getting food to the 2 younger ones. Shortly, they returned with 2 trays, carefully placing them on the table. Here. Xian Nanxing offered the tray to Yi Qianyu. Thank you. Yi Qianyu expressed his gratitude, inspecting the tray filled with 2 meat dishes, 1 vegetable dish, and a soup, sweet and sour pork, spicy stir-fried meat, sauteed eggplant, and a bowl of egg and pickled vegetable soup. After tasting the food, he found it to be quite average, not particularly delicious, yet not unpleasant either. Cafeteria food was generally similar. It could not compare to freshly cooked meals from restaurants. After a few bites, he set his utensils aside, scrolling through his phone as he awaited the others to finish their meals. Suddenly, a phone call came in from an international number. Without a second thought, Qianyu hung up. Humph. It's clearly a scam call. Qianyu scoffed. Moments later, the phone rang again. Oh, they're persistent. Is telemarketing fraud now a trend abroad? Qianyu remarked to the three still eating. I'll step outside to take this call. MHM. The three nodded, engrossed in their meals. Stepping outside the cafeteria, Qianyu answered the call. Curious to see how foreign scammers operated. A voice spoke in Chinese. Hello, may I speak to Mr. Yi? That's me. Who are you? Qianyu queried, puzzled. Hello, I am Roman, the general manager of Gucci. I just received word that you have acquired 25 of our company's shares. Do you have time? Our shareholders would like to discuss the handover with you. The male voice on the line respectfully explained the situation. I'm sorry, but I don't have time right now. Just skip the handover. I have no interest in managing the company. Just the dividends each year will suffice. Qianyu rejected without hesitation. What nonsense. I have more money than I know what to do with. I have no time for this. All right, Mr. Yi. I will inform the general manager in Modu, Isin. If you have any questions, you can reach him, and he will assist you throughout the process. Okay, anything else? If not, I will hang up. Qianyu nodded. Nothing else, Mr. Yi. Please feel free to contact me if you need anything. Roman's voice echoed with respect as they prepared to end the call. After hanging up, just as Qianyu was about to return to the cafeteria, his phone rang again. 3 question marks appeared above his head. It was unusual to receive so many calls in a single day. Checking the screen, he saw it was a local number from Modu and, without overthinking, answered. Moshi Moshi, who are you and what do you need? A male voice, likely in his 40s, responded. Hello, may I speak to Mr. Yi? Yes, that's me. Who are you? I am Gu Shang, the general manager at the Modu branch of Vacheron Constantine. I just received word from headquarters that you have acquired 10 of Vacheron Constantine's shares. I'm reaching out to assist you with any inquiries you might have. The respectful voice of Gu Shang resonated through the phone. All right, I understand. I don't have any questions for now, Qianyu acknowledged, appreciating his offer. In the future, as he navigated the upper echelons of Modu, it would be advantageous to have additional connections, regardless of whether it is Yixing or this Gu Shang. Although they are merely the overall supervisors, they are backed by Gucci and Jiangshidin. In the upper echelons of the magical metropolis, they hold a certain status, albeit not comparable to the top 4 families. However, their identities allow them to stand on equal footing with some first-class decision-makers. Whenever an issue arises, they can be entrusted with its resolution. Chapter 18. Marvelous Maneuvers, Showa. Qianyu hung up the phone and prepared to head to the cafeteria to see if the 3 food enthusiasts had finished their meal. To her surprise, as she turned around, she saw the 3 of them each holding a toothpick, contentedly exiting the cafeteria. Have you all finished eating? Qianyu inquired. We're full. Let us head back to the dormitory. Jin Yuqian patted his belly and replied. Ding dong. For notifications chimed simultaneously from their phones. Upon checking, they found a message from Shangwan Qianyu. All members, please gather at the original classroom at 6 p.m. tonight to meet with the instructor. Do not be late. It seems you can't go back. We must head to the classroom first, Qianyu said with a hint of schadenfreude. Alas, then we must change our course. Jin Yuqian sighed. Upon entering the classroom, the 4 resumed their previous seats. Students in the class were engaged in lively conversations, and the surrounding chatter was quite boisterous, to the extent that they did not notice the 4 entering. Let me tell you, Wei Qingyu's family is incredibly wealthy. They even own a large villa here in the magical metropolis. Indeed, we had a gathering at his house last night, and I accidentally drank too much. When I got up to relieve myself, guess what I discovered? What did you find? Hurry and tell us. Hee. I found that his toilet is actually made of pure gold. One of them noticed Wei Qingyu's expression darkening and inquired, Wei Qingyu, what's wrong? You look off. Wei Qingyu grimaced and replied, what pure gold toilet? You urinated in my sister's saxophone last night. No wonder she complained about a foul smell this morning. It was you. Laughter erupted. Lu Ming, you were just a game away from breaking through to Eternal Diamond. Why did you have to berate that teammate? Was it just because he was using Kai Wenji at level 08? Lu Ming retorted, of course not. I simply thought he was too much of a burden and wanted to vent my frustration. When playing Honor of Kings, remember this, stars can be regained, and reputation points can be restored, but a person you insult may never cross your path again. What a talent. Qianyu now realized that her class was exceptional. Each student was a remarkable individual. Just then, a striking figure entered the classroom. It was their class instructor, Shangwan Qianyu. Today, she wore a different outfit, a youthful campus attire. On top, she wore a white t-shirt, and below, a black short skirt, her long and slender legs exposed, evoking admiration. She stepped into white canvas shoes and approached the podium, saying a few words symbolically. Before long, she clapped her hands. A tall, tanned, muscular young man entered the classroom. Shangwan Qianyu introduced him with a radiant smile. Let me introduce you all to your instructor, Wang Jian. From this moment on, He will lead your training for the next half-month, and you will follow his orders. Please give him a warm welcome." Applause erupted from the students with great enthusiasm. Once the applause subsided, Wang Jian approached the podium, saluted, and stated expressionlessly, "Students, for the next half-month, while we may be in the roles of officer and trainee, I prefer to engage with you as friends. I believe this military training will become an unforgettable chapter in your lives." Applause erupted again, even louder than before. Wang Jian gestured for silence, scanned the room, and asked, "Now I would like to know if anyone here has any health issues or congenital heart conditions should report to me, as they may be excused from this military training." Seeing no one speak, Wang Jian continued, "Very well, it seems everyone is in good health. Let me explain tomorrow's arrangements." At that moment, a slender student in the front row raised his hand and suddenly asked, "Instructor Wang, is there any way to avoid participating in military training if one is healthy?" Wang Jian, not angered, merely smiled slightly and replied, "Since this student is asked, I will pose a question. If anyone can answer correctly, I will allow this student to skip military training." Just as Wang Jian was about to ask, he noticed a handsome boy in the last row suddenly stand up and instinctively ask, "That student, why are you standing?" Qianyu, with a serious expression, replied, "Report, instructor. My leg is cramping, and I need to stand up and stretch." After saying this, he left his seat and walked towards the classroom exit. Wang Jian exclaimed, "What are you doing, student? The session isn't over yet. Please return to your seat." Qianyu grinned and said, "Instructor, I have already answered your question correctly, so I believe I am exempt from military training. As for your second question about where I'm going, that was a personal response, but since you asked sincerely, I'll tell you, I'm heading back to the dormitory to sleep." The entire class was stunned, staring at Qianyu as if he were a monster. Is there such a way to operate? Sure, old Yi, truly a prodigy, learned from the best. Shangguan Qianyu watched Qianyu's departing figure, gritting her teeth. Regretting her choice of him as class monitor, genuinely concerned that he would lead the entire finance department as class 3 astray. Strolling through the bustling campus, Qianyu was in high spirits, occasionally humming a tune. "My uncle is the principal. There's no way I'll participate in military training. Isn't watching others train enticing? Alas, I need to think of ways to spend money. Even if I have money, I wouldn't know how to spend it. Truly a frustrating situation." Qianyu pondered how to spend money and earn points, feeling somewhat troubled. When lacking funds, he fantasized about how he would spend money if he had it. Now that he had money, he faced the dilemma of not knowing how to spend it. It seemed the quickest and most effective way was to establish a venture capital firm. Qianyu contemplated the conventional operations of capitalists, thinking of operating behind the scenes, investing in whatever caught his eye, or even directly purchasing companies. With this thought, Qianyu took out his phone and called the general supervisor of Jiangshidan. The phone rang only once before being answered. "Hello? Good day, Mr. Yi. Long time no see. I need your assistance," Qianyu stated as he walked to a small pavilion. Gushang replied, "How is it long time no see? We only spoke in the previous chapter." However, he dared not refute and respectfully said, "Mr. Yi, please go ahead. I'm looking to purchase a commercial building. Do you know any owners selling one?" After a brief silence, the voice on the line responded, "All right, Mr. Yi. May I ask what conditions you have for the commercial building?" Qianyu pondered for about 10 seconds before replying. "First, it must be located in the most prosperous area of the magical metropolis. Second, the more expensive, the better. Third, ideally, it should be well decorated and not yet sold. Fourth, good lighting, ventilation, safety, and fire protection. Fifth, I want to purchase, not rent. That's all." Chapter 19, Military Training begins. "Understood, Mr. Yi. I will call you to notify you later," Gushang replied, waiting for Qianyu to hang up. "Thank you for your help," Qianyu said before ending the call. If Gushang proves to be efficient, there may be opportunities to assist him in the future. Casually giving him a company to manage is certainly feasible. Without further thought, he headed back to the dormitory. The next day, at 6 o'clock in the morning, the first-year students, still lost in their slumber, were roused from their dreams by the coach for military training. In the 608 dormitory, the 3 roommates groggily rose, hastily donned their clothes, and completed their morning rituals in a mere 5 minutes. "Hurry up, Jean Lauer, stop dawdling, or we'll be late," one urged. Coming. Why is the zipper on this military uniform so difficult to pull up? If you had lost some weight, it wouldn't be a problem. Now hurry along. Your hat is crooked. Look, old CS secretly left first." Xiaodian hurriedly chased after him, while Jean Lauer glanced back at the still sleeping Qianyu. "Old Yi, are you really not going to join the military training?" Qianyu murmured, No, I'll wake up later to watch you all." Jean Yuqian gave him a disapproving look before rushing out of the dormitory. At 9 in the morning, Qianyu was awakened by a WeChat call from Shangguan Qianyu. "Yi, although you don't need to participate in military training, as the class monitor, you must come and supervise." Yi Qianyu rubbed his sleepy eyes, replying, Qianyu, why not revoke my class monitor position? Shangwan Qianyu firmly responded, not a chance. As long as I am here managing you this semester, you can forget about it. Yi Qianyu dressed and remarked, you say I'm unworthy yet refuse to step down. Isn't that akin to standing in a latrine without relieving oneself? Shangwan Qianyu, somewhat speechless, replied with a hint of playfulness, what are you blabbering about? Who's standing in a latrine? Oh, you are truly insufferable. Yi Qianyu chuckled, teasing, do fairies not relieve themselves? I find that hard to believe. I've heard that fairies do, and sometimes they even cause a splash. After a moment of stunned silence, she retorted with a mix of indignation and embarrassment, what nonsense are you spouting? You're so annoying. Come on, it's sweltering out here, and as class monitor, you should help me. With that, she ended the call. Yi Qianyu shook his head, bemused at how the conversation had escalated. He set down his phone and headed to the restroom to freshen up. On the sports field, Shangwan Qianyu, dressed in a fitted white Chanel dress with a unique waist design, appeared even more delicate. Her hair was loosely tied back, and a few strands clung to her fair forehead due to perspiration, adding an enchanting allure that distracted the first-year students engaged in military training. For 59 seconds of every minute, their gazes strayed in her direction, leaving the instructors helpless, unable to reprimand her without disrupting the training session. Ultimately, they resorted to punitive measures to impart life lessons on the importance of focus. Shangwan Qianyu, standing beneath a large tree to escape the heat, hung up the phone, muttering to herself, her cheeks slightly flushed. Humph, you're the one who should be embarrassed, your whole family. Yi Qianyu stepped out in a blue shirt and a pair of shorts, leisurely making his way to the sports field. With half a chilled watermelon in hand, he strolled past the military training formations, drawing the envious stares of his exhausted classmates. Unfazed, he occasionally nodded at the formations, observing them as if he were a superior. As he wandered through the training grounds, he caught the attention of many young ladies, standing out amidst the sea of students. Yi Qianyu, embodying the essence of a carefree spirit, playfully weaved between instructors and students, as if to say, look at me, I don't have to train, isn't it enviable? When an instructor approached to reprimand him, he deftly evaded, cheekily declaring, the principal is my uncle, touch me, and I'll tell him. After causing quite a stir, he finally arrived at his class's formation. He approached Wang Jian, patting him on the shoulder. Old Wang, how is the training going? His tone was reminiscent of a superior. Wang Jian grimaced, thinking to himself, you're the old one. He shot Yi Qianyu a tired glance and said, this is a training ground. Those not participating should stand aside. Yi Qianyu chuckled, glancing at the adorable classmates standing at attention, waving as he called out, you all are doing great. Keep up the training, it's good for your health. I envy you since I don't have to train as class monitor. The classmates murmured, and Wang Jian added, how can someone be so shameless? After leaving, Yi Qianyu sat beside Shangwan Qianyu, pulling her hand. Why are you just standing there? Don't you feel hot? Come sit. Shangwan Qianyu, startled by his sudden gesture, plopped down on the grass. Given her background, no boy had ever dared to approach her, let alone make such physical contact. Today, however, this junior she had known for less than 2 days had naturally taken her wrist. As she gazed at his handsome face, especially his deep, mysterious eyes, she found herself momentarily entranced. 3 seconds later, she seemed to snap back to reality, her face flushing visibly as her heart raced. Aren't you going to let go? She murmured shyly. Yi Qianyu smirked. What is the big deal about holding hands? Are you really that shy? You've never held hands with a boy before, have you? This isn't your first time, is it? Without hesitation, he held her delicate hand, feeling the softness of her skin. His warm and broad palm enveloped hers, sending an electric charge through her. So, how does it feel to be holding hands? Chapter 20. Yi Ningxin arrives. Yi Qianyu was simply this way, unrestrained, following his whims. If something piqued his interest, he pursued it without hesitation or second thoughts. At this moment, he felt an irresistible urge to hold her hand, and he did so without a trace of doubt. In his previous life on Blue Star, he had always been a bit of a rogue, bold and unyielding. Indeed, he had once been a scruffy youth who couldn't scrape together even 5 yuan, yet now, endowed with a system, he felt invincible. Even if others had systems, they might have acted more boldly. Whether one called him a rogue or not, he was certainly a charming and affluent one. Shangwan Qianyu was taken aback by his boldness. What are you doing? Let go quickly, there are so many people around. Yi Qianyu grinned and released her hand, ever the rogue with a touch of decorum. What's wrong? Why are you still shy? You're not developing feelings for me, are you? Surely not. Her cheeks flushed deeper as she playfully pinched the soft flesh at his waist, causing him to gasp in surprise. Ouch, you're quite fierce, he exclaimed, grinning through the pain. It seemed this was indeed a universal skill possessed by all girls. As she gazed at Yi Qianyu's demeanor, Shangwan Qianyu couldn't help but chuckle. her smile as fleeting and beautiful as a blooming flower. She feigned annoyance, pouting her lips and rolling her eyes, giving him a sharp glare. Humph. Who told you to act like a rogue? And who would ever be curious about you or fall in love with you? You must be dreaming. I would never. You're so detestable. Qianyu scooped a piece of watermelon into his mouth and, smacking his lips in delight, replied, novels and dramas portray it this way. You really shouldn't fall for me. Loving me leads to nothing but despair, unless you're willing to shake a flower for me. After all, I have a girlfriend. He chuckled mischievously. Qianyu felt an inexplicable pang in her heart. Does he really have a girlfriend? Ugh, what am I thinking? What does it matter if he has a girlfriend? Humph, but does he truly have one? No. Who would like him? Anyone who does must be a fool. While she was lost in her thoughts, Qianyu suddenly shoved a spoonful of watermelon into her mouth. What are you thinking? You've been dazed for so long. Have a bite. It's icy and sweet. Don't spit it out. Qianyu's eyes widened in shock as she stared at the spoon he was using, momentarily at a loss for words. Did he just? Is this considered an indirect kiss? Ultimately, she found herself chewing the watermelon, unable to spit it out or swallow it whole. It was indeed quite refreshing and sweet. No, you. Qianyu locked eyes with Qianyu, stammering for a moment. What do you mean by you? Just say it tastes good. Come on, have another bite. Qianyu smiled softly and scooped another spoonful for her. Once the first taste was taken, countless more followed. Give me another bite. I'm not giving you any more. It's almost gone. Please, I want more. The surrounding classmates gaped in astonishment at the ambiguous scene unfolding beneath the tree. Wow, has Qianyu, the campus belle, started dating? Why him of all people? How could the campus belle possibly like such a scoundrel? Does she have a thing for bad boys? Have you even looked at how handsome he is? He is several times more attractive than my idol. I believe any girl would fall for him. This spectacle left the trio from the dormitory in shock, almost compelled to kneel in admiration. Jin Yuqian remarked, Old Yi is indeed a remarkable person. In just 2 days, he managed to win over Qianyu? Yi Xiaotian added. And this is Qianyu we're talking about. Is it really that easy? No way. I have to acknowledge him as my godfather when I get back. Xian Nanxing chimed in. Make sure to jot this down. Step 1 in wooing girls is to buy a watermelon. While the group whispered among themselves, their instructors suddenly bellowed. Are you not taking the military training seriously and enjoying a chat? Everyone, stand at attention. Hold your stance for 15 minutes. Any movement will add another minute. The students groaned in despair but complied with their instructor's orders, standing still under the blazing sun. Feeling moved? One instructor asked. Not daring to move. The students replied in unison. Amidst their rigid stances, a small figure dashed forth from the distance, her twin ponytails swaying. Without needing to look closely, it was evident that it was the little girl, Yiningxin, whom they had met yesterday. Qianyu Gij. Her voice was soft and sweet, devoid of any harshness, evoking a protective instinct in those who heard it. Yiningxin rushed to his side and naturally looped her arm through his, looking up at him with an extraordinarily sweet smile. Today, she donned a black Lolita dress, her slender legs encased in white stockings, her feet adorned with black shoes. Coupled with her adorable and charming smile, she appeared like a character straight out of an anime. Qianyu stood and looked down at the delightful Yiningxin, who was indeed incredibly cute, evoking a sense of affection within him. He couldn't help but think of a verse. Height does not matter, a mere 5 feet suffices. Strength does not lie in size, but in form. Such is the lowly, who captures my heart. Donning cat ears, with a petite mouth and large eyes, her short hair is playful, while her long hair flows gracefully. She is innocent, untainted by gossip or strife. Clearing his throat, Qianyu gently ruffled her hair. What brings you here? Yiningxin, thoroughly enjoying his affectionate gesture, squinted her eyes and chuckled. Hee. I came to watch the military training and to find you to play. Qianyu resumed his seat and asked with a smile, Aren't you a freshman too? Why aren't you participating in the military training? Yiningxin proudly lifted her chin, placing her hands on her hips. The principal is my uncle. Do I really need military training? If my grandpa finds out, my uncle will be in big trouble. Ha. Nearby, Qianyu's lips twitched at this familiar proclamation. At that moment, Yiningxin noticed a stunning older sister sitting beside her. She approached Qianyu, bent down to gaze at her, and gently tapped her chin with a finger, asking sweetly, Are you Qianyu Gij's girlfriend? Qianyu was taken aback and quickly waved her hands. No, I'm not his girlfriend. Hearing this, Yiningxin smiled brightly. Hee, so it turns out you're not. That means I still have a chance. Qianyu. Chapter 21, The Class Leader from Another School. Qianyu looked at the petite and adorable girl before her, involuntarily glancing down at her own softness. Could it be that this annoying Qianyu prefers this type? With this thought, Qianyu shook her head vigorously. Ugh, what am I even thinking? Yiningxin offered Qianyu a gentle smile, yet it carried a hint of menace, as if to say, Don't set your sights on my Qianyu Gij, or else. Shangguan Qianyu was not one to be intimidated by a little girl. She shot back a defiant glare, puffing out her chest in challenge, which left Yi Ningxin momentarily stunned. Yi Qianyu sensed the tension between them and gently pulled Yi Ningxin to his other side, guiding her to sit down. Be good and sit here to watch their training. Yi Ningxin obediently nodded, okay. Then she eyed the watermelon in Yi Qianyu's hands and gently tapped his arm with her finger. Qianyu Gij, I want some too. Ah. Yi Qianyu, charmed by the little girl's cuteness, smiled and scooped a piece into her mouth. Such a big piece, so icy. Yi Ningxin chewed with puffed cheeks before swallowing with a satisfied expression, revealing a smile that could melt hearts. So sweet. I want more. Meanwhile, Shangguan Qianyu, inexplicably caught up in the moment, leaned in and opened her mouth. I want some too. Yi Qianyu, speechless, replied, what are you joining in for? Eventually, he scooped another piece and fed it to her. Having fed her on one side, he turned to find Yi Ningxin eagerly awaiting her turn. This left Yi Qianyu feeling overwhelmed. He hadn't even had enough for himself yet. But this scene left the surrounding classmates once again gaping in disbelief. Wow. Did this guy save an entire galaxy in his past life to be so lucky? That little girl is so adorable. She is absolutely melting my heart. Humph. He is clearly a scoundrel. What? He is that handsome? Then it's all good. However, this spectacle left Jin Yuqian from the financial department's third class nearly collapsing in shock. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he murmured with trembling disbelief, my goodness. How did this little lady end up at Modi University? Shouldn't she be in Kyoto? I must avoid her. I can't let her see me. Alas. How can one escape? It is utterly impossible. What on earth has this old knight done to entangle this little demon? It is particularly vexing. I have never witnessed this little lady behaving so obediently. The recollection of the fear I once experienced under the dominion of this little demon causes my rotund body to tremble slightly. It is terrifying, simply terrifying. Yi Xiaodian observed Jin Yuqian, who was shaking like a leaf beside him, and inquired with curiosity, Jin Lauer, why are you trembling? And what are you muttering to yourself? Upon hearing this, Jin Yuqian finally came to his senses, clearing his throat, and replied, ahem, I am perfectly fine, nothing is amiss. I am quite well. Under the great tree, Yi Qianyu savored the last spoonful of watermelon, letting out a satisfying sigh. Ah. He then handed the remaining half of the watermelon rind to Yi Ningxin, instructing her, Xin, please dispose of this in the trash bin. Yi Ningxin obediently nodded, She then stood up, clutching the watermelon rind, and skipped away merrily towards the distant trash bin. This scene once again led Jin Yuqian to question if he was hallucinating. As Yi Ningxin returned, swinging her twin ponytails, Yi Xiaodian instinctively hummed a children's song, recalling its melody, let us row our oars. The little boat pushes through the waves. Shangguan Qianyu tilted her head to glance at Yi Xiaodian, nudging him with her arm. What song are you singing? Nothing. Why so many questions? Yi Xiaodian replied indifferently. This left Shangguan Qianyu momentarily speechless. She shot him a glare and turned her head away. If you don't want to say, then I don't care to know. At that moment, Yi Ningxin returned to her seat, smoothing her skirt as she sat down. Brother Qianyu, I'm back, hee hee. Yi Xiaodian affectionately ruffled her hair, complimenting her, so well behaved. This brought immense joy to Yi Ningxin, who giggled to herself. While they were chatting, two small tricycles entered the playground. They lined up neatly in front of the financial department class 3 team and halted. The drivers got out and began unloading watermelons and beverages, undoubtedly chilled. Seeing this, Yi Xiaodian rose and walked toward the team, as these were the items he had ordered prior to his arrival. The two girls followed suit, accompanying Yi Xiaodian to the front of the team. Before the instructor could speak, Yi Xiaodian waved his hand towards the watermelons, drinks, and a pair of white bags on the ground, announcing, classmates, you have worked hard. Take a break, enjoy some watermelon, and have a drink. From now on, whether in the morning or afternoon training, there will be refreshments. Also, here are some sanitary napkins. Each person should take one to cushion your shoes. It will be much more comfortable. At this moment, the students of Financial Department Class 3 were momentarily stunned, followed by an eruption of cheers. Wow, the class leader truly lives up to the title. I, Wang Defa, acknowledge this class leader. Class leader is awesome. Previously, when the class leader was alone munching on watermelon in front of me, I cursed him in my heart. Reflecting upon it now, I realize I was quite unjust. Class leader, if you need anything in the future, just let me know. Yi Xiaodian responded, sure. The students of Class 3 surged forward, each clutching half a chilled watermelon and a bottle of drink, seeking a spot to rest. Wang Jian, standing nearby, did not intervene and sought a place to rest himself. He noticed Yi Xiaodian offering him a bottle of icy beverage. Instructor Wang, have a drink and take a break. He then pointed towards the small tricycles. These are for the other instructors. Let everyone enjoy some watermelon and take a breather. Upon hearing this, Wang Jian smiled slightly, nodding at the young man before him. Recognizing his talent and thoughtfulness, he then turned to the students sitting on the ground, bellowing, "Everyone, take a 20-minute break. Feel free to move around, but do not disturb other classes' training." "Yes, instructor." Thankfully, he had the foresight to select Yi Xiaotian as the class leader. Otherwise, there would be no watermelon to enjoy, which is simply delightful. The scene in Financial Department Class 3 left the surrounding students, still engaged in military training, utterly astounded. Each one felt a mix of envy and resentment, particularly the female classmates, who gazed starry-eyed at the handsome silhouette in the distance, drooling slightly. Alas, how enviable are the students of Financial Department Class 3, blessed with such a fine class leader. Why is there such a stark contrast between class leaders? Could this be the legendary class leader of someone else's? "Class leader, we want watermelon too." "Class leader," the other class leaders exclaimed. "I am truly astounded. It would be better not to be a class leader." Chapter 22. The frightened Jin Yuqian. Yi Xiaotian led the two girls to the positions of his three roommates. Spotting Jin Yuqian, who was hiding behind and looking down with his back to them, he curiously asked, "Jin Pengzi, why are you lingering back there? Are you unwell? Why are you shaking like a leaf?" Jin Yuqian replied, "You can't see me. You can't see me. Look, I'm not dead." Jin Yuqian turned his head, revealing an expression more sorrowful than tears. He then looked at Yi Ningxin, who stood beside Yi Xiaotian, and trembled as he stammered, "Ahem. Yi." Before he could finish, Yi Ningxin shot him a fierce glare, conveying a warning. "Jin Pengzi, if you dare to speak carelessly, be wary of my wrath." Terrified, Jin Yuqian promptly sealed his lips. Feeling aggrieved, "Yi, my godfather." Yi Xiaotian was taken aback. Has this child suffered from heat stroke? Why is he calling everyone father? Just then, his phone rang. Yi Xiaotian pulled out his phone to see it was a call from Gushang. He glanced at the others and said, "I'll take this call," as he walked towards the direction of the great tree. Noticing Yi Xiaotian leaving, Yi Ningxin shot Jin Yuqian a glance and then moved to a secluded spot. Jin Yuqian understood and followed her obediently. Yi Ningxin halted, turning to face Jin Yuqian with a smile that held an edge of danger. "Humph. What business do you have with me, Jin Pengzi?" Jin Yuqian trembled slightly, stammering, "Yi Gunyang, why have you come to Mo? Yi Ningxin shed her previous obedient demeanor, fixing her gaze on Jin Yuqian with a smile that could only be described as ominous. "Humph. What does it matter to you? Jin Pengzi, I must warn you, do not reveal my identity in front of my brother Qianyu, or you will know the extent of my methods." With that, she clenched her small fist. Jin Yuqian hastily assured, "I promise I won't say a word." Seeing his response, Yi Ningxin reverted to her harmless appearance, saying, "All right, I want to eat you. Is it necessary to fear me so much? You, a prominent heir of the Jin family, why act like a frightened girl?" Jin Yuqian replied, "You may not eat people, but you are more terrifying than one." Yet he still forced himself to agree. Yes, Yi Gunyang, you are absolutely right." Yi Ningxin crossed her arms, emphasizing, "Also, don't call me anything like Gunyang from now on. Just call me Yi Tongxue. If you satisfy me, I wouldn't mind speaking to my father and arranging some cooperation with your lineage. I trust you came to Mo for the purpose of evading your sister, correct?" Upon hearing this, Jin Yuqian's expression turned serious, shedding his usual frivolous demeanor. "Are you serious?" "Indeed, you know my standing in the Yi family. If I say it can be done, it will be done." Yi Ningxin nodded, her expression earnest. Jin Yuqian replied, "All right, let us head back, lest they grow suspicious." With that, Yi Ningxin took her leave, strolling back leisurely. As the two returned, Yi Xiaotian shot them a puzzled glance, suspecting something was amiss. "What were you two up to? Why the secrecy?" Yi Ningxin cheerfully responded, "First, I was just having a little chat with this fatso about brother Qianyu." Jin Yuqian nodded vigorously. Yes, exactly." Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaotian leaned in, grinning mischievously. "Inquiring about our night boss, you must come find me. Little sister, let me tell you about night boss." Subsequently, Yi Xiaotian excitedly recounted everything about Yi Qianyu in recent days, even mentioning the dreams he spoke of at night, which sent Yi Ningxin into fits of laughter. Meanwhile, Shangwan Qianyu listened intently, occasionally stifling giggles. Under the great tree, Yi Qianyu answered his phone, saying hello. The voice of Gu Shang resonated from the other end. "Mr. Yi, I inquired last night and finally found an office building that meets your requirements." Yi Qianyu responded with a slight smile. "Thank you for your efforts. Please elaborate." Gu Shang earnestly introduced, "Mr. Yi, after thorough comparisons, I selected the best option. It is located in the commercial district of Nanjing West Road in the bustling metropolis, a 38-story high-rise completed 3 years ago, distinguished in both quality and style." Yi Qianyu calmly inquired, "What is the price and who is the seller?" Gu Shang replied, "The seller is Shangwan He, one of the 4 prominent families in the metropolis. This commercial building is a private asset of Shangwan He, purchased a decade ago. He initially intended to develop it into his own private office, but halted due to financial issues later on. To be honest, I have a bit of personal interest as Shangwan. He has been a longtime friend of mine. He recently mentioned his intention to sell, thus I recommended it to you. However, I assure you, Mr. Yi, that the safety measures and quality of this building are impeccable, with no corners cut. Upon hearing Gu Shang's introduction and the name Shangwan He, Yi Qianyu instinctively glanced at Shangwan Qianyu standing at a distance, a faint smile gracing his lips. Shangwan Qianyu seemed to sense something, and as their gazes met, her cheeks flushed. After casting him a sidelong glance, she hurriedly turned away, flustered. Yi Qianyu retracted his gaze and asked, "What is the offer?" Gu Shang replied, "Originally, Shangwan He quoted 175 billion, but considering my recommendation, he has reduced it by 5 billion. All right, let us meet at the Jindu Hotel tonight at 6 to finalize the contract. Please convey this to him." Gu Shang was taken aback and asked incredulously, "Mr. Yi, aren't you going to inspect the office building first before making a decision?" Yi Qianyu calmly replied with 3 words, "No need. I will convey your message to he. Yes, as the class monitor, I must supervise the students. I will hang up now." Gu Shang. Class monitor? Supervise? Students? Is this not more important than a transaction worth over 100 billion? What kind of wealthy heir is this, purchasing 100 billion office building with such ease, more swiftly than a market visit? Truly shocking me for a century. After hanging up the phone and placing it back in his pocket, Yi Qianyu felt quite pleased, thinking how effortlessly he could redeem millions of points. With a cheerful heart, he approached the group, and Yi Ningxin was the first to bounce over, naturally wrapping her arms around his. "Brother Qianyu, you're back." "Yes, you all have met, right?" Your roommates are so interesting. They told me you talk in your sleep." Yi Qianyu. He shouted on. "Oops, I forgot to mention that." As soon as the break was over, Instructor Wang blew the whistle. "Students, you've had enough rest. It's time for training. Everyone, we will now practice marching in step." 121. 121, 1234. Chapter 23, East Asia Bank. In the afternoon, Yi Qianyu did not go to the playground to observe his lovely classmates' military training. Firstly, it was simply too hot. And secondly, he planned to visit the bank. He intended to procure a few black cards, as he would need to transfer funds frequently. And using his Supreme Gold card could lead to complications. Thus, he had a chat with Mu Ziru in the afternoon, advising her not to overexert herself during military training and to inform the instructor if she felt unwell to avoid heat stroke. Mu Ziru earnestly replied, "Got it." He then exchanged playful banter with Yi Ningxin, discussing Lazy King in the sheep village. Afterward, he informed Shangwan Qianyu that he would not be going to the playground in the afternoon. Shangwan Qianyu asked, "What will you be doing this afternoon?" Yi Qianyu replied, "Going out to charm some ladies. Will you join me?" Shangwan Qianyu responded, "Not going," angry. Yi Qianyu remarked, "If you're not going, why be upset? Are you jealous?" Shangwan Qianyu retorted, "As if I'd be jealous of you." Yi Qianyu teased, "Just kidding. I'm going to discuss a business deal worth several 100 billion with your father." Shangwan Qianyu scoffed, "Yeah, right. I don't believe it." Pouting, Yi Qianyu shrugged. Nowadays, even the truth is met with disbelief. He then decided not to reply further and closed his phone for a nap. When he awoke, it was already 4 in the afternoon. Yi Qianyu stretched lazily and sighed. "So refreshing. I slept for 3 or 4 hours. Truly the best season for slumber. Back in high school, I could sleep all day." He took his time getting ready to leave, first browsing short videos and watching a live stream. It seemed that gifting during live streams could also be considered a form of spending. He chuckled, devising another method to earn points. Yi Qianyu murmured to himself, but did not spend any money on gifts. Instead, he dressed and prepared to leave campus. Since he was about to negotiate business with Shangwan he chose to dress a bit more formally. He selected a black shirt paired with black casual trousers and took a moment to wash his hair. Donning a Vacheron Constantine 0001 watch, he set out. With his polished appearance, Yi Qianyu appeared even more refreshing and elegant, attracting glances from passing senior sisters. However, none approached to ask for his WeChat, as they felt unworthy. Arriving at the parking lot, he reached his vehicle, starting it in preparation to drive out. Just then, a shadow leaped out from the bushes. "Ooh, the gray wolf has arrived," Yi Ningxin exclaimed, revealing her little tiger teeth. Yi Qianyu hit the brakes, lowered the window, and asked, "What are you doing here? Why are you hiding in the bushes? Aren't you afraid of mosquito bites?" Yi Ningxin opened the car door and climbed into the passenger seat, grinning mischievously. "Hee, Brother Qianyu, you said you were going out. So I waited here watching the time for you. I wanted to surprise you by hiding in the bushes, but after waiting for an hour, look, I got bitten and now have a big bump on my hand." She displayed her delicate hand, her tone quite aggrieved. Yi Qianyu took her hand gently. Noticing indeed a swelling, he scratched it lightly for a while, looking at her adorable and pitiful demeanor, and smiled slightly. "This is your own fault. Who hides in the bushes normally?" Yi Ningxin puffed her cheeks. I am the abnormal one. Then she broke into a smile, resting her chin on her hands and asked, Brother Qianyu, where are you going? Yi Qianyu restarted the car, turned on the air conditioning, and replied, going out to discuss a business deal worth several hundred billion. Yi Ningxin gazed at Yi Qianyu's handsome profile, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Wow, Brother Qianyu, you're amazing. You're actually going to negotiate a deal worth several hundred billion. Yi Qianyu. Wait, you really believe that? Yi Ningxin nodded earnestly. Of course. Brother Qianyu, you're so impressive. Several hundred billion is a piece of cake for you. Observing this little girl who believed everything he said, Yi Qianyu pondered whether her mind was truly that innocent or if she simply had no concept of several hundred billion. It was akin to a child who could be lured home with just a lollipop. If Jin Yuqian were to discover the thoughts harbored by Yi Qianyu, he would undoubtedly bestow upon him an exuberant 666 accolades. Not to be rude, my friend, but perhaps you should reconsider the words you are uttering. Upon Yi Qianyu's arrival at the largest bank in the heart of Modu, Dongya Bank, which is under the enigmatic control of a financial magnate from East Asia and has a global presence, he found himself in an exclusive establishment. This bank does not cater to the common folk. It only serves clients with assets exceeding 100 million. Every individual wishing to conduct business within its walls must first undergo a thorough background check, ensuring only those who meet the stringent criteria are permitted to engage with the bank. A mere 100 million in assets qualifies one as a basic one-star client. To ascend to the two-star echelon, one's wealth must reach 1 billion, and with each additional star, the assets must multiply tenfold. However, attaining such status grants one exceptional privileges, such as loans that exceed those offered by other banks by 30%, along with a reduction in interest rates by the same margin. Do not underestimate this 30%. When dealing with substantial sums, it constitutes an astronomical figure. Clients with 3 stars or more enjoy even greater benefits, leading to a trend where possession of a Dongya Bank card has become a symbol of prestige among the affluent circles. As Yi Qianyu and his companion exited their vehicle and entered the grand hall of Dongya Bank, they were approached by a bank employee who greeted them with a smile. Good day, sir. What business do you wish to conduct? Yi Qianyu replied courteously, I am here to apply for a card. May I speak with your president? Considering the necessity of obtaining several black cards, which require considerable time to process, he felt that only the highest authority could expedite the matter. The bank employee's smile faltered momentarily. Sir, our president is quite busy. If you wish to apply for a card, I can assist you. Aware that his request might have been somewhat presumptuous, Yi Qianyu smiled and suggested, perhaps you could provide me with your president's phone number, and I shall personally contact him. I believe he will come. Sir, the bank employee began awkwardly, but was abruptly interrupted by a middle-aged voice. Just because of you. You think you can meet President Zwisin? Even the heads of Modu's elite families treat him with utmost respect. You, a mere boy, have no right to seek an audience with him. Young man, do not overestimate your own importance. The speaker was a balding man in his 40s, with a protruding belly and a black wallet tucked into his waist, clearly a businessman. Accompanying him was a young man in a tie, who eagerly chimed in, Mr. Jiang is absolutely right. What makes you think you can meet our president? You are merely dreaming. Chapter 24. A canine encounter at the bank. Yi Ningxin, who had been silent until now, grew displeased and stepped forward, retorting fiercely, What are you two barking about? Especially you, Baldy, with such an unappealing appearance. Why are you scaring people? Hurry back and put on a mask. Mr. Jiang, irate, shot back. Who is this yellow-haired girl? An adult is speaking. What business do you have inserting yourself into our conversation? Do you have any upbringing? He was Jiang Yixing, a newly minted member of the second tier of families, who had stumbled into fortune by working for the third master of one of Modu's four major families, the Cui family. His position in the real estate sector had inflated his wealth significantly, but it had also inflated his ego, leading to a haughty demeanor. Today, he was incensed that a young girl dared to insult him so brazenly. At that moment, a man standing nearby interjected, Mr. Jiang, please do not be angry. I will handle this matter. He then turned to the bank employee, his expression stern. Xiaobin, how do you conduct business? The bank has regulations. Strangers must undergo asset verification before being attended to. Have you done this? The employee, who had initially greeted Yi Qianyu, felt a pang of dread. Could she explain that she had approached him simply because he was so handsome? Xiaobin stammered. I did not. The supervisor, Su, erupted in anger. You did not verify assets before attending to him? Are you trying to lose your job? What kind of riffraff thinks they can apply for a card? Where does this little brat think he is? At his words, Yi Qianyu's expression turned icy as he stepped forward and, without a moment's hesitation, delivered a sharp slap across Su's face. The sound echoed through the hall. Su was sent sprawling into a nearby chair, exclaiming in pain. Yi Qianyu frowned and stated, Next time, Remember to speak appropriately. Consider this a minor lesson for you. You dare to hit me. Security. Security. Su shouted, clutching his swollen cheek, fear evident in his eyes. Qianyu ignored him and sent a WeChat message to Gu Shang, requesting the contact number of the president of Dongyao Bank. Gu Shang responded almost instantly, providing the number in under 3 seconds. After dialing, the phone rang twice before being answered. Hello, who is this? The voice was youthful, likely around 30, with a slight British accent. Qianyu responded succinctly, I am Qianyu. Come meet me in 3 minutes. After hanging up, he took Yi Ningxin's hand and found a seat. Meanwhile, in the rooftop office, Zuosin was taken aback, quickly rifling through the last page of a confidential document that had been entrusted to him when he assumed the presidency of the largest bank in China. Upon seeing it contained no information other than a single line and a photograph, he felt a surge of alarm. The most mysterious Supreme Gold card holder, name, Qianyu. Isin broke into a cold sweat, hastily concealing the confidential document and sprinting downstairs. Outside, a group of fully equipped security personnel stormed into the hall, surrounding the two. Goodness, kid, you've made quite the mess today. How dare you strike me? You will pay for this. Get him. Despite the intimidating glares of the security personnel, Qianyu remained unfazed, even taking the time to scroll through a short video. Beside him, Yi Ningxin was eager to witness her brother in action once more. When the security guards hesitated to act, Supervisor Su barked, Get on with it. What are you all waiting for? You useless fools. Do you still want to keep your jobs? The guards exchanged uneasy glances, aware that their jobs were at stake. The head of security, mustering his courage, stepped forward and addressed Su. Supervisor Su, we do not have the authority to use force. Our duty is to protect and maintain order. He then turned to Qianyu, saying, Sir, your actions have disrupted the order of the bank. We kindly ask you to leave. Thank you for your cooperation. Qianyu smiled faintly, reaching into his pocket to retrieve some cash, only to find himself empty-handed. He then quietly asked Yi Ningxin, Xin, do you have any cash? Yes. Here, take it. Brother Qianyu, she replied, nodding as she pulled out a thick stack of cash, estimating it to be over 20,000. Qianyu was taken aback. How does such a small bag contain so much cash? And why do you carry so much with you? Without further thought, he took the cash and beckoned Su over. Confused, Su stumbled toward him, only to hear another resounding slap. Ouch! The other side of his face visibly swelled. You see, Qianyu said calmly. I have a slight obsession with symmetry. It was uncomfortable for me to look at you. Now that both sides are evenly matched, consider this your medical fee. After speaking, he casually tossed 20,000 yuan onto Su Lingban. He then glanced at the watch on his wrist, approached the security captain, patted him on the shoulder, and offered a faint smile. Let us wait another minute and a half, and then we shall take our leave. He then returned to his chair, engrossed in short videos. The atmosphere around him grew heavy, and everyone fell silent. The air felt thick and suffocating, making it hard to breathe. The brief minute and a half seemed to stretch into a century. As the final 10 seconds approached, Qianyu shut off his phone and turned to take Yi Ningxin's hand to leave. Mr. Yi, please hold on. Suddenly, a young man's voice came from behind. The newcomer, a handsome man in his 30s, was impeccably dressed in a suit, his hair slightly curled, and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose. Though he appeared refined, a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. Upon seeing him, the old director named Zhang quickly donned a sycophantic smile and approached, extending his hand. Ha ha. It's President Isin. What brings you here? Isin didn't even spare Zhang a glance, and simply sidestepped him. Zhang was left awkwardly holding out his hand, feeling utterly embarrassed. Recognizing his bank president, Su Lingban hurried over to Isin, lamenting, President Isin, you must help me. This brat came to our bank to cause trouble and even assaulted me. Isin cast a puzzled glance at him. Who are you? Su Lingban replied mournfully. I am Xiao Su. Hearing this, Isin first glanced at the visibly displeased Qianyu, then at Su Lingban. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he swiftly delivered 2 kicks, sending Su Lingban sprawling. Ouch! Su Lingban cried out, flying backward. Isin, with a serious expression, approached Qianyu and bowed deeply. Mr. Yi, I sincerely apologize. It was my employee who disturbed you. This is entirely my oversight. Please forgive me. Chapter 25, Luo Shi Isin. What? The surrounding crowd was collectively astonished, frozen in disbelief. Watching the subservient president, they felt as though they were in a dream. This was the president of Dongyao Bank, a figure even the heads of first-rate families in the Magic City would personally receive. How could such a person bow an apology to a young man? Even more surprising were the words that followed from the young man before them. I am pleased that you arrived within 3 minutes, but I must express my discontent with your employee's work attitude. I understand, Mr. Yi. I will address this matter and ensure you receive a satisfactory resolution. Isin promptly bowed respectfully again. Then, raising his head, His expression darkened, and his gaze towards Su Lingban turned icy. He coldly stated, effective immediately. I hereby terminate Su Lingban's employment with this bank, and I will notify all enterprises in the Magic City. You need not remain here any longer. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Lingban, disregarding his pain, crawled to Eason's feet, clinging to his leg, and pleading, President Eason, I beg you for another chance. I promise I won't do it again. You can't do this to me. I have an elderly parent and young children. Before he could finish, Eason kicked him away. His tone frigid. If you had offended me, there might have been a glimmer of hope, but you have offended someone I cannot afford to antagonize. Get him out. Yes. Several security personnel quickly moved in, having long since grown weary of the man. Without hesitation, they seized his arms and dragged him away. Eason then turned his gaze toward the visibly sweating Jiang Yixing. When Jiang met Eason's eyes, his heart raced, and he awkwardly laughed. President Eason. I have something to attend to, so I'll be leaving now. Just as he attempted to step away, Eason's cold voice rang out behind him. Cancel all of Jiang Yixing's business dealings, and give him 3 days to repay all debts, or else. Jiang Yixing's eyes widened, and his expression turned fierce. President Eason, that is excessive. Eason sneered. Excessive? I see nothing excessive about it. If you continue to blabber, be cautious of a scandal tomorrow. Jiang Yixing's expression darkened further, and he nodded slightly. President Eason, for the sake of Master Cui, let us just drop this matter. Upon hearing this, Eason burst into laughter, as if he had heard a ridiculous joke. Jiang Yixing, do you think that entering the second-tier circle has made you forget who you are? Even if Cui Sanxiong were here, would he dare to say a word? At that moment, Jiang Yixing finally comprehended the terrifying clout behind Eason. Realizing that even his own superior would have to show deference, he trembled, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, streaming down his plump face. His complexion paling as he became tongue-tied. The more he thought, the more terrified he became, and he suddenly dropped to his knees, repeatedly bowing his head. President Eason, I beg you to spare me. I implore you. Seeing that Eason remained unmoved, he turned to Qianyu, who was silently observing the scene, and crawled over, bowing repeatedly. Mr. Yi, I apologize for my previous insolence. I failed to recognize the mountain before me. Please, I beg you to forgive me. Qianyu calmly regarded Jiang Yixing, who resembled a defeated dog on the floor, and waved his hand. Take him away, it's quite grating. Understood, Mr. Yi. The security captain and his team promptly ejected Jiang Yixing from the premises. Meanwhile, Yi Ningxin, seated nearby, typed a message on her phone. Tell Aunt Hong that a certain fat, bald man named Jiang Yixing has unclean eyes and a filthy mouth. I dislike him, eliminate him. Afterward, she tucked her phone away and skipped over to Qianyu, radiating the innocence of a dutiful little sister. Eason, appearing somewhat stiff, approached Qianyu again and bowed. Mr. Yi, I sincerely apologize. If you are dissatisfied with my handling of this situation, I can rectify it. As he spoke, Eason's eyes turned fierce, and he gestured at his own neck, implying that if Mr. Yi were unsatisfied, he could ensure the offender would never be seen again. In Qianyu's eyes, however, it translated to, no, my friend, it's not necessary. Do the British truly act so ruthlessly? He waved his hand dismissively. It's not required. He then inquired. Your name is Eason? Yes, Mr. Yi. My full name is Luo Shi Eason. I am the 5th in line of the Luo family. Eason introduced himself. The Luo family is considered noble in the UK, ranking among first-tier families, slightly below the 8 great families of the capital. Furthermore, it is little known that the Luo family is supported by the elusive Rothschild financial group. The head of the Luo family has 5 sons, all of whom hold inheritance rights according to family rules. The condition for inheritance is merit, and as the youngest, Eason has the fewest supporters within the family. To secure his claim, he must find alternative ways to gain influence. Having the esteemed golden card holder Qianyu's support presents Eason with his best opportunity to ascend to the position of family head. If he successfully serves this young man well, his ascension would be all but assured, rendering the efforts of his 4 elder brothers futile. Qianyu nodded, glancing at the dazed Xiaobin standing at a distance. That girl is quite impressive. You can offer her the position of team leader. The security personnel are also commendable. Consider promoting them. Eason promptly replied, certainly, Mr. Yi. I will ensure that is done. All right, time is of the essence. Let us discuss this in your office. With that, he took Yi Ningxin's hand and headed toward the elevator. 3 individuals entered the president's office, with Qianyu immediately taking a seat in the office chair. Ethan, standing at the desk like a diligent staff member, inquired, Mr. Yi and this lovely young lady, what would you like to drink? Coke, please, chilled, Qianyu replied casually. Ethan, taken aback, wondered aloud, Coke? Does a person of your stature have a different taste than others? Meanwhile, Yi Ningxin, sitting obediently beside him, raised her hand high, saying, I would like some yogurt. All right, please wait a moment. Ethan awkwardly nodded and went to prepare the drinks. Shortly after, he returned with a chilled Coke and a cup of yogurt. Here you go, he said. Qianyu took a sip of the Coke, exhaling contentedly. Now, let's discuss business. I'm here to arrange a few black cards. I hope you can complete this within half an hour. Is that feasible? Zhuo repeatedly shook his head, assuring. No problem at all, Mr. Yi. Ethan continued, if I may be so bold. Mr. Yi, could you specify what you require? Qianyu pondered for a moment and replied. Please arrange 20 black cards, along with 100 cards each for 1 million, 10 million, and 100 million, all set with the password 000001. Remember to stick that on the back of the cards. Considering the future needs of his family, friends, or significant others, he decided to secure a few extra cards. For anyone else, the process of obtaining a black card is exceedingly tedious. However, those possessing the Supreme Gold card are afforded complete compliance. Understood, Mr. Yi. Please hold on for a moment. Ethan did not hesitate and nodded in agreement. Even if it meant giving up the entire East Asia Bank in Magic City, Ethan would unflinchingly deliver it to him. As Ethan exited the office, the East Asia Bank paused all customer service, and the staff began to busily attend to various tasks. Meanwhile, Qianyu leisurely sipped his chilled Coke. At that moment, having finished her yogurt, Ningxin stealthily approached Qianyu and whispered, Brother Qianyu, why are you applying for so many cards? Qianyu smiled gently, wiping away the yogurt from the corner of her mouth and ruffling her hair. Oh, it's nothing much. Just for fun. Hearing this, Ningxin burst into laughter. Ha, Brother Qianyu, you're so funny. Who plays with this? Then, her little eyes twinkled mischievously. Brother Qianyu. I snuck out. My dad froze my card, and I only have 20,000 left. Now it's gone. Do you think you could give me one? Of course. Qianyu readily agreed. Thank you, Brother Qianyu. Ningxin joyfully hugged Qianyu's neck and planted a kiss on his cheek. After the kiss, she suddenly blushed deeply, lowering her head in silence, steam seemingly rising from her head. Qianyu felt a twinge at the corner of his mouth, thinking, you're blushing like a teapot. It's me who's being taken advantage of here. What a little steam princess. Ningxin chuckled softly, thinking she would dare to do it again next time. Half an hour later, Ethan hurried back into the office, holding a stack of storage cards. He placed the cards on the desk and slightly bowed. Mr. Yi, all the cards you requested are here. We've created special bank cards for you. The yellow ones are for 1 million, the blue ones for 10 million, the red ones for 100 million, and the black ones are the black cards. Excellent. Thank you for your hard work. I will take my leave now. Qianyu stood up, stuffing all the cards into Ningxin's arms, teasingly saying that children should do more work. Ningxin obediently followed behind him, her youthful exuberance belying the immense wealth she now held. Mr. Yi, please take care. If you need anything in the future, feel free to contact me. I will do my utmost to assist you. Ethan respectfully bade farewell to Qianyu, watching the taillights of his departing car with a heavy expression. As if he had made a significant decision, he muttered to himself, this is my chance. I must cultivate a good relationship with this young man. This is my only opportunity to obtain the position of the clan leader. He then narrowed his eyes and made a call. Zhu, Xing Su Ming, and Jiang Yixing. The voice on the other end simply responded, understood. Meanwhile, Jiang Yixing grumbled, here I am, getting my eyes poked and my tongue cut, and now I'm getting sunk again. Am I destined to perish in this chapter? Xiao Su reassured him, Brother Jiang, don't worry, I'm here with you. On the other side, Qianyu placed the cards into the car's storage compartment, and as he closed it, they were already transferred to his system backpack. He casually pulled out a black card and tossed it to Ningxin. Here you go. Use this card whenever you wish to purchase something. Upon seeing it was a black card, Ningxin showed no surprise or hesitation, instead happily tucking it into her small bag. Given her status, acquiring a black card was an effortless task. Just then, Gushang called, informing him that he and Shangwan He were waiting for him at the Jindu Hotel. Qianyu replied affirmatively, I'll be there in 3 minutes, and then accelerated towards the Jindu Hotel. At the entrance of the Jindu Hotel, 2 middle-aged men were already waiting. A black night shadow slowly drove into the hotel, coming to a halt at the front. Qianyu stepped out of the car, his handsome features and tall stature instantly making him the center of attention. Gushang, having seen Qianyu's photo and documents, immediately approached with a warm smile. Hello, you must be Mr. Yi. Qianyu recognized the man before him as Gushang and greeted him with a handshake while engaging in pleasantries. You must be General Gu. You appear younger than I had anticipated. Gushang laughed heartily. Mr. Yi, you flatter me. You are the true young talent. I am but an old man. He then led Qianyu to Shangwan He, solemnly introducing, Mr. Yi, allow me to present to you Shangwan He, the executor of one of the 4 prominent families in Magic City. He then turned to Shangwan He, explaining, Mr. He, this is the Mr. Yi I mentioned who intends to acquire your office building. Don't be misled by his youth. He recently acquired 10% of our Vacheron Constantine shares. Upon hearing this, Shangguan he was slightly taken aback and began scrutinizing the young man before him, becoming increasingly astonished. The calm yet spirited demeanor, the refined elegance coupled with a mature composure, and the ability to meet his gaze directly impressed Shangguan he greatly. After years of holding a high position, he had developed an imposing presence. Typically, clan leaders would avoid making direct eye contact with him, let alone someone as young as Qianyu. Yet, this young man dared to meet his gaze, prompting Shangguan he to regard him with newfound respect. Most notably, the young man was extraordinarily handsome, far surpassing any young talents Shangguan he had encountered before. As Shangguan he assessed Qianyu, the latter was also observing him. Standing at the forefront was a man dressed in a black suit, sporting a traditional 3/7 hairstyle, with a fair, angular face that exuded a sharp, intimidating aura, clearly not someone to be trifled with. It was evident that an executor of one of the 4 prominent families in Magic City would possess considerable acumen to maintain such a position. However, the overall impression he conveyed was one of cultured elegance and refinement. Qianyu thought to himself, no wonder he has a beautiful daughter like Shangguan Qianyu. Just looking at her father, one can see the exceptional genes at play. Ha ha ha, truly impressive for such a young achiever, at your age. I was still drinking and joking with my friends. Shangguan he boisterously laughed, extending his hand to offer unreserved praise. Shu, you truly honor me. With your extensive experience in business, I have much to learn from you. Qianyu smiled humbly, devoid of any arrogance, as they exchanged compliments about their enterprises. Haha, do not underestimate yourself. I speak nothing but the truth, responded Shangguan he, nodding in satisfaction at the young man, remaining calm and modest. At that moment, Gushang interjected. Mr. He, shall we proceed to a room to dine and converse? Oh dear, my apologies. Come, Xianzi. I have prepared several exquisite dishes to treat you today. Shangguan he said cheerfully, leading the two inside. Just then, a girl's voice called out from behind. Qianyu Gij. Wait for me. These shoes are so difficult to wear. It took me a while to put them on. She skipped over to Qianyu and linked her arm through his. Without hesitation, Qianyu playfully tapped her on the head. I told you to take off your shoes. You're acting like a child. Ouch, that hurts. Yi Ningxin pouted, covering her head in feigned grievance. Shangguan he turned to see and raised an eyebrow. Isn't that the little girl from the Yi family in Kyoto? Could this young man be from the Yi family? But I have never heard of this individual before. Surely, he cannot be a love child. Without dwelling on it, he guided them to the largest private room. Please, make yourselves comfortable. This is a bottle of Maodai from 83. Would either of you care for a drink? Shangguan he inquired, holding up a bottle of Maodai. My apologies, Mr. He. But I must return to school tonight, and I'm driving. I promise to share a drink with you next time. Qianyu politely declined. Very well. It's settled then. You must not run off next time. I will substitute tea for wine. Shangguan he declared as he raised a cup of tea and drank it all. Qianyu also lifted his cup to clink it with his. After 3 rounds of tea and 5 courses of food, they finally began discussing serious matters. Xianzi, are you certain you wish to acquire my office building? Wouldn't it be prudent to conduct a thorough investigation before making such a decision? Shangguan he asked with a serious expression. No need. I trust you, Shu. And this acquisition comes highly recommended by Gu Zong. Given that Gu is one of my employees, I have faith in his judgment. Therefore, I trust your character and see no necessity for verification, Qianyu replied, taking a sip of tea. This statement served not only to express his sincerity in acquiring the building, but also to acknowledge Gu Shang's endorsement. Gu Shang appeared momentarily taken aback. His gaze toward Qianyu filled with a hint of admiration, deepening his respect. Shangguan He's look at Qianyu also grew more serious. This young man is exceptional. His intellect and determination far surpass those of typical youth. Who would dare to casually acquire a project worth over 100 billion? Even I would meticulously verify everything before signing a contract. Very well, Xianzi. Originally, I had quoted 170 billion, but since you place such trust in me, I cannot treat you poorly. Let us be friends. I will sell you the office building for 160 billion, Shangguan he said, pulling out the contract to amend the amount. Fortunately, Qianyu reacted swiftly, snatching the contract away and urgently protesting. No, please do not. Let it remain at 170 billion. Just like that, I almost lost 100,000 points. What is wrong with these people, casually discounting several billion? Shangguan he was left bewildered. Gu Shang echoed his confusion. Wait, why would you refuse a discount? This is not merely 10 bucks. We're talking about an entire 10 billion. You can just refuse like that? Both Shangguan he and Gu Shang were momentarily at a loss, save for Yi Ningxin, who remained blissfully unaware, focused solely on her meal. Xianzi, are you truly sure you do not wish to reconsider? Shangguan he asked, uncertainty lacing his voice. No need. Let us proceed as previously discussed. However, if Shu feels uneasy, there is something else I wanted to discuss with you before I arrived, Qianyu continued, breaking off a crab leg. I would like to acquire your hotel as well. I dined here yesterday and found the cuisine quite to my liking. Hence my interest in purchasing it. Might you be willing to part with it? He nearly choked on his tea, sputtering. Are you joking, Qianyu? Pouring more tea for he smiled slightly. Do I appear to be jesting, Shu? I simply find this place delightful and conveniently located near our school, making it a suitable dining establishment. I have researched, and the current value of this hotel in Kyoto is approximately 20 billion. If I acquire it along with the office building, it would total 200 billion. What do you think? After contemplating for a moment, he replied, all right, I agree. Haha. Shu, let us have a toast. Qianyu lifted his tea cup, clinking it gently with he's before downing it in one go. To a pleasant collaboration. They both exclaimed. Soon, the contract was amended to include Jindu Hotel, and Qianyu decisively signed his name. He then called over a waiter. Chunjin, bring the machine. Yes, Mr. He. Moments later, Chunjin entered the room, holding a device. Mr. He, the machine is here. Qianyu took out a black card and handed it to Chunjin. Manager Chun, please facilitate a transfer. Chunjin accepted the black card, politely inquiring, of course, sir. How much would you like to transfer? Qianyu replied nonchalantly, 200 billion. His tone was as casual as if he were requesting 200. Excuse me, sir? Could you repeat that? Qianyu reiterated, 200 billion. Chunjin's eyes widened, glancing at his boss. Upon receiving a nod from he cautiously took the black card and input the amount of 200 billion. He meticulously checked the numbers multiple times, ensuring accuracy, as it was the first time he had ever processed such a substantial transfer. He exerted utmost focus, terrified of mistakenly adding an extra zero. Fortunately, the transfer of exactly 200 billion was successfully completed, and he let out a sigh of relief. The brief moments felt like an eternity, and he was drenched in cold sweat. Chunjin wiped the beads of perspiration from his brow and respectfully returned the black card to Qianyu. Sir, the transfer is complete. Please take care of it. His tone was now even more respectful. A young man who can casually transfer 200 billion is hardly ordinary. Thank you, Manager Chun. Qianyu expressed his gratitude as he accepted the card. At that moment, he turned to Chunjin, saying, Chunjin, the ownership of Jindu Hotel has changed hands. You have managed it well over the years. I do not feel comfortable handing it over to anyone else. So please continue your work here. Xianzi will be your new boss from now on. Chapter 28, He's Speculation. Very well, Mr. He. He then looked at Qianyu with a slight smile. Mr. Yi, I did not expect that after our brief encounter last night, you would become my new boss today. Rest assured, I will wholeheartedly assist you in managing this hotel. Qianyu stood up, patting his shoulder with a smile. Do not be so formal. Continue as you have before. My only requirement is diligence and responsibility. If you work earnestly, I, Yi Mo, will not treat you poorly. From this moment forth, all employees' salaries will be doubled. Chunjin's face lit up with a radiant smile, secretly thinking to himself that this new boss is quite agreeable. Thank you, Mr. Yi. I will share this good news with everyone immediately. Chunjin bowed and hurriedly exited the private room. Just then, the system's voice echoed in Qianyu's mind. Congratulations, host, for spending 200 billion, earning 200 points. As this is the host's first expenditure of 100 billion, a hidden reward, the low-level pro-buy, has been granted. Low-level pro-buy allows viewing of a person's basic information. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Lamborghini Blue Flame. Now parked in the basement of Tengxun No. 1 Villa, and the relevant documents have been stored in the system backpack. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Anya Security Company, whose entire personnel exhibit absolute loyalty to the host. After reviewing the system rewards, Qianyu felt a slight astonishment, not expecting such a substantial reward this time. He then activated the Eye of Insight. Name, He. Identity, eldest son of the Shangwan family in the Magic City. Current executor of the family, Jindu Group. Wife, Mengwan. Daughter, Qianyu. Favorability, 60. He then turned his gaze to Gushang. Name, Gushang. Identity, general manager of Vacheron Constantine in China. Wife, Nun. Son, Nun. Favorability, 65. System, how is favorability classified? Returning to the host, favorability is divided into enemy, indifferent, ordinary, fondness, and life loyalty. An ordinary person's favorability is at 50. If there are murderous intentions towards you, it will drop to negative. Conversely, if favorability rises above 95, they might sacrifice their lives for you. After listening to the system's explanation, Qianyu realized that this could also serve as a means to gauge individuals harboring hostility towards him. He subsequently searched online for information regarding the Lamborghini Blue Flame. Online sources state that the Lamborghini Blue Flame is globally limited to 88 units, with a price tag of 67 million, accelerating from 0 to 100 km/h in just 2.7 seconds, and can reach a maximum speed of 350 km/h, earning the nickname Blue Demon. Not bad. I can take turns driving it. Qianyu muttered to himself before examining the final reward. The Anya Security Company, the most mysterious security firm abroad, with no one yet knowing who the mastermind behind it is. Despite being a security company, all members are elite mercenaries selected through the most rigorous tests, each excelling in various fields. The total number of personnel amounts to 1,000, and their reputation abroad is unparalleled. I now possess a private army of 1,000. With such a formidable force, even the current military superpower, the United States, would feel tremors. Most importantly, these individuals owe me absolute loyalty, answering solely to my commands. Having this mysterious force will lay a solid foundation for my future endeavors. Although I have the system and do not need to worry about my own safety, having additional protection is still necessary. As a grand president of trillions, how embarrassing would it be to lack bodyguards? Even when going out, having a dozen bodyguards in black suits following me would make for an impressive display. Checking his phone, it was nearly 8 p.m., likely indicating that his roommates were returning to the dormitory. Thus, Qianyu stood up, shook hands with Shang Guanhe, and said, "Uncle He, it's getting late. I should head back to school." Shang Guanhe, increasingly satisfied, regarded him as a father-in-law with his future son-in-law, patting his shoulder and smiling. "All right, young nephew Yi. Let's keep in touch. I have a daughter, breathtakingly beautiful, and I think you two would be a perfect match. I'll introduce her to you sometime." Upon hearing this, Qianyu awkwardly chuckled. If the opportunity arises, I will definitely take it. I'll take my leave now. Safe travels, young nephew Yi. Thank you, Uncle He. Just as Qianyu stepped out of the private room, he suddenly remembered something he had forgotten. He quickly returned to the room and grabbed the still engrossed Yi Ningxin, who was happily eating. "Still eating? Let's go? Woo-woo. Just let me have one more bite." Yi Ningxin kicked her legs in the air, but her short stature rendered her efforts futile. Before leaving, she casually snatched a half-eaten oolong and held it in her hand. Shang Guanhe and Gu Shang exchanged glances. Qianyu promptly placed Yi Ningxin in the passenger seat and drove off. Chen Jin and the service staff bid farewell at the door. "Farewell, Mr. Yi." Inside the private room, only Shang Guanhe and Gu Shang remained. Shang Guanhe sat back down and inquired, "Brother Gu, do you know the background of young nephew Yi?" Gu Shang quickly shook his head. "Brother He, I do not know. I received orders from the headquarters yesterday stating that a mysterious young man had offered a 50 premium to acquire 10 of Vacheron Constantine's stocks. The headquarters instructed me to heed his commands. I know nothing else." Hearing this, Shang Guanhe's brow furrowed once more. "Brother Gu, what do you think this young man is really like?" Gu Shang pondered for a moment, looking somewhat perplexed. "Brother He, do you suspect he has connections with the 8 prominent families in Kyoto?" Shang Guanhe stroked his chin, nodding and then shaking his head. "That is possible, but uncertain. I have met the promising youths from the 8 families, and none resemble him. However, I cannot rule out the possibility of an illegitimate child. Such occurrences are not uncommon among families like ours. Yet one thing is clear. This young man is extraordinary. Even the most promising youths from those families would not exude the calm demeanor he possesses." At this point, Shang Guanhe chuckled. "Brother Gu, we have known each other for 10 years. I offer you a piece of advice. If you wish to advance further, young nephew Yi is your key. From my years of experience, this young man has limitless potential. Seize this opportunity tightly, and you shall surely reap rewards in the future." Gu Shang raised his teacup, stood up, and clinked it with Shang Guanhe's. "Thank you for the advice, Brother He." Meanwhile, Qianyu sped across the Huangpu Bridge, his vehicle zipping through the lanes like lightning. He glanced at Yi Ningxin, who was still munching on the oolong, and remarked, "How can such a tiny body accommodate so much?" Yi Ningxin, without looking up, replied, "It's called a small body with a big belly." Qianyu shot her a glance, unhesitatingly retorting, "Eating so much, yet you don't seem to grow." Yi Ningxin, staring at the oolong in her hand, suddenly lost her appetite. Pouting woo-woo, "I'm so small, what can I do? Brother Qianyu, you only know how to bully me." Chapter 29, Silent Kill. Upon returning to the school, the two exchanged greetings before heading to their dorms. Before departing, Yi Ningxin called out to him, reminding him to invite her next time they went out. Qianyu feigned seriousness in his response, inwardly vowing never to bring her along again. It would be too embarrassing. This girl truly suffers from social anxiety. He would need to avoid her in the future. When Qianyu returned to the dormitory, he found his 3 roommates sprawled out on their beds, not even playing games. Well, how have these 3 internet-addicted boys turned into couch potatoes? Hearing his voice, Jin Yuqian barely lifted his head, lamenting, "Old Yi, you have no idea. This afternoon, Several classes next door were envious of our snacks and drinks, so they came to provoke us. I thought that was unacceptable, so we challenged their 5 classes. Qianyu became interested and inquired, "What did you compete in?" Jin Yuqian, shaking off his previous lethargy, perked up excitedly. The boys competed in push-ups. Whichever team could last the longest would win. But those classes didn't play fair. They banded together to take us on single-handedly. Qianyu looked at Jin Yuqian, who was sitting on the bed with a face full of chub and saliva flying everywhere, and replied, "Competing in push-ups doesn't seem to involve you at all, does it?" Then he turned to the other side, where Xiaodian was lying flat, adding, "One chubby one, one skinny one. How come you two are so exhausted lying in bed?" Hearing this, Xiaodian protested, slamming the bed and standing up indignantly. "Old Yi, you can insult my looks, but you cannot insult me for being a couch potato. The reason my brother and I are so tired is that we were shouting encouragement." Qianyu retorted, "TCH. That still makes you a couch potato, right? So did you lose in the end?" New York removed his garments and discarded the wristwatch from his arm onto the table, speaking casually. Fortunately, in the end, he could still rely on Xios to take action. Although Xios usually remained silent, he proved to be the most reliable among them. Yuki chuckled heartily, patting his round belly as he remarked, "You wouldn't know this if you weren't here. But Xios single-handedly subdued over 20 boys from the opposing side without them daring to utter a sound. They left in utter disgrace." Hearing this, New York was slightly taken aback. He glanced at Nxing, who lay on the bed, his heart steady, sweat absent, and breath calm. Utilizing his probing eye, he retrieved the following information. Name, Nxing, identity, first-year student at NMD University, unknown. Father, unknown. Mother, unknown. Affection level, 75. After reviewing the data, New York sighed. Indeed, it was the most rudimentary probing eye, capable only of revealing surface-level information. He then inquired within his mind, "System, can the probing eye be upgraded?" Response to host, "The current version cannot upgrade the probing eye. The system must be upgraded first." How many points are required for that upgrade? To upgrade to System 20, 1 million points are needed. Alright, proceed with the upgrade. 1 million points deducted. The host retains 1 million points. System 20 upgrade commencing, estimated time, 10 minutes. 1, 5, 10. At that moment, Yuki inadvertently caught sight of the wristwatch on the table. He gasped, disregarding his shoes, and rushed to the table to carefully examine the watch. After a lengthy moment, he turned to New York, who had just returned to reality from his thoughts, and asked with uncertainty, "Old Y, you're not telling me this watch is the limited edition 0001 from SHD NTN released this year, are you?" "Oh, it seems to be something like that. I forgot the name. I bought it casually. I don't know much about watches." New York replied nonchalantly without lifting his head. He then pulled out his phone, climbed onto the bed to rest, and seized the opportunity during the system upgrade to address some matters. Observing New York's nonchalant demeanor, Yuki felt utterly speechless. What sort of extraordinary roommate had he encountered upon arriving at this school? As the second young master of the JN family, he could not casually purchase items valued in the tens of millions. Though he could afford it, he would still have to plead with his family for ages to make such a purchase. Conversely, his roommate had effortlessly acquired it in just a day. The extravagance of his spending was unparalleled, even among the elites of JNGD. Yuki, an aficionado of watches, was enamored with the timepiece. In the world of wealth, cars were for the poor, while watches were for the affluent. With his background, he possessed profound knowledge regarding timepieces. New York, entering the phone number provided by the system, said casually, "JNP Angzi, if you like it, I'll gift it to you." "Ha ha, are you serious? You're really giving it to me?" Yuki exclaimed, laughing in disbelief. "Yes, it's just a watch. Ha ha ha, no need, no need. I merely enjoy studying watches." Although Yuki was momentarily tempted, after all, who wouldn't he be swayed by a 20 million watch? He ultimately declined, reasoning that he did not need it and could afford to buy it himself. After toying with it for a while, he returned it to its original spot, adding, "What about the watch box? It's easy to damage if not properly maintained." To which New York replied, "What watch box? I wore it on my wrist when I came back." This left Yuki utterly speechless. He pondered whether he should reconsider his self-introduction. "I am Yuki. I don't care about my friend's wealth, as besides me, there's no one wealthier than YLOD. Ultimately, he decided to let it go and reclined back onto his bed. New York had just input the number to request a friend edition when, in less than 3 seconds, the other party accepted. A message arrived, "Boss. You finally remembered me." New York replied, "What makes you think I abandoned you?" He swiftly typed another message, What should I call you?" The other party sent a crying emoji. Woo, you forgot me, boss. You don't even remember my name. YG New York. System, are you mistaken? Is this truly the notorious head of the security organization? The more I look at him, the more he seems like a clown. System, once it's out, it cannot be returned. YG New York typed 2 words, name. The other party ceased their playful antics and replied, Boss, my name is MSH. And I am the head of the Overseas Dark Knight Security Company. YG New York. All right, I will call you LOM from now on. Tomorrow, send 100 brothers from overseas to MD to establish a security company responsible for my safety, as I will need some tasks handled by you. MSH, understood. Boss. After giving his instructions, YG New York wished to chat with MZRU for a while and inquire about her military training that day. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding. System 20 upgrade complete. The system upgrade is complete? YG New York retracted his thumb from the enter key. He asked the system, what new functionalities have been added? Response to host. This upgrade has added various items to the marketplace and enhanced its comprehensiveness. Additionally, a goodwill return service has been introduced. If the affection level of friends and family exceeds 95 points, hidden rewards will be granted. Upon hearing this, YG New York began to browse the system's marketplace. Basic ability potion, medium 1 point, applicable for level 1 gene lock. Each bottle increases ability by 1 point. Beauty enhancing formula, 10 points, grants a beauty formula with effects 100 times better than current ones. Ideal intelligent machine technology, 50 points. Provides 50 years of intelligent machine technology. Complete intelligent technology, 200 points. Offers a complete and mature intelligent technology from 100 years in the future. The items were abundant, more than double what was previously available. Ding. Host upgrades system version. The system rewards the host with an elite bodyguard squad. Whenever the host encounters danger, a legion of bodyguards will arrive to assist, significantly enhancing the host's safety. System, upgrade the probing eye. Upgrading the probing eye requires 500,000 points. Does the host wish to upgrade? Upgrade. Congratulations to the host for successfully upgrading the probing eye from basic to intermediate, costing 500,000 points. Remaining points, 500,000. YG New York felt a slight warmth in his eyes, which vanished in a split second. He once again directed the probing eye at Qianyu. Name, Qianyu. Identity, first-year student at Qianyu University, unknown. Basic ability, 29. Father, unknown. Mother, unknown. Affection level, 75. YG New York. System, I spent 500,000 points for this, and everything is still unknown. System, host. This individual has a mysterious background, and the intermediate probing I cannot detect. For more accurate assessment, please upgrade to advanced. How many points are required for the advanced upgrade? 1 million points. YG New York, I'll be damned. The intermediate probing, I can't even reveal Qianyu's true identity. This only piques my curiosity further. This taciturn roommate has quite an extraordinary origin. He promptly inquired again, System, what does basic ability signify? It's not referring to the potential of a buddy, is it? I never expected old she to be one who enjoys investing. Response to host. Basic ability refers to human physiological functions. Once a skill exceeds human limits, the gene lock will activate. For instance, if the host currently possesses a strength of 10 points, which is already the human limit, reaching 11 points would unlock the first level of the gene lock, transforming it into 11 points of foundational energy. The most effective method for contemporary humans to surpass the gene lock is through physical training. This individual has a foundational energy of 29 points, indicating their strength has reached that remarkable level. After the system's introduction, Qianyu finally comprehended the situation, gazing at Qianyu with growing astonishment. If his own strength of 10 points feels so formidable, how incredibly powerful must Qianyu be with nearly 3 times that? Is it truly so easy to transcend the limits of humanity? Qianyu's curiosity intensified, prompting him to inquire of the system. In response, this world differs from your original Blue Star. It harbors martial artists, albeit they seldom reveal themselves. They possess methods to break through the gene lock. How is the classification of gene lock levels determined? The gene lock is divided into 9 levels, segmented into 3 tiers: primary, intermediate, and advanced. Foundational energy of 11 to 40 points corresponds to the first level, 41 to 70 points to the second level, and 71 to 100 points to the third level. Further details shall be revealed in due course, as you are not yet worthy of knowing. No cultivation, no cultivation, no cultivation. Qianyu. So, to break through the gene lock, I merely need to consume an intermediate functional potion? Indeed, host. Does this not mean a clear path toward becoming a martial artist? Not entirely, host. The martial artist aspect exists solely to ensure your safety. it does not imply a complete martial artist trajectory. You must still pursue the path of a wealthy individual, integrating the two. Understood, merely providing an explanation for the readers. I comprehend. Upgrade all my foundational energies to their maximum levels. Congratulations, host. All foundational energies have been upgraded to their maximum levels, costing 50,000 points, leaving you with 45 points. Qianyu felt a profound transformation throughout his being and asked the system, can all my functional abilities break through the gene lock? No, only strength, speed, and resilience can surpass it. All others have already reached human limits. Upon hearing this, Qianyu felt a tinge of disappointment, as his aspiration for a comprehensive upgrade shattered. Then, exchange for 40 bottles of intermediate foundational potions. Congratulations, host. Exchange successful, costing 400,000 points, leaving you with 5 points. Ultimately, Qianyu upgraded his strength to 30 points, speed to 20 points, and resilience to 20 points. As the leader, how could his foundational energy be lower than that of the fourth member? Reviewing his personal panel, host, Qianyu. Age, 19. Height, 183 centimeters. Attractiveness, 999, maximum. For readers 10. Strength, 30. Human limit 10. Speed, 20. Resilience, 20. Identity, freshman at Moda University, hidden. Exiting the system panel, Qianyu seemingly recalled something. He opened WeChat. Clicking on the first line of unsent messages, Xiru, how was your first day of military training? Tiring. Upon pressing enter, a response arrived in under 10 seconds. It was a voice message. Qianyu clicked on it, and the sweet, gentle voice of Mu Xiru echoed from his phone. Not tiring. I find military training quite enjoyable. Our coach is also female and treats us very well. When the sun comes out, she takes us to shaded areas, neither fierce nor strict. Instantly, the three roommates who had been lounging perked up, sitting upright, their eyes fixed on Qianyu in unison. Jin Yuqian spoke first. Wow, old Yi. You managed to charm a girl in just one day? Just from the sound, it's clear she's a stunning beauty. Yi Xiaodian chimed in lewdly. Old Yi. You truly are the master of flirting. Xian Nanxing remained silent, his gaze fixed on Qianyu, making him feel uneasy, as if silently accusing him of monopolizing. Qianyu's mouth twitched in exasperation. This is my girlfriend. We've been together since the 3rd year of middle school. What are you all imagining? In fact, my girlfriend mentioned that once military training concludes, there will be a dormitory social event, so you all better be prepared. The trio erupted in unison. Father. Qianyu chose to ignore the 3 mischievous boys, replying to WeChat. Yes, that's best. If the coach were strict, I would worry about you. Mu Xiru sent another voice message. It's all good. Hee, I just finished showering and am lying in bed. Though not tired, my feet feel a bit sore from standing. Chapter 31, Chui Xiaodong. Upon seeing the message, Mu Xiru thought to herself that it was not good. She could imagine the lewd smile on Qianyu's face and sent an eye-roll emoji. Then she took several photos of her slender, fair legs, sending them with a single click. Photo, straight legs. Infringement, delete. Photo, inner 8. Infringement, delete. Photo, kneeling legs. Infringement, delete. She then posted, You've become so indecent now. You used to be very proper, even hesitant to let me hold your hand. Now that you've entered university, you've turned into a lecherous old man. Humph. Qianyu replied, Haha, how can this be called lecherous? It's merely an exploration of human origins. We should explore together when the opportunity arises. Mu Xiru felt her cheeks flush, retorting, No getting too frisky. Subsequently, she disregarded the mischievous boy and snuggled under the covers, giggling. Qianyu fell silent, hastily opening the photos and enlarging them for admiration, occasionally exclaiming in awe. He could not help but exclaim, Wow, these photos are truly radiant. Closing the chat window, he fell into a beautiful slumber. In the days that followed, Qianyu occasionally visited the playground to observe the lovely classmates training, teasing Shangwan Qianyu from time to time. However, most of his time was spent lounging in the dormitory, enjoying the air conditioning while watching videos. Following their earlier competition, Xian Nanxing single-handedly challenged the surrounding classes that had provoked them. In the following days, no one dared to instigate trouble again, and training continued as usual, with daily supplies of watermelon and beverages. Subsequently, as class leader, Qianyu even erected a sunshade at their training site, inciting envy and jealousy among surrounding freshmen. Many reported to the head coach or school officials, ultimately left speechless by Qianyu's retort, My uncle is the principal. With no recourse, they could only retreat in shame. The next day, on the 10th day of military training, Qianyu arrived at the playground with his usual leisurely stride. Marching. 121, 121, 1234. Qianyu strolled to his old spot, where Shangwan Qianyu was already waiting. Today, she wore a blue and white summer uniform, her demeanor pure and refreshing. contrasting starkly with the surrounding chaos. Her eyes curved into crescent moons, and her cheeks bore gentle dimples, presenting a sweet and lovely visage. Leaning against a large tree, her slender, fair legs lay gracefully on the grass. Rays of sunlight illuminated her, creating a halo effect, her silhouette standing elegantly in the sunlight. Reminiscent of a character from an anime. Sensing a shadow beside her, Qianyu gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her smile bright. "You're here." Qianyu smiled slightly. "I just came to take a stroll." As soon as the words left his mouth, he naturally sat down and expertly rested his head on Qianyu's lap. Qianyu was accustomed to this by now, as Qianyu had been doing this for the past few days. Initially, she had rejected the idea of letting him rest his head on her lap, but that day, by sheer coincidence, Ningxin appeared, directly placing Qianyu's head on her own lap, revealing the stark contrast between the two women. Seeing Ningxin's expression as if to say, "Here's your chance, and you're not making use of it," only added to Qianyu's embarrassment. She unexpectedly, like a jealous girlfriend, repositioned Ningxin's head back onto her long legs. Fearing that the little girl Ningxin might reclaim her position, she held onto Qianyu's head even tighter. This caused Qianyu to experience a true sense of suffocation. The scene under the big tree caught the attention of all the students training on the playground. Mixed feelings of jealousy, defiance, and more prominently, envy filled the air as they regarded the couple as a pair of handsome and beautiful individuals, perfectly matched. Some even covertly snapped pictures and posted them on the campus website of Modi University, quickly dominating the top rankings. Isn't that the illustrious school beauty, Qianyu? Who is the boy resting on her lap? That boy is incredibly handsome, far more so than my idol Icon. Could it be that our Qianyu is in a relationship? My dreams of having the school beauty as my goddess seem to have ended before they even began. I want all the information on that handsome young man within 3 days. At the school gate, a red Ferrari drove into the campus, prompting students to hastily step aside. Isn't that the car of young Master Cui? I heard he just started a company valued at 10 billion. Why is he back at school today? Humph. Isn't it all thanks to his family's resources that he reached such a valuation? A sour grape boy scoffed. Brother, you shouldn't say such things casually. Relying on family is still a part of one's strength. Be careful not to let young Master Cui hear you, or you might end up in the hospital for half a year. The sour grape boy, hearing this, shrank back and fled. Young Master Cui's company has just launched. Shouldn't he be at work? Why is he here? Hey, you don't know? An hour ago, there was a photo on the campus website of a boy lying on Qianyu's lap, suggesting she may have a boyfriend. Qianyu is designated by young Master Cui. I suspect he is here to confront that boy. Alas, what a shame for that explosively handsome young man. Cui Xiaodong stepped out of the car, and over 20 boys were already gathered outside. Upon seeing Cui Xiaodong, they collectively shouted, "Young Master Cui." Cui Xiaodong's expression darkened as he coldly remarked, "Why wasn't I informed of this sooner?" The leading boy stepped forward, stuttering, "Thank you, young Master Cui. We didn't pay much attention during freshman military training, and only second-year students and above are permitted inside, unless they are class instructors. We only just found out." Slap. Cui Xiaodong struck him with a backhand, his gaze turning ominous as he said, "I told you to keep a close watch on Qianyu. Is this how you execute your duties?" The surrounding boys lowered their heads, too intimidated to speak. Zhang Yu, who had been slapped, dared not voice his anger and sullenly approached, bowing his head. "I apologize. Young Master Cui." Before he could finish, Cui Xiaodong cut him off sharply. "Shut up. Your words are useless. Take me to find him." "Understood, young Master Cui," Zhang Yu replied, and promptly led over 20 boys toward the playground. "Qianyu, how is it that no one has pursued you given your beauty?" During a lull, Qianyu found a topic to chat about. "Because I have a clingy person by my side, no one dares to pursue me. It's quite nice, actually. I don't have to worry about anyone bothering me." Qianyu replied nonchalantly. Just then, a voice that sounded like a duck quacking echoed from afar, growing closer. "Who dares to touch my woman?" "My woman, Qianyu, is not someone you can lay a hand on." Chapter 32, Confrontation on the Playground. Hearing the voice, Qianyu did not immediately rise. Instead, she squinted slightly to glance at the approaching figure. The leader was a youth around 20 years old, clad in a black Armani suit, with a white shirt and red tie beneath, complemented by white trousers and polished black shoes. Just from his attire, he exuded the air of a privileged young master. Although he appeared well-groomed, Qianyu couldn't help but internally mock, "Aren't you feeling hot wearing that in this weather? What are you all doing here? This is a military training area. Please leave." Wang Jian was the first to step forward to intervene, sensing the situation was deteriorating. "Instructor, please be quiet. I am here to resolve a personal issue. It will only take 10 minutes, Cui Xiaodong arrogantly replied, patting his suit. Wang Jian remained steadfast. "Student, if you have personal matters, Please wait until military training is over to resolve them privately. This is a training ground. You must leave immediately. Cui Xiaodong shot him a glance, and at that moment, a hurried figure approached, revealing the chief instructor. He obsequiously offered a cigarette to Cui Xiaodong, nodding and bowing. Young Master Cui, I owe my position as chief instructor to third master S promotion. Cui Xiaodong accepted the cigarette and placed it between his lips, casually stating, "Oh, so my father promoted you. Then you know how to handle this matter, right?" Bai Lei nodded eagerly, pulling out a lighter to light Cui Xiaodong's cigarette. "I understand. Young Master Cui." He then turned to Wang Jian, his demeanor shifting to stern. "Wang Jian, I order you to return to your squad immediately. Stay out of this matter." "But, Bai," Wang Jian attempted to protest, but was silenced by Bai Lei's sharp tone. "Hurry back. This is not something you can interfere with. The Cui family is not to be trifled with. Don't attract his ire. Remember your elderly mother at home. Hurry back. This is an order. Return to your squad at once, or face military discipline." Wang Jian gritted his teeth, but thinking of his aged mother, he finally relented and turned to leave. As Wang Jian departed, Bai Lei resumed his obsequious demeanor, approaching Cui Xiaodong. "Young Master Cui, I will give you 10 minutes. Please leave after that." Cui Xiaodong nodded, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Thank you, Instructor Bai. 10 minutes will suffice." Upon hearing this, Bai Lei glanced at Yi Qianyu's lap, where Yi Qianyu was still lying, shook his head with a sigh, and departed. "Alas, kid, I can't help you. You offended someone from the Cui family." Cui Xiaodong stepped forward, seething with anger at seeing his beloved girl so close to another boy. "Kid, do you think you can touch my woman? Get off Qianyu's lap immediately." Yi Qianyu merely smiled faintly and did not rise. Instead, she placed her hand on Shangwan Qianyu's shoulder. He met Cui Xiaodong's gaze, brimming with provocation. Cui Xiaodong's eyes nearly ignited with fury as he barked, "You, brat. Let go of her. Damn it. I haven't touched her in all these years, and now this clueless kid has stolen her from me." Shangwan Qianyu was taken aback, her face flushing crimson as the warmth spread to her neck. How could he have gotten so close? She had never let another boy touch her before. She swiftly swatted Yi Qianyu's hand away, unable to meet his gaze, and shyly exclaimed, "WH, what are you doing? How can you?" Yi Qianyu withdrew his hand, somewhat reluctantly. He then activated his observation ability. Name, Cui Xiaodong. Identity, third-year student at Modu University, son of Cui San, one of the 4 great families of Modu. Father, Cui Sanqiu. Mother, Lin Yuan. Favorability, 0. He stood up, brushing off the grass from his clothes, and smiled. "So you are the clingy person my beloved Qianyu mentioned?" Hearing him refer to her as beloved, Shangwan Qianyu's face once again flushed with embarrassment. Cui Xiaodong's deep, cold eyes darkened further. "Kid, do you know that Shangwan Qianyu is the woman I have chosen? Do you know what the consequences are for provoking me, Cui Xiaodong?" Yi Qianyu maintained an air of nonchalance as he replied indifferently, "I do not know who Cui Xiaodong is, nor do I wish to know the consequences. For you are not worthy of my concern." The moment these words left his lips, the atmosphere froze in disbelief. Those who accompanied Cui Xiaodong recognized his formidable reputation at Modu University and stared at Yi Qianyu in astonishment. Many first-year students, unfamiliar with Cui Xiaodong's notorious standing, found Yi Qianyu rather dashing. However, the local students were acutely aware of the Cui family's infamy and admired Yi Qianyu's audacity. After a moment, Cui Xiaodong coldly remarked, "You are quite bold, young man, to declare that I, Cui Xiaodong, am unworthy. What gives you the courage? Even if you are a tiger, you should lie down. If you are a dragon, you ought to coil." Leaning against the tree trunk, Yi Qianyu casually placed his hands in his pockets and responded playfully, "Then enlighten me with your reasoning." Cui Xiaodong, misinterpreting Yi Qianyu's demeanor as a sign of submission, sneered, "All you have to do is kneel and crawl through my legs. Then run around the playground naked, and I will forgive you. Otherwise, I shall break your hands and feet." The statement elicited gasps from the crowd. The 3 members of Dormitory 608, standing on the track, looked visibly distressed. Xia Nanqing was about to rush forward to confront Cui Xiaodong, but was held back by Jin Yuqian, who said, "Xiao Si, do not act impulsively. I trust Lao Yi to handle this. His background is not ordinary, and a mere Cui family cannot intimidate him. Let us simply enjoy the spectacle." Shangwan Qianyu stepped in front of Yi Qianyu, glaring furiously. "Cui Xiaodong, I am not yours to meddle with. Leave now." Cui Xiaodong chuckled, "Qianyu, I am aware that your family is facing serious financial troubles, though the news has been suppressed. If not resolved, you risk falling from the ranks of Modu's 4 great families. I believe that should you fall from the 4 families, other forces will soon devour you. The simplest solution is a marriage alliance with the Cui family. Should you marry me, I can persuade my father to provide you with the urgent funds needed to navigate this crisis." Shangwan Qianyu scoffed, "Such sweet talk. In the end, you only wish to devour our family's shares. Spare me this charade." Do you think everyone is as foolish as you? Cui Xiaodong's eyes twitched, rendered speechless. And he could only glare at Yi Qianyu behind Shangwan Qianyu, derisively saying, hiding behind a woman, you are truly pathetic. Chapter 33. Cui Xiaodong is defeated. Yi Qianyu's playful gaze turned icy as he fixed his calm stare on Cui Xiaodong. Zhang Yu, standing nearby, sought to redeem himself and quickly interjected, Kid, do you even know who Cui Xiaodong is? Let me tell you, you are in deep trouble today. Yi Qianyu walked around Shangwan Qianyu and cast a glance at Zhang Yu, whose heart nearly faltered under Yi Qianyu's frigid gaze. He replied, do you think you have the right to interject while I am speaking with your master? He then approached Cui Xiaodong, looking down upon him, and reiterated, do you know what you were saying? Cui Xiaodong, somewhat intimidated by Yi Qianyu's presence, stammered, what I meant was, you should kneel, and, before he could finish, a resounding slap echoed as Yi Qianyu struck him across the face. Instantly, Cui Xiaodong's right cheek swelled visibly. You dare? Cui Xiaodong exclaimed in disbelief, staring at Yi Qianyu's hand, unable to fathom that someone would dare to strike him. Blood spattered as he spat out two of his white teeth. The crowd fell silent, their eyes wide in shock. How could he? He actually struck the face of Cui Xiaodong. Am I seeing this correctly? As Cui Xiaodong, now resembling a wild animal, pointed at Yi Qianyu, he began to bark threats, you little, but before he could finish, another slap landed on his left cheek. Bow to you? How ridiculous. You think you deserve such respect? With swift strikes, Yi Qianyu unleashed a barrage of blows. The surrounding students could only watch in wide-eyed disbelief. None dared to intervene. Even as Zhang Yu led a group of over 20, all too frightened to act. They were merely students, after all, and had no intention of engaging in a real fight. Cui Xiaodong, howling in pain, pleaded for mercy. Stop. I won't make you kneel or run naked. Another slap silenced him. Where is your bravado now? Yi Qianyu taunted. What about that confidence of yours? He continued to strike, leaving Cui Xiaodong a crumpled heap on the ground. After what felt like an eternity, Yi Qianyu finally paused, shaking his aching hand. His gaze was as cold as an eagle in the night, proud and imposing. He turned to the group of students who had accompanied Cui Xiaodong, causing them to retreat in fear. Does anyone wish to avenge your master? Zhang Yu stammered, and no, not at all. Just then, Cui Xiaodong's muffled voice emerged. Damn it. All of you attack. Break his hands. I will reward anyone who breaks one of his hands with 100,000. No, 1 million. As Zhang Yu and the others hesitated, Yi Qianyu's next move petrified them. He disdainfully approached Cui Xiaodong, delivering a powerful kick that sent him sprawling to the ground, then stepped on his wrist. A sickening crack echoed as bones shattered. My hand. Cui Xiaodong screamed in agony, collapsing into unconsciousness. The crowd held their breath, stunned into silence, each student gazing at Yi Qianyu with disbelief and terror. He actually broke Cui Xiaodong's hand. This is madness. Zhang Yu gritted his teeth and mustered the courage to step forward. You, how could you break Cui Xiaodong's hand? You are finished. I assure you, you are done for. Yi Qianyu merely smiled in disdain. Remove his clothes, or you will share his fate. Zhang Yu, paralyzed by fear, struggled to form words. I will count to 3. 3, 1. Zhang Yu stammered. Wait, you can't count like that. Yi Qianyu's piercing gaze bore into him as he advanced step by step. Terrified, Zhang Yu blurted, I'll do it. Just don't come closer. Without further ado, Zhang Yu squatted down in front of Cui Xiaodong and swiftly stripped him of his clothes, leaving him completely bare. Cui Xiaodong lay on the ground, vulnerable and exposed, causing the nearby girls to blush and lower their heads in embarrassment. Fortunately, he was unconscious. Otherwise, this would be a social death far worse than mere humiliation. Shangwan Qianyu also quickly averted her gaze, muttering under her breath, how can this be happening? What a villain. After removing Cui Xiaodong's clothing, Zhang Yu stood up, trembling as he asked, Big brother, is that enough? Can we leave now? Yi Qianyu waved his hand dismissively. Get out. And take this fool with you. Tell him not to think he can act recklessly just because he is from the Cui family. If he continues to trouble me, breaking a hand will be the least of his worries. Zhang Yu nodded repeatedly, then called a few others to carry the naked Cui Xiaodong away, retreating from the playground in utter disgrace. Previously, the grandeur of their arrival was matched only by the disarray of their departure. Within less than half an hour, the school's official website surged in popularity once more. A video depicting Cui Xiaodong being carried naked from the playground dominated the campus trending searches for an extended period. The shocking headlines read, Shocking. Cui Xiaodong defeated and carried out naked. Shocking. Mysterious youth charges for love, and shocking. Mysterious youth, heir of the Cui family. The instigator, Yi Qianyu, once again ascended to the pinnacle of popularity, prompting speculation about the identity of this new freshman. Not only had he captured the affections of the campus beauty Shangwan Qianyu, but he had also rendered the well-connected Cui Xiaodong incapacitated and stripped him of his clothing. This act was not merely a slap in the face to Cui Xiaodong, but also a deliberate humiliation of the Cui family. Some conjectured that the individual must possess remarkable lineage to dare such an act, while others mocked his audacity, betting that he would not last a week before facing retribution from the Cui family. Nevertheless, the majority engaged in the discourse as mere spectators. On the playground, Shangguan Qianyu gazed at the strikingly handsome figure before her heart racing with each glance. Spiraling her thoughts into a whirlwind, did he truly risk offending Cui Xiaodong for my sake? Am I truly that significant to him? Could it be that he genuinely harbors feelings for me? But we have only known each other for a few days. Oh dear, what am I even thinking? Chapter 34, The Scheming Yi Ningxin. Just as Shangguan Qianyu was lost in her reverie, Yi Qianyu approached her, unaware of her distraction. Hey, what are you thinking about? You seem completely unresponsive. He waved his hand in front of her eyes, and upon receiving no reply, he playfully patted her shoulder and called out. I wasn't thinking about anything. Jolted back to reality, Shangguan Qianyu quickly adjusted her bangs to conceal her embarrassment. Could it be? You little girl, are you falling for me? Yi Qianyu teased, leaning closer with a wide grin revealing his pearly whites. Who is falling for you? Don't spout nonsense. Flustered by his teasing, Shangguan Qianyu playfully tugged at Yi Qianyu's waist, causing him to wince slightly. Ouch, you're fierce. If there's nothing, then there's nothing. That is for the best. As I already have a girlfriend. He chuckled, rubbing his sore side. Humph. Shangguan Qianyu's heart inexplicably fluttered, and with a soft huff, she turned away, attempting to dismiss him. After a moment's thought, she turned back, extending her finger to poke Yi Qianyu's arm with concern. You broke Cui Xiaodong's dignity and stripped him bare. Aren't you worried about his retaliation? She continued. I can ask my father to intervene and resolve this matter. Just as she prepared to leave, Yi Qianyu stopped her, insisting. No need, I will handle this. He wished to avoid owing Shangguan Qianyu a favor, believing he could manage the situation on his own. However, Shangguan Qianyu grew anxious. Yi Qianyu, do you realize the standing of the Cui family in Modu? Do you comprehend their fearsome reputation? They could kill you. Yi Qianyu flashed a smile, gently tousling her hair. His expression then shifted to one of seriousness, his tone steady. Rest assured, the Cui family is of little concern to me. They would not mobilize their forces for someone as insignificant as Cui Xiaodong. If they dare to provoke me again, well, I wouldn't recommend turning the 4 prominent families of Modu into 3. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Qianyu's pupils dilated in shock, staring at the calm young man before her. What did he just say? He suggested transforming the 4 prominent families of Modu into 3. Those families possess assets in the trillions. Even the illustrious families of Kyoto would hesitate to utter such threats against the Cui family. What confidence allows him to speak so boldly? Yet, the conviction in his tone conveyed a sense of capability. Enough overthinking. You should rest for a while, Yi Qianyu said, patting her head before moving towards his roommates. Boss, you are so cool, Yi Xiaodian exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. Ha ha ha, it was nothing, Yi Qianyu replied, basking in the praise. Jin Yuqian then stepped forward. Speaking in a serious tone, do you need my assistance? I can help deal with the Cui family. Yi Qianyu regarded Jin Yuqian with a knowing smile. No need. It's just a minor issue. He had previously explored Jin Yuqian's background and was not surprised by his offer. Name, Jin Yuqian. Identity, freshman at Moda University. Second son of the Jin family, one of the 8 prominent families of Kyoto. Father, Jin Yue. Mother, Leah. Sister, Jin Yenying. Specialty, exceptional talent in business. Base ability, 25. Favorability, 80. Yi Qianyu was most astonished by Jin Yuqian's base ability of 25, which he had not anticipated. A silent acknowledgement, indeed. He was from a prestigious family. In contrast, Yi Xiaoyan's background was the most ordinary, reflecting that of a typical student. Yet, even his ordinariness was noteworthy. Name, Yi Xiaodian. Identity, freshman at Moda University, child of an ordinary family from Linjiang County. Founder of the hacker organization, Red Star. Father, Yi Datian. Mother, Lin Xiao. Specialty, exceptional skills in computing. IQ, 9. After reviewing the information of his 3 dorm mates, Yi Qianyu thought to himself, none in my dorm is ordinary. He pondered whether this was a result of his system's arrangement. When he inquired about it, the system succinctly responded, this is a passive effect of the protagonist's halo. He was left speechless. Finally, Xian Nanqing approached and asked, should we wait until Cui Xiaodong is discharged from the hospital and then ambush him at the intersection? Yi Qianyu replied, no, Xiaoxi, I usually find you quite honest, yet you have a cunning side. Jin Yuqian chimed in with a smirk, no need. A mere grasshopper isn't worth the time. If he dares to provoke me again, I have a plan ready. Yi Qianyu waved dismissively and leisurely departed. Old Yi, where are you off to? What else? Back to the dorm to enjoy the air conditioning and play games. It's far too hot to spend time with you guys. I don't need military training. In the girls' dormitory, Yi Ningxin had not sought out her brother Qianyu today. Instead, she lay on her bed, bored, scrolling through the campus forum. Clad in an oversized white t-shirt, her delicate feet swung playfully in the air. Her tousled light yellow hair cascaded down her back, with arching brows and captivating eyes that seemed to draw one in. At that moment, she furrowed her brow, resting her chin on her hand, gazing at the headline about Cui Xiaodong's downfall. A mere second-generation heir of the Cui family dares to trouble my brother Qianyu? Yi Ningxin clenched her small fists, puffing out her cheeks in a fierce yet adorable manner, determined to have her father resolve this matter. She reached for her phone to call him, but hung up immediately after dialing. A chilling smile crept onto her lips. No, merely warning them won't suffice. They must pay a price for their insolence. Hee. Thus, she composed a brief account detailing the Cui family's dark history, accompanied by photos of Cui Xiaodong's humiliation, and sent it out. Before long, the chaos ensued. Various media outlets have reported extensively, catapulting the topic into the top 10 of the trending list on the nation's largest social platform, Dia. As time progressed, the rankings surged further, reaching a level of notoriety. Cui Xiaodong and the Cui family became the subject of gossip among netizens. Even the market value of some of the Cui family's enterprises plummeted due to this incident. The actions of Yi Ningxin alone resulted in a staggering loss of nearly 10 billion for the Cui family. Chapter 35, Undercurrents. Yi Ningxin set her phone down, satisfied, and clapped her hands. That's what you get for provoking my dear Qianyu Gij. Then, suddenly recalling something, she picked up her phone again to call Yi Qianyu via WeChat. Hello, what's up, Xiao Ningxin? Yi Qianyu, just returned to his dormitory, answered promptly upon seeing it was Yi Ningxin calling. Qianyu Gij, I just saw you on the campus forum. You looked so handsome. Yi Ningxin's sweet, gentle voice emerged from the phone, omitting any mention of her recent actions. That's just a trifle. I'm not even 1% as handsome as you think. Yi Qianyu replied with a hint of arrogance. Indeed, Qianyu Gij is the most handsome. Yi Ningxin did not contest his claim, readily agreeing with the compliment. Xiao Ningxin, you didn't call just to flatter me, did you? Of course not. I wanted to ask if you need my help taking down the Cui family. No, you need not intervene. Just focus on your studies. Yi Qianyu declined, though he was genuinely touched. Okay. Yi Ningxin felt a tinge of disappointment. Such an exciting opportunity had slipped away. All right then, I'll hang up. I need to rest for a bit. Okay, Qianyu Gij, bye. With that, Yi Ningxin decisively ended the call and resumed scrolling through campus posts. If she spotted anyone disparaging her Qianyu Gij, she would transform into a fierce defender, relentlessly countering their remarks. At the Cui family's private hospital in the bustling metropolis, a well-maintained woman in her 30s stood anxiously by the bedside of Cui Xiaodong. Clad in a form-fitting black gown, she exuded elegance, but her eyes betrayed a flicker of murderous intent. Beside her stood a brooding man in his 50s, tall and imposing, with a hint of bloodlust concealed beneath his eyes. The lead surgeon entered the room, removed his mask, and sighed. Mr. Cui, Mrs. Lin, I'm afraid your son has suffered a comminuted fracture in his arm. We can only preserve his hand, but returning it to its original state is beyond our capabilities. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan's brow furrowed, and her expression turned cold. Dr. Zhang, are you implying that my son's hand is ruined? Yes. At this revelation, the previously silent Cui Xiaodong erupted in a frenzy of rage. Get out, you useless fool. Get out of my sight. The man beside him then spoke coldly. Silence. Dr. Zhang, please leave. Understood, Mr. Cui. Dad, Cui Xiaodong was silenced by a glare from the man. Do you realize the extent of your disgrace? You've embarrassed the entire Huaxia. Other families are laughing at the Cui family. Not only have we lost billions, but we've also lost face. Cui Xiaodong, drenched in cold sweat, trembled as he replied, Dad, I didn't know. I just wanted to regain my honor. I never anticipated it would turn out like this. The coldly beautiful woman stated flatly, this mess is of your own making. You must find a way to resolve it yourself. Furthermore, that boy must pay a price. The Cui family's dignity cannot be trampled upon so easily. With that, she turned to the man beside her, a glint of malice in her eyes. Cui Sanqiong, what shall we do about our son? He dared to cripple my son. I will ensure he pays tenfold. Humph, of course we must seek vengeance for my son. Cui Sanqiong regarded his son lying in bed, his brow furrowing slightly. Do you know anything about the background of the man who did this to you? Cui Xiaodong shook his head repeatedly. No, I don't know. Cui Sanqiong scolded him angrily. Fool. You don't even know who you're provoking, and you recklessly sought trouble with someone. Do you think being a Cui family heir in this metropolis means you can act with impunity? Cui Xiaodong, silenced by his father's wrath, dared not speak. Dad. Cui Sanqiong interrupted him coldly. Humph. Be quiet. That man dared to cripple you knowing you are the Cui family's young master, which indicates he possesses a background that intimidates you. Then what should we do, Dad? Wait for me to investigate his background first, even if he has connections. In this metropolis, we still hold the power. All right, focus on your recovery. Yes, Dad. Cui Sanxiong nodded, and then left with a parting remark to take care of his injuries. Once his father departed, Cui Xiaodong sighed in relief. The authority his father wielded was intimidating even to him. As Cui Sanxiong exited the hospital room, a bodyguard promptly offered him a cigar, expertly lighting it for him. He inhaled deeply and instructed, "Find out the details of the person who harmed my son." "Yes, young Master Xiong." Inside the hospital room, Lin Yuan gazed at her beloved son lying on the bed, her heart aching. "Son, does it hurt?" "It hurts terribly, Mother. Once I'm discharged, I'll arrange a marriage with the Shangguan family. This injury will be avenged through that wretched Shangguan Qianyu." Cui Xiaodong gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with hatred. "Very well, I will ensure Shangguan Qianyu becomes your wife. If she resists, I have ways to make her comply." Recently, the Shangguan family had been struggling with a financial crisis and internal conflicts, presenting an opportune moment for them to exploit. Upon hearing this, Cui Xiaodong was overjoyed and quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Mother. Now, focus on your recovery for the next few days." "Yes, Mother." Meanwhile, on the other side, things were not faring well for Beiji. In the boys' dormitory, room 608, Yi Qianyu had just finished his shower. As he lay on his bed, intending to rest, he found himself unable to drift off to sleep. Deciding to pass the time, he opened the trending Dia app and leaned against the stainless steel railing of his bed, scrolling through videos while occasionally commenting, "Wow, this outfit is so white. Oh, this pants are so long." He had previously considered the idea of exchanging gifts for points. With a spirit of experimentation, Yi Qianyu sought out the recharge button and began the process. "I'll start with 10 billion. The recharge interface of Dia limited him to a maximum of 1 million per transaction. After breaking the 10 billion into 100 transactions, he finally succeeded. Even recharging was such a hassle, he thought he might suggest to the Dia owner to expand the recharge options in the future. Yi Qianyu shook his tired hands, muttering to himself, if anyone overheard him, they would surely label him as mad. Who gets exhausted simply from recharging? Just as Yi Qianyu contemplated casually browsing a live stream, a thought struck him. He addressed the system in his mind. "System, you wouldn't be considering rewarding me with Dia shares while I'm gifting, would you?" "Host, you surprisingly guessed it." "System, I warn you, don't." Receive. Chapter 36, The Dancing Lanlan. Without further ado, Yi Qianyu got to work. He immediately navigated to the live streaming section, specifically the area for attractive streamers. Not for any particular reason, but for the sake of his mental well-being. Yi Qianyu aimlessly browsed through dozens of streamers, noting that about half of them had a beauty rating of 8 out of 10. In real life, a score of 8 would typically classify someone as beautiful. However, on the internet, with the beauty filter applied, even a pig could be transformed into a beauty. Thus, Yi Qianyu felt no attraction towards these seemingly beautiful and alluring women. In reality, whether it be Mu Ziru, Shangguan Qianyu, or that little girl Yiningxin, they all surpassed the standard of beauty by a considerable margin. Although he was there to accumulate points through gifts, he felt like a fool for doing so with them. As Yi Qianyu continued to browse, he unexpectedly stumbled upon a dance streamer named Lanlan Ai Tiao Wu. Her appearance exuded an air of purity. She donned a delicate white and blue traditional hanfu, her face partially obscured by a light veil, rendering her features indistinct. Standing elegantly, her posture was graceful. Her black hair flowed like clouds, and her eyes sparkled with a mesmerizing charm, making her appear almost ethereal. Her skin was as fair as snow, smooth and delicate, as if one could feel her warmth through the screen. She swayed her slender waist with gentle steps, revealing her delicate wrist beneath the veil. Her eyes shimmering like spring water, her fingers slender like green onions, and her lips a shade of rosy red, captivating hearts with every smile. She twirled gracefully before the screen, performing a renowned ancient dance, in I Chong Yui Wu. Utilizing the eye of insight, he discerned her name, Luo Xiaolan. Her identity, a third-year student at the Hangqing Dance Academy, a Dia streamer with 100,000 followers. Her specialties included dancing, singing, and playing the guzheng. Beauty score, 82. A childhood burn left a scar on her face. Affection level, 50. Physical purity, 100. After reading the introduction, Yi Qianyu nodded in approval. Deeming this girl quite impressive, a talented streamer, he made up his mind, she was the one. Thus, he clicked to enter her live stream. Upon entering, he noted the audience count was around 300. The number of viewers was genuine, reflecting reality without any virtual inflation. Unless a studio operated hundreds of phones, such numbers were insignificant for larger streamers. As Yi Qianyu entered the live stream, he observed viewers engaging in conversation. Lanlan, I'll send you a big rocket if you take off your veil. Exactly, let everyone see Lanlan's true appearance. Lanlan, if you remove your veil, I'll top the leaderboard in a heartbeat, declared a top-tier freeloader. The top rank for Lanlan has reportedly surpassed 2 million. And I heard it's a rich second-generation student pursuing her. Dude, if you top the leaderboard, I'll eat poop standing on my head. Another freeloader trying to swindle a meal. I've documented 78 of them this month. At this rate, the price of poop is going to double. Haha. Suddenly, a super rocket exploded on the screen, transforming into a fireball. Liang Shenmeijing sent a super rocket. ISNT that are Lanlan's top supporter. Director Liang? Ha. Director Liang has come to see Lanlan. When will Director Liang finally win Lanlan over? The barrage of comments quickly filled the screen, all praising the individual known as Liang Shenmeijing. Liang Shenmeijing, Lanlan, our school is hosting a welcome party soon. I'd like to invite you to be my dance partner. Luo Xiaolan glanced at the comments, furrowing her brow upon recognizing it was from Liang Xiao. She decided to decline politely. I'm sorry, Liang Xiao, but my school has its own performances. You should find someone else. Also, please refrain from sending me gifts. I do not need them. After saying this, she resumed her dance. She had no feelings for Liang Xiao, and his reputation at school was quite poor. It was said that he abused his wealth to act with impunity, and once, after getting drunk, he assaulted a sophomore girl, leading her to take her own life due to the humiliation. As the perpetrator, Liang Xiao used his family's influence to hush the matter with a hefty sum. Therefore, she had no desire to associate with him in any way. However, Liang Xiao, oblivious to her disinterest, persisted in his pursuit. He had a peculiar habit of using money to seduce women, particularly those with an innocent demeanor. The more innocent they appeared, the more exhilarating he found it. He had noticed Luo Xiaolan 3 months prior while browsing Dia, captivated by her traditional attire. Upon discovering that she was a student from a neighboring school, he began to pursue her, convinced that as a mere internet celebrity, he could easily win her over with his financial power. Yet, after spending over 2 million in her live stream over the course of 3 months, Luo Xiaolan remained indifferent, even deliberately avoiding him, which frustrated Liang Xiao. Unable to comprehend why his money had not swayed her, he resorted to coercion. He sent 4 more super rockets in quick succession, as expected of Director Liang. 5 super rockets in one go. In mere seconds, that's 10,000, equivalent to my 2-month salary. Director Liang is generous. Lanlan, why not just accept him? If I were a woman, I would have already been with Director Liang. How can you all be like this? Love cannot be forced. Lanlan, we support you. Liang's wealth is nothing but a facade. What the person above said resonates. The Lan family will always stand with the streamer. Just as the two factions were exchanging barbs, suddenly, a castle appeared on the screen. The entire live stream was enveloped in radiant effects for a full 8 seconds. This sea castle was the most extravagant gift Qianyu could find, costing 5,000. What the heck? A wealthy patron has arrived. They don't just make a small gesture, but rather, they present a castle. Suppressing his anxious heart, he smiled and thanked. Thank you to the kind young man for the sea castle. What kind of dance would you like to see? I will perform one for you. Qianyu casually typed a response. Just dance as you wish. Alright. Then I will perform a new piece I learned. Dai Fei Hua Wu. At that moment, Liang Qiao felt utterly humiliated. In a moment of self-reflection, Lu Xiaolan found herself disregarded despite her generous offerings. Especially during this critical juncture, an unwelcome interruption occurred. Qian Zai, my brother, are you opposing me? Qianyu queried with a hint of disbelief. Brother, your actions are quite embarrassing for me. He retorted. Are you out of your mind? Do I even know you? Qianyu shot back. Liang Qiao, infuriated, exclaimed, how dare you insult me? Mate, if you lack funds, perhaps you should refrain from courting women. To spend lavishly and then demand refunds? How disgraceful. Go play elsewhere. Qianyu mocked. As the music began to play, Lu Xiaolan gracefully swayed her hips, embodying a delicate allure. Liang Qiao, feeling cornered, proceeded to send 10 maritime fortresses as a display of his frustration. Just wait and see what a true maritime fortress looks like. However, before he could utter a threatening remark, a deluge of fortresses rained down in the live stream. Qian Zai sent out Maritime Fortress 1, followed by Fortress 2, Fortress 3, and so forth. Within a minute, Qianyu had dispatched a staggering 100 maritime fortresses. The momentum continued, and Lu Xiaolan's popularity skyrocketed, propelling her to the top of the hourly rankings within moments. Confused viewers entered the stream, initially bewildered by the visual spectacle, then subsequently astonished, and ultimately in awe. Curious onlookers began to inquire about the circumstances, learning that the top-ranked individual had leveraged his wealth and influence to coerce the host into becoming his girlfriend, threatening to withdraw his financial support otherwise. It was only when a mysterious benefactor emerged that the current scene unfolded. New viewers joined Lu Xiaolan's camp, launching verbal assaults against Liang Chao's supporters. Outnumbered, the latter retreated from the live stream. What's with this Liang fellow? Just because he has a little money doesn't mean he can act superior. Liang Shenmaijing. If you think you're wealthy, why not face off with Qianzong? Why back down? Qianzong is formidable. Qian Zizai continued to send maritime fortresses, with amounts like 520, 1314, and 5200, and the flow did not cease. The viewers fell silent, save for the sporadic remarks praising Qianzong. The entire audience was left in shock at the display, while Liang Chao, the instigator, had quietly exited the live stream. I don't even know what to say. Who exactly is this Qianzong? He has sent over 6,000 fortresses, totaling an astonishing 30 million. This is beyond mere extravagance. Regardless, this mysterious benefactor has earned my unwavering loyalty. Qianzong, do you need a loyal follower? Just tie me up there. In a matter of moments, the entire Dia platform witnessed a cascade of fortresses. For half an hour, the spectacle continued uninterrupted. A streamer in the midst of a League of Legends session abandoned his game to witness the unfolding event, earning him the moniker Orphan Streamer from his fans. Who is this godly benefactor? He has catapulted the popularity rankings to 8 billion. A comedic gaming female streamer jokingly announced, "Dear family, let us go pay a visit." More and more streamers, accompanied by their fans, flocked to Lu Xiaolan's live stream, causing the viewership to surge from 300,000 to 500,000 within moments, nearly overwhelming the server. Fortunately, the admin recognized the situation in time and summoned technicians to expand the server capacity to manage the colossal influx of data. As the numbers continued to rise, the admin reported the situation to higher authorities while Lu Xiaolan, the host, found herself in utter astonishment. Having been a streamer for over a year, she had encountered many wealthy patrons, yet none compared to this mysterious benefactor's unparalleled generosity. It was as if he viewed money as trivial, akin to burning paper money during Qingming Festival. Without hesitation, he had dispatched 6,000, no, now 7,000 maritime fortresses. This was not merely hyperbole, it was a scene of sheer astonishment. Most importantly, she had never heard of this individual named Qian Zizai on the Dia platform. Was he perhaps an alias or a newly emerged wealthy patron? Her throat felt parched as she repeatedly expressed her gratitude for the gifts, imploring him to cease. She truly wished for Qianzong to refrain from sending more gifts, as anyone who could casually bestow millions would undoubtedly possess a background far superior to Liang Chao's. If she struggled against Liang Chao, how would she contend with this enigmatic benefactor? The gifts felt like a hot potato in her hands, something she did not desire to accept. She even attempted to privately message Qian Zizai on Dia, pleading for him to stop sending gifts. Yet, Qianyu seemed preoccupied, rhythmically tapping away at the gift interface, internally lamenting Dia as president for not allowing larger gift limits. His fingers ached from the exertion. Qian Zizai sent out Maritime Fortress 7777, followed by 8888, 9999, and finally 10,000. Chapter 38. Once again, shockwaves in the live stream. With the dispatch of 10,000 maritime fortresses, Qianyu finally paused. He shook his wrist, murmuring, "Sending gifts is rather exhausting." Should this sentiment reach the viewers, they would be collectively dumbfounded. In just half an hour, he had spent an astonishing 50 million. Such a statement would be disheartening. Finally, the benefactor has paused. My heart was about to burst. Indeed, I shall refer to this Qianzong as the supreme benefactor, unmatched by any other. I wonder if Qianzong prefers men. If so, I volunteer. You pervert. I request the host to remove him from the stream. Lu Xiaolan exhaled deeply, slightly stammering as she addressed the screen. Qianzong, please stop sending gifts. I can fulfill any request for a dance or a song. After a brief respite, Qianyu heard Lu Xiaolan's voice. He casually typed, "Anything is fine. How about singing The Wind Rises?" Seeing that Qianzong had finally spoken, Lu Xiaolan felt a wave of relief wash over her. She feared silence more than requests. With a crescent smile, she softly replied, "All right, Qianzong." As the music played, Lu Xiaolan began to sing, her voice ethereal like a lark's melody, flowing like a gentle stream, resonating with the charm of a warbler's song. As the performance reached its zenith, the atmosphere in the live stream soared once more. Wow. It turns out that the live stream is not only captivating for dancing, but also for singing. As a longtime fan of the host, I can honestly say her talents have reached a new level. I'm following her now. It's no wonder Qianzong showers her with gifts. His taste is impeccable. In an instant, Lu Xiaolan's follower count surged from 100,000 to 300,000. During the time that Lu Xiaolan was singing, Qianyu was engrossed in exploring some other features of Dia. He noticed the noble options in the gift bar, which included titles such as Viscount, Earl, Emperor, Super Emperor, Divine Emperor, an imperial sovereign. To activate a super emperor title, one would need to spend 180,000, while the divine emperor required 500,000. The highest title, imperial sovereign, demanded a staggering 2 million. The effective duration was merely 1 month, and renewal would cost 500,000. In the past, Qianyu would have scoffed at such extravagance. But now, his eyes gleamed with excitement as if he had discovered a treasure. He directly activated the imperial sovereign title. The notification read, "Congratulations to Qian Zai for becoming the 10th imperial sovereign user." With the announcement on the public screen, the barrage of comments exploded with admiration. 666. Qian Zong is so generous. We should call him Qian Di. He's incredible. Qian Di is indeed impressive, as expected of Qian Di. He just activated a 2 million title without hesitation. 2 million is nothing for him. As Lu Xiaolan concluded her song and saw the dazzling notification of the imperial sovereign title activation, she was momentarily taken aback and then expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Qian Di, for bestowing the imperial sovereign title. No sooner had her words left her mouth than the subsequent scene shocked the entire internet for a century. Congratulations to Qian Zai for successfully renewing the imperial sovereign title. Remaining 59 days and 59 minutes. Congratulations to Qian Zai for successfully renewing the imperial sovereign title. Remaining 89 days and 59 minutes. Congratulations to Qian Zai for successfully renewing the imperial sovereign title. Remaining 119 days and 59 minutes. This renewal process lasted a full 10 minutes. Congratulations to Qian Zai for successfully renewing the imperial sovereign title. Remaining 999 days and 51 minutes. Congratulations to Qian Zai for successfully renewing the divine emperor title. Remaining 999 days and 49 minutes. Qianyu's maneuvers left everyone astounded. Finally, he paused. What on earth? What on earth? What on earth? This is a renewal for a staggering 900 months, totaling 450 million. What on earth? This account can be passed down to grandchildren. One account can serve 3 generations. Even if the owner is gone, the account remains. Today, I truly witnessed someone using renewal as a means of gifting. I am utterly shocked for a century. The barrage of comments flowed like a meat grinder, rapidly flooding the screen. The total number of viewers surpassed 200. Not only major streamers, but also minor ones were envious of Lu Xiaolan, all vying to add Qian Zai as a friend. At the Duya headquarters, the staff was in a frenzy. Hurry! Summon more technicians to expand the capacity of this live stream, increase the servers, and ensure the data stability of the broadcast. A bespectacled male supervisor was directing operations methodically. He then turned to his assistant. Have we investigated whether this Qian Zong is engaging in normal gifting, or is he part of a money laundering ring? The assistant replied. Supervisor Feng, the police have already conducted an investigation, and there is no evidence of money laundering. Supervisor Feng nodded and promptly ordered, contact that wealthy individual. We must meet all his demands. We have never encountered someone capable of recharging 10 billion in a single go. Understood, Supervisor. The scene shifts back to Qianyu, who was contemplating the remaining 40 billion Do coins. After spending nearly an hour, he had only managed to use 5 billion. It dawned on him that gifting was indeed a taxing endeavor. He decided to take a break from gifting. Upon returning to the back end, he noticed many friend requests from people eager to connect with him. Loving dancer Lon Lon requests to add you as a friend. Do you accept? Note, please stop gifting. Qian Zong, Sweet Kiki requests to add you as a friend. Do you accept? Sensual Flower requests to add you as a friend. Do you accept? Super Room Manager Xiaoyu requests to add you as a friend. Do you accept? Note. Hello, Qian Di. I am the top room manager on Duya. Please accept. Thank you. There were far too many requests, easily numbering in the hundreds, some from streamers and others from casual viewers. Qianyu accepted the requests from loving dancer Lon Lon and super room manager Xiaoyu, while he declined the rest with a single click and subsequently disabled friend requests. Only he could add others. No one could add him. First, he opened Lu Xiaolan's private message. Qian Zong, please do not continue gifting. I appreciate your generosity, but it is too much for me to handle. Please stop. If you continue, I can only return what I have earned. The 39th chapter trends on social media. Just after adding him, Lu Xiaolan sent a message. Is Qian Di there? Qianyu replied with a simple yes. Lu Xiaolan quickly sent a message. Do you need to add me? Here is my number, 133. Okay. Qianyu copied and pasted the friend request with the note Lu Xiaolan. Ding dong. A message from WeChat arrived. Hello, Qian Di. My name is Lu Xiaolan. Thank you for the gifts you sent today. They have drastically increased the popularity of my live stream. My followers have grown from 100,000 to 700,000, and I am truly grateful. If you enjoy certain songs or wish to see specific dances, I would be happy to perform for you. Yi Qianyu responded with a casual and did not continue the conversation. This left Lu Xiaolan unsure whether to respond or remain silent. Not replying might seem impolite, while responding could come off as verbose. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Xiaolan decided to say, "Qian, if you have matters to attend to, please go ahead." She set her phone down and stared blankly at the screen, feeling a slight emptiness within. Meanwhile, Yi Qianyu scrolled through Lu Xiaolan's moments. Her posts were few, featuring some dances, songs, and a few food photos. The most recent post from last week showed Lu Xiaolan dressed in a white court gown, holding an oil paper umbrella, her face partially veiled in a light gauze. Her delicate feet gently touched the water, resembling a lotus emerging from the water, captivating and ethereal, like a fairy. Yi Qianyu admired the post for a moment before exiting the moment's interface, and then he navigated to the friend information page on Douya. Upon entering, he noticed several unread messages. "Qian, hello, I am the top room manager on Douya. You can call me Xiaoyu. Qian, I will be your dedicated room manager on Douya from now on. Please feel free to make any requests, and I will do my best to accommodate you. Qian, your Douya account has been set as a dedicated account, granting you the right to directly communicate with the top supervisor." Yi Qianyu replied, "Here is my WeChat number. Please add me." Xiaoyu, who had been anxiously waiting for over 10 minutes, stared at her phone, feeling increasingly uneasy as Qian had not yet responded. What if this mysterious wealthy individual had already left Douya? Would she have to wait indefinitely for his return? If she failed to contact him, she would have to pack her things and leave. Just as she oscillated between hope and despair, suddenly, ding dong, a notification chimed. The mysterious wealthy individual had finally messaged her. "Oh no, I have secured my job." In less than 3 seconds, she hastily sent her WeChat number. Okay, Qian, I have added you as a friend." Xiaoyu quickly said, "Qian, hello, I'm so glad to finally reach you. Do you have any requests or suggestions? As long as it does not affect the platform's interests, I can assist you with anything." Yi Qianyu inquired, "Is it truly permissible to suggest anything?" "Indeed, Qian. You are our most esteemed user on Douya." Yi Qianyu pondered for nearly 10 seconds before typing a message on the screen. "First, please customize your recharge interface. I spent an eternity trying to add funds. Second, elevate the value of gifts. I've been gifting to the point of cramping my fingers. Third, convert all limitations to customizable options. Fourth, those 3 points encompass my requests. I shall add more later." Xiaoyu, she was at a loss for words. Even the maximum recharge limit of 100 million still seemed insufficient to some. What? He recharged a staggering 1 billion? Never mind. Furthermore, the low prices of gifts were understandable. After all, who in their right mind would be renewing their subscription to the emperor? Without further thought, she promptly replied, "Very well. Qian, I shall report your requests to the department head immediately, and you can expect all your demands to be fulfilled by tomorrow at the latest." "Very well. That shall be all. I shall take my leave now. Qian, should you require anything on Douya, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Congratulations. The host has spent 5 billion, earning 5 points, total points remaining, 10. Yi Qianyu switched off her phone and promptly buried herself in sleep. While she slumbered, the Douya live streaming platform and the entire internet erupted in excitement. The name Qian Zizai swept through the live streaming realm, with 70 to 80% of streamers recalling it. A topic blogger even crafted a video, adorning it with a screen capture of the 10,000 gifts and the Emperor's subscription renewal. They titled the video with an eye-catching phrase, "Shock." A mysterious tycoon descends upon Douya's live room, lavishing 5 billion in 1 hour for a female streamer, then departing gracefully. They also paid a traffic fee of 5,000 yen. Within an hour of the video's release, many began to share it. In no time, this short video dominated the screen, ascending to the trending list and securing a spot in the top 3. Thus, a mysterious tycoon was born. Known to the public as Qianzong or Qian, the account of Qian Zizai inexplicably amassed over 100,000 new followers. As time progressed, the number of followers surged at an astonishing rate, an impressive growth indeed. Online enthusiasts engaged in fervent discussions about this enigmatic tycoon, with some expressing envy, others admiration, and a few critics grumbling online. Who exactly is this Qianzong, who chooses to spend lavishly in the manner of renewing subscriptions? I suspect he's just a fool with too much money. I've caught a lemon. From now on, I shall be part of the Qian family's army. Whoever dares to slander my beloved pigeon should not blame me for unleashing my 2.5-year trained lightning-fast whip. This person spends so much money on a whim. Doesn't anyone find this reminiscent of money laundering? Blind student, you've hit the nail on the head. In a student rental apartment next to Hangqing Dance Academy, Luo Xiaolan sat on the edge of her bed, dazed after just finishing her broadcast. Due to her streaming commitments, she did not reside in the school dormitory, but rented a double apartment with her best friend nearby. She had no classes today, so she held a live stream. not realizing she would trend as a result. Her friend, Jiang Yoxin, bounced into Luo Xiaolan's room wearing adorable bunny slippers. She appeared much like a high school student. About the same height as Yi Ningxin, standing at 1.50 meters, with twin ponytails. However, while Yi Ningxin had a flat chest, Jiang Yoxin was pleasantly plump. She flopped onto the bed next to Luo Xiaolan, squeezing her arm excitedly, her cute face rubbing against her. With an ecstatic expression, she exclaimed, "Xiaolan, you're trending. Haha, I'm so thrilled. Honestly, who is this Qian Di? Is he secretly your boyfriend?" Upon hearing this, Luo Xiaolan's face flushed crimson. She pushed her friend's face away and retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? I don't even know him." Chapter 40, gaining 40,000 followers. Huh. Then how did he gift you so much? A total of 5 billion. Jiang Yoxin could no longer contain herself and shouted, "How would I know why that person suddenly gifted me so much?" Luo Xiaolan shook her head, indicating she knew nothing. "Oh, if only such a wealthy benefactor would gift me that much. At this rate, I'll be eating dirt." Jiang Yoxin pouted, feigning tears. She was also a streamer, otherwise she wouldn't have rented an apartment with Luo Xiaolan. However, her streaming content differed, as she enjoyed gaming and became a comedic king of glory streamer. Despite being a gaming streamer, her skills remained notoriously poor, humorously dubbed a bad but loves to play series. Thus, her Douyin account was named Catching a Bad Peach. She often faced ridicule online for her bizarre deaths, and was even referred to as the second-generation Pikachu. Once, while teaming up with the top 4 players in the national server, she still suffered a crushing defeat. Ultimately, it was either due to her giving away the game or being on the path to doing so. Nevertheless, her comedic style and sweet, childlike voice attracted countless followers, making her a popular streamer with over 1 million fans. Observing Jiang Yoxin's theatrical antics, Luo Xiaolan felt quite exasperated. She pouted and said, "Don't feign tears. I'm already immune to that tactic. How could a 1 million follower streamer be so easily reduced to eating dirt? A few sponsorships would keep you afloat for quite some time." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yoxin chuckled awkwardly. "Hee, you caught me. So, have you added that Qian Di on WeChat? Has he invited you out for a candlelit dinner? Are there any photos on his moments? Is he a handsome young man or a middle-aged uncle?" Jiang Yoxin unleashed a barrage of questions like a machine gun. Stop. Luo Xiaolan quickly covered her mouth to silence her. After Jiang Yoxin blinked her innocent big eyes and nodded, Luo Xiaolan continued, "I did add him on WeChat. But he hasn't invited me out, nor are there any photos on his moments. He just replied with an and that's all." As she spoke, even Luo Xiaolan found it hard to believe. What? He spent 5 billion and only said Seriously, has he lost his mind? Does he have money to burn? Jiang Yoxin was speechless, her voice tinged with excitement. How could someone spend so much on gifts without any intention of inviting the female streamer out? Why are you so worked up? Even if he did invite me, I wouldn't go. Luo Xiaolan pulled Jiang Yoxin back to the edge of the bed. What if he is a handsome young man? Jiang Yoxin asked mischievously, her eyes darting around. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Xiaolan shook her head. "I probably still wouldn't go. You know my face." As she spoke, a hint of melancholy crept into her tone, and she removed her veil. From the side, her face was stunningly beautiful and fair, but from another angle, it bore the scars of burns. This stark contrast resembled a fusion of angel and demon. "Oh dear, Xiaolan, don't be sad. With today's technology, your face can be treated." Jiang Yoxin comforted her best friend with a twinge of guilt and concern, gently placing the veil back on. "It's okay. I've grown accustomed to it." Luo Xiaolan smiled and shook her head, indicating she was fine, though a trace of sorrow lingered in her gaze. "Hee, Xiaolan, today you've become a billionaire, and your follower count is nearing 1 million. Aren't you going to treat us to a meal?" Jiang Yoxin playfully pressed her face against Luo Xiaolan's, gleefully suggesting. "Sure, I'll treat. How about a seafood buffet?" "Stop pressing, it tickles." Teased by Jiang Yoxin, Luo Xiaolan burst into laughter, her earlier sadness dissipating. "No, I want to eat at the largest 5-star hotel in Hangqing. I'll order so much that I'll make you broke." "All right, I'll comply with your wishes. Just stop pressing." Liang Chao, embarrassed, smashed things in his room. "This wretched person, I've spent so much money on you, yet you refuse to be my woman. And that so-called Mr. Qian, he dares to embarrass me. Just wait for it. I may not be able to contend with Mr. Qian, but you, Luo Xiaolan, are not beyond my reach. If a soft approach fails, do not blame me for resorting to harsher measures." Upon waking, I realized it was already 8 in the evening. Seeing Yi Qianyu awake, Jin Yuqian set down his mouse and placed a meal box on Yi Qianyu's desk. "I didn't wake you for dinner since you were asleep. This is takeout I brought back for you. It might be a bit cold, but make do with it." Yi Qianyu got out of bed, washed his face, and smiled, saying, "Thank you." Jin Yuqian returned to his seat to continue playing games, replying nonchalantly, No need to thank me. The bill hasn't been settled yet. Remember to pay on your phone, and include ours as well. It's from Yongxing Chao Kai, and you have the boss's WeChat. I've already informed him. Yi Qianyu exclaimed. Damn, I thank you too soon. You're indeed crafty. Yi Qianyu shook his head helplessly and found the boss of Yongxing Chao Kai to settle the payment. He then opened the takeout and devoured it heartily. Though the food was slightly cold, it was still quite tasty. Otherwise, he wouldn't have added the boss on WeChat for convenience in ordering. While eating, Yi Qianyu opened Dia, reasoning that a university student ought to scroll through Dia while dining. Upon entering Dia, he noticed a red dot and couldn't resist clicking it away due to his compulsive behavior. Clicking in, he found various notifications about his followers. Returning to his homepage, he saw that his follower count had reached around 400,000. Can you believe it? In just 4 hours, I gained 400,000 followers. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 400,000 followers, earning 40 points, with a remaining balance of 50 points. Congratulations to the host for earning 40 prestige points. Reaching 100 points will double the reward. The system's voice echoed in his mind, momentarily halting Yi Qianyu's eating. He pondered, system, can gaining followers also yield rewards? The points earned from gifts are not as rapid as those from follower increases. With this thought, a smile crept onto Yi Qianyu's lips, as he contemplated an alternative method for acquiring points in the future. Yes, host, this is a hidden reward. Why do you always have hidden rewards? Why not disclose them all at once? This is developers' confidential information and cannot be revealed. Please explore on your own. TCH, what confidentiality? It's just that the dog author hasn't figured it out. View personal panel. The host's personal panel is as follows. Host, Yi Qianyu. Age, 19. Height, 183 centimeters. Attractiveness, 999. Maximum, rated by readers 10. Strength, 30. Normal human limit 10. Speed, 20. Endurance, 20. Identity, freshman student at Modu University, hidden. Prestige points, 40. Remaining points, 50. Chapter 41, Military Training concludes. September 16th marks the final day of military training, a time for the school to assess the students' progress over the past half month. Freshmen of the new generation gathered in the playground, standing in formation, ready to undergo their final inspection. Fellow students and instructors, the moment to evaluate your training results has arrived. Now, the 2023 Modu Military Training Inspection and Parade Ceremony begins. The March of Inspection played, and the freshmen stood solemnly, their posture straight, awaiting the inspection. After half a month of military training, they transformed from youthful naivety to resilient determination, their once fair skin now tanned from the sun. Under the blazing sun, they faced challenges head-on, embodying perseverance, and with steady progress, they aspired to great heights, fortified by an indomitable spirit. Armed and ready, the new students gathered at the battlefield, united in purpose, and behold the elegant stances of our Class 3 youths, standing tall with pride, sweat soaking their uniforms, their steps resolute, and their calls resonating through the skies. The path to the revival of Huaxia is long and arduous, yet today as students shall bear great responsibilities, working hand in hand toward a shared future. The hard-earned fruits of military training yield sweetness. Seize the opportunity for inspiration while young. The initial phase of military training was arduous and exhausting. The middle phase filled with laughter, and the final phase marked by reluctant goodbyes. Without military training, there is no youth. Without regrets, one cannot endure the trials of learning. After hardship comes sweetness. You shall shine as the brightest light under the sun. The changes wrought by military training extend beyond mere skin tone. They encompass a transformation of will. May you have a bright future and return as the youthful spirit you once were. The students from Class 3 of the Finance Department bid farewell to their instructors, with some girls unable to hold back tears, reluctant to part with their instructors. Before leaving, Yi Qianyu told Wang Jian that if he had nowhere to go after discharge, he could come to him, as he could assist him in resolving all employment issues. Wang Jian had earned Yi Qianyu's respect through a small gesture, and he believed in returning kindness tenfold. The military training at Modu University has concluded. The beautiful moments shared during training, from devouring chilled watermelon together to competing for class honors with fervent shouts, witnessing Yi Qianyu decisively confront Cui Xiao, will now be sealed within the memories of the students. This memory may accompany you for a lifetime or fade into the corners of time. Where shall we feast tonight? In the dormitory 608. Jin Yuqian lay comfortably on the bed, clad only in his underwear, excitedly inquiring. Let us head to that food street at the school entrance. Besides, we can also catch a glimpse of some pretty girls, suggested Yi Xiaodian, seated at the computer desk with a mischievous grin. The food street is actually a popular gathering place for students from nearby schools. I'm easygoing, said Xian Nanxing, shrugging. Everyone turned their attention to Yi Qianyu, who was fiddling with his phone. Old Yi, you decide where we're going. After all, you're treating. Just then, a notification dinged. Mu Ziru sent a message. Qianyu. We finished military training. Do you want to go out for dinner tonight? We agreed on a dormitory gathering last time, hee. Yi Qianyu simply replied, sure. Let us go eat together. After a moment of thought, he added, have you thought about where to eat? Soon, Mu Ziru responded. We discussed it and decided to go to a barbecue stall on Moda Walking Street. I heard it's not only affordable, but also delicious. All right, let us go there. Send me the location when you can. Okay, Qianyu, see you then. It's been almost 3 months since we last met. I miss you. Yi Qianyu smiled and replied. Sure, we'll catch up plenty. Although he had transmigrated, the sensations he experienced felt as if he had lived them himself, with no sense of disconnection. It was as though he truly was this person, and there were no two individuals. Just like with Mu Ziru. It felt as though they had been in a relationship for years, without any sense of alienation. Rather, he still cared for her as he always had. The only change was that he had brought his old, lecherous personality from his previous life into this world. After pondering for a while without arriving at any conclusion, he decided to let things unfold naturally. Okay, see you then. Mu Ziru smiled brightly as she finished typing and set down her phone. Lin Ruishi, sitting nearby, grinned and asked, did you agree? Mu Ziru nodded eagerly like a chick. Yes, we're going to that barbecue stall. Just so you know. I don't want my boyfriend to spend too much. Lin Ruishi teased. Got it. You're so anxious. Mu Ziru chuckled. Hee. My boyfriend's family isn't well off. His parents are from a small village in Hangzhou, and he has limited monthly living expenses. You all know how expensive things are in Modu, so he. Another roommate quietly inquired. Zero, you mentioned that your family conditions are quite favorable. Will your parents agree when the time comes? Mu Ziru, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of melancholy and shook her head. I am uncertain. Even if my parents disapprove, I would not part ways with him. Perhaps I am simply infatuated with love, haha. All right, let us not dwell on such matters. We shall address them when the time comes. At that moment, the last roommate emerged to lighten the atmosphere. Come, how does this outfit look? Why are you dressing so beautifully? We are here to safeguard our Zero, not to entice anyone. Haha. In the boys' dormitory, Yi Qianyu set his phone down and calmly remarked, let us head to the barbecue stall on the pedestrian street. My girlfriend previously mentioned a dormitory gathering. So you can pursue whoever catches your fancy. No sooner had he spoken than the 608 dormitory erupted in excited shouts, loud enough for the entire building to hear. Who was calling for a father figure? Jin Yuqian was the first to dash into the bathroom, followed closely by Yi Xiaotian and Xia Nanxing. As they heard Jin Yuqian's startled, high-pitched voice, couldn't you wait until I finish washing up? It's too cramped. Isn't it because you are overweight? Stop squeezing, the soap has slipped. Yi Xiaotian, pick it up. What the heck? Jin Air, you are ridiculous. That belongs to C. Yi Qianyu. The three of them emerged from the bathroom, each draped in nothing but a towel, feeling utterly refreshed. What a delight. A shower in this weather. Jin Yuqian exclaimed boisterously. Yi Qianyu replied, do not rejoice too soon. Those unaware may think you three just engaged in fencing. Jin Yuqian, Yi Xiaotian, and Xia Nanxing. Who are you disparaging? Yi Qianyu disregarded the banter of the three, grabbing a towel and entering the bathroom to bathe. Once the bathroom door closed, their eyes gleamed with excitement. The hunt is on. In the ensuing moment, Yi Qianyu's piercing scream echoed from within the bathroom. Get out, you fools. Chapter 42. The Dormitory Gathering. 1. Old Yi, what do you think of this outfit I am wearing? Is there a girl who might take a liking to me? Jin Yuqian, clad in a floral shirt and matching shorts, applied a bit of hair gel, twisting his plump figure in front of the mirror with an air of arrogance. Not much. You resemble a frivolous playboy. Anyone who fancies you must be quite blind, Yi Xiaotian quipped while drying his hair. What if someone truly is blind? Xia Nanxing chimed in, having changed into simpler attire. Dream on. Jin Yuqian shot a scornful glance at the still grinning Yi Xiaotian. Nowadays, young girls are attracted to guys like me. A man must be a bit bad for a woman to love him, and if a man is not flirtatious, a woman will not be happy. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaotian rolled his eyes. Indeed, I fear a girl might say, little Jin, I cannot reach. Jin Yuqian. Did you forget something of utmost importance? We are accompanying Old Yi, seeking out Yi Qianyu, not ourselves. Xia Nanxing added. Furthermore, girls today prefer muscular men. You exhibit none of that. My self-esteem is shattered. Yi Qianyu, observing the three squabbling, shook his head in disbelief and chose to ignore them. He casually donned a white shirt, allowing his tousled hair to complement the simplicity of the garment. Combined with his melancholic, profound gaze, he resembled a leading character from a romantic drama. He had not made any special effort to dress up. Merely standing there made him the focal point. He opened the DD app on his phone, casually booking a ride for about 10 minutes later. He had no intention of driving himself. Nor was he prepared to reveal to Mu Zero that he was now quite affluent. Mu Zero was aware of his circumstances, knowing his family was not well off. And he could not concoct a story explaining how he had transformed into a billionaire within a few months. Should he claim to be the heir of a mysterious aristocratic family, lost to the world due to an accident in his youth? Or perhaps, he could spin a tale of having rescued a billionaire and subsequently inheriting his fortune? Such notions were sheer fantasy, akin to a television drama or a novel. Moreover, he wished to maintain a simple romance with Mu Zero, devoid of any complications. Ding dong, ding dong. At that moment, 2 WeChat notifications chimed. Yi Qianyu glanced at his phone to find messages from Yi Ningxin and Shangwan Qianyu. Had these two agreed to coordinate their messaging times? Yi Qianyu murmured as he first opened Yi Ningxin's chat. Qianyu Gij, are you going out tonight? He had not yet replied when he opened Shangwan Qianyu's message. Night classmate, are you free to go out for dinner tonight? Please do not misunderstand. I simply wish to express my gratitude for your assistance during military training. Yi Qianyu smiled and replied. As the class monitor, it is my duty. There is no need for gratitude. Dinner is certainly agreeable. Let us meet at the romantic bar at 9 p.m. My roommate wishes to join. After dining with Mu Zero, it would be just around 8 p.m., allowing ample time to arrive by 9 p.m. without conflict. Oh, that sounds good. See you then. Yi Qianyu exited the conversation with Shangwan Qianyu and returned to Yi Ningxin's chat, where he found several messages awaiting him. Qianyu Gij, are you there? Qianyu Gij, are you in the shower? Can I see? Just a glance. Qianyu Gij, please respond. I'm feeling lonely. Yi Qianyu was at a loss for words. What a cheeky girl. He promptly replied. At your tender age, how can you be so flirtatious? Be cautious of developing a sty. Yi Ningxin responded. Hee hee. I just enjoy teasing. Qianyu Gij, are you going out tonight? I am looking forward to it. We shall go to the romantic bar at 9 p.m. Do not be late. I will be there with my roommate and Shangwan Qianyu. Yi Ningxin displayed a glum expression. All right. I thought I could share a sweet moment with Qianyu Gij. Will you be joining us? Of course. I must go. Otherwise, it would just be Shangwan Qianyu alone. Noticing the time was drawing near, he closed his phone and addressed his 3 roommates. Let us go. It is time. Let us move to the garage for the car. Jin Yuqian was just about to head to the basement when Yi Qianyu called out to him. No need to drive. I have ordered a Didi. What? Old Yi? Why are we not driving today? My girlfriend is unaware of my wealth. She only knows of my modest family background, so do not give anything away. The 3 gazed at Yi Qianyu in astonishment. Disbelief mingled with admiration evident on their faces as they gave him a thumbs up. Impressive, Old Yi. I heard you have been dating since the 9th grade and managed to keep it under wraps for 4 years. Truly commendable. Jin Yuqian patted his chest in assurance. Rest assured, I will not let anything slip. Yi Shaodian scoffed. You are the most likely to slip up. All right. Enough of the banter. Let us go. Later, I will take you to the romantic bar for some fun. Yi Qianyu waved his hand with a smile. Upon arriving at the school gate, they spotted a black sedan awaiting them. Yi Qianyu opened the back door and settled inside, offering the front passenger seat to Jin Yuqian, who was the heaviest among them. Had he known, he would have booked 2 cars. Once the 4 were inside, the driver politely inquired, Are you passengers with the tail number 9972? Yi Qianyu softly affirmed. The car then started, heading toward the barbecue stall Mu Zero had mentioned. After approximately 20 minutes, they finally reached their destination. The journey had been brief, but traffic congestion had prolonged their travel time considerably. As the crowd disembarked from the vehicle, they beheld the bustling street ahead, vibrant and alive. The moon hung high in the sky, and the first lights of evening flickered on, casting a warm glow over the bustling scene. The streets were ablaze with lanterns, tavern windows adorned with flowers, reflecting the lively silhouettes of clinking glasses and the swirling smoke rising from tea stalls, creating a rich tapestry of nightlife. Is this the barbecue stall? Jin Yuqian inquired, pointing at a corner vendor. Yes, it should be this one. Yi Qianyu nodded, glancing at the photograph on his phone, and then led the group over. Despite its relatively secluded location compared to other establishments, it was quite popular, with nearly every table occupied by 7 o'clock, leaving only a few small tables available. Yi Qianyu managed to combine 2 small square tables, perfectly accommodating 8 people. They began ordering barbecue and beverages, engaging in light-hearted chatter as they awaited their food. Approximately 15 minutes later, 4 elegantly dressed girls emerged from a ride-hailing service, drawing the attention of those around them. Yi Qianyu's gaze quickly landed on the girl standing in the center, Mu Zero. She wore a flowing white dress made of chiffon, cascading gracefully to her waist and ankles, swaying gently in the breeze. Her face was adorned with light makeup, her brows like distant mountains, lips reminiscent of cherry blossoms. And her exquisite features captivated all who beheld her. Already stunning without makeup, she appeared even more enchanting, stirring emotions within. Yi Qianyu stood up, waved at her. and softly called out, "Jiro, over here." Upon hearing his voice, Mujiro turned to see the boy she had longed for over the past 3 months. He seemed even more handsome and confident than before. Her roommates followed her gaze, spotting an exceptionally attractive young man. His casual yet neat attire, coupled with a cool and composed demeanor, made their hearts flutter with an inexplicable thrill. They quickly shook their heads, reminding themselves that he was their roommate's boyfriend, and they must not cross any ethical lines. "Wow, Jiro, is this your boyfriend?" one exclaimed. Mujiro beamed and nodded yes. "What do you think? Is he handsome? Please don't try to flirt with him. Your boyfriend is absolutely stunning, even more so than a male lead in a drama." Another remarked. "Looks aren't everything. We must consider his character. Let's go and ensure Jiro is well taken care of." As the 4 beautiful girls approached, Yi Qianyu's 3 roommates transformed into playful banter. "Old Yi, those 4 beauties are stunning. Is the one in front your girlfriend?" Hearing this, Yi Qianyu cast a sidelong glance at Jin Yuqian, whose eyes sparkled with excitement, and felt an urge to knock some sense into him, cautioning, "Jin Air, if you dare to entertain thoughts about my girlfriend, be prepared for the consequences." Jin Yuqian shivered, instantly coming to his senses. "No way, Old Yi. I know better than to covet a friend's girlfriend. I'm actually interested in that beautiful girl behind." Yi Qianyu followed Jin's gaze, noting that the girl was indeed lovely, comparable to Mujiro. She had a slender waist, long graceful legs, and a face as beautiful as the moon. "She is indeed beautiful." Old Jin's taste has finally proven correct, Yi Qianyu remarked. "Are you belittling someone?" Jin Yuqian retorted. Upon reaching the table, Mujiro eagerly embraced Yi Qianyu. "Qianyu, I've missed you so much." The others chimed in. "Wait, we haven't even eaten yet. We're already feeling full from all this dog food." Yi Qianyu chuckled, ruffling her hair. "All right, there are so many people watching." Suddenly realizing her roommates were present, Mujiro quickly released him, her face flushing crimson. Overwhelmed by shyness, she felt as if she could not face anyone. "Why does my mind go blank when I see him?" she lamented softly. Laughter erupted among the group, easing the initial awkwardness of their reunion. Yi Qianyu took the initiative to introduce himself. "Hello, lovely ladies. I am Jiro's boyfriend, Yi Qianyu. It is a pleasure to meet you all, and I hope you will take good care of her." The 3 girls responded without hesitation. "Hello, 4th brother-in-law." Since Mujiro was the youngest in their dormitory, they affectionately referred to her as 4th sister. They complimented him in unison. "4th brother-in-law, you are so handsome. You have such a charming style. Are you an internet celebrity?" Yi Qianyu felt a blush creeping up his cheeks as he continued the introductions. "This is Jin Yuqian." Jin Yuqian immediately stood up, his usual bravado faltering as he introduced himself. Hello, I'm Jin Yuqian. Nice to meet you." Before he could finish, Yi Qianyu pressed him back down, signaling him to save face. "How adorable. What a unique name," one of the girls remarked. "This gentleman with glasses is Yi Xiaotian." Yi Xiaotian stood up, smiling. "Hello, I'm Yi Xiaotian. And this tall one is Xian Nanqing." Xian Nanqing nodded coolly at the girls. "Hello," and then sat down, maintaining his aloof demeanor. Yi Qianyu then introduced Mujiro. "This is my girlfriend, Mujiro." The 3 girls collectively greeted her. "Hello, sister-in-law," causing Mujiro to blush once more, lowering her head in silence. After a moment, she finally lifted her head to introduce her roommates, pointing to the girl Jin Yuqian had noticed. "This is Lin Ruishi, a budding streamer. And this is Yu Jiujuan, an avid gamer who also works part-time as a gaming companion." Yu Jiujuan, dressed adorably in a blue top and black knee-high socks, exuded a charming allure. Lastly, this is Su Shishir, a poetry enthusiast who has won a national poetry award. Yi Qianyu glanced at her. Su Shishir shyly returned a gentle smile before quickly averting her gaze, her demeanor a bit flustered. Though not as striking as the other 3, she was still quite lovely, with her curves accentuated by a loose black t-shirt and form-fitting blue leggings that highlighted her figure. After a round of introductions, they all had a basic understanding of one another. While enjoying their meal, Lin Ruishi suddenly posed a question. "Yi Qianyu, may I say something that might be a bit sensitive?" Yi Qianyu set down his skewer, unsure of what to expect. "Go ahead, speak your mind." Taking a deep breath, Lin Ruishi continued. "You know Mujiro's family background. If you don't have some accomplishments, her parents would be hesitant to entrust their daughter to you." Yi Qianyu frowned slightly, but then smiled at her. "And I think you're quite handsome. Why not consider becoming an internet celebrity? With your looks, reaching 1 million followers wouldn't take long, and with the right strategy, you could even surpass 10 million. A 10 million follower account can yield substantial income. And I'm sure Mujiro's parents wouldn't oppose your union." Lin Ruishi gazed at Yi Qianyu, awaiting his response. Jin Yuqian and the others struggled to suppress their laughter at the absurdity of suggesting a wealthy young man drive a luxury car to become an internet celebrity. "Thank you for the suggestion. I'll give it some thought," Yi Qianyu replied with a smile, nearly causing Lin Ruishi to lose her composure as she quickly diverted her gaze. Deep down, Yi Qianyu felt a sense of appreciation for Lin Ruishi, recognizing her genuine concern for her friend and feeling glad that Mu Jiro had such a thoughtful roommate. He too had entertained the notion of becoming an internet celebrity, not for financial gain, but for the sake of accumulating followers. The more followers he had, the more points he could earn. The number of fans cannot be purchased. Only genuine followers can be redeemed for points. Chapter 44, Taking Action. As 8 o'clock approached, the group had nearly finished their meal and engaged in light-hearted conversation. Yi Qianyu's humor amused the 4 girls, while Jin Pongzi and Yi Xiaodian, 2 talented individuals, exchanged boastful remarks. Even Xian Nanqing occasionally chimed in with sharp retorts. I need to use the restroom, Lin Ruishi said, rising with an apologetic tone. Qianyu, are there many beautiful senior sisters at your school? Mu Jiro whispered in his ear, her voice sweet and soft. Indeed, they are quite stunning. Yi Qianyu, sensing her intentions, couldn't help but laugh. But am I not more attractive? Mu Jiro's tone shifted to one of nervousness, feigning calmness. Haha, of course you're beautiful. Are you worried I might be tempted by them? Yi Qianyu laughed heartily, suppressing the urge to kiss her, and affectionately ruffled her hair. Hee. Then I can relax. Mu Jiro sighed in relief as he tousled her hair, her adorable demeanor endearing. Get away from me. Keep your distance. Suddenly, a shrill cry echoed from afar. That's Ruishi's voice. Let's go check. Mu Jiro quickly recognized her roommate Lin Ruishi's voice and anxiously glanced at Yi Qianyu. Let's go? Yi Qianyu uttered a single word and led the group toward the source of the commotion. Upon approaching, they witnessed a group of drunken men surrounding Lin Ruishi, making lewd remarks. These men had noticed the 4 girls when they arrived, contemplating how to approach them later that night. Just as Lin Ruishi returned from the restroom, one of them blocked her path. Hey, sweetheart, how about 10,000 yuan for a night with me? This infuriated Lin Ruishi, who retorted, Do you take me for a streetwalker? Provoking laughter from the other men, who grew more interested and closed in on her. The leading drunken man stepped forward, pulling out 2 stacks of cash, leering, Ha. Beautiful girl, 20,000 yuan for a night with us. We promise to treat you well. The other men laughed in agreement. Nearby, several young men, witnessing the imminent harassment of such a beautiful girl, sprang to her rescue. However, as they stood, someone pulled them back. Are you crazy? Those guys are from the San Shihui. Hearing this, they quickly sat back down, expressing their pity for the lovely girl. You lunatics, get away from me, or I'll call the police. Lin Ruishi shouted, her eyes darting around as she sought an opportunity to escape and return to her friends. Her words enraged the leading man. What are you pretending for? Do you know we are from the San Shihui? If you refuse to cooperate, we might have to get rough. He reached to grab her wrist forcefully. Don't come any closer. Lin Ruishi clasped her hands together, trying to mask her anxiety and fear. As the men approached, she backed away until she hit the table's edge. With no way out, she hurled a beer bottle at the leading man's head. The bottle shattered upon impact, blood spraying everywhere. You. The leading man raised his hand to slap Lin Ruishi. She screamed, closing her eyes in terror. At that critical moment, Yi Qianyu intervened, moving with lightning speed to stand before Lin Ruishi, seizing the leading man's wrist. Lin Ruishi opened her eyes to see a towering figure before her, a beacon of hope in the darkness, stirring something profound within her heart. Upon closer inspection, her pupils dilated in shock. It was her roommate Mu Jiro's boyfriend. She paused, catching her breath, and, with a hint of fear, said, Yi Qianyu, you need to leave quickly. They said they're from the San Shihui, the most powerful underground force in Modu. We can't afford to provoke them. Damn it. If you know we're from the San Shihui, you better let go. The man whose wrist was caught sneered, pointing at Mu Jiro and her friends. If you don't want trouble, hand over the girl behind you and those 3 beauties, or you'll face a year of service. Yi Qianyu gazed at him silently, his eyes dark and brooding, as if harboring an invisible flame. With a crack, the leading man's wrist was broken, contorted grotesquely before the onlookers. Gasps filled the air as the crowd recoiled in fear. Goodness, this young man is ruthless. He dares to strike knowing they're from the San Shihui. This is the end for him. Should we call the police? No, don't. They're from the San Shihui, calling 1T help. My hand. The leading man screamed in agony, but he quickly shouted, You're finished. I'm from the San Shihui. Another crack echoed as Yi Qianyu dislocated his jaw. He then kicked the man's knee, shattering it. The immense pain caused him to lose consciousness. In swift succession, Yi Qianyu aimed kicks at the remaining men. Cracks and screams filled the air, the sound of bones breaking resonating ominously. Moments later, the remaining ruffians lay on the ground, howling in pain. Yi Qianyu's gaze was cold as he looked down at the moaning men. Get out of here. Hearing this, the injured men disregarded their pain, dragging their unconscious leader away as they limped from the scene. In an instant, applause erupted from the surrounding crowd. Bravo! A true hero. This man is so handsome. He exudes safety. How wonderful it would be to have a boyfriend like him. Yi Qianyu led Lin Ruishi back to her friends, who rushed to check if she was injured and offered comfort. As they returned to their seats, Lin Ruishi, now calmer, turned to Yi Qianyu and softly said, "Thank you." Yi Qianyu. He smiled, shaking his head. "It's nothing. You're Mu Jiro's roommate. It was a simple matter." Yi Qianyu, you were amazing. That was so cool. Indeed. You took down those men effortlessly. It was incredible. Yu Jiuzhuan and Su Shishir gazed at Yi Qianyu with admiration, their eyes sparkling. Meanwhile, Mu Jiro watched him with a puzzled expression, eager for an explanation. Clearing his throat, Yi Qianyu hastily concocted a reason to deflect her curiosity. "It's nothing. Just some regular exercise, and those men were drunk, lacking fighting power." Oh, to his surprise, Mu Jiro accepted this explanation without question. Chapter 45. High Skill. Yi Qianyu. We should leave quickly, Lin Ruishi urged. Why? She explained earnestly. Those men were from the Sanshi Hui, the most powerful underground force in Modu. Their influence is vast. And they have powerful backers, rumored to be the Cui family. You shouldn't have intervened. It was a slap in the face to the Sanshi Hui. We need to get out of here. As she spoke, her complexion paled and her demeanor grew anxious. Being a local of Modu, she had a clear understanding of the Sanshi Hui's notorious reputation, which instilled a deep-seated fear within her. Yi Qianyu shook his head gently, signaling her to eat without fear of any perilous 3 snakes and 6 snakes situation. He assured her that he would confront any danger that may arise. Observing Yi Qianyu's calm demeanor and steady tone, Lin Ruishi gradually found solace. The owner of the barbecue stall rushed over in a flustered manner, anxiously imploring everyone. Please leave quickly. I can no longer conduct business with you. I beg you to go. Don't worry, boss. If anything happens, we will take responsibility. Jin Yuqian remarked with a smile, patting the owner's shoulder. Upon hearing this, the owner shook off Jin Yuqian's hand, pleading, "You are dealing with the members of the Sanshi Hui. What can you possibly offer in terms of responsibility? Please, just leave. Tonight's expenses are on the house. We only wish to live our lives without trouble." Suddenly, the sound of car engines grew louder as 3 black vans approached. They halted at the barbecue stall's entrance, and the doors swung open. A man of average appearance, clad in a black t-shirt adorned with a small fish brooch on his chest, emerged from one of the vehicles. Following him, a group of young ruffians armed with sticks and knives filed out, gathering behind the man with an air of menace. Eyeing the remaining patrons at Yi Qianyu's table, they rhythmically swung their weapons against their palms, producing a series of sharp sounds. From behind the man, a burly figure staggered forward, one of the drunken men who had previously lost a hand. He approached the leading man, clutching his arm in pain, and pointed at the indifferently composed Yi Qianyu, exclaiming, "Brother Yu, he is the one who incapacitated Lao Yang and us. You must avenge us." He then began to weep. With a resounding slap, one of Brother Yu's subordinates struck the burly man across the face, berating, "You look like a big, brutish fool, crying like a baby. Don't let anyone know you're Brother Yu's underling. It's shameful." Yes, yes. The man, referred to as Brother Yu, raised his hand to silence his subordinate and stepped towards Yi Qianyu's table. The 4 girls, unaccustomed to such intimidation, huddled together for comfort behind Yi Qianyu, their eyes betraying their fear. Mu Ziru nervously tugged at Yi Qianyu's clothing, her fingers turning pale from the strain. Yi Qianyu gently patted her hand and reassured her with a smile. "It's all right." Only then did Mu Ziru find a semblance of comfort, though her gaze remained apprehensive as she watched the approaching man. Aside from Yi Xiaotian, whose legs trembled incessantly, the other 3 remained remarkably composed. Jin Yuqian continued to munch on a pig's trotter with an air of defiance, casting a playful glance at the group of ruffians, while Xian Yinxing fixed a fearless stare on Brother Yu, gripping a glass bottle of soda in hand. Should Brother Yu dare to make a move, he would not hesitate to retaliate. Yi Qianyu regarded Brother Yu with an expression of indifference, a hint of indistinct menace flickering in his gaze. "Brother Yu, these are just students. Please let them go. How about having a smoke to ease your temper?" The barbecue owner, unable to watch the young ones suffer, bravely stepped forward, presenting a cigarette to Brother Yu with a sycophantic smile. Before he could reach him, a subordinate intercepted him, barking, "Get lost. You might get beaten too." Seeing the futility of his efforts, the barbecue owner sighed and closed his eyes. Yi Qianyu glanced at him in surprise, not expecting the once timid owner to stand up for them. This unexpected courage caught him off guard. Brother Yu approached the table and inquired, "Are you the one who harmed my subordinate?" Yi Qianyu remained silent, merely observing Brother Yu with a steady gaze. Name, Gao Chong, known as Brother Yu in the underworld due to his past as a fishmonger. Identity, a prominent figure in the Sanshi Hui, a confidant of the Golden Snake. Basic ability, 11, previously trained by the Cui family. Favorability, 30. Upon reviewing Gao Chong's information, Yi Qianyu's expression flickered slightly, casting a surprised glance at him. An underling of a gang possessing an ability score of 11 was indeed astonishing, surpassing human limits. For an entire 10 seconds, the atmosphere grew eerily silent as everyone scrutinized Yi Qianyu, awaiting his response. One hot-headed subordinate stepped forward, pointing his baseball bat at Yi Qianyu and demanding, "Brother Yu is asking you a question. Answer him quickly." Yi Qianyu raised his gaze, his eyes exuding a cool and tranquil aura, devoid of any emotion. Coldly, he replied, "Do not point that stick at me. I detest being pointed at." The hot-headed youth attempted to respond, but was silenced by Gao Chang's command. "Step back." He then turned to Yi Qianyu and added, "It's fine if you choose not to speak, as long as you comply with my requests." Yi Qianyu merely regarded him with an airy glance, signaling him to continue. Gao Chang frowned, displeased with Yi Qianyu's attitude, yet he contained his anger and said, "First, compensate my subordinate with 300,000 yuan for medical expenses. Second, kneel and bow 3 times to each of my 6 subordinates in apology. Third, you must sever one of your arms as a gesture of accountability." Yi Qianyu appeared to find something amusing, suddenly bursting into laughter. After a brief moment, his laughter ceased, replaced by a chilling demeanor. "Are you not aware that your subordinate was the one who drunkenly harassed my friend? Had I not intervened, my friend would have been violated. As their leader, shouldn't you apologize first?" Gao Chang fell silent, his expression darkening as he glanced back at the burly man cowering behind him. The man, feeling the scrutiny, instinctively took a step back. Gao Chang turned back, his voice low and threatening. "I will handle my own men, but you incapacitating my subordinate is a personal affront. I require an explanation." Yi Qianyu chuckled softly. "You want an explanation? Very well, I shall provide one." Hearing this, Gao Chang assumed the young man was yielding. Yi Qianyu began rummaging through his pockets, seemingly searching for something. With a swift motion, a round object flew towards Gao Chang. Accompanied by Yi Qianyu's impatient voice, he declared, "Here, it's just a roll of tape. Can you not afford $1 for a roll of tape, yet you come to demand it from me? How ridiculous." Gao Chang was taken aback, while the onlookers reacted with disbelief. Chapter 46. Encountering a stubborn obstacle. Gao Chang tossed the tape aside, disgruntled. "Are you mocking me?" Yi Qianyu replied coolly, "Isn't it you who first mocked me?" "What?" Unable to handle the joke. At this, Gao Chang's expression darkened, his eyes glinting with malice. "You are courting death." As soon as the words left his mouth, Gao Chang lunged at Yi Qianyu, aiming to seize his neck with a claw-like grip. "Be careful!" Mu Ziru and the other girls shouted in alarm, their hearts racing, just as Jin Yuqian and Xian Yinxing prepared to lift a nearby bottle to thwart Gao Chang. In a split second, Yi Qianyu effortlessly extended his right hand, capturing Gao Chang's wrist with blinding speed. The immense force resulted in audible cracks as Gao Chang's bones threatened to shatter. At the sight, Mu Ziru and the others finally felt a semblance of relief. Cautiously peeking at the unfolding scene, Jin Yuqian and Xian Yinxing, in tacit agreement, set their bottles down and resumed watching the spectacle, their expressions a mixture of intrigue and concern. Gao Chang's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at his immobilized wrist. How could this be possible? He had undergone rigorous training under the higher-ups. How could he be so easily subdued by this individual? Before he could ponder further, Yi Qianyu slammed his hand onto the table. With a casual flick of his left hand, he retrieved a silver skewer from Jin Yuqian's lamb skewer, which she had been chewing on. Jin Yuqian was left speechless. With a forceful thrust, the silver skewer was inserted firmly between the gap of the middle and ring fingers, piercing through the wooden board and standing upright on the table. Having completed this act, Yi Qianyu casually took a skewer of lamb from Jin Pengxi's hand and began to eat. Yi Qianyu sat quietly, his phoenix eyes elongated, thin lips curling into a smile. His handsome visage undeniable. Even with a seemingly languid demeanor, he exuded an air of arrogance that was undeniably imposing. Jin Yuqian was drenched in cold sweat, his back soaked. As he hunched over in a comical posture, he dared not move, fearing that any slight motion would result in the silver skewer piercing through his palm instead. It was as if he had kicked a steel plate. His entourage of dozens of subordinates stood behind him, too intimidated to utter a sound, trembling with weapons in hand, each fearing they might drop them at any moment. They had arrived confidently, but now there was no turning back. "Big brother, I was just a bit too loud earlier. Please don't hold it against me," Gao Chang stammered, his legs trembling from being bent for so long, forcing out a smile that was more pitiful than crying. "Stop smiling. It looks terrible," Yi Qianyu remarked after finishing his lamb skewer, placing the skewer down on the table. "Manage your subordinates properly. Do not misuse your status as a member of the underworld to harass women. Consider this a small lesson. If it happens again, I fear the fish in the Huangpu River may be left hungry." With that, he stood up and left with his roommates and 4 women, not looking back. Before departing, he added, "Remember to settle the boss's losses, tenfold compensation." Watching Yi Qianyu's fading silhouette, Gao Chang collapsed onto the ground, nearly pierced himself. His two underlings hurried to assist him. One of them uttering, "Brother Yu, are we just going to let them go? We are members of the San Shihui, and Jin Shigu will not let this slide." Slap. Before he could finish, Gao Chang slapped him to the ground. "Fool, that young man is no ordinary person. His background is certainly remarkable. If we provoke someone like him, I believe Jin Shigu will not stand up for us, but rather view us as pawns." Another subordinate queried, "Then what do we do now, Brother Yu? Are we just going to swallow this loss? If the other street thugs find out, we will become a laughingstock." Another slap resonated as Gao Chang scolded, "How can you all be so foolish? Let them laugh. We must learn to endure." He then pulled out 20,000 yuan from his pocket to compensate the barbecue shop owner. The barbecue owner immediately refused. "Brother Yu, there's no need for compensation." Gao Chang frowned. "Are you trying to get me in trouble? Just take it. No more nonsense." "Yes, yes." The barbecue owner, trembling, ultimately accepted the 2,000 yuan. With relief, Gao Chang called for his subordinates to drive away. As they drove, Gao Chang, with a cold glint in his eyes, softly instructed his underlings. "Take care of that old Yang, and for the other accomplices, chop off a hand each as a warning. They keep causing trouble." "Understood, Brother Yu." "Wow, Zero. Your boyfriend is incredibly handsome. I envy you. He must provide you with such a sense of security." Yu Jiujuan exclaimed, clinging to Mu Ziru's arm, showering her with compliments. Su Shishir gazed at Yi Qianyu, who walked ahead with admiration in her eyes. "Ziru, your boyfriend looks just like the male lead in an idol drama." Lin Ruishi, silent, observed Yi Qianyu's back, recalling the moment he appeared before her during a dangerous time. She shook her head, attempting to dispel the lingering anxiety within her. Hearing her roommates praise her boyfriend, Mu Ziru felt immense joy, casting a loving glance at Yi Qianyu, her lips curling into a sweet, happy smile. "Old Yi, why didn't you just cripple that leader's hand? Look at how arrogant he was." Jin Yuqian inquired beside Yi Qianyu. "Hee, no need for that. A simple lesson suffices." Yi Qianyu replied with a slight smile. He offered no explanation. After all, the man's favorability was merely at 30 points, not reaching the level of hatred. Hence there was no need to disable him. Subsequently, he accompanied Mu Ziru and the others as they strolled along the pedestrian street, admiring the bustling scenery, alleviating the tension and fear they had just experienced. Checking the time, it was almost 9 o'clock, and the bar appointment with Shangguan Qianyu and Yi Ningxin was nearing. Thus, Yi Qianyu called a Didi for Mu Ziru and the others, stating, "It's getting late. Let us hang out again when we have the chance." Mu Ziru nodded obediently, shyly pecking Yi Qianyu on the cheek before blushingly climbing into the passenger seat. Seeing her retreat into the passenger seat, avoiding his gaze, Yi Qianyu gently caressed his cheek, smiling softly. It seemed this was her first kiss. Her courage had certainly grown. Lin Ruishi was the last to get into the car. She turned to Yi Qianyu, saying, "Thank you for stepping in to help me tonight." Yi Qianyu smiled slightly, replying, "You are Mu Ziru's roommate. It is only right to help." At this, Lin Ruishi beamed and climbed into the car. Chapter 47, Romantic Bar. As the car drove away, Yi Qianyu glanced at the time. It was just a few minutes shy of 9 o'clock. He turned to his 3 roommates, saying, "Let us go to the romantic bar for some fun." Jean Pongzi looked at him with a disapproving gaze. "Old Yi, you just sent your girlfriend off and are now planning to hit the nightclub? You truly are a playboy. Be careful that your girlfriend doesn't find out." Yi Qianyu touched his nose and cleared his throat. "Are you coming or not?" "Of course. That's the romantic bar, the finest place for girls in Mo. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. It was a message from Yi Ningxin. "Qianyu, have you arrived? I should be there in about 20 minutes. Yi Qianyu replied, "On my way." He hailed a taxi and headed for the romantic bar, while 4 black Rolls-Royce vehicles followed at a distance. These were bodyguards discreetly protecting Yi Qianyu, personally selected by Mo Shah from among 1,000 subordinates. The top 20 elite mercenaries. Whether it be reconnaissance, counter-reconnaissance, or other skills, they were at the pinnacle of their craft, effectively versatile. In this vast world, the safety of their employer was paramount. 10 minutes later, the taxi came to a smooth stop at the entrance of the romantic bar. The romantic bar is one of the premier nightclubs in Mo. Not only because the women here are the most beautiful in the nightlife scene, but also due to its owner, the enchanting Romantic Rose. It is rumored that Romantic Rose possesses stunning beauty, and many fantasize about gaining her favor. However, they dare not voice their desires, well aware of her ruthless methods. Since its opening, the bar has been perpetually packed with customers, and the entrance is always lined with luxury cars. Only those worth over $1 million dare park there, with others relegated to the streets. Despite this, throngs of people flock to the venue, with some even booking tables several days in advance. The romantic bar boasts a sprawling area of 5,000 square meters, accommodating 3,000 to 5,000 guests simultaneously. In Mo, where every inch of land is precious. The venue alone is valued at nearly 1 billion, not to mention the facilities inside. After paying the fare, the four stepped out of the car and made their way to the bar's entrance. The pulsating music could be heard from within. As four youthful students approached, a beautiful hostess at the entrance smiled and greeted them, inquiring, "Good evening, esteemed guests, and welcome to the romantic bar. May I inquire if you have made a reservation? If not, I kindly ask that you return tomorrow, as we are fully booked for the night." Qianyu smiled gently and replied, "Yes. I have a reservation for booth 001. Upon hearing this, the hostess looked at Qianyu with surprise, her astonishment evident in her eyes. This handsome young man had managed to secure booth 001, a space reserved exclusively for the owner, with only a handful of individuals in the entirety of Modu capable of booking it. Without hesitation, she checked the reservation list and confirmed that booth 001 was indeed booked. Closing the reservation document, she respectfully inquired, "Good evening. May I ask if you are Mr. Yi?" "Indeed," came the reply. The hostess continued, "Mr. Yi, please follow me." The four guests followed her into the bar, where Yi Xiaodian and Xia Nanxing appeared to be visiting for the first time, gazing curiously around as if they had discovered a new world. Jin Yuqian, however, moved through the bar as if it were a familiar garden. Having frequented various bars before his crossing, Yi Qianyu felt little strangeness in the atmosphere, though this establishment was grander and more vibrant than any he had previously encountered. The air was thick with the intoxicating sense of alcohol and hormones. As couples danced passionately in the club, the atmosphere alive with exuberant cries, embodying a sense of decadence. The lighting was dazzling yet not harsh, and the pulsating music flowed like a refreshing waterfall. The alluring red wine beckoned enticingly, while the beautiful waitstaff and dashing bartenders added to the bar's charm. The arrival of Yi Qianyu drew the attention of several affluent women and young ladies. Captivated by his casually elegant white shirt that revealed his fair collarbone, complemented by his chiseled profile, under the ambient lights, he became an object of desire, with numerous women casting flirtatious glances and blowing kisses in his direction. Meanwhile, some men seated nearby could not help but grumble in jealousy, lamenting that while good looks may be admirable, it is wealth that truly matters. As Yi Qianyu and his companions settled into the central booth 001, the envious men fell silent, realizing that sitting in such a prestigious spot was a privilege beyond their reach. The hostess then presented a drink menu, asking, "Mr. Yi, what beverages would you like?" Yi Qianyu pointed to the top of the list, saying, "Let us have 10 sets of the 5-colored dragon." The hostess paused, taken aback, and confirmed, "Mr. Yi, are you certain you wish to order 10 sets? Each set costs 888. "Yes," he affirmed with a nod, before ordering some handshaken cocktails and fruit platters for the ladies, bringing the total to a little over 1 million. "That will suffice. Let us proceed with the payment. The password is on the back," he said, closing the drink menu and casually producing a 10 million yuan bank card to hand to the hostess. "Certainly, Mr. Yi. Please hold on for a moment." The hostess's face radiated with joy as she bowed and hurried away. A bill exceeding 1 million meant a commission of at least 100,000, equivalent to 4 or 5 months' salary for her. She felt a sense of satisfaction for personally attending to this esteemed patron, as otherwise, that commission would have slipped away. Once the hostess departed, Jin Yuqian could not resist asking, "Old Yi, with just the 4 of us, is it really necessary to order 10 sets of the 5-colored dragon? That seems extravagant. Others say I waste money, but now I realize I am merely a minor player in comparison." Yi Qianyu chuckled and waved his hand dismissively, "No worries. Whatever remains can be used for hand washing, haha." Previously, he had seen jokes about washing hands with champagne and had long wished to try it. The system's voice chimed in his mind, "Congratulations, host, for spending 1 million yuan, earning 100 points. Remaining points, 500, 100. Yi Qianyu remained unfazed. The 100 points held little significance for him, only allowing the purchase of trivial items in the system's shop. In less than 2 minutes, the exclusive music for the 5-colored dragon package echoed throughout the bar. The electrifying tunes and dazzling lights ignited the atmosphere of the romantic bar. Patrons at the booths and those dancing on stage paused in astonishment, gasping in unison. Someone ordered the 5-colored dragon. The ambient lights converged upon Yi Qianyu in booth 001, revealing the excited expressions of Jin Yuqian and his companions. Yi Qianyu, however, maintained a calm demeanor, appearing unruffled, though internally, he felt a twinge of excitement. Everyone harbors a sense of vanity, and Yi Qianyu, being an ordinary person, was no exception, yet he knew when to maintain his composure. The host on stage, microphone in hand, exuberantly announced, "Congratulations to Mr. Yi for purchasing 10 sets of the 5-colored dragon. Congratulations to Mr. Yi for purchasing 10 sets of the 5-colored dragon." The announcement resonated throughout the romantic bar. "What? 10 sets of the 5-colored dragon, each set costing 888. That totals over 880,000. If I had that much, I would buy a decent car instead of spending it on drinks. That man is so handsome and wealthy. I wonder if he could ever notice me. At that moment, the entire bar was swept up in a wave of excitement, collectively acknowledging the extraordinary display of wealth. A procession emerged, consisting of a group of alluring women dressed in short skirts and black and white stockings, divided into 2 groups, while 5 charming girls carried different colored black spades. Behind them, a long line of individuals held aloft illuminated signs, rhythmically advancing towards booth 001. The alluring women approached first, swaying their bodies sensuously to perform a dance for the esteemed guest. After their performance, a group of 6 burly men in suits and sunglasses boomed, "We wish Mr. Yi abundant wealth and a path of success." Then, the sign bearers circled around the booth, creating an impressive spectacle. Once they finished, Qianyu gestured for them to set down the drinks. Initially, it was thrilling, but soon it became overwhelming. The waitstaff placed the 10 sets of the 5-colored dragon, along with other beverages and fruit platters, on the table before retreating. 6 suited men stood guard around the booth to prevent any female patrons from approaching and interrupting Mr. Yi's enjoyment. Seeing the ceremony conclude, the hostess rushed back to return the bank card to Qianyu. "Mr. Yi, the total is 1,030,000. After rounding up, it comes to exactly 1,000,000. Qianyu expressed his gratitude with a simple thank you. "Enjoy yourselves, Mr. Yi. I will take my leave now." "All right, go ahead. I will have 2 friends, 2 girls, join us later. Please bring them over." "Thank you." "Certainly, Mr. Yi." With no interruptions, Qianyu and his companions began to partake. Qianyu instructed the server to open 4 sets of the 5-colored dragon, placing one in front of each person, as if it were of no consequence. He poured himself a drink, splashing some in the process, and declared, "You all must finish these today. Whoever surrenders first is the loser." This spectacle resembled a beer-drinking contest. The crowd gazing in this direction was at a loss. "My dear sir, this is a bottle of tens of thousands of yuan worth of black pearl. How can you mistake it for draft beer? Is this the distinction of the wealthy? Huh, do I fear you?" Jin Yuqian, the first to challenge, filled his cup to the brim with a bottle and downed it in one gulp. "Yi Laoda, don't be fooled by my slender frame. I have been drinking since childhood in the village." Yi Shaodian cautiously poured himself a drink, spilling not a drop, and then finished it in one swift motion, smacking his lips and declaring, "This tastes no different from a 300 yuan champagne." This remark left the crowd feeling rather embarrassed. Xia Nanqing was even more straightforward, taking the black pearl and chugging it down. Gulp, gulp, burp. Finished a bottle? Goodness, does this fellow not realize the value of this drink? Downing thousands of yuan in one go. Qianyu exclaimed, "Is that really so ruthless?" Jin Yuqian replied, "Wow, when Lao Si makes a move, it's truly astonishing." Yi Shaodian added, "Wow, Lao Si, this prodigal son, just downed over 10,000 in one go." Subsequently, the 3 raised their empty glasses and bottles, clearly indicating it was Qianyu's turn. With a smirk, Qianyu declared, "Do you think I, with my high alcohol tolerance, fear a little drink?" He then lifted his glass and downed it in one gulp. But upon tasting it, he immediately spat it out, causing the onlookers to wince in sympathy. "Damn, that glass was worth several thousand, wasted like that." He coughed repeatedly, lamenting the taste of the 1,000 yuan black pearl. "That comment doesn't count." Humph. The 3 rolled their eyes in unison, then turned their attention to the short-skirted dancers on stage with gleaming eyes. Qianyu casually picked up a bottle of Romani Conti, pouring himself half a glass and adding a few ice cubes, savoring it leisurely. "This wine is delightful. That black pearl is merely a foolish tax on intelligence." Suddenly, the previous welcoming hostess entered the venue, accompanied by 2 pure and charming young women. Qianyu's gaze sharpened as he recognized Yi Ningxin and Shangwan Qianyu. As soon as the 2 entered, they were met with the lecherous stares of numerous men. Today, Yi Ningxin wore a light pink blouse and a matching short skirt, complemented by white stockings and black leather shoes, exuding a cute, youthful charm with her twin ponytails. In contrast, Shangwan Qianyu, standing beside her, dazzled Qianyu. If Yi Ningxin embodied the innocent and adorable, Shangwan Qianyu radiated a pure and alluring elegance. Clad in a cream-colored bodycon dress, she perfectly showcased her splendid figure. Her delicate waist was easily grasped, and she wore matching strappy high-heeled sandals that highlighted her slender, swan-like ankles and flawless, porcelain-like skin. Her long black hair cascaded down her back, and her exquisite face was further enhanced by light makeup and luscious red lips, making her more beautiful than usual. The addition of sheer black stockings accentuated her long legs, creating an irresistible allure. The striking duo of one innocent and one alluring, one black and one white, was truly eye-catching. Chapter 49, Cui Xiaodong arrives. Some self-aware, affluent second-generation rich kids or white-collar workers were restless, calculating how much money they would need to spend to charm one of these two into bed. Just as they were preparing to rise and approach, their steps halted abruptly. The two women were led directly to booth 001 by the hostess, taking seats beside the handsome man who had just ordered 10 sets of the 5-colored divine dragon. Any hopes of flirting were dashed, forcing them to return to their seats and sip their bitter drinks in disappointment. At booth 001, Qianyu looked at the two women and curiously asked, "How did you both come together?" Qianyu pouted. "Isn't it because this little girl came to hitch a ride?" Seeing Qianyu turn his gaze toward her, Ningshin could only explain, "Brother Qianyu, you know I snuck out. I didn't have a car, so of course, I needed to find someone with one to catch a ride." Qianyu rolled his eyes. "Didn't I give you a card? You could just use it to buy your own." Hearing this, Ningshin proudly turned to Qianyu. "That was a bank card given to me by Brother Qianyu. It's my betrothal gift." Qianyu. Qianyu, bam. He playfully flicked Ningshin on the forehead, causing a red bump to appear, puffing slightly. "Why does it suddenly involve a betrothal gift? What bizarre thoughts are you entertaining all day?" Ningshin hugged her head, looking pitiful. "Woo-woo, I didn't say anything wrong, why hit me?" Qianyu ignored the little drama queen and calmly said, "Stop whining. You'll end up braying like a donkey." "Oh," Qianyu, looking at the array of black pearls on the table, asked in surprise, "Why did you order so many sets of the 5-colored divine dragon? You can't possibly drink all that. Isn't it wasteful?" Qianyu picked up an empty glass, poured a small amount into it, and placed it in front of Qianyu, smiling lightly. "It's nothing. Money is abundant. This stuff isn't even that good. You can use it to wash your hands if your hands are dirty." Qianyu replied, "Is that even a reasonable thing to say? Washing hands with several tens of thousands worth of wine." Qianyu pretended to be clever, mimicking a scene from a drama, and placed the Roman economy aside. Just then, he noticed Ningshin eagerly raising an empty glass, staring at him with wide eyes. Qianyu pointed at the red wine and asked, "Do you want a drink?" "MHM." Ningshin nodded vigorously. Qianyu moved her glass aside, casually taking the prepared cocktail and an ice cream, saying, "What would a child do with wine? Eat this. I specially ordered it for you." Ningshin's face fell at once, transforming into a bitter expression. Helpless, she could only comply. Thus, she seemed to vent her frustration, alternating between sips of cocktail and bites of ice cream, muttering, "I'm not a child. I'm already an adult. I just look young, humph." Just as they were enjoying their time, 6 cars drove into the romantic bar. Leading the convoy was a black Maybach, followed by 6 black vans. As the Maybach's door opened, out stepped Cui Xiaodong, the man whose hand had been broken a few days prior. Now 2 days post-discharge. His hand was in a cast, bound with white gauze. Following him was another man, Gao Chong, who had just received a thorough beating. What a coincidence. The vans opened as well, revealing nearly 30 thugs equipped with various tools, standing quietly behind the 2 men. At that moment, several youths exited the bar, led by Zhang Yu. Having nothing to do, he had brought a few friends to the bar for relaxation and unexpectedly ran into Qianyu. He discreetly signaled to Cui Xiaodong. Meanwhile, having recently been discharged, Cui Xiaodong had been recuperating at home, browsing the campus forum, where he found himself the subject of ridicule. Intensifying his loathing for Qianyu, he wished nothing more than to exact revenge. His father had even utilized his connections to investigate Qianyu's background, discovering that he was merely a child from an ordinary family in a rural area of Hangqing, with no other notable background. This revelation bolstered Cui Xiaodong's resolve to seek vengeance and rectify his humiliation. However, he had been unable to locate Qianyu these past few days, which drove him to frustration. Today, my younger brother conveyed news that Qianyu was at the romantic bar, having ordered 10 sets of the 5-colored divine dragon. He immediately called upon his father's covert ally, Brother Yu, the leader of the Sanshi Association, for assistance. Due to his status, he could only summon Brother Yu. As for the higher echelons of Sanshi, only his father could command them. Although Qianyu was quite formidable, he was still up against the underworld forces of Modu. Could he possibly triumph over such dark powers? Furthermore, he had witnessed Brother Yu's prowess, which provided him with the confidence to seek vengeance against Qianyu. As for his younger brother's claim about Qianyu ordering 10 sets of divine dragon, he scoffed, suspecting that the lad had merely stumbled upon a stroke of luck, winning the lottery, and was now attempting to show off. If Cui Xiaodong were aware of his thoughts, he would undoubtedly rate him with 5 stars, as the aura of diminished intelligence was indeed terrifying. Zhang Yu approached Cui Xiaodong, appearing like a loyal underling. "Cui Xiao, that fellow with the surname Yi is inside. I saw him with my own eyes." The younger brothers accompanying Zhang Yu all echoed in agreement. "Indeed, Cui Xiao, we saw him too." Cui Xiaodong excitedly patted Zhang Yu on the shoulder, grinning widely. Ha, splendid. You will be rewarded later. Zhang Yu and his companions displayed expressions of delight akin to blooming flowers. Thank you, Cui Xiao. Cui Xiaodong then turned to the silent Gao Chong beside him. Attempting to curry favor, Brother Yu, please teach that lad a lesson. It would be best if you could render him immobile. I will handle the rest. And the 500,000 I promised you will be delivered in full. As he spoke, Cui Xiaodong's gaze grew increasingly bloodshot. Yes, indeed. He harbored intentions of tormenting Yi Qianyu, perhaps even eliminating him. With his background, extinguishing a life was effortlessly within reach, and he had secretly done so before, settling matters with his family afterward. Gao Chong responded with an expressionless grunt. Upon seeing Brother Yu nod, Cui Xiaodong smirked ominously, gesturing grandly. Let us proceed inside. At that moment, a hesitant younger brother near Brother Yu spoke up. Brother Yu, this is the territory of Blood Rose. We cannot recklessly enter. Gao Chong furrowed his brow. Blood Rose has always been at odds with our Sanshi Association. What of it? Besides, we have Cui Xiao with us. Hearing this, Cui Xiaodong thumped his chest, assuring. Rest assured, Brother Yu, I will take full responsibility. With that, he led the group towards the entrance of the Night Rose. Chapter 50, Another Provocation. Upon witnessing a throng of individuals marching towards the entrance, led by Brother Yu of their sworn enemy, Sanshi Association, the security personnel responsible for the romantic bar promptly appeared, standing guard at the doorway to confront them. The receptionist stepped forward, addressing Gao Chong. Brother Yu, why have you brought so many people? This is Sister Rose's territory. We are at full capacity today. Please return another time. Gao Chong stepped forward with a disarming smile. Ah, Hong Mei, we are not here to cause trouble. We are here to assist Cui Xiao in settling a personal grievance, so please step aside. Cui Xiao? The receptionist glanced at the bandaged Cui Xiaodong. Cui Xiao, if you wish to resolve personal matters, that is fine. But this is the romantic bar, Sister Rose's domain. Please take this outside. It cannot be settled here. Upon hearing this, Cui Xiaodong's expression darkened, coldly responding, I, Cui Xiaodong, will enter regardless of your Blood Rose's objections. Do you really think you can stop me? You ought to know I am a member of the Cui family. Step aside. With a clattering of footsteps, more than a dozen burly security guards surged from within the bar, blocking the entrance. At that moment, a chilling female voice crackled through the earpiece. Let them in. In response, the receptionist respectfully replied, Yes, Sister Rose. She then raised her hand, and the security personnel at the door immediately parted to create a passage. Cui Xiaodong scoffed derisively. Let us go, and make sure that you fellow pays dearly. The group stormed through the entrance of the romantic bar with great fervor. The receptionist signaled to several of her colleagues. Leave half to maintain order. The rest shall enter to ensure security. Understood, Hong Jia. In an office at the highest level, a woman languidly reclined in her swivel chair, her light yellow curls cascading over her snowy back, clad in a red dress that did little to conceal her voluptuous form. She possessed a breathtaking beauty, with delicate lips and a refined nose, her crimson lips revealing pearly teeth. Yet, her eyes were piercingly clear, as if they could see through anything, instilling a sense of trepidation in those who dared to approach. Sitting there, she exuded an aura that sent chills down one's spine. At that moment, she held a phone, her voice icy. Cui Sanyi. Today, Blood Rose extends you a favor, but only this once. Next time, I will not show you any leniency. The voice of Cui Sanxiong emerged from the other end. Haha, Rose, rest assured. Ensure the compensation is delivered on time. Double the amount. Absolutely. After hanging up, the corners of Blood Rose's mouth curled into a cold and enchanting smile as she muttered to herself. Hee. Who do you think you are to have Gushang personally reserve a table? Let them fight amongst themselves. Do not think I am unaware that the Sanshi Association is under the control of the Cui family. She glanced at the computer screen, displaying the scene of the bar's main hall. Suddenly, the pulsating music came to an abrupt halt, and the dazzling lights transformed into stark white bulbs, causing the dancers on stage to retreat in succession. Some men, caught up in the revelry, stood up in dissatisfaction, questioning the host. What is going on? Why did it stop? This is making it hard for me not to demand a refund. Let the music play, let the dancing continue. However, the ensuing scene silenced them, compelling them to retreat to the back, wary of speaking up. They beheld Cui Xiaodong striding in with a band of fierce-looking ruffians, swaggering into the hall. Whispers erupted around them. What is happening? Are these underworld figures here to cause trouble? Those from out of town wouldn't know. The one in front is Cui Xiaodong from the Cui family, and beside him is Brother Yu, the leader of the pedestrian street, a true underground gangster. What could Cui Xiao possibly want with such a gathering of Sanshi Association members, especially with his bandaged arm? It seems he is here for revenge. Let us keep quiet and enjoy the show. Cui Xiaodong reveled in the fearful gazes cast upon him, relishing the grand entrance of the Chui family's young master. He scanned the room and quickly spotted Yi Qianyu at the Prime 001 booth, particularly noting the two enchanting women flanking him. A wave of envy, jealousy, and rage surged within him. He marched directly towards booth 001, striding forward with an air of entitlement, plotting how to torment the man who had humiliated him. His confidence stemmed from the presence of Gao Chang beside him and the armed thugs behind him. Unbeknownst to him, Gao Chang's expression had turned increasingly anxious. With each step closer, his cold sweat intensified. Was Chui Xiaodong truly intending for us to teach this demon a lesson? Having just barely recovered an arm, was he now to return it? Meanwhile, Yi Qianyu, seated in the prime booth, gazed at the approaching group with a stoic expression, a hint of amusement playing on his lips. Chui Xiaodong halted before the booth, his demeanor brimming with arrogance. Yi, I didn't expect to find you here. I shall repay the insult you inflicted upon me tenfold. Yi Qianyu replied nonchalantly. Oh. This response left Chui Xiaodong momentarily bewildered. This was not how the script was meant to unfold. Was he not supposed to see such a multitude and kneel in fear? Why was he unperturbed, even seemingly mocking? Was it merely an illusion? Seated in the booth, everyone except Shangguan Qianyu wore expressions that seemed to teeter between amusement and disdain as they observed Chui Xiaodong, who appeared like a jester beneath them. The dormitory roommates were well aware that Wei Gu and his companions had just received a lesson from Yi Qianyu, while Yi Ningxin, unfazed by the unfolding drama, indulged in her ice cream, embodying the role of a spectator. She was fully aware of her brother Qianyu's formidable prowess, easily capable of incapacitating anyone who dared to challenge him. Shangguan Qianyu promptly summoned the bodyguard waiting outside and stood up. Chui Xiaodong, what do you intend to do? If the Chui family does not wish to engage in conflict with the Shangguan family, I implore you to leave. You shall not harm him today, otherwise you will face the wrath of the Shangguan family. Upon hearing this, Chui Xiaodong's expression darkened considerably. The woman he admired was vehemently defending another man, igniting a firestorm of rage within him. He turned his gaze toward Yi Qianyu, who remained composed and seated, and scoffed. Yi, are you hiding behind a woman again? Yi Qianyu smiled lightly, regarding Chui Xiaodong as one might regard a clown. You squander your opportunities so easily. It seems the lesson of losing an arm hasn't taught you anything. Chui Xiaodong let out a cold snort and turned to Gao Chang, who stood at a considerable distance, saying, Wei Gu, could you assist me in dealing with this brat? What? Wei Gu, why are you sweating so much? Isn't there air conditioning here? Before he could finish his sentence, Wei Gu stepped forward, an ingratiating smile plastered on his face. Ah, young Master Yi. Long time no see. Chapter 51. The emergence of Dark Knight Security. Yi Qianyu took a delicate sip of his red wine and chuckled softly. I believe we just met moments ago. Why should I assist Chui in this matter? He gestured toward Chui Xiaodong, who stood behind him. Gao Chang hurriedly waved his hands. No, I don't know him. We're just here to have fun. Yi Qianyu raised an eyebrow and glanced at the group of thugs. Come to have fun, yet you bring weapons? As soon as the words left his mouth, the thugs hastily dropped their weapons to the ground, creating a cacophony of clattering sounds in the once silent hall. Chui Xiaodong was left bewildered, questioning his own identity and purpose. He cautiously approached Gao Chang and asked, So, Wei Gu, can you help me teach him a lesson? If 500,000 isn't enough, I can add another 500,000. Gao Chang recoiled as if from a plague, swiftly stepping aside. Chui Xiaodong was left utterly perplexed. Was I the fool in this scenario? As he noticed Yi Qianyu's gaze directed toward him, Chui Xiaodong swallowed hard, his expression darkening as he addressed Gao Chang. Gao Chang, I am extending you a courtesy by calling you Wei Gu. Is this how you repay my kindness? You must understand, I am Chui family's third young master. Should anything happen to me, you won't escape unscathed. You know how fearsome my father can be. After a moment of contemplation, Gao Chang leaned in to whisper in Chui Xiaodong's ear. Chui Xiao, it's not that I don't want to help you, but that man just laid me out. I am simply no match for him. Chui Xiaodong was taken aback by Gao Chang's explanation. He knew of Gao Chang's strength, and the fact that he had been bested by this unknown individual was shocking. However, given his current predicament, he had no choice but to compel Gao Chang to act to ensure his own safe exit. He understood the principle of a friend in need is a friend indeed. Thus, he resorted to threatening his father's wrath. I don't care. I'm paying you. You must do your job and ensure my safe passage, or else my father has quite the violent temper. Recalling the terror of Chui's Nexiying, Gao Chang steeled himself and approached Yi Qianyu, introducing himself. Young Master Yi, I am the Hall Master under Jin Shi of the Sanshi Association. This matter with third young Master Chui is not one of deep-seated enmity. Let us just let it go for the sake of the Sanshi Association and the Chui family. The onlookers began to murmur among themselves. What? Wei Gu is actually backing down. Who is this young man to instill fear in the third young master of the Chui family? Anyone who could secure booth 001 from the Blood Rose must have quite the impressive background. Huh, what if I refuse? You all waltz in here looking for trouble. And now you wish to backtrack? Are you jesting? Qianyu regarded him with a sardonic smile, his expression unchanging. Then this matter cannot be settled? Gao Chong produced a dagger from his waist, his voice low. He did not wish to engage in conflict with this enigmatic youth, but his position was precarious. On one side stood the Chui family, and on the other stood the mysterious youth. A conflict between titans could spell disaster for mere mortals like him. Yet, with the Chui family backing him, he had no choice but to side with Chui Xiaodong to ensure his own safety. He was acutely aware of the merciless tactics employed by Chui's Nexiying. Understanding the gravity of the situation, he issued a command. The thugs behind him scrambled to retrieve their dropped weapons, preparing for a brawl. Suddenly, the doors swung open. A contingent of individuals clad in black entered the hall. Precisely 20 in number. They moved in unison, forming a perimeter around Gao Chong and his group. Standing in perfect formation, with their right hands resting on their chests, they collectively shouted, "Boss." Qianyu quipped, "Seriously? Is this a scene from a Dragon King movie?" After mentally deriding the display, Qianyu raised his hand with a flair reminiscent of a television mafia boss, exuding an air of undeniable authority. This spectacle left the onlookers in awe, with numerous young women captivated by the figure before them, their mouths watering at the sight. It was nothing short of cinematic brilliance. Even Gao Chong and his companions were taken aback by the display. "Wait, are you the underworld, or are we? You seem more intimidating than we do." Qianyu stood, placing a foot on the coffee table, leaning slightly forward with a relaxed smile. "Weren't we about to fight? Let us get started." With a snap of his fingers, the black-clad bodyguards drew sleek black pistols, aiming them at the group of thugs. The ominous barrels were directed at the heads of the ruffians. Any wrong move would result in dire consequences. With a flurry of clattering, the thugs hastily discarded their weapons, cowering and covering their heads in fear. "Oh my gosh. What were we thinking? We weren't supposed to engage in a gunfight." Gao Chong swallowed hard, discarding his dagger and crouching down. Who on earth is this young man? He pulls a gun at the slightest provocation. Chui Xiaodong, pale and trembling, felt utterly terrified. Qianyu descended the steps with deliberate slowness, each stride causing Chui Xiaodong to retreat further. He halted only when he reached Gao Chong. "Qianyu, don't come any closer. If you dare to move against me, my father will not let you off easily, nor will the Chui family," he shouted, his voice trembling. "You dare to touch me, and I will have your entire family destroyed. I know you're from Hangqing." Before he could finish, a resounding slap echoed through the hall, the sound sharp and clear, reverberating even to the far corners. Chui Xiaodong was sent sprawling, his right cheek swelling rapidly, several teeth shattered in the process. Qianyu stepped forward, seizing Chui Xiaodong by the collar. Another slap echoed, sending more teeth flying. Chui Xiaodong's face had swelled grotesquely, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, rendering him a pitiful sight. Qianyu delivered a punch to his abdomen, causing Chui Xiaodong to double over and spit blood. Qianyu gazed at him with a tranquil demeanor, his eyes imbued with a chilling resolve. The audacity of someone daring to threaten his family was utterly intolerable. Though he claimed to have traversed realms, he had seamlessly inherited the emotions of the original owner. He discarded Chui Xiaodong to the ground as one might toss away refuse, uttering with a calm detachment, "Disable his limbs." "Understood, boss," responded one of the bodyguards in black, his expression inscrutable as he advanced. "Come here, Qianyu, do you dare?" Chui Xiaodong, overwhelmed with terror, lost all composure. Before he could finish his words, a shadowy guard brutally stepped upon his arm encased in plaster. A piercing scream escaped Chui Xiaodong, akin to that of a slaughtered pig, as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Yet the torment was not over. The dark guard delivered another crushing blow to his other arm. The excruciating pain jolted Chui Xiaodong back to consciousness, only to plunge him once more into the abyss of darkness. This cycle of consciousness and oblivion repeated thrice. The bystanders winced at the spectacle, with some timid girls reduced to tears. Among the occupants of booth 001, aside from Xiaodian, who displayed slight discomfort, the others watched with rapt attention. Meanwhile, the typically carefree Yi Ningxin assumed a protective demeanor, soothing the trembling Shangguan Qianyu in her embrace. "It's all right, Shangguan Jia, do not fear, the villains have been driven away." With a sharp crack, the dark guard forcefully stomped between Chui Xiaodong's legs. The sound of cracking eggs sent a shiver through the male onlookers, instinctively tightening their legs in response. The agony was unbearable. The lament of his manhood pierced the air. Chui Xiaodong awoke once more, only to faint entirely. The dark guard returned to his previous position, maintaining a vigilant stance, awaiting further orders. Qianyu stood in the center of the hall, observing the chaos with an imperturbable expression. He retrieved a cigarette from his pack, and before the length had fully emerged, it was secured between his lips. A perceptive bodyguard promptly produced a lighter, stepping forward. The lighter emitted a crisp sound as Qianyu inclined his head slightly to ignite the cigarette. His eyes instinctively narrowed as the azure flame flickered across his handsome visage. When the flame extinguished, he removed the cigarette from his lips, allowing a plume of white smoke to drift languidly before his cool silhouette. The crowd remained silent, captivated by the melancholic yet striking figure before them. The pale smoke softened his profile, and his demeanor, lowly bowed yet composed, rendered the onlookers momentarily spellbound. It was as though a scene from a television drama had materialized into reality. As the cigarette burned down halfway, Qianyu exhaled a ring of smoke and discarded the remaining stub to the ground, extinguishing it beneath his foot. He sauntered over to Gao Chang, lowering his head to say, "Your return in such pristine condition will inevitably attract bloodshed. Allow me to assist you." With a swift motion, he gestured towards a scar-faced man leading the dark guards, instructing, "Only inflict external injuries, avoid internal harm." Understood. The guards holstered their weapons and advanced with fists raised. Once more, the hall reverberated with cries of anguish. Approximately 5 minutes later, a group of bruised ruffians lay groaning upon the floor. "Scram! Take this trash with you." No sooner had the words left his lips than the gang of San Shihui scattered like frightened birds, hastily fleeing from the romantic rose. Cui Xiaodong, rendered unconscious, was dragged away by 2 thugs, each securing a foot, and along the way, he was jostled unceremoniously. The flamboyant arrival had transformed into a scene of utter disgrace. Qianyu did not return to the booth, but instead strolled with hands in pockets, his gaze unruffled as he casually remarked, "Shui Meigui, do you not intend to provide me with an explanation?" No sooner had he finished speaking than a melodious voice chimed in. "Hee, young Master Yi, you jest. How could a mere bar owner like me provoke the Cui family? I trust that young Master Yi is more than capable of resolving this matter." The woman glided forward, her red chi-pao fluttering like a dream, each graceful movement exuding an irresistible allure that captivated the audience. Her delicate steps and playful glances ensnared the souls of all present. Upon her entrance, every male in attendance succumbed to her charm. Even Qianyu, accustomed to beauty, found himself momentarily dazzled. This woman possessed a natural seductiveness, her every smile igniting desire in the hearts of men. Name: Lu Nanshuang. Codename: Shui Meigui. Identity: owner of romantic bar, queen of the underground. Age: 27. Attractiveness: 94. Purity: 100. Capability: 25. Favorability: 65. Mortal enemies with Cui Sanqiong. Upon reviewing the profile of Shui Meigui, Qianyu was taken aback by her impressive capabilities. It was unexpected for a bar owner to possess such prowess. She must have had influential mentors. Learning of her enmity with Cui Xiong sparked an idea within him. Lu Nanshuang approached Qianyu, whispering, "What a handsome young man you are." Then she added, "Young Master Yi, shall we find a quieter place to converse?" "Indeed," Qianyu replied with a slight nod, then addressed his companions at the booth, instructing, "You all continue to enjoy yourselves. I will join you shortly." Lu Nanshuang, covering her mouth with a soft giggle, announced to the patrons below, "I apologize for interrupting your enjoyment today. The entire venue will have a 50% discount tonight. Please, continue to revel." A cheer erupted from the crowd, delighted not only by the show, but also by the unexpected reduction in their tab. The lights brightened once more, music filled the air, and the dancers resumed their enchanting performances, reigniting the fervor of the evening. Following Lu Nanshuang, Qianyu made his way to a secluded chamber. Yi Ningxin intended to follow but was restrained by Shangwan Qianyu. "Sister Shangwan, shall we not go? Did you not see how formidable this woman is? Are you not concerned she might entice brother Qianyu away?" Shangwan Qianyu chuckled with resignation. Even if she were to entice him, what could be done? They are likely to discuss important matters. We must not intrude. To disrupt his affairs would be detrimental. Very well. I hope brother Qianyu can withstand the temptation. Yi Ningxin slumped onto her chair, glancing at her modest figure, murmuring, "Humph. What is so remarkable about being slightly more developed? Today's men prefer my youthful charm." Once inside the dimly lit chamber, the dark guards stood watch outside, attentively surveying the surroundings for any potential threats. Closing the door behind them, Qianyu settled into the plush office chair as if returning home, reclining languidly with his legs propped on the desk, one hand cradling his head. A faint smile graced his lips as he spoke in a nonchalant manner. "Proceed." His posture resembled that of a boss casually receiving a report from an employee. "Hee. Young Master Yi, you differ from all the men I have encountered." Lu Nanshuang chuckled lightly, casually selecting another sofa to sit upon, crossing her legs with keen interest as she observed the man above her. The slit of her chi-pao revealed a glimpse of flawless skin, much to Qianyu's delight. What a pristine garment. Lu Nanchuang unexpectedly produced a slender lady's cigarette, igniting it with grace. Her delicate fingers cradled the pale gold smoke as she inhaled deeply, releasing a contented sigh. Hee, who would have thought that young Master Yi harbored such carnal desires, fixating on a lady's legs for quite some time. Upon hearing this, Yi Qianyu averted his gaze, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, "When conversing with me, refrain from emitting sounds akin to a hen laying eggs." Lu Nanchuang coughed, unable to suppress the smoke that escaped her lips. "Young Master Yi certainly possesses a talent for humor," she retorted. "Isn't it you who jested first?" Lu Nanchuang then styled her curly hair into an elegant updo, a few strands cascading down to obscure one eye. Her crimson lips exhaled a wisp of white smoke, subtly arching her brows and eyes, exuding an alluring charm. "What precisely did you mean by the statement you made earlier, young Master Yi?" Yi Qianyu, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the armrest of his chair, nonchalantly responded, "Join me, serve my interests." At this, Lu Nanchuang's delicate fingers clenched tightly, the cigarette snapping silently. "Young Master Yi, you have crossed the line." Yi Qianyu's expression remained unperturbed as he regarded her with a knowing smile. "Lu Nanchuang, you desire a confrontation with the Cui family, hoping to create more adversaries for them while you remain unscathed, reaping the benefits. As you wished. I have indeed offended the Cui family, but have you considered the possibility of incurring an even more formidable enemy?" He continued. "Those who dare to treat me as a pawn often meet a grim fate." As his words settled, Lu Nanchuang, seated on the sofa, lost her composure, her eyes reflecting shock, confusion, and fear. How did he know her name? Since her debut, she had always gone by the alias of Blood Rose, and aside from her family, no one was aware of her true identity. Her palms were clammy as she rubbed them together, attempting to quell her unease. After a moment, she lifted her gaze to meet his piercing eyes, enunciating each word. "How did you come to know my name?" Yi Qianyu evaded the inquiry. "Do not concern yourself with how I know. Simply understand the terror I embody. Have you made up your mind? Will you follow me?" He continued. "I am also aware of your enmity with Cui Sanqiong. However, with your current strength, you cannot exact your revenge." Lu Nanchuang was once again taken aback, for she indeed harbored a profound grudge against Cui Sanqiong and the entire Cui family. Once, Cui Sanqiong and her father were close friends until her father became acquainted with his mother. Yet, Cui Sanqiong had long coveted her mother's beauty. When she was 5, a group of men in black stormed her home, killing her father. Her mother, unwilling to be captured, took her own life. Fortunately, her parents had hidden her in a secret cabinet, and she witnessed the tragic scene through a crack. From that day forth, she adopted the name Blood Rose. And over the subsequent 20-plus years, she unraveled the identity of her father's murderer, Cui Sanqiong of the Cui family. The Cui family was immensely powerful, far beyond her reach, which prompted her to establish the underground force known as Blood Rose. They engaged in skirmishes with the Sanxi Association, but those were merely minor conflicts. Yi Qianyu observed Lu Nanchuang in contemplation, continuing to persuade her, "You are aware that the Sanxi Association poses a 3-7 advantage over your faction, and I firmly believe they will not tolerate your presence as a mere grain of sand. With the Cui family's backing, it is only a matter of time before they swallow you whole." Upon hearing this, Lu Nanchuang, already wavering, felt her resolve further shaken. He spoke the truth. The Sanxi Association indeed harbored intentions of completely absorbing Blood Rose, awaiting only a few guards from the Cui family for support. However, he had miscalculated one detail. It wasn't a 3-7 situation, but rather a 2-8 one, with her faction comprising only 20% of the total. If she did not find a formidable ally soon, the force she painstakingly built would crumble, and the brothers and sisters she nurtured would perish, an outcome she could not abide. The enigmatic and powerful youth before her presented an excellent option. Noticing Lu Nanchuang's wavering conviction, he unleashed his final gambit. "Only by following me and serving my interests can I aid you in avenging your grievances. The Cui family is but a trifling matter to me. I will entrust you with the management of the underground forces in Modu, and from that moment on, you shall be the true queen of the underworld." "Very well. I accept your offer. I have no interest in being the queen of the underworld. I only seek the life of Cui Sanqiong." Lu Nanchuang nodded in agreement, her gaze icy, radiating boundless hatred. "Ha ha ha, splendid. I hope you take pride in your decision today. I shall be your support from now on." Yi Qianyu uncrossed his legs and approached Lu Nanchuang, extending his hand. He was elated to have acquired a capable subordinate, believing her to be a rare talent worthy of his command. He had long envisioned establishing an intelligence agency, and the underground forces in Modu were replete with talent, perfectly suited for this role. Blood Rose had managed to contend with the Sanxi Association for so many years largely due to her intelligence network, allowing her to avoid direct confrontations. Thus, he conceived the idea of enlisting Blood Rose to oversee the intelligence position. Lu Nanshuang rose, gracefully adjusting her bangs, her smile radiant, and extended her hand to shake Yi Qianyu's. Henceforth, the renowned underground queen, Blood Rose, was born. As Yi Qianyu grasped her hand, he felt her softness and chill, a sensation that prompted him not to release her immediately. Lu Nanshuang attempted to withdraw her hand, but found it firmly held. The more she struggled, the tighter his grip became, causing her cheeks to flush. Young Master Yi, how long do you intend to hold on? Ahem. It's my first time shaking hands with a girl. I must admit, I was a tad nervous. Yi Qianyu quickly released her, offering an awkward chuckle. Lu Nanshuang rolled her eyes, exuding an enchanting demeanor. Humph, who would believe that? Who goes out with two beautiful women on each arm? Yi Qianyu felt a bit embarrassed by her remark, then straightened his expression, asserting, how can you be so disrespectful? I am your boss now. Remember to address me as such from now on. Lu Nanshuang laughed heartily, her earlier haughty demeanor dissipating, finding the young man before her amusing, and teased, yes, yes, yes. Boss. Humph, now you're being obedient. Yi Qianyu smirked, striding confidently to push open the door to the secret chamber. Chapter 54, known in the Jianghu as Brother Knife. Upon Yi Qianyu's emergence, the leading bodyguard, bearing a scarred face, waved a commanding hand. The vigilant bodyguard silently followed him as they approached the booth. Engaged in idle chatter, the two women noticed Yi Qianyu's return and promptly rose. Shangguan Qianyu stood silently, not uttering a word. However, her expression betrayed her unspoken thoughts. In contrast, Yi Ningxin harbored no reservations, rushing to Yi Qianyu's side and whispering, Brother Qianyu, have you finished your discussion? That Ma Chachong didn't take advantage of you, did he? Before Yi Qianyu could respond, Lu Nanshuang, swaying her hips gracefully, approached the two, laughing melodiously. Little sister, it's quite unseemly to speak ill of others behind their backs. I am now a subordinate of the boss. With that, she deliberately accentuated her ample curves, infuriating Yi Ningxin to the point of breaking down, mentally cursing. Is that all you've got? Woe is me. Meanwhile, Shangguan Qianyu regarded Yi Qianyu with astonishment, fully aware of Blood Rose's formidable reputation and standing in Modu. Although not on par with first-rate families, few dared to provoke her. Her father had attempted numerous times to recruit Blood Rose into his fold, offering substantial incentives. Yet to no avail. The fact that this young man had, on their first meeting, enlisted Blood Rose as a subordinate piqued her curiosity even further. What manner of man is he? All right, enough idle chatter. It's time to head back. In the silent night, Yi Qianyu quickly restrained a few women. Indeed, 3 women together could put on quite a performance, effortlessly engaging in song and conversation. Subsequently, she turned to Lu Nanshuang and instructed, proceed as usual. If Sanshi makes any significant moves, promptly give me a call. Understood, boss, Lu Nanshuang replied. The group stepped outside, where Yi Qianyu summoned several bodyguards to lift her 3 inebriated roommates into a vehicle, instructing them to drop them off at a hotel of their choosing. She then addressed Shangguan Qianyu and Yi Ningxin, saying, you two should head back first. I have matters to attend to. Okay. The two replied obediently. At that moment, 3 disheveled men in suits staggered over, calling out, Miss. Shangguan Qianyu looked at her bodyguards with confusion, her expression filled with questions. What happened to you? The trio glanced at the dozen or so bodyguards standing behind Yi Qianyu and shivered in fear. One of them lamented. We received a message from the miss and rushed over immediately, but as we were about to enter, we were struck from behind and subsequently beaten up. The scarred man beside Yi Qianyu cleared his throat, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I thought these 3 were up to no good, so I stopped them outside. However, they resisted a bit too fiercely, which led to their beating. Boss, they seem to have calmed down now. Yi Qianyu could only shake her head, her lips twitching involuntarily. You truly are a talent. The trio, feeling increasingly wronged, lowered their heads, their thoughts filled with unflattering curses. How could we be calm? 3 of us were beaten by a dozen burly men. Every word we spoke resulted in a punch. The scarred man continued. This is all a misunderstanding. In the future, when you come to the romantic bar, everything will be free. Just mention Blood Rose, and say I sent you. I am her boss. Thank you, young Master Yi. The 3 instantly dropped their grievances. After all, it was the romantic bar, and it was free. Perhaps they should endure another beating to alleviate their guilt for enjoying themselves. Lu Nanshuang watched as the 2 women climbed into a Bentley and drove away. Yi Qianyu turned to the scarred man and asked, what is your name? Hearing this, the scarred man flashed a flattering smile, albeit one that felt slightly unnerving. Boss, I am known in the underworld as Brother Dao. You may call me Xiao Dao. His real name was Wang Xiaolong, codenamed Brother Dao. He was the leader of the Dark Knight elite security team, proficient in firearms, counter-surveillance, martial arts, and knife techniques. with a loyalty rating of 100, strength of 97, and speed of 8. Upon glancing at the other security team members, he noted their surprising capabilities, all scoring above 92. Despite not surpassing human limits, it was evident that without any special heritage, it was improbable for anyone to exceed human capabilities. Nevertheless, these bodyguards were well versed in various firearms. Even the mightiest could not withstand a bullet. "Take me to meet M.O. Shah," Yi Qianyu instructed softly, then casually entered a modified Rolls-Royce. Brother Dao took the wheel, and upon seeing their boss enter the vehicle, the others piled into several other cars. Yi Qianyu's car was positioned in the center, flanked by 2 others for protection. The trio of Rolls-Royces cruised along the main road, attracting the attention of passing vehicles, prompting speculation about which high-profile figure might be aboard. The once congested thoroughfare quickly cleared, for who would dare challenge a Rolls-Royce? Even a minor scrape could lead to financial ruin. Though Shanghai was filled with wealthy individuals, the situation dictated caution. Drivers with road rage suddenly became compliant, maneuvering their vehicles with utmost care. At a private hospital in Shanghai, a black Lycan parked at the entrance. Moments later, a sharply dressed man and an elegantly attired lady emerged from the vehicle. It was none other than Cui Sanxiong and Lin Yuan, who had recently visited the hospital. Surprisingly, just days apart, they found themselves returning. Their faces were grim as they entered the hospital. As the door opened, Dr. Zhang, who had just administered a sedative and pain relief to Cui Xiaodong, recognized the visitors and quickly bowed, saying, "Master Cui, Madam Lin." However, his expression was somewhat stiff and forced. Cui Sanxiong's face darkened as he inquired, "Dr. Zhang, what is the condition of my son?" Dr. Zhang sighed heavily. "Master Cui, please do not be angry when I tell you this. Your son has suffered multiple compound fractures with no possibility of healing, and," he hesitated, unable to continue. "And what?" Lin Yuan demanded sharply. "And, your son has also lost his male characteristics. Although the surgery has been completed, he has lost all male function." Upon hearing this, both of their expressions tightened, Lin Yuan nearly stumbling to the ground. Unwilling to accept the reality, she pressed, "Dr. Zhang, is there any way to restore him? I am willing to pay any price." "I am sorry, Madam Lin, but there is no way." Upon receiving this definitive answer, Lin Yuan finally succumbed to the pressure, leaning weakly against the bedside. Chapter 55, The Secret Base of Dark Knight Security. The hospital room was filled with a palpable tension. "Dad," Cui Xiaodong, who had previously appeared dazed, seemed to see a glimmer of hope as he spotted his father, his voice hoarse. Cui Sanxiong replied softly. The warmth of past affection vanished, replaced by a stranger's demeanor. He continued, "You will remain in the hospital to recuperate, and do not think about seeking revenge on that young man Yi. This matter ends here." Boom. Cui Xiaodong felt as if struck by a thunderbolt, stunned in place. Even the pain radiating from his lower body forgotten. What did his father mean? Why did it sound as if he had been abandoned? Meanwhile, Lin Yuan, regaining her composure, erupted like a tempest. "Cui Sanxiong, your son has been ruined, and you remain indifferent? You, the third master of the Cui family, will not avenge your son?" A resounding slap echoed as Lin Yuan received a blow across her face, leaving a red mark. "Be quiet. If it weren't for your excessive pampering, would Xiaodong have ended up like this?" The opponent has armed subordinates, and their background is not as simple as it seems. The Cui family already has many enemies. We cannot afford to provoke another mysterious foe. Is that how easily you dismiss your son's revenge? He is your son. Lin Yuan's expression darkened. He is just a son. I have a love child as well. I had originally hoped Xiaodong would contend for the position of head of the family. But who would have known he would be so foolish as to lose his manhood? Any hopes of relying on him are now futile. What? Cui Sanxiong, you actually have a love child behind my back. You. Before Lin Yuan could finish her sentence, another slap silenced her. What is wrong with finding women? I married you for the benefit of your Lin family's influence, which could bring me some advantage. Now, your Lin family is of no use to me. If you were wise, you would enjoy your life. Otherwise, prepare for me to cast you out. With that, he turned his back on them, slamming the door behind him. Such is the nature of family power. It sees only profit, devoid of familial affection, ready to abandon one's own kin for self-gain. Watching Cui Sanxiong's retreating figure, Lin Yuan's eyes darkened with shadows. Mom. Cui Xiaodong trembled, looking at Lin Yuan, realizing he could only rely on her now. Xiaodong, rest assured, I will avenge you. No matter the cost, I will ensure those who harmed you face their reckoning. Lin Yuan's gaze turned cold, her eyes narrowing. The narrative diverges here. The vehicle carrying Yi Qianyu traversed a seldom-trodden rural path. Were it not for his system's reconnaissance capabilities, even he would have failed to detect the hidden sentinels along the way. Every few hundred meters, a sentinel lay in wait, their meticulousness surpassing that of elite soldiers, which left him quite pleased with his nocturnal security measures. After approximately 10 minutes of driving, The car finally halted at an abandoned factory. Following a series of thorough inspections and identifications, the heavy iron gate creaked open slowly. Upon disembarking, Qianyu was greeted by a middle-aged man leading a cadre of members from Yi, all of whom stood in perfect formation at the entrance. As their employer approached, the group offered a collective military salute, exclaiming, "Boss." Witnessing this display, Qianyu felt a surge of excitement. Reflecting on the fact that he commanded such a formidable private militia, he stepped forward, smiling warmly, and said, "There is no need for such formalities. We are all brothers. You have all worked hard. Serving the boss is not hard at all," they replied. Qianyu chuckled heartily, declaring, "From now on, salaries will triple. Thank you, boss." Upon hearing this news, the previously stern members of Yi instantly beamed with excitement. Though they were security personnel, on an international scale, they were mercenaries. Naturally, mercenaries favored monetary compensation. Who would voluntarily take on such a role otherwise? At that moment, the leader, Emo Shah, eagerly approached, rubbing his hands together, and asked, "Boss, now that the members' salaries have tripled, shouldn't I, as the hardest-working leader, receive an extra zero?" In response, Qianyu laughed and scolded, "You want an extra zero? Dream on. How about a little less? Fine, you can have double." Emo Shah's smile instantly morphed into a disgruntled expression. Observing this unfamiliar leader, Qianyu found him amusing and could not bring himself to tease him further. He then patted Mo Shah on the shoulder and chuckled, "Old Mo, you've worked hard. Your salary will be multiplied by 10. How embarrassing, haha," Mo Shah exclaimed, removing his cap and scratching his bald head while laughing heartily. Qianyu dismissed the members of Yi standing at the entrance, allowing them to attend to their own matters while he followed Mo Shah to tour the temporary base. Noticing the meticulous renovations and the surrounding layers of electrified fencing, he surmised that Mo Shah had invested considerable effort into this endeavor. "Impressive. I can't believe you found such a secret base," Qianyu praised without reservation. "Hee indeed. Furthermore, boss, I purchased this location and the surrounding 5-kilometer radius entirely with my own funds. Can I get reimbursed? It was all my personal savings." Mo Shah lamented. Qianyu retorted, "You're a tall man at nearly 2 meters. Why do you sound like a winner? Purely theatrical." Character profile. Name, Mo Shah. Codename, Mo Yanwang. Position, head of Yi security specialties. Proficient in firearms, reconnaissance, counter-reconnaissance, combat, explosives, and knife skills. Loyalty, 100 base ability. 15. After reviewing Mo Shah's profile, Qianyu was somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated that this theatrical character was such a treasure trove of talent, boasting multiple skills and a base ability surpassing 15 points. While he had expected Mo Shah to exceed human limits, achieving a score of 15 was still surprising. A true talent. Qianyu stared at Mo Shah for an extended period, making him shiver as he crossed his arms tightly. Eventually, as if arriving at a decision, Qianyu's expression turned serious, and he exclaimed, "Boss, if this is your preference, I am willing." With that, Mo Shah turned, lifting his rear and casting an expectant glance. Qianyu announced, a magnificent 360-degree spinning kick. In an instant, Mo Shah flew like an arrow toward the high wall. "If you don't love me, please don't hurt me," he cried out dramatically. Qianyu raised his long leg, letting out a curse. The surrounding individuals, witnessing such brutality from their boss, huddled together in fright, trembling. Indeed, only the boss could subdue Mo Yanwang. The mere thought of the boss's power was terrifying. Not long later, Mo Shah limped back, his demeanor noticeably subdued. Qianyu regarded him with a smirk, while Mo Shah, shrinking his neck in fear, dared not meet his gaze, fearing another kick. "Give me your account details. I will transfer a small fortune," Qianyu instructed as he pulled out his phone. "Certainly." Mo Shah eagerly rummaged through his pocket for a notepad. Ding. Soon, a transfer notification pinged on Qianyu's phone. An amount of 10 billion has been transferred to your international bank account ending in 1101. Consider this your military funding. Reward your brothers as needed, and do not hold back. "Yes, boss," Mo Shah replied, now solemn, standing at attention. "How much did you spend to acquire this base? You can reimburse yourself from that." Qianyu took out a cigarette, tapping it thoughtfully. It wasn't much, just 30 billion, Mo Shah said, scratching his head nonchalantly. Coincidentally, the system's voice echoed in Qianyu's mind. "Congratulations, host, for spending 20 billion and earning 20 points. You now have 70 points remaining." Qianyu narrowed his eyes, suddenly fixing a piercing gaze on Mo Shah, who trembled in response, dropping his cigarette. "Old boss, why are you looking at me like that? Old Mo, think carefully about how much you actually spent, and remember your answer," Qianyu warned, his eyes gleaming ominously. "Indeed, it was approximately 30 billion. Huh, wasn't it 20 billion? I spent 20 billion and 6,000. Rounding up must be 30 billion. Mo Sha defended himself, looking aggrieved. Qianyu retorted, did your music teacher teach you math? Who rounds to the nearest artery? He was nearly driven to exasperation by this fool. Then, he looked at him with a strange expression and asked, you, the head of Yi Security, didn't get in through the back door, did you? Mo Sha quickly protested, impossible. I earned this position through countless life and death battles. Qianyu chuckled, patting his shoulder in comfort. Ha, I understand. Truly, when one door closes, another window opens. Although Mo Sha was somewhat foolish, his military talent was indeed a rare gem. Remembering something important, Qianyu led Mo Sha into a secret chamber and took a seat. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Mo Sha lost his previous joviality, adopting a serious demeanor. Boss, what is it? How many members do we have in Yi Security? Without hesitation, Mo Sha replied. Including me, exactly 1,000, as per your rule, boss. Not one more, not one less. Qianyu cleared his throat, attempting to mask his embarrassment. This is not my doing, it's the system's fault. System exchanges for a medium-level ability potion. Congratulations, host, for redeeming one medium-level ability potion, costing 1 point. With 69 points remaining, can I use it all at once, instead of just one per day for a month? That way, I could use 30 days worth all at once. Yes, it's up to you to decide. Qianyu retrieved a slender yellow vial from his pocket and placed it on the table, saying, let us give it a try. Mo Sha, crossing his arms, trembled all over and pleaded, can we not? I am terrified of injections. Not at all, my friend. If you fear not the hail of bullets, why tremble at the mere thought of a needle? With a stern expression, he declared, just take the shot without all this fuss. What kind of man hesitates like that? It's not you who will be pricked, so naturally, you remain unafraid. After a moment of internal lamentation, MSH cautiously grasped the vial, shut his eyes, and plunged it into his own arm. Hisso, it doesn't seem to hurt. In less than 3 seconds, he felt an immediate transformation within himself, as if he had gained newfound strength. Astonished, he inquired, boss, what is this? I feel as though I have transcended, based on my usual training. It would take me 3 months to reach this level. Qianyu smiled faintly and explained, this is a genetic enhancement serum, which augments the body's inherent capabilities. You have already broken through to gene lock level 2, making you inherently stronger than the average person. MSH's face displayed sheer astonishment, akin to discovering a new continent. He had stumbled upon half a text on genetic enhancement during a covert mission, which had enabled him to break through to level 2, a significant factor in his ascension to the head of the night security. According to that incomplete manuscript, there were no other rapid means to enhance one's genetic potential, relying solely on arduous training to stimulate growth. Yet now, to discover that his boss possessed a serum that could enhance genetic capabilities left him internally exclaiming, truly, my boss is a remarkable individual. Exchange for 100 beginner serums and 49 intermediate genetic enhancement serums. Congratulations, host. You have exchanged 100 beginner serums and 49 intermediate genetic enhancement serums, totaling 59 points spent, with 10 points remaining. A clattering sound ensued. MSH stared in bewilderment at the 100 blue vials and 49 yellow vials that had appeared on the table, utterly confused about their sudden emergence. Upon glancing at his boss, who remained unfazed, 3 question marks materialized on his forehead. How did you manage to store so many serums, boss? With little time to ponder, MSH heard his boss's voice rang in his ears. Distribute these serums among the brothers at the base. Let them reach their physical limits first. As for the yellow serums, keep a few for yourself and distribute the rest among my 20 bodyguards. Understood, boss. Remember, these serums can only be used once a day. Do not inject more than that. As for our brothers abroad, we will discuss them later. I do not have many of these serums, henceforth. A reward system will be implemented. Those who achieve merit will be rewarded with these. All right, boss. Also, dedicate some time to train an elite female squad. I have a use for them. Understood, boss. MSH listened attentively while diligently jotting down notes. That's all for now. I must take my leave. After issuing his instructions, Qianyu stood up to stretch and prepared to depart. Boss, why not stay here? We have plenty of rooms. MSH smiled, inadvertently rubbing his well-rounded posterior. Qianyu responded, hunting hour. Moments later, anguished cries echoed from the secret chamber. Those who heard trembled. It was a chilling sound. 5 minutes later, Qianyu emerged from the chamber, invigorated, and then climbed into Daoj's vehicle, departing with haste. As the boss left, several members of the night security stealthily entered the chamber. They were utterly shocked by the scene before them, collectively inhaling sharply. Their leader had been flung against the wall, leaving his rear exposed in a rather comical manner. It appeared he had been soundly thrashed. How brutal their boss was. Chapter 57, Re-entering Duya. The following morning, a phone rang, disrupting Qianyu's delightful dream. Upon seeing the caller ID, it was J.N.Y. Yuki-en. He answered the call, somewhat irked. Hello, J.N., why are you disturbing my beautiful dream so early in the morning? What do you want? On the other end, J.N.Y. Yuki-en's voice croaked. Old knight, today is the first day of school. We've already returned to campus. Don't be late. Is that all? Is that your reason for disrupting my dream? It's too early. I'm not going. Just mark me present. Qianyu hung up and resumed his slumber. How ridiculous. The principal is my uncle. Listening to the busy tone, J.N.Y. Yuki-en set down his phone. Has old knight taken his medicine today? I truly do not understand. Qianyu blissfully slept until noon, stretching luxuriously as he rose from bed. Wandering through the spacious and bright presidential suite, he stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the bustling traffic below. His mood was delightful, though he lamented missing that beautiful dream. That mischievous J.N. He quietly grumbled to himself, and then called the front desk to request lunch. Before long, there was a chime at the door. Qianyu opened it to find Ch&J.N. personally wheeling in a small dining cart. He placed a variety of exquisite dishes on the dining table by the window, finishing with a bottle of perfectly aerated Ch&To Latour red wine. Ch&J.N. poured a small glass with great care and arranged it neatly, then said in a gentlemanly manner, Young Master Yi, this lunch was prepared by our head chef. I hope it meets your satisfaction. Ch&J.N.G.L., why are you personally delivering the meal? This could easily be handled by a server. Qianyu said as he sat down, smiling at Ch&J.N. Young master, you are my boss now. Serving you personally shows my respect. No need for formalities with me. Why not join me for a meal? Ch&J.N. quickly waved his hands. No, thank you, young master. Qianyu smiled slightly, not pressing the matter further. All right then, get back to your duties. Ch&J.N. then pushed the cart away, leaving Qianyu to enjoy his meal alone. Qianyu took a delicate sip of the red wine. A robust yet nuanced sensation exploded in his mouth. Exquisite and refined. He then sampled a piece of tender abalone cooked in scallion oil, savoring the perfect harmony of flavors that danced upon his palate, prompting him to exclaim, no wonder he is a master chef. He truly possesses exceptional skill. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Qianyu found himself at loose ends and casually opened Douya. With time to spare, he decided to browse Douya, not only to earn gifts but also to gain followers, all of which could be exchanged for points. With only 10 points remaining, he needed to devise a way to accumulate more, especially now that he had more subordinates and expenses to consider, being out of touch with the mundane expenses of life. He reflected on the tales of the mysterious tycoon Qianyu that had circulated within Douya since his last trending appearance. Moreover, the requests he made to that manager Xiao Wei were completed that very night, along with additional special privileges granted to him. This left him quite pleased. It seemed Xiao Wei was quite capable, and he might consider recruiting her to assist him. He disabled the entrance effects and found the live stream of the dancing LNLN, entering quietly like a bystander, drawing no attention. Since his last show of support for LNLN, her viewership had noticeably increased, stabilizing between 5,000 to 1. Today, LUCOLN wore the same outfit as before, the sheer fabric fluttering gracefully. At that moment, she was engaged in a duel with another female streamer, seemingly against the well-known top 10 beauty SS, a million-follower streamer. Initially intrigued by SS's admirable looks, Qianyu quickly checked the stats and promptly retracted his finger from clicking in. Name, SS, Attractiveness, 70, 15 Cosmetic Surgeries. Purity, 30, Already Tainted. Qianyu glanced at the progress bar, unable to look directly. The health points were being crushed by the opponent. 179, 020. Despite having over 10,000 votes, they paled in comparison to the major support from the rival side. In a lighthearted exchange, Lan found herself the target of mockery from the opposing streamer, Su, who sat smugly in her chair, persistently deriding Luo Xiaolan. Yet, Luo Xiaolan seemed impervious to the taunts, quietly playing the guzheng and occasionally thanking her supporters. Meanwhile, Lanlin's fans grew restless, inundating the public screen with complaints and engaging in verbal skirmishes with detractors. Why is it always this woman? She's been relentless these past few days, constantly causing trouble for Lan. Lan, perhaps we should avoid her. She has Feng Huang backing her, and as a host of Yule Media, we cannot compete with them. Don't forget, the esteemed hosts have their privileges. This is not a battle Lan can refuse. Oh, if only Qiandi were here. Would she dare to act so arrogantly then? We haven't heard from Qiandi in days. Calling Qiandi 2, calling Qiandi 3. As the barrage of requests for Qiandi filled the screen, Luo Xiaolan felt a pang of discontent. Ever since their last conversation, there had been no further contact. Suddenly, a rocket appeared on her live stream, accompanied by a banner that read, Feng Sa Chen Gui has gifted a super rocket. Thank you for the super rocket. Feng Sa Chun Gui, Luo Xiaolan began, only to realize the implications of her words. Wasn't he the one who had showered her with gifts worth 100,000 and had insisted on a movie date? She had declined, and he had subsequently stirred trouble in her live stream, all while being the top supporter of the opposing female streamer. Feng Sa Chun Gui typed on the public screen, Xiaolan, how about it? Will you accompany me to the movies? Just one outing, and if you agree, I won't let Su disrupt you anymore. Don't rely on that so-called Qianyu. He is merely an internal employee of Duya, here to promote the platform. You were just lucky to be chosen. Have you seen Qianyu around these past few days? Aligning with me is the right choice. I can elevate you to the ranks of the top streamers. His words caused some viewers in the live stream to waver, while a group of detractors from Su's stream began to flood the chat with insults. Fake Qianyu. Unperturbed, Luo Xiaolan gently tapped her fingers, leading to the message, Feng Sa Chun Gui has been muted. Due to his super emperor status in Su's stream, he could only be muted, not kicked out. Congratulations to Feng Sa Chun Gui for acquiring the emperor title in the lively livestream of AI Tiao Wu's Lanlan. The ordinary emperor costs 120,000 per month and possesses anti-mute privileges. Feng Sa Chun Gui attempted to speak again, golden letters floating across the screen. Huh? You think a mute can silence me? I possess privileges. Xiaolan, you have two choices. First, meet me offline. Second, endure daily disruptions. You surely don't want your live stream to be ruined, do you? Upon hearing this, Lanlan's fans were incensed. Feng Sa Chun Gui, you bully. What are you pretending to be, a big shot? If you can't stand it, then leave. Feng Sa Chun Gui, shut your mouth. The chat erupted with fervent exchanges, filled with colorful language. Suddenly, a dazzling dragon and phoenix appeared in the live stream, showcasing a remarkable gift effect. Qian Zizai has sent an exclusive gift, dragon and phoenix presenting auspiciousness. Everyone, hurry to seize the treasure. The gift effect captivated viewers for a full 15 seconds before displaying a golden treasure chest. The unique dragon and phoenix script associated with Yi Qianyu floated across the screen. Feng Sa Chun Gui, what are you barking about? What? Is that Qianyu? The great Qianyu has arrived. Step aside and welcome our esteemed Qianyu. Qianyu, you finally appeared. Lanlan has been bullied. Feng Sa Chun Gui, how will you respond now that Qianyu is here? What an incredible gift. It's simply spectacular. Did you not see it was an exclusive gift? What is this box? I've never seen anything like it. I just snagged 112 dough coins. I managed to get some too, only 80 though? My poor internet. I couldn't get any. Crying with the proximity of the treasure, many viewers in Lanlan's stream had managed to secure dough coins, with one lucky individual acquiring over 300. Dough coins can be converted to cash, making it a windfall of over $30. In an instant, Lanlan's live stream was flooded with thousands of viewers, surging past 10,000 in merely a minute. Some were drawn by the gift effects, while others were there to witness Qianyu's presence. They orderly filled the public screen with greetings. Qianyu is great. The discussions about the gifts ensued, creating an atmosphere of lively excitement. Observing the previously tranquil Luo Xiaolan, who had momentarily faltered and missed a note, she chose to pause her performance. The serenity she once possessed was replaced by joy. She could not fathom why this was so. Perhaps it was because this individual had appeared like a beacon of hope during her time of need, rescuing her from distress. She moved closer to the camera, her face radiant with a smile. Welcome, Qianyu. Do you have a favorite song? I can sing or play it for you. Yi Qianyu casually typed on his phone. Anything will do. Play a lyrical piece. All right, Qianyu, Luo Xiaolan replied cheerfully, returning to her guzheng with a serious demeanor. At that moment, a striking golden comment drifted across the public screen from Feng Sa Chun Gui. Isn't it just an exclusive gift? Why act like no one else has won? Coincidentally, an official announcement from Duya popped up. Full network notification. This special effect gift is named Dragon and Phoenix presenting auspiciousness. Valued at 888, exclusively customized for Qianyu, the only one of its kind on the entire network. This gift features all-encompassing screen displays and treasure hunts, with the treasure chest containing 888 dough coins for 1,000 participants to seize. Upon this announcement, the entire network was left in shock, petrified, and silent. After a moment, the livestream chat erupted. What? This is absurd. A gift worth over 88,000? Can you believe it? A single treasure chest has over 8,000 coins. I swear, I'll become a loyal fan of Qianyu from now on, just for the dough coins. Feng Sa Chun Gui, how does it feel to be slapped in the face? Hilarious. Feng Sa Chun Gui, why so silent now? Feng Sa Chun Gui responded. Huh, that's so-called Qianyu. What is so impressive about having money? He asked, just a nouveau riche. He then tagged Yi Qianyu. Yi Qianyu narrowed his eyes, eager to test his privileges. Subsequently, Qian Zizai suspended Feng Sa Chun Gui's account, with 29 days and 23 hours left until unbanning. Please observe civility. Otherwise, penalties will escalate. Feng Sachin Gui. As this comment appeared, the entire livestream exploded. What? Did I just see that Feng Huang, who opened the Super Emperor status, got suspended? Truly a first for me. Is this what Qiandi's privileges entail? Qiandi is incredible. With the elimination of Feng Sachin Gui, the livestream became significantly more harmonious. Yi Qianyu listened to the music while simultaneously engaging with the dragon and phoenix presenting auspiciousness gift. In the live broadcast room, Qianzai generously gifted Long Feng Chengxiang multiple times, urging everyone to seize the opportunity. After finishing a song, Luo Xiaolan returned to the screen and was momentarily stunned upon seeing the gift notification. She expressed her gratitude, stating that it was unnecessary for Qiandi to spend extravagantly, as his presence alone was a tremendous support. She then took out her spare device and typed a message, which she promptly sent. Yi Qianyu noticed the WeChat notification and opened it to find Luo Xiaolan's message. Mr. Qian, there is no need for further gifts. Your presence in my live stream brings me immense joy, and I don't want you to spend unnecessarily. Just tell me what song you wish to hear. Yi Qianyu silently scoffed at her humility and replied, it's merely a small sum, nothing to worry about. Please play some of your signature songs. With enthusiasm, Luo Xiaolan resumed her performance. Meanwhile, Yi Qianyu continued to send gifts, each one of the Long Feng Chengxiang being sent individually due to its unique nature. Each time a gift was sent, a surge of viewers flocked to the live stream. Within a mere 10 minutes, the audience count skyrocketed to over 100. Thankfully, as it was a weekday, the numbers could have been even higher had it been evening or the weekend. Some fortunate viewers managed to secure gifts worth a day's salary within that brief span. The gift givers were elated, and the audience was equally thrilled. While only Luo Xiaolan felt a tinge of sadness for the money Yi Qianyu was spending. Chapter 59. The bet Yi Qianyu's entrance ignited the atmosphere in the live stream. Even the official team dispatched several senior moderators to maintain a positive environment, continuously removing toxic comments from detractors. Witnessing the grandeur surrounding Qiandi, many students and young adults felt envious and yearning for such a lifestyle. This is the life I dream of. I wish I could splurge like Mr. Qian. If only I could experience it once. I would gladly trade 10 years off my life, but alas, it remains a fantasy. Meanwhile, in a villa in Kyoto, a bewildered young man with blonde hair stared at his suspended account in disbelief. What the hell? They can't possibly suspend me. He immediately called the headquarters of Douya, and as soon as the call connected, Feng Qingyang erupted in anger. I run a Super Emperor account. And yet I can still be suspended? What kind of privilege is this? If I don't receive a satisfactory explanation, I will sue you. I have millions in my account, and who gave that Mr. Qian the authority to suspend me? The supervisor, Feng, responded nonchalantly. Oh, I granted that authority. Do you have a problem with it? This is fraud and damages my interests. I will take legal action. Suit yourself. Seeing that the supervisor was unyielding, Feng Qingyang calmed himself and asked, if I also upgrade to an emperor, would I receive the same privilege? He assumed that this was a special benefit reserved for the emperor rank, given that it was superior to the super emperor rank. Logically, yes. But Feng Qingyang felt elated. Then I want that privilege. This Mr. Qian dares to suspend my account. I will suspend his in return. The supervisor nearly choked on his tea, baffled by the young man's stubbornness. Young man, I advise you not to be foolish. If you were to spend 10 billion, I would grant you the same privileges as Mr. Qian. With that, the call ended abruptly. This was absurd. Opposing Mr. Qian would surely jeopardize my comfortable position. Listening to the busy tone on the line, Feng Qingyang was startled. The audacity of this man to recharge 10 billion was astonishing. As a second-generation heir of a prominent family in Kyoto, he barely had a monthly allowance of 10 million. To expect him to recharge 10 billion was sheer madness, especially since he didn't possess such wealth. However, he did not feel intimidated. He still believed that Mr. Qian was likely just a middle-aged executive with some money, but lacking a powerful background. After all, only someone of that caliber could afford to spend such a large sum in one go, while second-generation heirs like him had yet to achieve financial independence. As a member of the Feng family, he was among the top tier of Kyoto society, just below the 8 prestigious families. Furthermore, he was not alone. He had support from the royal group in Kyoto, whose leader belonged to one of the 8 families. This group was formed by several super emperors, and the minimum requirement for entry was to be an emperor with a continuous subscription for at least a year. Anyone who failed to renew their subscription for a month would be removed from the chat. The group leader was a titled emperor and belonged to one of the 8 prominent families in Kyoto. There were 4 other such groups in Hangzhou, Suzhou, Guangzhou, and Shanghai. Even the most formidable individuals would bow before the 8 families. With this in mind, Feng Qingyang quickly typed a message in the group chat. Brothers, I've been wronged. Rally the troops. Not long after sending the message, Replies flooded in. Feng Ge, what happened? Who dares to bully you? At that moment, a brash individual named Wang Xiao who chimed in. Hey, I was just watching Douya and saw Feng Ge getting targeted by that Qianyu. His account got suspended. The others were indignant. What? How dare they suspend Feng Ge's account? Don't they know who he is? I've been displeased with that Qianyu for a while. He is such a show-off. Let us deal with him. We are the Emperor Group of Kyoto. We fear no one. Let us get him. Count me in. Soon, a user named Jingguang can Lan Xiaozhu replied. Anyone who can send that many gifts is no ordinary person, but we must seek justice for our brother. Feng, contact that Qianyu and propose a public bet. The punishment doesn't need to be too harsh. After all, we are all people of status, just a way to regain some face. Feng Qingyang quickly responded, all right. Boss, I'll do it now. With the support of his leader, Feng Qingyang felt emboldened. The storm had passed, and he felt invigorated once more. He hastily logged into his alternate account and entered the AI Tiao Wu de Lon Lon live stream. Under the username Feng Sa Chen Gui, he activated his emperor status in the live stream. Before he could speak, the viewers bombarded him with comments. Hey, why is this loser back? Do you lack maternal love? Why are you so eager for a beating? Blah blah blah. This time, Feng Sa Chen Gui chose not to retaliate against the barrage of insults, recognizing he was outnumbered. Instead, he ignored the taunts and directly tagged Yi Qianyu. Qian Zai Zai, Mr. Qian, I acknowledge your wealth, but having money alone is not enough. One must also have connections and background. How about we place a bet across the platform? Intrigued by this proposition, Yi Qianyu inquired. What are the terms of the bet? It's quite simple. Each party can rally supporters and set a time to see who can send more gifts. What do you think? Yi Qianyu chuckled, recognizing this as a swift path to accumulate points, which would undoubtedly increase his follower count. More followers equated to more points. So he replied, sure, what are the terms of the wager? Qiandi's agreement invigorated Feng Qingyang immediately. It was quite simple. If I lose, you can make any demands you wish. All right. If you lose, you shall become Lanlin's guardian, silencing all the critics. Yi Qianyu stated again. The time is set for the National Day holiday, and please refrain from watching that streamer named Su Su. I am not fond of her. Now, I must take my leave. This left Feng Qingyang in a state of confusion. I can agree to all your terms. But you haven't asked me what happens if you lose. Yi Qianyu replied nonchalantly, I shall not lose. The live chat exploded with excitement. Qiandi is so bold. Absolutely love it. Eagerly anticipating the grand battle of the wealthy during National Day. Feeling fatigued, Yi Qianyu merely tapped her fingers and subsequently logged off. The account of Qian Zai Zai was suspended, with 29 days and 23 hours remaining until unblocking. Feng Qingyang. Damn it, my 12,000. You, Qian, are simply infuriating. In Chapter 60, the consequences of the unfolding drama hit close to home. As Yi Qianyu exited from Douya, the system's voice resonated in her mind. Congratulations, host, for spending 200 million, earning 2 points. Congratulations, host, for an increase of 630,000 followers, earning 63 points. Congratulations, host, for gaining 63 prestige points, totaling 103 points. Congratulations, host, for doubling your rewards. Your affinity has increased by 10 points. Congratulations, host, for a total of 130 points earned. Yi Qianyu silently commanded the system. Display my personal panel. The personal panel of the host is as follows. Host, Yi Qianyu. Age, 19. Height, 183 centimeters. Attractiveness, 999. Maximum, readers, 10. Strength, 30. Gene lock level 2. Speed, 20. Resilience, 20. Identity, first-year student at Moda University, hidden. Prestige points, 103. Affinity, 60. Remaining points, 140. Upon reviewing her panel, Yi Qianyu felt a surge of exhilaration. Her points had once again inflated. She held the Douya officials in high regard, were it not for her need to accumulate points. She would have long since acquired this talent agency. Although this time her expenditure was not as substantial as the last, the follower increase was more significant. Especially, she was particularly fond of the gifts received. She was unsure who conceived such an idea, as it seemed tailor-made for enhancing her follower count. Suddenly, her phone buzzed. Upon checking, she was surprised to see that the caller was Shangguan He. Did he discover her late-night escapade at the bar with his daughter? Without overthinking, she answered the call. Hello, Uncle He, what can I do for you? Shangguan He's warm voice resonated through the phone, akin to an old friend. Xiao Yi, I indeed have a matter that requires your assistance. Would it be convenient for us to meet and discuss? Yi Qianyu exhaled in relief. Thankfully, it was not concerning Shangguan Qianyu. Upon reflection, she questioned why she felt anxious. After all, she merely accompanied Shangguan Qianyu to a bar, not pursuing his daughter. Resolving her thoughts, Yi Qianyu straightened her posture and smiled slightly. Of course, I have time. Uncle He, let us meet at the Jindu Hotel at 6 this evening. All right. See you then. After hanging up, Qianyu glanced at her WeChat, noticing 3 unread messages from Shangwan Qianyu, Mu Zhiro, and Jin Pongzi. To her astonishment, Yi Xiaoni did not message her today, leading her to speculate that perhaps she intended to avoid class and sleep in. She first opened Jin Pongzi's message. Old Yi, trouble is brewing. Old Jin has failed to do his job, and your absence from class has been discovered by that strict teacher. Good luck. Yi Qianyu sighed in exasperation at Jin Pongzi's inefficiency, replying calmly, no need to panic. My uncle is the principal. What is there to fear? I have connections. Jin Pongzi. Isn't Yi Yu the uncle of Yiningxin? When did he become your uncle? Jin Youqian's head was filled with a myriad of question marks. He then followed up, Old Yi, are you coming to school this afternoon? I heard there is a microeconomics class taught by a renowned foreign professor. You won't skip that too, will you? Yi Qianyu responded with a hint of arrogance. I dare say, in this world, if finance is second, no one dares claim the first. Cut it out. Your boasting knows no bounds. If you don't believe me, fine. I plan to take a nap this afternoon. Yi Qianyu held firm in her belief in her system. The sheer volume of financial knowledge in her mind was sufficient for the world to explore for years. Exiting the chat with Jin Youqian, she opened Shangwan Qianyu's message. Yi classmate, I heard from Professor Mu that you skipped class? Yi Qianyu replied, indeed. I overslept. Why do you ask, class leader Qianyu? Skipping class will result in a deduction of credits, and you might not graduate. Realizing that with his wealth, graduation was inconsequential, she deleted and retyped. As a student, you must experience the atmosphere of university learning and acquire useful knowledge. It will benefit you when you inherit the family business. Yi Qianyu, I have a system, I don't need it at all. Classmate Qianyu, I actually had matters to attend to, hence my absence. I will definitely attend class next time. What business could you possibly have right after the semester starts? Meeting with your father? You're lying to me. I won't talk to you anymore. After a while, Shangwan Qianyu sent another message. By the way, I forgot to mention, this Friday, as per tradition, the school will hold a welcome party at the auditorium, and each freshman class is required to sign up for a performance. The entire finance department has nominated you to perform, and I have signed you up. It was that chubby guy sitting next to you who suggested it first. Yi Qianyu. Damn it, Jin Pongzi, just wait. Achu. 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 In dorm room 608, Jin Youqian, who was engrossed in a game of League of Legends, suddenly sneezed multiple times. Who is thinking of me so intensely? Achu. Yi Xiaodian. Xian Nanxing. What a thick skin. Yi Qianyu replied, all right. What project have you signed me up for? Shangwan Qianyu responded, I wrote it down as tentative. Just speak to the host before going on stage. Fine, anything else? If not, I'm going to sleep. Shangwan Qianyu. Nothing more. Yi Qianyu, feeling puzzled, exited the chat and finally clicked into Mu Zhiro's WeChat. Qianyu, good morning. I'm off to class. Today is the first class of the semester. I must arrive on time. Don't sleep in. I'm thinking of you. Yi Qianyu smiled, her heart warmed by Mu Zhiro's obedient demeanor, replying, I just finished lunch. I'll take a short nap. She clicked send, maintaining her composure. Mu Zhiro replied instantly, I just finished eating too. I had cold noodles, so delicious. Earlier, I was watching Rueishi's live debut, and afterward, we went for some gossip. Yi Qianyu's interest piqued. She eagerly inquired, what gossip? Do share. Who said only girls were fond of gossip? Boys have their interests too. Mu Zhiro enthusiastically shared, so just now. A wealthy benefactor donated nearly 200 million, and everyone in our dorm was stunned. Rueishi even stopped her broadcast to join the excitement. Don't you think that wealthy benefactor is a bit foolish? Yi Qianyu. No, it seems that the drama has unfolded to involve me. Am I truly the unwitting victim? Chapter 61. Shangwan He promotes his daughter. Ding dong. Subsequently, I received a video of the live debut from the third party, Lin Rueishi. Lasting 10 seconds. The camera captured only her upper body, adorned in a crisp white shirt, her makeup exquisitely done, and below, a pair of long, slender legs clad in black stockings. Yi Qianyu exclaimed, wow, this live stream is quite direct and remarkably lengthy. Cough, cough, what is your roommate's name? I'll call my brothers to boost her popularity later. Mu Zhiro promptly replied, Rueishi's nickname is Cici. When Rueishi goes live next time, I'll let you know. And you must remember to come and support her. Haha. Alright, I'll rally my 3 good friends to cheer for her. Yi Qianyu laughed. When did you become so amusing? Now go to sleep and remember to think of me. Sure thing, Robao. After their sweet exchange, Yi Qianyu executed a graceful roll and flopped onto the 3-meter-wide soft bed. She fell asleep within 3 seconds. Upon pushing open the door to the exclusive VIP room 888, she found Shangwan He seated and sipping tea. Feeling quite awkward, Yi Qianyu greeted him. Cough. Uncle He, class ran late, and the traffic was terrible, just reporting in. Shangwan He, his expression darkening, thought to himself, "Don't think I don't know you overslept in the presidential suite." With a forced smile, he stood up and chuckled. Haha. I just arrived not long ago. Young people should prioritize their studies. Qianyu nodded with a bright smile. Yet she noted Shang He's peculiar gaze and silently reminded herself to avert the topic. Both parties understood the unspoken words that lingered between them. Clearing her throat, Qianyu pulled a chair to sit beside Shang He and inquired, "Uncle He, what brings you here today?" Shang He's demeanor shifted from lighthearted to serious. "It's nothing major. I just wanted to ask you for a favor." Qianyu did not immediately acquiesce, but instead took a sip of tea, delicately savoring it. "Please, Uncle He, tell me what you need." Shang He began to explain. "As you may know, our Shang family is one of the 4 prominent clans in Mo. Yet we rank last among them. Due to the regulations established by the 8 great families of Kyoto, only 4 top-tier clans can exist in Mo. Being one of the 4 brings considerable advantages and numerous benefits." He sipped his tea to clear his throat before continuing. "It is because my father made significant contributions to the nation that our Shang family earned the right to be among the 4. However, my father passed away 3 years ago due to illness, and without his guidance, coupled with internal family strife, our family's standing has drastically declined. Thankfully, I assumed the position of family head, which has stabilized our status somewhat, but this is merely a temporary fix. Additionally, our family's tourism projects suffered significant losses due to the pandemic over the past 3 years, and we are on the brink of losing our place among the 4 great families." At this point, Qianyu interjected, "So, you're seeking a business ally to solidify the Shang family's position in Mo, perhaps for a brief period of 1 to 2 years, or even just a few months, during which you hope to explore alternative solutions and breakthroughs." Upon hearing her words, Shang He looked astonished at the calm demeanor of Qianyu. "You're absolutely right, Xiaoya. I initially aimed for a 3-month stabilization because our family is currently besieged on all sides, not only by the first-rate families vying for supremacy, but also by one of the 4 families covertly instigating conflict." Qianyu lightly tapped her fingers on the table. Chuckling softly, "The Chui family." "Indeed, it is the Chui family," Shang He confirmed. "The Chui family dominates the real estate sector, monopolizing 60% of the national market. Since we both require land for development, we often clash fiercely over land ownership. If we were to falter, they would be more than pleased." Qianyu shrugged playfully. "Then why seek my assistance, Uncle He? I am but a student. With your stature, wouldn't it be more reliable to approach them rather than seeking help from me?" Shang He chuckled. Who else could command such respect from Gushang and acquire 10% of the shares in Jiangshidentong? "I trust my judgment. You are extraordinary. Moreover, I have connections that would not suffer repercussions from offending the Chui family, which is precisely why I sought your help." "Huh?" Qianyu maintained her composed exterior, asking, "But how can you ensure that I will assist you?" Shang He leaned closer, a mischievous grin on his face. "Of course, it's about my daughter. You've already dealt with Chui Sanxiong's son. You have the prowess to confront the Chui family directly." Shang He laughed heartily, nearly rolling on the floor. Qianyu replied, "It seems you're laying a trap for me. Xiaoya, I know my daughter well. She rarely shows interest in boys. The fact that she could enjoy a night out with you indicates she has some fondness for you. How about I play matchmaker?" Shang He beamed as he promoted his precious daughter. Qianyu responded with a smile. "Uncle He, I can practically hear the gears turning in your head." Shang He shot her a stern glance, indignantly retorting, "And what of it? Qianyu is our family's treasure. Had I not seen your worth, I would have dismissed any other boy long ago." Qianyu feigned a cough. "Uncle He, your daughter is beautiful, sweet-voiced, well-proportioned, fair-skinned, and leggy. Any man would be smitten." However, Shang He interrupted, "What is the hesitation? Just find an opportunity to take her out, and your feelings will surely blossom. At that point, you'll have to call me father-in-law, huh?" Qianyu was taken aback. "You certainly know how to stir the pot. But, Uncle He, I already have a girlfriend." She felt it necessary to clarify first. "No worries. In noble families, polygamy is common. Unlike the mundane world, I, your Uncle He, am supporting 2 outside. And Qianyu's mother is aware and consenting." Qianyu exclaimed, "That's quite outrageous." Chapter 62, Collaboration. "Uncle He, let us set this matter aside for now and discuss your business instead. What exactly do you need my help with?" Qianyu, somewhat speechless, quickly shifted the conversation. How could I forget the main issue? Let us return to the topic at hand." Shang He chuckled before his expression turned serious once more. "This Saturday at 7 o'clock. There will be a gala at Mingzhu Tower, attended by some of the most influential CEOs and family heads of Mo. Upon hearing this, Qianyu interjected, "Uncle He, I have little interest in such gatherings." Shang He waved a hand, signaling her to be patient. "The networking is one aspect, but there is also an auction at 8 o'clock. Qianyu stroked her chin, questioning, "Is the goal the auction items?" "Indeed. The highlight of the auction is a bidding opportunity for a plot of land in the western part of Modu. The purpose of attending the gala is primarily to secure that land, and the Chui family will also be present. Qianyu's curiosity deepened. Is there something particularly special about the western part of the city that warrants such fierce competition among so many? He elucidated. If it were an ordinary location, it would indeed be unnecessary. However, we have received internal intelligence from Jingdu that, in the near future, the western part of the city is slated to become an industrial park, significantly enhancing its value. Moreover, the area involved in this land auction is substantial, encompassing a full 4,000 mu, and I happen to have a plot of land there as well, which, when merged, totals 5,000 mu. Qianyu expressed surprise at the considerable size, and then smiled slightly. What does Uncle He intend to do with this land auction? The tourism sector is nearly saturated, and to extricate myself from my current predicament, I must find a new breakthrough. I plan to embark on the research and development sector. This has been my intention for quite some time, and I had already cultivated a group of researchers years ago. At this point, He exhibited a resolute determination. Observing He's serious demeanor, Qianyu felt a twinge of admiration, thinking to herself that he truly is the head of the Shangguan family. Uncle He, research and development requires substantial financial investment, manpower, and resources. One misstep could lead to bankruptcy. He laughed heartily, lifted his teacup, and drank it in one gulp. Xiaoya. Even if the Shangguan family continues on its current path, it is destined for decline. It is better to go all in, utilizing all available resources for a gamble. There might be a chance for a turnaround. Speaking of research, Qianyu recalled the plethora of cutting-edge technologies available in the system marketplace. Even a single one could transform society. With this in mind, Qianyu adopted an extremely serious tone. Since you have expressed it this way, I cannot let you down. How about this? You provide the personnel, and I will contribute the funds and technology. Upon hearing this, He looked at the composed Qianyu in disbelief. His surprise evident. Xiaoya, do you realize how much this will cost? The minimum estimated price for the 4,000 mu of land is 30 billion. If the auction estimate reaches 35 billion, and should the Chui family intervene, I estimate it will exceed 40 billion. This is merely the cost of acquiring the land. Afterward, we must construct a research facility, and significant R&D funds will need to be invested, totaling at least 200 billion, assuming everything goes smoothly. He sighed deeply, suddenly feeling that his approach to this young man was somewhat abrupt. He spoke again. I initially sought you out today merely to discuss investing in the land auction, huh? Xiaoya, perhaps you should reconsider. Qianyu waved her hand. No need, Uncle He, let's proceed as I suggested. I will cover the funds and technology, and you will manage everything. I will take care of all subsequent expenses. How does a 40 equity stake sound? He pondered for a moment, exhaled deeply, and looked at the young man before him with a slight smile. Ha, since you hold me in such high regard, it would be disheartening to decline your offer. However, 40 is too much for me to handle. How about this? I will settle for a 30 equity stake and merge the additional 1,000 mu of land as my investment. Although the Shangguan family possesses approximately 500 billion in assets, most of it is fixed. Having a cash reserve of 1/10 or 2/10 is quite commendable. Otherwise, I would not have sold my office building and hotel merely for the sake of the auction. If we can attract investors, that would be ideal. If not, I would be forced to liquidate my family's fixed assets, which could jeopardize our foundation. Now that someone is covering the costs, I merely need to manage, which is akin to having the benefits fed directly into my mouth. It is also likely that the generous offer to this young man stems from my daughter. After saying this, his gaze towards Qianyu shifted from that of a business partner to that of a father-in-law regarding his son-in-law. Qianyu felt somewhat intimidated under his scrutiny and cleared her throat. Ahem, Uncle He, let us proceed as you suggested. I will sign the contract after the auction on Saturday. Sounds good. He laughed heartily, stood up, raised his teacup to clink with Qianyu's, and uttered a wish for a pleasant collaboration before finishing his drink. The billion-dollar partnership between the two concluded with this straightforward agreement. He had not anticipated that this collaboration would propel the Shangguan family to new heights. Before departing, he warmly embraced Qianyu's shoulders and reminded her, remember to arrive punctually next Saturday. I will also invite Qianyu along so that you two can have a good chat. Uncle He, it's getting late. You should head back early. After seeing off Qianyu smiled wryly. She indeed harbored a bit of a crush on Qianyu. Who could resist someone so beautiful, melodious, and possessing a perfect figure? Returning to the presidential suite, she took a quick shower and reclined languidly on the leather sofa. The man was draped only in a white bath towel, his upper body strong and muscular, with well-defined abs and a prominent V-line. Glimmering droplets of water cascaded down his fair skin, presenting an impactful visual, albeit with no one to admire it. Qianyu opened WeChat, located Mo Sha, and typed a message on the screen. Old Mo, please help me find a few professional construction teams before this Saturday. They must be experts. Mo Sha quickly replied, Boss, how many do you need? Qianyu thought for a moment and said, the more, the better. Recruit nationwide. Just need professional teams with triple the salary. Mo Sha sent a playful acknowledgement in the form of a meme, promising to complete the task. Chapter 63, Covertly Inciting Gao Chong. After briefing Mo Sha, Qianyu opened the system marketplace in her mind. She searched for the keyword, technology. Instantly, a multitude of cutting-edge technologies appeared. For instance, Zero graphics card, 20 points, with computation and processing speeds 20 times that of the most advanced graphics card available. Graphene battery technology, 40 points, a mature graphene battery technology. New material manufacturing technology, 60 points, new materials for the next 20 years. New energy vehicle manufacturing technology, 80 points. Conceptual vehicles powered by new energy. Virtual reality gaming helmet, 100 points, entering a virtual world of reality games. After perusing for about half an hour, Qianyu decided to temporarily exchange for some technologically advanced items that were more acceptable. If she were to introduce overly advanced technologies all at once, others might struggle to comprehend them. Thus, she opted to exchange for the Zero graphics card and graphene battery technology. Initially, she had considered acquiring the ideal smart device technology. But to manufacture that phone, she would need to exchange for complete artificial intelligence technology as well. The two together would require 250 points, which seemed unnecessary upon reflection, largely due to the fact that these technologies were far too futuristic, possibly 50 years ahead, and she simply lacked sufficient points. Therefore, she chose to settle for the graphene battery as the primary focus for manufacturing, as these technologies could be applied in various fields beyond just smartphones, including automobiles and even military applications. Although it appeared as if she had spent 40 points on a single technology, it was indeed a sound investment. With this technology, Qianyu could potentially be awarded this year's Nobel Prize in Research. Graphene technology has long been a challenge that global scientists have been striving to conquer. The unveiling of such a technology would send shockwaves across the world. Congratulations, host, on exchanging for the Zero graphics card and graphene battery technology. Relevant materials have been placed in the system backpack, with a total expenditure of 60 points, leaving you with 80 points. After completing these transactions, Qianyu's consciousness returned to reality. She stood up, poured herself a small glass of red wine, and then strolled to the floor-to-ceiling window to admire the vibrant night view of the bustling metropolis. Since a layout is necessary, let us begin with your modest Sen Shihui. Grasping his phone, he dialed Wang Xiaolong's number. Xiao Dao, send some people to bring Gao Chong to me. Remember, it must be a secret. Understood, boss. 10 minutes later, a knock echoed at the door. Brother Dao entered the room, respectfully stating, Boss, we have discreetly brought the person here. With a wave of his hand, several bodyguards clad in black entered, carrying a burlap sack. With a thud, they dropped it to the ground. A voice emerged from within the sack, exclaiming, Ouch. Qianyu retorted, I instructed you to bring him here, not to stuff him in a sack. Brother Dao replied earnestly, Boss, you mentioned secrecy, so I specifically chose a sack to bring him here discreetly. Qianyu sighed, Fine. You may leave. Yes, boss. After Brother Dao and his men exited the room, Qianyu untied the rope and released Gao Chong from the sack. Upon emerging, Gao Chong immediately knelt, pleading for mercy, Don't kill me. I will tell you everything. Heishi is in Dongting Villa District, Building 3, and he has 5 mistresses. Qianyu interjected, Chow, I was still speaking. Why did you reveal everything so quickly? He gazed at Gao Chong, who was still recounting details about Heishi, and swiftly interrupted, Enough. I did not come to kill you. I came to seek you out. Hearing this, Gao Chong closed his mouth and looked up. Realizing it was the same man from before, he finally exhaled, collapsing onto the ground. Little did anyone know what he had endured that night. Having just been discharged from the hospital, he was struck from behind and dragged here. After a moment, he shakily stood and asked, Yi Gongzi, why do you seek me? A mere nobody at this hour? Qianyu did not respond, but returned to the sofa, reclining lazily. He cast a casual glance at Gao Chong, exuding an undeniable aura of pressure, and began, I once watched a television drama about a fishmonger who gradually ascended to become a formidable figure in the underworld. You resemble him. You too were once a fish seller, and your names even bear a resemblance. Gao Chong, upon hearing this, could only manage an awkward smile. Yi Gongzi. You jest. I am merely a small-time thug. How could I be like the person you speak of? You flatter me too much. Qianyu shook his index finger side to side. No, no, no. Perhaps you are not yet, but if you follow me, you will be. I see great potential in you. Are you interested in working for me? After a moment of contemplation, Gao Chang gritted his teeth and shook his head, refusing. Yi Gongzi. I am sorry, but I cannot follow you. Jin Shi is my boss. He has shown me kindness, and I cannot betray him. Yi Qianyu smiled slightly at Gao Chang's loyalty, holding him in higher regard. He retrieved a disc from his pocket and placed it on the coffee table, stating, Do you know who was responsible for the demise of your parents in your childhood? Indeed, it was Jin Shi, as he required individuals like you to be secretly cultivated for the Cui family, to serve them. Hearing this, Gao Chang's pupils dilated in shock, muttering, Impossible. Boss Jin could never do such a thing. Yi Qianyu casually gestured toward the disc on the table. Believe it or not, all the evidence is contained within. There is a computer over there. Go and see for yourself. Gao Chang seized the disc, hastily making his way to the computer, inserting it, and quickly reviewing the contents. Meanwhile, Yi Qianyu lounged on the sofa, casually scrolling through his phone. Glancing at his contacts, he surmised that, at this hour, they were likely deep in slumber. Deciding against messaging, he opened the Douya app to watch some dance videos. Indeed, the elder was correct. Watching beautiful women could uplift one's spirits. After half an hour, Gao Chang finally closed the computer. Clutching the disc tightly, his expression darkened. Yi Gongzi, what do you want me to do? Yi Qianyu reluctantly closed the dance video, replying, Subtly incite a rebellion within the Sanshi Hui. All right, I agree. Yi Qianyu was taken aback, asking, You believe what I provided you is genuine? Gao Chang smiled widely. Given your status, Yi Gongzi, there is no need for you to deceive someone like me. I am not worthy. Hearing this, Yi Qianyu laughed heartily. Standing up to retrieve a bank card. This card contains 100 million. Use it liberally for bribery. Do not be stingy. If you require more, come find me. Understood. Boss. Gao Chang accepted the card, nodding in response, his address shifting from Yi Gongzi to boss. Congratulations. Host has spent 100 million, acquiring 1 point. Remaining points, 81. Chapter 64, The Art of War. Congratulations. Host has exchanged for 1 basic energy serum, medium. Cost, 1 point. Remaining points, 80. Yi Qianyu produced a yellow serum from his pocket and placed it on the coffee table. Use this. At first, Gao Chang felt a jolt of apprehension. It seemed he could not escape the 7-day death powder. After weighing the pros and cons, he realized that even if he refused to drink it, he would not be able to exit this door. Tonight was a matter of life and death. Resolute, he clenched his jaw and approached the coffee table, extending his trembling right hand to grasp the serum. Gulp. Observing the yellow liquid in his hand, he swallowed hard, his lips quivering as he spoke. Yi Gongzi, I will certainly serve you diligently from now on. Please remember to provide me with the antidote on time. Do not forget about me, a mere Gao Chang. If you forget, I will perish. Yi Qianyu responded, What is this nonsense? Why do you speak as if I intend to poison you? Feeling misunderstood, Yi Qianyu clarified, This is not poison. It is a basic energy serum that can enhance your internal energy. Upon hearing this, Gao Chang's lips stopped trembling and his hands steadied. He stood upright, awkwardly chuckling. Ah, boss, you should have mentioned that earlier. You nearly frightened my heart out. How is this used? Simply inject it into yourself? And it will take effect in 3 seconds, Yi Qianyu replied with a faint smile. No sooner had he finished speaking than Gao Chang jabbed the serum into his own rear. Yi Qianyu observed as the serum permeated his skin, and 3 seconds later, Gao Chang felt a surge of strength coursing through him. Although the sensation was not overwhelmingly intense, the feeling of power was palpable. His eyes widened in astonishment. Filled with disbelief, he was acutely aware that he had endured 10 years of secret training within the Cui family to achieve his current standing. He understood that breaking through the genetic lock to progress further was exceedingly arduous. The grueling training he had undergone over the past decade was no small feat now. Relying solely on a diminutive serum to match years of effort was unfathomable. Had anyone suggested in the past that such a serum could propel him further, he would not have believed it for an instant. Now, witnessing its effects, he looked once more at the seemingly carefree youth before him, his heart swelling with both respect and trepidation. A person in possession of such a thing undoubtedly hailed from an extraordinarily formidable background. The Cui family was by no means comparable to this young man. If he were to follow this youth, he might soar to great heights. This was his opportunity. He must cling desperately to this advantageous leg and work diligently. With this resolve, Gao Chang knelt on one knee, respectfully proclaiming, Boss, I will henceforth be your loyal subordinate and will serve you with utmost dedication. Yi Qianyu chuckled lightly, pleased with Gao Chang's attitude. He stepped forward to help him up, saying, From now on, we are brothers. There is no need for kneeling. It is the 21st century. Such formalities are unnecessary. Yes, boss. The personal profile is as follows. Name, Gao Chang, nicknamed Yuga due to his past as a fish seller. Identity: the leader of the San Shi Hui in the pedestrian area, a trusted confidant of Jin Shi, one of the San Shi, currently being swayed. Basic energy: 12. Loyalty: 90. Gao Chong hesitated momentarily before speaking. Boss, I see that time is getting late, and given the current circumstances, I fear my prolonged absence might raise suspicions. Yi Qianyu remarked. Indeed, you should return. Remember what I told you tonight, she replied. Gao Chong scratched the back of his head and said, Rest assured, boss. After so many years, I know precisely what to say and what to withhold. Haha. He then pointed to the door and inquired, Boss, may I take my leave? Yi Qianyu raised her hand to halt him, standing up and walking toward the bookshelf, seemingly in search of something. Gao Chong, perplexed by her strange behavior, could only stand awkwardly in place, unsure of how to inquire further. Found it. Yi Qianyu's excited voice resonated in the room as she pulled a book from the shelf and tossed it to Gao Chong. Take this book with you, study it carefully. It will be immensely beneficial to you. Gao Chong looked at the book in his arms, The Art of War. Clearing his throat, he replied, Understood, boss. I will read it diligently. I shall take my leave now. Just as he turned, he heard Yi Qianyu's voice behind him. Xiao Dao, return it. Gao Chong replied, Huh? The door swung open, and Dao Go entered once more, accompanied by the same few individuals from earlier. Without uttering a word, he delivered a swift blow to Gao Chong, followed by a sack over his head, and they departed from the presidential suite. The entire process was executed with such proficiency that it was almost painful to witness. Gao Chong exclaimed, No, wait, despite everything, I have not offended any of you. I truly have not offended anyone. He lamented. After concluding her business, Yi Qianyu reclined comfortably and drifted into a peaceful slumber, the only imperfection being the absence of a beautiful companion in her embrace. At 10 in the morning, a phone call jolted Yi Qianyu from her serene dream. Hello? Who is this? What is the matter? A clumsy voice emerged from the other end. Hello? Is this young Master Yi? I am EXIN. Yi Qianyu furrowed her brow, racking her brain before recalling. Oh, Mr. E, what brings you to me? Is the custom outfit ready? EXIN respectfully replied. Yes, young Master Yi. We have completed your garments and even included an additional set of exquisite attire as a gift for you, which has been delivered to your villa. I am just reporting this to you. EXIN's demeanor was even more deferential than before. The upper management had briefed him on this individual's significance. This enigmatic young man had acquired a 25% stake in Gucci, becoming the second largest shareholder. What does a 25% stake imply? It equates to a staggering value of $33.8 billion. Gucci is currently experiencing a period of growth, and acquiring such a substantial share would undoubtedly command a premium of 20 to 30 over market price. This young man could now be considered his direct superior, and EXIN, as an employee, felt compelled to serve him with utmost respect. Oh, I almost forgot. Thank you for your diligence, Yi Qianyu casually complimented before hanging up. She recalled that she had a penthouse in Tiangong No. 1, a reward from the system, and it had been many chapters since she last visited. It was indeed a bit ungrateful. Resolving to get up, she washed up, donned the previously worn outfit, and hastily consumed a bit of breakfast laid out on the table before descending the elevator. On her way down, she encountered Qinjin and exchanged a few pleasantries before departing in her vehicle. Hey Yi Yaoing. The hotel waitress observed her new boss's vanishing taillights and couldn't help but think, the boss is simply too handsome. He embodies the archetype of a domineering CEO from a novel. I truly envy the future wife of the boss. I wonder which fortunate woman will become his girlfriend. How enviable. Chapter 65, Butler Wulan. Tiangong No. 1 is located at 555 Qingxi Road, Chongning District, Missouri-do, consisting of only 18 villas, each showcasing a unique European architectural style, with areas ranging from 1,500 to 1,800 square meters. A minimum asset verification of 300 million is required for viewing, earning it a place among Asia's top 10 luxury residences. There is an old saying in Mo-do, wealth lies in the bund, prestige in the suburbs. Many believe it to be Green City Huangpu Bay or Thompson Riviera, but they are mistaken. The true pinnacle of luxury is Tiangong. Each villa's owner is a renowned tycoon on the wealth rankings, possessing wealth and power that ordinary individuals cannot rival. As for the penthouse of Tiangong No. 1, it remains unsold, primarily due to its exorbitant price of $1.2 billion, but more importantly, because the owner behind Tiangong has forbidden its sale. Many assume that the owner of Tiangong is Zheng Jifeng, but in truth, the real proprietor is the Shin family, with Zheng Jifeng merely serving as their public spokesperson. While the Chui family is a real estate giant, they focus solely on developing residential properties, not luxury homes. Despite the high prices of luxury residences, they are often difficult to sell, sometimes taking a year or two to find a buyer, or even longer. The Shin family is not developing this project for profit, but rather to cultivate relationships with the nations and even the world's elite. laying the groundwork for other business ventures from a long-term perspective. The decision to sell to Qianyu was undoubtedly the system's influence. Qianyu had little expectation. After all, it was a gift from the system and served merely as a temporary residence. Arriving at the entrance of Tangong, Qianyu drove up to the gate, where a security guard, standing at attention, approached the vehicle as it drew near and saluted with precision, politely inquiring, "Hello, may I see your entry credentials?" Qianyu lowered the window, observing the slightly darker-skinned security guard, who clearly bore the demeanor of a true veteran. She produced the key to Tangong No. 1 and smiled, "I have it." The guard accepted the key, noting the engraved insignia and the Tangong No. 1 emblem. His eyes widening in surprise as he quickly returned the key and saluted again, saying, "Mr. Yi, you may enter." Qianyu expressed her gratitude, rolled up the window, and slowly drove into Tangong. The guard murmured to himself, "The owner of the long-vacant Tangong No. 1 is actually a young man under 20. Suddenly recalling something, he hastily grabbed his walkie-talkie and announced, "Butler Wu, young Master Yi has arrived." A female voice responded over the intercom, "Understood." Since Qianyu acquired Tangong No. 1, the higher-ups had informed all personnel at Tangong. As Qianyu drove along the community path, he admired the lush landscaping, affirming that this luxury villa area, valued in the hundreds of millions, indeed justified its opulence. Soon, the car came to a halt in front of the grand entrance of the largest villa. Gazing at the imposing gates adorned with the numeral 1, Qianyu murmured, "This must be the place." At that moment, the gates slowly opened, revealing a woman in her 30s approaching swiftly, her hands gently resting at her abdomen. She reached the car and bowed at a 45-degree angle, respectfully stating, "Young Master Yi, welcome home. I am your dedicated butler, Wulan." Qianyu lowered the window and scrutinized the woman before him, dressed in a tailored suit. Her waist-length purple hair elegantly styled, with a side fringe often obscuring her dark eyes, presenting an air of both seriousness and grace. In terms of appearance, Qianyu deemed her worthy of an 80 out of 100, placing her in the realm of goddess-level beauty, especially given her unique aura that few women could possess. However, compared to Muziru and her companions, she fell short in Qianyu's eyes. He smiled slightly and inquired, "You are my dedicated butler?" Wulan replied earnestly, "Indeed. Young Master Yi, each owner of a Tangong villa has their own dedicated butler." Qianyu further questioned, "What exactly are your duties, and what is your monthly salary?" Wulan continued to respond earnestly, "Young Master Yi, I primarily manage household cleanliness, oversee the family budget, maintain household facilities, and so forth. As for salary, that is managed entirely by the business department." Qianyu pondered for a moment and said, "As long as you perform well, I shall personally grant you an additional 1 million in salary each month." Upon hearing this, the usually stern Wulan was finally moved. As a top-notch housekeeper, her monthly salary was already over 100,000 if she excelled in her duties. It could mean a monthly income of 1 million, equivalent to what she would earn in a year. The man before her was not only handsome but also youthful, and his generosity was striking. He truly was the owner of the prestigious Tangong No. 1 building. Qianyu, indifferent to Wulan's thoughts, quietly instructed, "Please check the personal information." As his private housekeeper, her background must be impeccable. Name, Wulan. Identity, premier housekeeper of Tangong. Specialties, household management, financial management. Level 1 sommelier, level 3 tea master. Loyalty, 70. After reviewing Wulan's credentials, Qianyu felt quite satisfied and smiled. "Please, allow me to enter. Standing here at the entrance is rather inconvenient." Upon hearing this, Wulan quickly regained her composure, stepped aside, and gestured with her gloved hand to invite him in. Qianyu restarted the car and, following Wulan's lead, parked it in the garage. After turning off the engine, closing the windows, and stepping out, Qianyu gazed at the nearly 300-square-meter garage, slightly astonished. This space could likely accommodate close to 100 vehicles. His attention then shifted to a corner where a blue Lamborghini was parked, shining brightly. He remembered that this was the Lamborghini Blue Flame, a reward from the system. Had he not come to Tangong, this car would have likely gathered dust here. Approaching it, he noticed it was free of any dust. Likely due to Wulan's diligent care, having a housekeeper was indeed beneficial. The Lamborghini Blue Flame lived up to its name, boasting a full blue paint job with black and red flames on either side, and the headlights resembled the eyes of a colossal beast, striking and cool. Particularly eye-catching was the license plate number, Lu 66666. Though it didn't surpass Lu 88888, it was still worth over 50 million. At first glance, Qianyu was enamored with this vehicle, vowing to drive it next time and dismissing the 9 million black Yaoing to the side, favoring the new over the old. After admiring the car for a while, he slowly approached Wulan, producing a $1 million bank card and stating, Here is 1 million. The password is on the back. You may directly use the funds for expenses related to the villa and simply provide me with the invoices later. He was unperturbed by the thought of Wu Lan absconding with the money. On one hand, he didn't care much about this sum, and on the other, he had the system. No one could escape its scrutiny. Wu Lan accepted the bank card and replied earnestly, "Understood, young Master Yi." In Chapter 66, Yi Qianyu followed Wu Lan as she guided him through a general tour of the villa. The understated yet opulent decor stirred something within him. He found the aesthetics pleasing and not overly ostentatious. After all, with a renovation cost of 100 million, even a simple space could be transformed into something extraordinary. The entire number 1 building, excluding the garden, spanned 3,000 square meters, and with the garden included, it covered over 4,000 square meters, making it the largest villa in all of Tengxun. The main building comprised 5 floors, with the first floor serving as the reception hall and the second and third floors designated for guest rooms. Yi Qianyu estimated around 10 rooms per floor. The master suite occupied the 4th floor, featuring a balcony that offered a panoramic view of the entire Tengxun. In addition to the rooms, there was a wine cellar, a tea room, a cinema, 2 terraces, an indoor swimming pool, a gym, an esports room, a game room, a study of approximately 300 square meters, an indoor elevator, and a spacious garden facing south. Flanking the main building were 2 auxiliary buildings, each 3 stories high, housing around 30 rooms for staff such as housekeepers, cleaners, chefs, and security personnel, although recruitment had yet to commence. After completing the tour of his villa, Yi Qianyu settled somewhat disinterestedly onto the living room sofa. Wu Lan promptly served him a cup of hot tea, then stepped back, awaiting his instructions. Yi Qianyu took a sip and remarked, "Sister Wu, please recruit some personnel for the villa." Hearing her new master address her in such a manner filled Wu Lan with joy, and she inquired, "Young Master Yi, do you have any specific requirements for the recruits?" After a moment of contemplation, Yi Qianyu cleared his throat and articulated, "First, I would like to hire some maids. They should be attractive, with clean backgrounds, educational qualifications unimportant, and capable of hard work." This statement caught Wu Lan off guard, and she glanced at her young master with a peculiar expression, though she refrained from showing her thoughts. She was acutely aware that most affluent young men tended to lean towards such preferences, unless they were lacking in other aspects. Yi Qianyu noticed Wu Lan's odd gaze and felt a twinge of annoyance. Had he been misunderstood? Was he the sort of person to require menial service from men or to settle for unappealing individuals? Was it wrong to desire beautiful and charming companions? He recalled the saying that admiring beauty was for the pleasure of both body and mind. He certainly did not want to wake up to a visage of unattractive faces serving him. That would surely send him into a panic. With utmost seriousness, Yi Qianyu stated, "Sister Wu, please do not misinterpret my intentions. I am a man of integrity." Wu Lan's expression turned serious, and she responded, "I understand, young master. Do you truly comprehend?" Yi Qianyu thought to himself, deciding against further explanation. He continued, "Secondly, I require the hiring of top-tier chefs." "Very well, young master. Should we also recruit security personnel?" Wu Lan inquired while jotting down notes. Yi Qianyu, recalling his own dark night security, waved his hand dismissively, "No need." Wu Lan then asked, "What about salaries?" "For the maids, we can offer 50,000 plus bonuses, while chefs will be hired at 5 times the market rate." "Agreed, young master." Wu Lan acknowledged, secretly astonished. A maid's salary alone was 50,000, let alone the bonuses. It surpassed what many would earn after years of diligent study for a master's or doctoral degree. Who would believe it? Wu Lan hesitated for a moment before asking, "Young master, do you have any additional instructions?" "Please register the license plates. Kindly document each new vehicle that arrives. That will be all. You may attend to your duties." With that, Yi Qianyu rose and made his way towards the elevator. "Understood, young master." Wu Lan bowed slightly and proceeded with her tasks. Yi Qianyu took the elevator to the master bedroom on the 4th floor. Upon opening the door, he entered a spacious room of 200 square meters, complete with a 2.5-meter-long bed and 2 bathrooms. Approaching the wardrobe, he casually opened a closet to reveal the custom-made garments sent by Gucci. Selecting an outfit at random, he donned it and examined himself in the full-length mirror, admiring his handsome reflection. Truly, he embodied the archetype of a wealthy individual, eclipsing all youthful contenders. The upper half consisted of a simple white shirt, the pristine collar standing sharply without embellishment, save for the striking Gucci logo. The lower half featured black casual trousers, accentuating his long legs. His striking features paired with his calm gaze amplified his already undeniable charm. After admiring himself in the mirror for a moment, he retrieved one of the 2 custom suits. Once dressed, his demeanor transformed from that of an amiable neighbor to that of a domineering CEO. The light blue shirt paired with a black suit evoked a sense of comfort and elegance, perfectly embodying a relaxed, casual, and romantic French style, showcasing his tall stature and exceptional poise. Subsequently, Qianyu tried on several more outfits, concluding that while the custom clothing was merely adequate, comfortable, and well-fitted, it bore no significant difference from those purchased in retail stores. After all, when one was handsome, any attire would appear appealing. After placing the attire back into the wardrobe, he donned the first outfit he had tried on and descended the stairs. Approaching noon, the gnawing hunger reminded him that he had yet to partake in lunch. As Qianyu made his way downstairs, he noticed that Wulan had neatly arranged the meal on the dining table. Although the selection was modest, it comprised 5 dishes and a soup: stir-fried pork with chili, steamed yellow croaker, spicy chicken, mapo tofu, sautéed broad beans, and a bowl of pigeon soup. Upon seeing Qianyu, Wulan respectfully remarked, "Young Master Yi, time is rather tight, so I have only prepared these dishes. Please do not hold it against me." Qianyu waved his hand dismissively, smiling as he replied, "Sister Wu, there is no need for such formality. Treat me as family. This quantity is sufficient for me. Having more would only lead to waste." With that, he pulled out a chair and sat down, eagerly digging into his meal. Wulan, observing Qianyu's fervent consumption, was momentarily taken aback. This new employer deviated from her preconceived notions of a wealthy heir. "Sister Wu, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Please join me." After finishing half a bowl of rice, Qianyu gestured to an empty seat beside him. "No, young Master Yi," Wulan replied, somewhat flattered yet resolute in her refusal. "There is a distinction between master and servant. Regardless of how well the employer treats me, I must maintain my position and fulfill my duties without overstepping." "Very well." Qianyu acquiesced, not pressing the matter further as he continued to enjoy his meal. In the following days, Qianyu languidly spent his time like a lethargic fish in the Tangua villa, feeling quite bored. This monotonous idle life is truly dull. On the rooftop balcony, clad in a loose bathrobe, he reclined on a lounge chair, admiring the distant scenery, and sighed. Suddenly, a notification pinged from WeChat. Qianyu lazily picked up his phone to check. It was a message from Shangwan Qianyu. "Classmate Yi, you've been absent for several days. Several professors have inquired about you. Are you truly not planning to attend class?" It dawned on Qianyu that he was indeed a freshman, and he promptly replied, "Cough. I've been busy these past few days. I will definitely attend class on time next time." "Busy with what? As a freshman, what could possibly keep you so occupied?" Shangwan Qianyu expressed her skepticism. "Busy with business." Qianyu hastily responded. "You, a freshman, busy with business?" Shangwan Qianyu exhaled in disbelief. "Let's set that aside. Today is Friday, and the campus welcome party is tonight. Don't forget, you are scheduled to perform as part of your class. Have you decided on your act? I need to submit it now." "Oh, is it Friday already?" Qianyu's lips twitched as he realized the day had indeed arrived, lamenting how swiftly time had passed. "You haven't forgotten, have you?" Shangwan Qianyu inquired. "Of course not. I'm on my way to school," Qianyu asserted confidently. "Have you thought about what you will perform? How about playing the piano? You can play the piano?" This revelation astonished Shangwan Qianyu, who remained somewhat doubtful. "I know a bit," Qianyu replied nonchalantly. "All right, I will submit that. The event starts at 7. You need to arrive by 6:30. Don't be late." "Okay, no problem. I'll log off now." Qianyu did not wait for a response, instead tossing his phone aside and returning to his leisurely repose. Moments later, the notification sound chimed again. Qianyu picked up the phone, and upon reading the new message, a smile broke across his face. "Roxiao, what's up?" "Qianyu, what are you doing?" "I am diligently studying." Qianyu replied without hesitation. "You are so diligent. You were before, and still are," Muziru responded. She actually believed him. Qianyu felt a pang of guilt, as if his conscience had been brutally trampled. He quickly changed the subject, saying, "Cough. Our school is hosting a welcome party tonight, and I will be performing on stage." "Really? You are also performing? What will you present?" "The piano." Muziru typed back, "You can play the piano? How come I never knew? Can I come to watch?" "Of course. Aren't you all having your welcome party? We finished ours the day before yesterday, hehe. What time does yours start? I'll bring my roommates along to cheer for you." 7 o'clock. "Great. See you then." Qianyu concluded his conversation with Muziru. As the minutes ticked by, it was now 5:30 in the afternoon. Jean Pongzi called to remind him, "Old Yi, don't be late for the welcome party." Qianyu finally roused from his slumber, rubbing his drowsy eyes as he prepared himself. Remembering his upcoming performance, he searched his wardrobe for suitable attire, settling on a simple ensemble of a long-sleeved white shirt and black trousers. After tidying himself up, Qianyu headed to the garage and started his Lamborghini, setting off towards the school. At 6:30, the 2023 welcome party was taking place in the Grand Hall of Moda University. By this time, the hall was packed to the brim. The 2-tiered auditorium was filled to capacity. Approximately 3,000 freshmen, along with some upperclassmen from neighboring schools and numerous invited guests, filled the hall that could accommodate over 10,000 people. The sounds of conversation echoed, creating a lively atmosphere. I've heard this year's freshmen are quite lively. I wonder if it's true. Whether they are lively or not is trivial. I have a friend in the student council who said that Shun In Shun will be the closing act. I wonder if that is true. No way, man. If we get to see Shun In Shun, the most beautiful girl in our school, perform, it would be an honor. Indeed. I remember when I was a freshman. Shin In Shin performed too, and I was completely captivated. Meanwhile, a group of girls huddled together, waving glow sticks. With one even unfurling a banner that read, 100 supporters cheering for our male god Yi Qianyu. Since the incident where Yi Qianyu had decisively dealt with Cui Xiaodong, he had skyrocketed in popularity around campus, drawing the attention of many female students with his striking looks and commanding presence. After the cultural department released the list of performers, these girls quickly organized themselves to support him, inciting envy among the male students. However, they felt powerless, as they lacked the ability to confront Cui Xiaodong without consequences. Jin Yuqian, Yi Xiaodian, and Xian Nanqing sat among the crowd in the finance department, alongside Mu Ziru and her 3 roommates. Mu Ziru craned her neck, scanning the room like a giraffe in search of a long-desired figure. Her companion, Yu Jujuan, teased her. Oh, what is our beautiful Mu looking for? Let me guess, is it your brother Yi? You little rascal, stop speaking nonsense. Mu Ziru blushed, playfully hitting her chest. Meanwhile, Jin Yuqian was overly attentive to Lin Ruishi, frequently asking her if she was thirsty, tired, or hot, and offering to fetch her some water. Lin Ruishi felt overwhelmed, but maintained a polite demeanor, which only excited Jin Yuqian further. She actually spoke to me. She noticed me. I might have a chance to add her on WeChat. Watching Jin Yuqian's enthusiasm, Lin Ruishi felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. In that moment, the 4 glamorous girls seated together instantly became the focal point of attention for the male students in the finance department. 4 young ladies, each possessing their unique charm and beauty, all rated above 9 out of 10, rivaling even the school's renowned flower and allure, left the boys present utterly captivated, their hearts aflame with longing. Some of the more self-aware young men approached to request contact information, only to return empty-handed. Meanwhile, Yi Qianyu, who had driven to the school, found herself ensnared in traffic. As the clock struck 7 in the evening, the welcome party officially commenced. Enchanting melodies filled the hall, silencing the previously boisterous auditorium in an instant. The lights dimmed, and the curtains gracefully parted to reveal a dapper duo of hosts, 1 male and 1 female, who strode onto the stage hand in hand. Good evening, students and faculty. We are delighted to welcome you to this year's welcome party. After the duo completed their opening remarks, they announced the first performance. 4 stylish young men and 4 elegantly attired young women took the stage, showcasing a dazzling street dance that enlivened the atmosphere. Under the spotlight, the 8 performers radiated charisma, eliciting enthusiastic applause from the audience. Following the street dance, a succession of performances unfolded, featuring singing, rap, skits, and magic acts, among others. Backstage, at this moment, Shangguan Qianyu paced restlessly, glancing towards the door intermittently, yet failing to spot the figure she awaited. She retrieved her phone and dialed a number. As soon as the call connected, without waiting for a response, she exclaimed, Yi Qianyu, did you not promise to arrive punctually at 6:30? Just look at the time now. Your performance is coming up shortly, and if you are absent, our finance department's class 3 will face a reprimand. On the other end, Yi Qianyu was met with a barrage of reprimands, prompting him to quickly hold the phone away from his ear. Once Shangguan Qianyu concluded her tirade, he replied begrudgingly, ahem. According to my initial calculations, I should have arrived on time, but unforeseen circumstances have arisen. I apologize. I am stuck in traffic and would need to walk 10 kilometers if necessary. What? Shangguan Qianyu gasped. Yi Qianyu felt as if his ears had been assaulted by her outburst and hastily rubbed his ears, exclaiming, Sister, please refrain from such exclamations. My ears are nearly deafened. I understand your urgency, but please, contain your anxiety. How much longer until you arrive? She inquired. Observing the vehicles beginning to inch forward, he contemplated briefly before responding. Traffic is starting to clear up. I should arrive in approximately half an hour. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Qianyu breathed a sigh of relief and instructed, make every effort to be here within that half hour. Understood. After hanging up, the head of the arts department entered the room and, upon noticing her, approached Shangguan Qianyu, who had initially accompanied Yi Qianyu to sign in. She held a list of participants and remarked, Qianyu, your finance department's class 3 is scheduled to perform in 20 minutes. Please have you prepare. Shangguan Qianyu smiled awkwardly and replied, well, that's sister. Yi is caught in traffic and may not arrive as quickly as anticipated. Could we possibly arrange for him to perform last? Upon hearing this, the sister's expression turned troubled. Qianyu, the finale is reserved for Xinqingxue. You know she is the highlight of this event, and if we place her in second to last, there may be protests from the audience. Suddenly, Shangguan Qianyu had a revelation and clapped her hands. Let us simply switch their positions. Ye's uncle is the principal, and he will intervene if there are any issues. Rest assured, then I shall follow your suggestion. With the sister's agreement, Shangguan Qianyu finally felt a wave of relief wash over her, silently praying that Yi Qianyu would indeed arrive on time. On stage, the next performance was a dance titled Pure Land, presented by Yi Ningxin from the Foreign Language Department's Class 5. After the announcement, the host retreated backstage, and the curtains were drawn open to reveal a young girl standing quietly, her features obscured. As the prelude began, the spotlight illuminated her figure. The girl, adorned with twin pigtails, wore a white Lolita dress and black leather shoes, her legs clad in white stockings, evoking an irresistible desire to admire her beauty. Tonight, her exquisite makeup only enhanced her allure. With closed eyes, her long lashes fluttered, and her fair complexion flushed delicately, her lips resembling ripe fruit, enticingly rosy. This charming and playful ensemble epitomized the ideal image of a perfect little girl in the hearts of the boys present, and they could hardly believe their eyes. Instantly, the male students erupted into a fervent chorus of cheers that echoed throughout the auditorium. Wow, this is the real little girl. Brothers, let us go. My goddess has truly appeared. Gaia. As Yi Ningxin took the stage, those familiar with her were equally astonished. Can you believe it? Yi actually performed herself? It seems she must have done it specifically for Yi, as only he would warrant such a display. Jin Yuqian murmured, enviously. Xiaoxia, what do you think will happen when Sister Mu and Sister Yi meet? Oh, and what about Sister Shangguan? Sister Mu is the girlfriend that Yi himself has acknowledged. But those two have been flirting with Yi. When they all meet, will there be a clash? Yi Xiaodian whispered conspiratorially to Xian Nanqing. At the mention of a potential confrontation among the three women, Xian Nanqing shuddered. Ahem, I want to speculate on that. It depends on how Yi resolves it. Mu Ziru gazed at the adorable and charming Yi Ningxin on stage, pulling Lin Ruishi beside her and exclaiming, Ruishi, that little girl is so kawaii. I just want to kiss her. Hom. Lin Ruishi nodded enthusiastically. Jin Yuqian, Yi Xiaodian, and Xian Nanqing shared knowing glances. Sister Mu, if you were to discover that this little girl has some ambiguous relationship with your boyfriend, you might not find her so adorable anymore. On stage, Yi Ningxin opened her eyes, her gaze flitting around in search of her beloved Yi Gu, her lips pouting in disappointment. As the music for Pure Land began to play, Yi Ningxin focused her mind and began to dance rhythmically to the melody. A shiver coursed from her left fingertips to her shoulder, then to her right fingertips, the silver bangles on her wrists vibrating in harmony with her movements. Each gesture flowed naturally and gracefully, reminiscent of a blooming white lotus. The audience was entranced by her captivating dance, nearly forgetting to breathe as they were spellbound by her beauty. Each person present felt their heart race, convinced that she was gazing directly at them. Cheers, whistles, and shouts erupted from the crowd. Tonight, they were all utterly ensnared, lost in her charm. Following the completion of her dance, thunderous applause erupted throughout the hall. The audience buzzed with excitement, yet most of the conversations were among the enamored boys. Goodness, that little girl dances so well. I'm in love. Is she really a freshman? It seems there are hidden gems among the newcomers. I foresee the 3 school flowers becoming 4. Before she becomes jaded, brothers, let us seize the opportunity. Yi Ningxin bowed slightly to the audience, but still failed to locate Yi Qianyu among them. A frown creased her brow, her lips pouting in frustration as she silently chastised. You wretched Yi Qianyu. How could you not show up? I danced just for you. With a huff, she stormed off the stage. Meanwhile, Yi Qianyu had finally escaped the clutches of traffic and was racing towards Modu University. Fortunately, with his exceptional driving skills, he arrived at the school in merely 20 minutes. An involuntary thought crossed his mind. Next time, I must invest in a helicopter to evade the troubles of traffic. Who claims that driving a luxury car can carve out a path even in a jam? Such notions are mere fabrications. Traffic congestion treats everyone equally. Yi Qianyu drove his Lamborghini Blue Flame through the school gates and into the parking lot. Several students, who had not attended the welcome gala, caught sight of the flashy blue sports car and began snapping photos. When they saw the person emerging from it, their astonishment intensified. Oh my, he's so handsome. Wait, isn't that the guy who trended on campus news, Yi Qianyu? No wonder he dared to beat up Cui Xiaodong without a hitch. It turns out his background is equally formidable. I just searched online for the car he drives. Guess how much it costs? No idea. Hurry up and tell me. This sports car is a Lamborghini Blue Flame, limited to only 88 units worldwide, with a starting price of 67 million yuan. What? The license plate is Hu 66666? That's a multi-million yuan plate. He must be a big shot. Wow. Unbelievable. Yi Qianyu had no time to listen to the onlookers' exclamations. Upon stepping out of the car, he hurried toward the auditorium. After 2 minutes, he realized he had taken a wrong turn and quickly asked a student searching for crickets nearby for directions. They arrived backstage at the auditorium, and the guiding student, somewhat begrudgingly, announced, "Young Master Yi, we've arrived." Yi Qianyu expressed his gratitude, pulling out 500 yuan in cash, and said, "Thank you. I'll cover your cigarette expenses for this month." The guiding student's expression brightened, and he repeatedly thanked Yi Qianyu before bouncing off to continue his search for crickets. Upon reaching backstage, Yi Qianyu found Shangwan Qianyu and cleared his throat. Ahem. There was a traffic jam on the way. I hope I'm not late? Shangwan Qianyu, relieved to see him, rolled her eyes and replied, "You almost missed it. Thankfully. You made it. You are the last to appear, and currently, Shun Qingxue is performing. You can go on after her." Originally, Shun Qingxue was supposed to be the last act, but now the spotlight fell upon him. The host on stage announced, "Let us welcome our campus beauty, Shun Qingxue, who will perform the peace-caged bird." As soon as the words were spoken, the audience erupted in cheers. "Shun campus beauty. Shun goddess. Please give me a chance to be your dog." As the curtain rose and the spotlight shone down, a stunningly beautiful girl sat gracefully at the piano. Even Yi Qianyu, accustomed to beautiful women, found himself captivated by her extraordinary beauty. The girl's skin was as white as snow, her face radiant and enchanting, with elegantly arched brows and spring-like eyes. Her skin was smooth and delicate, glowing softly, and 2 strands of hair danced gently in the breeze, adding to her ethereal charm. However, what surprised Yi Qianyu the most was her white hair. Both her eyebrows and eyelashes were completely white. The phenomenon of white-haired individuals is not merely a myth among the Chinese populace. Observing the audience, it was evident that many were gazing at her with admiration. The applause was thunderous, surpassing even that for Yi Ningxin. Noticing Yi Qianyu's unwavering gaze on Shun Qingxue, Shangwan Qianyu bit her lip, feeling an inexplicable pang of jealousy, and said, "What's this? Have you taken a liking to her? Your eyes are about to pop out." Realizing her implication, Yi Qianyu chuckled, "Well, who doesn't appreciate beauty? Admiring lovely women is a universal hobby for all men. Are you feeling jealous?" "Bah, who's jealous? Not me. Don't say such nonsense." Shangwan Qianyu quickly averted her gaze, denying it. "What is the story with this girl? Why is her hair entirely white?" Yi Qianyu pointed at the alabaster-haired Shun Qingxue, inquiring curiously. Shangwan Qianyu sighed deeply, her tone tinged with regret. "Alas, her name is Shun Qingxue, daughter of the Shun family in Modu. She is a prodigy, having completed all high school subjects by the age of 15 and advancing directly to university. Her unique financial insights have contributed to the Shun family status as the foremost family in Modu." Upon hearing Shangwan Qianyu's explanation, Yi Qianyu silently acknowledged her remarkable talents and asked, "But why do you seem so regretful?" Shangwan Qianyu continued, "Perhaps her brilliance is a double-edged sword. While the heavens opened one door for her, they also closed another. She has been diagnosed with albinism since childhood." As she spoke, she hesitated, unsure of how to continue. "And what else?" Yi Qianyu prompted. "Furthermore, it is said that Shun Qingxue was born from a woman the head of the Shun family met while on a business trip. After giving birth to Shun Qingxue, the woman departed. For a family of such stature, they prioritize social standing. Thus, despite her contributions to the Shun family, she is not held in high regard within the family. She is quite a pitiable girl." Realization dawned on Yi Qianyu, and he nodded thoughtfully. He then mentally activated his investigative gaze. Name, Shun Qingxue, suffering from albinism. Identity, daughter of the Shun family, a branch of the Jingdu Shun family. Age, 18. Attractiveness, 95. Purity, 100. Combatability, 35. Martial arts prodigy. Special skills, proficient in piano, level 10, finance, Go, Guzheng, 7 languages, martial arts, and sketching. Favorability, 90. Father, Xinwan. Mother, hidden. After reviewing Shun Qingxue's profile, even Yi Qianyu had to commend her exceptional talents. At the tender age of 18, mastering 7 skills truly qualifies her as a remarkable prodigy, worthy of being a great queen in ancient times. Yet, upon noticing her high favorability rating, Yi Qianyu was utterly bewildered. Why is Shun Qingxue's favorability so high? I don't believe I know her. I can't find any memories of her in my recollections. Is there a glitch? Yi Qianyu asked the system, perplexed. Do you wonder how you could acquire the unlisted Tan Palace number 1 without some assistance? The system replied nonchalantly. Huh, what do you mean? Yi Qianyu was left in confusion. This system implanted a fragment of simulated memories from your childhood into her mind. The system said with a mischievous smirk. Are you serious? You always claim to be invincible, yet you resort to such tactics to acquire Tan Palace number 1? Yi Qianyu expressed his disbelief. While there are indeed other methods, none are as convenient as this, my master. It not only grants you the villa, but also provides you with an infatuated young girl. This system has truly devoted itself to you. As the system continued, it began to lament, leaving Qianyu feeling awkward about reprimanding it. As the accompaniment began, Shun Qingxue extended her slender, fair fingers, caressing the piano keys. The music suddenly filled the hall, a blend of delicate and powerful notes, transforming the previously noisy atmosphere into serene silence, inviting all to listen intently. System. Purchase master-level piano skills, Qianyu instructed in his mind as he realized his lack of proficiency. Beep. Congratulations, host, for acquiring master-level piano skills at the cost of 50,000 points. Remaining points, 75. The piano skill has been implanted within the host. Please check your progress. As the system's notification faded, Qianyu felt a refreshing flow circulate within him. Upon opening his eyes, the once daunting intricacies of the piano now felt as though he had been born to play. Every note, every nuance, and every emotion became crystal clear, as if the clouds had parted to reveal a bright sky. He cast his gaze once more upon the entranced Shun Qingxue on stage, attentively listening to the music, grasping its essence. The melody was tender yet powerful, delicate as a fine drizzle, and fervent like a raging tempest, embodying a yearning amidst desolation, fluctuating between highs and lows, joy and sorrow. The woman's body swayed gently in harmony with the music, as if she were one with it. His fingers danced upon the piano keys, conjuring a beautiful melody. For the audience, the music was enchanting, but for Qianyu, who had attained master-level piano skills, the essence he perceived was distinct from that of others. The free bird soared upon the spine of the wind, commanding the clouds, dancing with wings unfurled in the golden sunlight, boldly claiming the sky. Yet the caged bird could only scuttle within its narrow confines, forever deprived of its aspirations. With wings clipped and feet bound, it released its voice in song. A caged bird, you are indeed that pitiful creature, he murmured, feeling an inexplicable pity for the girl on stage. When the piece concluded, Shun Qingxue slowly rose, offering a slight bow to the audience before turning away, leaving behind a solitary silhouette. Wow, Shin Xiaohua played so exquisitely, it was utterly captivating. If only I could be Shun Shin's boyfriend, I would willingly sacrifice 10 years of my life. Wake him up quickly. It's late at night, and he's daydreaming. Does he think he's worthy of Shin Xiaohua? I'm bursting with envy. I want to shout. Shangwan Qianyu slapped Qianyu's shoulder, her tone tinged with jealousy. Still gazing after her, he noticed she had already vanished. If you like her, go after her. She's recognized as the #1 beauty in Magic City. Even I rank behind her. Qianyu playfully smacked her back, savoring the sensation beneath his palm. Then smiled slightly, teasing, oh, I smell a hint of jealousy. Could it be that you've developed feelings for me? Surely not. Shangwan Qianyu rubbed her sore back. Her face flushed, as though struck by an undeniable truth, or perhaps a surge of anger. She pinched his waist fiercely, declaring, who would like you? Even if you were the last man on earth, I would pass. It's your turn to perform. Hurry up. Just then, the host on stage announced, students, teachers. For our final performance, let us welcome our classmate from the finance department, Qianyu, to present a piano piece. Why is there no title for the piece? The host faltered at the end, unsure how to proceed. Why has he stopped? Wasn't Shin Xiaohua supposed to be the closing act? How could there be more? Indeed. This person dares to perform after Shin Xiaohua has finished? How audacious. After experiencing Shin Xiaohua's piano piece, no one could bear to hear another. They should just announce the conclusion. Yes, let us just end this and return to our dorms. Voices filled the air, most suggesting an immediate conclusion. But a small faction disagreed, particularly the girls from the 100-member support group. We want to see Qianyu's performance. If you don't want to watch, then go back. Exactly. We specifically came to see Nanshan perform. From the finance department, Jin Yuqian led the charge, calling for Qianyu to take the stage. The hall buzzed with energy, resembling a bustling marketplace on the verge of chaos. At that moment, Qianyu stepped onto the stage, took the microphone from the host, and spoke loudly. Dear students and teachers, I apologize for the delay caused by my tardiness. To make amends, I will perform an original piece titled Thoughts Across Time and Space. After returning the microphone, he approached the piano, settling into his seat. Seeing this, the crowd refrained from further protest. After all, this was a person who dared to confront Cui Xiaodong. Anyone who dared to speak up would be courting disaster. A few extra minutes were inconsequential, so they quietly returned to their seats. Phew, that was terrifying. Mu Xiru exhaled in relief, patting her chest, a bit shaken. Don't worry, Xiru. Such a minor situation won't faze your boyfriend, Lin Ruishi reassured her. Xiru, I had no idea your boyfriend could play the piano. He is truly a treasure. Yu Jiujuan chimed in cheerfully. Indeed, Xiru, you've struck gold. Su Shirshir added, giving a thumbs up in agreement. Oh, I didn't know he could play the piano either. I just found out today and have no clue how well he plays, Mu Xiru admitted, her cheeks flushed from her friend's praise. Then, the piano began to resonate. Chapter 71. A Piece Thoughts Across Time and Space. The notes flowed like the wind, melodic as poetry, clear as a spring, and gentle as drifting clouds. His fingertips caressed the keys, producing sounds reminiscent of deep valleys and serene mountains, pure and resonant, touching the heartstrings. The few students who had been murmuring complaints fell silent, captivated by the performance. Some girls closed their eyes, immersing themselves in the experience. This was the terrifying power of master-level piano skills. The music reached deep into the soul. In an instant, everyone was hushed, attentively listening. The prelude was utterly divine, drawing one in from the very start. Even Jin Yuqian and the nearby 4 girls, including Mu Xiru, wore expressions of shock and disbelief. Yi Qianyu truly could play the piano, and so exceptionally well. It was almost unbelievable. The prelude alone was entrancing. How exhilarating it would be to hear the main theme. At this moment, the audience had shed their previous disdain, transformed into an eager anticipation. As the prelude concluded, the piece transitioned into the main section. The piano notes became deep and flowing, akin to the longing shared between lovers. Silently, the pure piano melody swept across the auditorium, embodying the essence of thoughts across time and space. The reminiscence of 2 lovers for one another lingered in the places they once walked together, becoming enveloped in memories. In the quiet moments just after waking, one might find themselves momentarily lost, still caught in dreams, unaccustomed to a life without the other by their side. As the piece drew to a close, the music suddenly halted. The entire audience remained silent, still immersed in the music's essence. With the system's support, Yi Qianyu had rendered thoughts across time and space with exquisite finesse. Especially for the sensitive female students, they were swept away, tears streaming down their faces, lost in the moment. After a pause, a thunderous applause erupted. The audience collectively stood, clapping vigorously, the sound resounding throughout the auditorium, even audible outside. Wow, that was unbelievably beautiful. I'm in tears. I can't stop crying. I miss my girlfriend studying in Hangzhou. I need to see her tonight. I miss my long-distance boyfriend too. Wait, you're a guy. Where's your long-distance boyfriend? Don't push me when I'm feeling emotional. In the finance department, Mu Xiru was already in tears. Unable to speak. Xiru, why are you crying? Her 3 friends quickly comforted her. I'm reminiscing about the beautiful moments between Qianyu and me since middle school. I can't help but cry. Mu Xiru sobbed, yet her lips curled into a smile. Yi Ningxin was at a loss as to whom she should embrace, her arms cradling a girl who was weeping incessantly while also wiping her snot on her. Whoa, it sounds so beautiful, slurp. This elicited a dark expression from a nearby young man, who remarked, Little sister, you are holding my girlfriend. In the backstage area, Shangguan Qianyu gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and pouted, Umph. That scoundrel. On the 2nd floor of the grand auditorium, Shen Qingxua, initially prepared to depart, stood transfixed as she gazed at Yi Qianyu, who was softly caressing the piano keys. Her eyes brimmed with tears, and his long eyelashes were adorned with droplets resembling water lilies, as if the tears were reluctant to fall from her pristine skin. She covered her lips, murmuring, Brother Yi. Is that you? Have you come to find me? Memories of childhood surged like a tide in her mind. She recalled the days when a small boy held her hand as they strolled through the village at night. Brother Yi, look at how beautiful the stars are. Is that the cowherd and weaver girl's star? Indeed. Brother Yi, everyone dislikes me and calls me a white-haired girl. Will you also not like me? Swear. How could that be? Do not mind others' opinions. White hair can be beautiful too. Brother Yi, I like you so much. When I grow up, I will surely marry you. All right. Lost in fragmented memories of her childhood, she finally felt as though he had been abruptly wrenched away, standing silently in place. Moments later, the tears adorning his eyelashes fell like pearls from a broken string, plopping onto the ground, shattering into pieces. Miss, the master is looking for you. At that moment, a man in black appeared silently behind her, his expression devoid of emotion. Upon hearing this, Shen Qingxua wiped her tears and instantly transformed back into her aloof demeanor. Her voice ethereal. Understood, you may leave. She then paused, coldly stating, Shen Shirsan, forget what just transpired. Otherwise, you need not live in this world anymore. The man in black trembled slightly, responding, Miss, I do not recall anything that just happened. Well, it is good that you do not remember. Let us go. Shen Qingxua nodded in satisfaction, casting a lingering glance at the handsome man seated on stage before turning to leave. Silently, she vowed, Brother Yi, wait for me. I will come find you. Yi Qianyu slowly rose, smiling as he bowed slightly to the audience. Under the lights, his features were strikingly defined, and his dignified, gentlemanly aura harmonized beautifully with his piano performance, leaving many girls entranced. Tears of admiration began to trickle from their eyes, observing the fervent gazes of these girls. Mujiro couldn't help but feel anxious that her beloved boyfriend might be taken away, becoming increasingly insecure. Sigh. Having such an outstanding boyfriend is not without its drawbacks. Qianyu descended from the stage and approached Qianyu with a gentle smile. How was it? Was my performance up to par? Qianyu rolled her eyes at him. Look at you, so full of yourself. It was just passable. Ha ha ha. You just like to put on a brave front. Qianyu laughed heartily, then patted her shoulder, asking, shall we go grab a late-night snack together? With whom? Qianyu inquired. With a few of my roommates and my girlfriend's dorm mates. Qianyu answered candidly, withholding nothing. Upon hearing Qianyu mention his girlfriend, Qianyu's heart twisted uncomfortably. Does he truly have a girlfriend? Was he not joking before? Hey, are you going or not? Please respond. Qianyu inquired again, noticing her silence. I will go? For reasons unknown, Qianyu agreed in a daze, perhaps wishing to see what his girlfriend looked like. Chapter 72. The backyard nearly caught fire as the welcome party concluded. Everyone exited in an orderly fashion, discussing Qianyu's piano performance. No one expected Qianyu to play even better than the school beautician. The ambience he created was indescribable, immersing the audience in a wondrous experience. Indeed, with just that one piece, he could overshadow renowned musicians. Oh no, I was so engrossed that I forgot to record it. If I upload it online, it would surely garner countless likes. Ha ha ha. Thankfully, I am not in a long-distance relationship. My feelings are not as intense. I recorded a video. I will upload it to you later. How can you be so boastful without a girlfriend? How infuriating. Qianyu led Qianyu towards class 3 of the finance department. Throughout the journey, Qianyu remained silent, her head bowed, lost in thought. From a distance, Qianyu spotted Jin Yuqian and his group, greeting the 4 girls with a smile. You all made it. Yu Jiujuan stepped forward first, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Qianyu, you are amazing. Your performance was incredible. Qianyu smiled modestly, waving his hand. I only know a little. Lin Ruishi stifled a laugh. Just a little? Is that an understatement? Qianyu chuckled without responding, turning to Mujiro, gently asking, so, did you enjoy it? Upon hearing this, Mujiro nodded eagerly, her smile radiant. Yes, it was so beautiful that I cried. Qianyu approached her, ruffling her hair affectionately. Watching him caress a beautiful girl's head, Qianyu felt a twinge of discomfort. Does he really have such a gentle side? Is this girl truly his girlfriend? She is undeniably lovely, but I am not lacking either. With an inexplicable urge, she stepped out from behind Qianyu, smiling as she greeted Mujiro. Hello, my name is Qianyu, and I am a friend of Qianyu. Still lost in the afterglow of being petted, Mujiro noticed Qianyu stepping out from behind Qianyu, feeling a pang of insecurity. Without hesitation, she linked her arm through Qianyu's, declaring her claim. Hello, I am Mujiro, Qianyu's girlfriend. She then beamed at Qianyu, asking, Qianyu, who is this girl? Qianyu, noticing Mujiro's beaming smile, felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine. Something was amiss. Clearing his throat, he replied, this is our class instructor, responsible for our class's affairs, and also a friend. We are going for a late-night snack, and I invited her along. Upon hearing Qianyu's explanation, Mujiro finally felt at ease, exhaling a sigh of relief. Phew, thankfully, she is not a third party. Releasing Qianyu's arm, she stepped forward to Qianyu, extending her delicate hand with a smile. Hello, it is a pleasure to meet you. Qianyu reciprocated with a polite smile. Hello. The two shook hands before parting. Suddenly, a soft, sweet voice called from behind them. Turning around, they saw Yiningshin, dressed in a Lolita outfit, rushing towards them and leaping into Qianyu's arms like a koala, snuggling against his chest. He, brother Qianyu wants to wash me. Beside them, Mujiro's expression darkened, akin to the foreboding atmosphere before a storm. Who said this little girl is adorable? Not at all. How dare she encroach upon my boyfriend? Unable to endure any longer, she approached with a scowl, forcefully pulling Yiningshin down from Qianyu's embrace. What is happening? Yiningshin scratched her head in confusion, still unaware of the unfolding situation. Meanwhile, the trio of Jin Yuqian observed the scene, wiping the sweat off their brows, and hurriedly approached Yiningshin, whispering softly. Yigunai, this is Lao Ye's girlfriend. You mustn't engage in any affectionate displays in front of his girlfriend. Oh, Yiningshin finally caught on, turning to the beautiful sister and revealing an adorable dimple as she said, Beautiful miss, my name is Yiningshin. So you are Qianyu Gija's girlfriend. How lovely you are. Upon hearing Yiningshin's praise, Muziru, who was initially upset, softened a bit. However, Yi Ningxin's subsequent words left everyone utterly astonished. She approached Shangwan Qianyu, took her hand. Then with her other small hand grasped Mu Ziru's and declared, "Beautiful sister, you are Qianyu Gij's girlfriend, so you will be the eldest sister. Shangwan's sister will be the second, and I, being the youngest, will be the third. After we marry Qianyu Gij, if any other women come near, we will unite to prevent them." Mu Ziru. Shangwan Qianyu. Everyone, what on earth? Wait. What do you mean by eldest sister? Second sister? Third sister? Are you suggesting that I will marry Qianyu along with you? Mu Ziru pointed at herself, then at Shangwan Qianyu and Yi Ningxin, incredulously exclaiming, "My worldview has been completely overturned today." Shangwan Qianyu, who was being pointed at, blushed and quickly shook her head, her hands waving in denial, saying, No. This has nothing to do with me. I don't know what strange things you are talking about." Yet Yi Ningxin nodded seriously. Yes. There's nothing wrong with us all marrying Qianyu Gij. My father also married 2 wives, and my second mother treats me quite well. Mu Ziru looked speechless, gazing at Yi Ningxin with a look of concern for the mentally challenged. This little girl appears so adorable, yet how could her mind be so muddled? Alas, poor thing. Bang. Yi Qianyu could no longer bear it, and flicked Yi Ningxin's forehead. If this little girl kept talking, the situation would surely escalate. Ouch, it hurts. Yi Ningxin covered her little head, feeling wronged, not understanding why Qianyu Gij flicked her. Ziru, don't listen to this little girl's nonsense. She burned her forehead when she was young. Yi Qianyu cleared his throat, his fist clenched at his lips. It's apparent. Mu Ziru nodded thoughtfully, casting another sympathetic glance at the now rubbing her head Yi Ningxin. All right, let us find a place to grab a late-night snack. We have a total of 10 people here, so let us call for 3 cars. Okay, I'll call for the cars now. Lao Yi, where shall we eat? Jin Yuqian wiped his sweat and quickly asked, "Let us go to that barbecue place on the pedestrian street." After pondering, Yi Qianyu replied, "All right." Chapter 73, Rivalry and Jealousy. At the barbecue restaurant on the pedestrian street, 3 DD cars pulled up, and Yi Qianyu stepped out from the passenger seat. The back door opened, and 3 enchanting ladies followed suit, attracting envious glances from other diners. This guy is incredible, bringing 3 stunning beauties with him. Just look at how handsome he is. His looks rival those of any celebrity, if not surpassing them. Times have changed. It's a world that values appearances. Before long, Jin Yuqian and the others, along with Mu Ziru's roommates, gathered. Jin Yuqian, with his distinctive voice, shouted, "Boss, we're ready to order." "Coming." The boss called back. He hurried over with the order sheet, and upon seeing the group, exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, it's you guys. What would you like? I'll give you a 20% discount." He held up a hand showing the number 8. "Let us start with 2 cases of beer and a few juices. Then, for each dish, let us have 10 skewers and 2 small side dishes." "All right, please wait a moment." At that moment, the usually quiet Su Shishir softly asked, "Is it too much food? Will we be able to finish it?" Jin Yuqian patted his chest and said, "Don't worry. Just eat your fill. If we can't finish, we can always take it home." Before long, the drinks and dishes arrived, and everyone began to indulge. The earlier atmosphere was fine, but then things took a sudden turn. "Qianyu, this is your favorite dish, meat wrapped in vegetable leaves." Mu Ziru presented a piece of barbecued meat wrapped in a leftover leaf to Yi Qianyu with a radiant smile. Without a second thought, Yi Qianyu took a bite. Due to the small size of the vegetable wrap, he ended up biting Mu Ziru's delicate finger along with the meat. With a pop, Mu Ziru blushed, pulling her finger out and casting a proud glance at Shangwan Qianyu and the little girl. "Humph, I know Yi Qianyu better than anyone. You 2 interlopers shouldn't even think about coveting my boyfriend." Triggered by Mu Ziru's gaze, Shangwan Qianyu instinctively picked up a shrimp, deftly peeled it, dipped it in sauce, and held it to Yi Qianyu's lips, smiling sweetly. "Qianyu, your taste has changed. You love shrimp now. Here, have one." "Yi Qianyu, when did my taste change? I wasn't aware of it." Seeing Mu Ziru glaring at her, he quickly pushed Shangwan Qianyu's hand away slightly. Cough. Shangwan Qianyu, don't make a fuss, I. Before he could finish, Shangwan Qianyu's gaze turned dangerous, and she simply uttered one word, "Eat." Without waiting for Yi Qianyu's response, she placed the shrimp into his mouth, and then gently dabbed his lips with a napkin, looking triumphantly at Mu Ziru with a smug smile. Mu Ziru gritted her teeth, her fingers clenched tightly, her anger flaring, her eyes wide open, her face flushed, nearly exploding with rage. This woman is infuriating. She is clearly provoking me. It seems I need to be wary of this vixen in the future. This woman is a threat. Just as the 2 women were exchanging glances of rivalry, Yi Ningxin dashed to Yi Qianyu's side and plopped down on his lap. Holding a scallop, she sweetly said, "Qianyu Gij, please help me open this. I can't do it." Yi Qianyu felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, staring at the little girl in disbelief. How could this little girl, who had unlocked her genetic potential, not be able to open a simple scallop. What a joke. Ever since the system upgrade, Yi Qianyu had reviewed Yi Ningxin's information and was taken aback. Name, Yi Ningxin. Identity, direct descendant of the Yi family in Kyoto. Age, 18. Height, 1.5 meters, lowly type. Attractiveness, 95. Purity, 100. Basic ability, 30, prodigy. Special skills, proficient in firearms, art, 5 languages, martial arts, and trap design. Favorability, 93. Father, Yi Zhenxing, Major General. Mother, Qin Shiruan, Aerospace Power Company. Grandfather, Yi Zhenghua, General. He never expected such a little girl would have such a significant background. Especially her grandfather, Yi Zhenghua. He recalled that there were only 3 individuals with the highest military ranks in Huaxia, and it turned out Yi Ningxin's grandfather was one of them. Yi Ningxin, feeling a bit intimidated by Yi Qianyu's gaze, tugged at his sleeve and pleaded, "Qianyu Gij, please open it for me." Jin Yu Qian, speechless. Yi Qianyu, unable to resist the charm of a girl's plea, took the scallop, gently pried it open, and handed the meat to Yi Ningxin. "Here you go." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Ningxin took a big bite, including Yi Qianyu's finger into her mouth. With a slurp, her little tongue playfully swirled around, cleaning Yi Qianyu's finger. With a pop, she pulled away. Yi Ningxin closed her eyes in satisfaction, munching on the scallop meat. "The scallop meat Qianyu Gij peeled is so delicious. You're so good to me, your girlfriend won't mind, right?" Yi Ningxin happily rubbed against Yi Qianyu's chest. Mu Jiro and Shangwan Qianyu exchanged glances, and then simultaneously turned their attention to Yi Ningxin. So it turns out this little girl is the most formidable one. She actually jumped straight into the high-stakes game? Yi Qianyu's expression darkened as he swiftly pulled down the still nuzzling Yi Xiaoji from his embrace. "What are you doing? Stop fidgeting." "Oh," Yi Ningxin, undeterred, responded sweetly, and then skipped away to showcase her grilled meat elsewhere. Yi Qianyu cleared his throat and said, "Ahem, Jiro, children can be a nuisance. Let us continue our meal." Mu Jiro let out a light huff, seizing some cilantro and devouring it with the fervor of a rabbit. Shangwan Qianyu, feeling somewhat bored, began sipping her drink. Through the day's events, she concluded that she seemed to have developed feelings for Yi Qianyu. However, he already had a girlfriend. So she decided to withdraw and extinguish this thought before it grew any further. Noticing the 3 of them quietly enjoying their food, the others collectively breathed a sigh of relief. "Come, let us toast. It is not often we gather like this." Jin Yuqian was the first to break the silence, raising his glass. With that, everyone resumed their cheerful eating, though the conversation revolved around Yi Qianyu. "Yi Qianyu, when did you learn to play the piano?" Even Jiro is unaware. Mu Jiro paused and leaned in, eager to know. Yi Qianyu set down his glass and replied nonchalantly, "I taught myself as a child." "Is that truly original?" "Indeed. After all, I am traversing a parallel universe. Using some works from my original world could be considered original." "Wow, you are amazing. If you pursued a career as a star, with your looks and exceptional piano skills, you would undoubtedly become a global sensation in no time. I have no such aspirations." "What a pity." As the clock approached 10, their late-night feast concluded. Yi Qianyu escorted Mu Jiro and the other 3 ladies to a ride headed for the Music and Film Academy. However, just before getting into the car, Mu Jiro's look of grievance made him feel a bit awkward. Subsequently, Yi Qianyu hailed another car and turned to Shangwan Qianyu, saying, "Qianyu, please take Yi Ningxin back to the dorm." "All right." Shangwan Qianyu nodded in agreement. After helping the slumbering Yi Ningxin into the vehicle and watching them depart, Yi Qianyu turned to Jin Yu Qian and said, "You all head back to the dorm. I have some matters to attend to." "Okay." Jin Yu Qian nodded, refraining from asking further, as some matters did not require inquiry. Once the 3 ladies had left, Yi Qianyu made his way to a tavern, which served as an intelligence base for Lu Nanshuang. He addressed the bartender, "A glass of iced cola, please." As Yi Qianyu savored the beverage from 1982, a man wearing a fisherman's hat, an overcoat, and a mask approached him surreptitiously, his expression grave. "Boss." Yi Qianyu was perplexed, responding with a hint of exasperation, "Gao Chong, what on earth are you doing?" Gao Chong removed his mask and grinned awkwardly. "Hee. Boss, you asked me to meet you secretly, right? Look at my outfit. No one can recognize me." Yi Qianyu regarded Gao Chong with a strange expression, contemplating whether he needed to find another undercover agent. "While your disguise might prevent someone from recognizing you as Gao Chong, your appearance immediately casts suspicion. Who wears such heavy clothing in the summer?" Realizing his blunder, Gao Chong chuckled awkwardly. "Oh, I see your point. Ugh, it's sweltering." He promptly removed his coat. "Is it any wonder? It's not yet autumn. We are still in short sleeves." "Enough of the nonsense. Quickly speak," Yi Qianyu exclaimed, smacking his forehead in irritation. Gao Chong glanced around and then whispered in Yi Qianyu's ear, "Boss, I overheard from Qianyu that the Cui family secretly dispatched 20 elite warriors to eliminate the Blood Rose's influence in 3 days and unify the underground forces of Modu. Do you know the capabilities of the Cui family's warriors? Qianyu inquired calmly. They should be on par with me. Gao Chang pondered for a moment before responding. Do you know their exact location? Hee, boss. I have already inquired thoroughly. They are staying at the Ming Su building in Jianyang. Here are their room numbers. They will be there for 3 days. Gao Chang grinned as he produced a detailed address list. Qianyu took the information, scrutinizing it closely before nodding in satisfaction. Well done. There is 10 million inside this. Consider it your reward. He produced a card containing 10 million. 10 million? Is this really for me? Boss, isn't that a bit much? Gao Chang received the card with trembling hands, stammering his words. Although he had previously received 100 million, he had not dared to use a single cent, as it was all for bribing and coaxing his subordinates. However, this 10 million was a tangible amount he could spend. Recalling the days when he followed Qianyu, working tirelessly like a dog for a mere 1 or 2,000 in returns each month, he realized that with his new boss, he could effortlessly receive 10 million. He felt he had struck gold and regarded Qianyu as a benefactor rather than just a boss. Observing Gao Chang's excited tremors, Qianyu chuckled and patted his shoulder, saying, this is just the beginning. As long as you perform well, there will be more to come. In response, Gao Chang straightened his back, his expression serious. Boss, I will dedicate myself wholeheartedly. If there are any tasks requiring me to take risks, please let me handle them. Otherwise, this money will feel burdensome. All right, how is your progress with the infiltration? Qianyu interrupted. Some subordinates have successfully defected, but I am hesitant to approach Qianyu's loyalists. If money won't work, then use people. Within 3 days, I want Qianyu isolated. At that point, you will handle him. Qianyu's smile turned cold. Understood, boss. I'm on it. Qianyu finished his cola and stood up to leave. As he exited, Dao Gu approached, driving a custom-made Rolls-Royce, and opened the door, slightly bowing his head to inquire, Boss, where to? Tengxun. The following evening, Qianyu donned a formal suit and examined himself in the mirror, feeling quite satisfied. The sleek black suit accentuated his handsome features, with a purple shirt peeking from the collar, and he wore a Vacheron Constantine wristwatch, exuding an air of extraordinary elegance. Today was the day he had promised Shangwan He to attend the auction house, and he could not afford to falter, especially since he could earn points through spending. Entering the garage, he started the Hei Yiyao Ing and drove toward the Shangwan residence, with Dao Gu and his team silently trailing behind. At the Shangwan residence, Shangwan He scrutinized Shangwan Qianyu, who had changed into her formal attire. Qianyu, wear that Cadillac necklace and bracelet. Dear, please help our daughter tidy up. Meanwhile, Mengwan looked on in confusion, asking, Honey, why must our daughter attend today? The usual gatherings aren't this elaborate, and why the jewelry? Are you introducing her to a suitor? Shangwan Qianyu immediately rejected the idea. No way, I don't want to go on a blind date. Shangwan He's expression turned serious. Rest assured, Qianyu, the young man I am introducing you to will surely meet your expectations. In my years of experience, this young man is extraordinary and exceptionally talented. I don't want that. I'm still in school, and besides, I already like someone. I don't want to go on a blind date. Shangwan Qianyu blushed at the thought of Qianyu. What? You have someone you like? As the esteemed daughter of Shangwan He, one must wonder how many men could possibly be worthy of you. The boys you fancy must surely pale in comparison to those I have introduced to you. Shangwan He raised his voice a notch, expressing disbelief at Shangwan Qianyu's words. He was acutely aware of his daughter's discerning taste. Most young men hardly captured her attention. However, witnessing the blush on her cheeks, he inwardly feared that she might indeed have feelings for someone else. With uncertainty, he inquired, Do you truly have someone you like? Indeed. Of course. Shangwan Qianyu affirmed confidently. Having a crush is of no concern, for hearts can change. Wait until I introduce you to the boy I have in mind. Your affections will surely shift. I assure you, even the deity of marriage cannot intervene. How ridiculous. Shangwan Qianyu scoffed, pouting. Chapter 75, A Face Slap. Following the navigation provided by Shangwan He, Qianyu arrived at a private estate in the western suburbs of the bustling metropolis. This secluded area was a rare oasis of tranquility amidst the city's vibrancy. The surrounding 10 kilometers constituted the private domain of the Shangwan family, a testament to their enduring legacy. After passing through stringent security checks, Qianyu finally reached the heart of the Shangwan estate. Good day, Mr. Yi. I am the steward here, Shangwan Li. The head of the family has been expecting you and will escort you inside, announced a white-haired elder bowing respectfully. Thank you. Steward Li, Qianyu replied politely. Despite the elder's age, he was a formidable expert capable of unlocking the second-level genetic lock. Shangwan Li glanced at the entourage of bodyguards in the distance and apologized. I regret to inform you, Mr. Yi, that due to family regulations, you may only bring 2 bodyguards inside. Yi Qianyu waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was unnecessary, and instructed brother Dao to wait outside. After issuing his instructions, he restarted the vehicle and followed Steward Li into the Shangwan estate. The estate sprawled over a vast area, with the residence alone occupying 15 acres, far exceeding the size of the Tengxun No. 1 villa. It boasted rockeries, a private golf course, and a helipad. Indeed, the residence of a prominent family differed vastly from that of ordinary folk. One day, I shall also acquire an island and construct a grand estate, perhaps on Tokyo Island. Yi Qianyu mused as he navigated the grounds. Before long, after traversing a garden, they arrived at a central 8-story building. This was the largest structure on the estate, serving as the main residence for the core members of the Shangwan family. Its grandeur was awe-inspiring, adorned with exquisite carvings and decorations. The facade featured a magnificent entrance frame to shield the inhabitants from the sun and rain, and the elongated windows were embellished with stained glass to enhance the building's aesthetic appeal. Surrounding the main building were relatively shorter auxiliary structures, including barns, stables, warehouses, kitchens, and worker accommodations, all arranged to form an enclosed courtyard. As Yi Qianyu walked through the estate, he scanned the premises with his system, discovering that several bodyguards were discreetly stationed, each adept at unlocking genetic locks. The most formidable among them was located in the central building, boasting a power attribute of 70 points, having mastered the 2nd-level genetic lock and nearly unlocking the 3rd-level lock. It was reasonable to surmise that these individuals were elite guardians secretly trained by the Shangwan family. It made sense. A prominent family of such stature would undoubtedly have its own cadre of trained protectors or assassins. Mr. Yi, you have arrived, announced Steward Li as he exited the vehicle. Thank you, Steward Li. Yi Qianyu expressed his gratitude before stepping out of the car. Inside Shangwan, he scrutinized his daughter, now tidied up, and nodded with satisfaction. Just then, he heard the sound of a car approaching outside, and with a clap of his thigh, he exclaimed, Daughter, the boy I told you about has arrived. Hurry and greet him. Humph, I will never agree to this marriage, even if it means becoming a nun. Shangwan Qianyu pouted, stamping her foot in defiance. Nearby, Meng Mu approached with a gentle smile, exuding warmth as she said, Come now, let us go to receive him. If the boy is truly as wonderful as your father claims, perhaps you should give it a chance. If you find no interest, your father and I will not pressure you. You must seek your own true love. Very well, it is settled then. Upon hearing this, Shangwan Qianyu nodded, determined to maintain her composure and not show any kindness to the young man. Ha ha, Brother Yi, you have arrived. Welcome, welcome. Shangwan he greeted enthusiastically, patting Yi Qianyu on the shoulder. Uncle He, was it not you who invited me? Naturally, I would arrive punctually. Yi Qianyu chuckled, feeling somewhat awkward at Shangwan He's exuberance, which seemed more pronounced than in their previous encounters. At that moment, Meng Mu guided Shangwan Qianyu out gracefully. Shangwan he seized Yi Qianyu's wrist to introduce him, saying, Brother Yi, allow me to present my wife, Meng Wan. Hello, Aunt Meng. I am Yi Qianyu, but you may call me Xiao Yi, he greeted respectfully, nodding at Meng Wan. You are indeed the young man my husband has often spoken of, and as he described, you are remarkably handsome and accomplished, Meng Wan praised, embodying the poise befitting the matriarch of the Shangwan family. She scrutinized the young man before her with keen interest, much like a mother-in-law assessing a prospective son-in-law, growing increasingly pleased with what she saw. This young man was undeniably worthy of their daughter. Had she been 20 years younger, she might have pursued him herself. Thus, she silently approved of this potential union. Shangwan he then gestured toward the somewhat dazed Shangwan Qianyu, introducing her. Come, Brother Yi. This is my daughter Shangwan Qianyu. What do you think? Is she not beautiful? Would you consider getting to know her better? Shangwan he had deliberately invited Yi Qianyu to their home to promote his daughter. After all, they could have simply met at Mingzhu building without the need for a visit to the Shangwan estate. The primary motivation was to facilitate an introduction between Yi Qianyu and his daughter while allowing him to familiarize himself with the Shangwan family. Thus, he had instructed Shangwan Li to take a longer route, enabling Yi Qianyu to better appreciate their lineage. In contemporary prominent families, the emphasis lay heavily on matching social status and forging strong alliances. However, Shangwan he was mistaken. Yi Qianyu was not endowed with any remarkable background. His prowess was solely attributed to the system. He simply found the estate impressive and intended to create one of his own. From the moment Shangwan Qianyu stepped outside and caught sight of Yi Qianyu, she fell into a state of shock. How can it be him? Does what I just said still hold any weight? Becoming a nun is still an option? Observing Shangwan Qianyu frozen in place, Shangwan he grew anxious. Ahem, Brother Yi. Please do not take offense. My daughter may be a bit shy, It is likely that seeing such a handsome young man for the first time has left her flustered. Then, furrowing his brow, he said sternly, Qianyu, quickly greet Brother Yi. You must show proper etiquette. At this juncture, Yi Qianyu interjected, Uncle He, she is our class instructor. We are acquainted and friends. Turning to Shangwan Qianyu, he smiled gently. What is the matter? We just met last night. And now you act as if you do not recognize me? Why you are here? Shangwan Qianyu stammered, her mind racing as she processed the realization that the individual her father had introduced as a potential suitor was, in fact, Yi Qianyu. Chapter 76, Attending the Banquet, Part 1. I am your father's business partner. Is there any reason I should not be here? Yi Qianyu replied with a smile. You? A business partner? Shangwan Qianyu scrutinized him with skepticism, surveying his expression. When she saw Yi Qianyu's unwavering smile, she turned back to her father. Oh yes. Shangwan, he replied, caught off guard, and nodded earnestly. I had already mentioned to you that I was negotiating a project worth several $100 billion, didn't I? It was indeed with your father. Yi Qianyu shrugged nonchalantly. I thought you were deceiving me, replied Shangwan Qianyu, rolling her eyes. Who engages in negotiations for $100 billion projects while still in their freshman year? Brother Yi, the time is ripe. Let us proceed directly to Mingzhu building for the soir. Shangwan, he remarked with a smile. Observing the look in his daughter's eyes directed at Yi Qianyu, he could surmise that the young man was indeed the object of her affection. With this thought, Shangwan, he displayed a benevolent smile, akin to that of a caring father. Alas, it seems there is hope for this prospective son-in-law. Bin, prepare the vehicle. Shangwan, he called out. Yes, master. A burly man in black emerged from a corner. Speaking in a cold tone, Yi Qianyu glanced at him, noting that he was also a master who had unlocked a secondary genetic lock, with a power attribute just slightly inferior to that of Butler Lee, boasting a solid 55 points. Shortly thereafter, Bin arrived, driving a bulletproof Lincoln, which he parked in front of the entrance. Qianyu, this vehicle is full. You shall ride in Brother Ye's car. Without waiting for Shangwan Qianyu to respond, he swiftly entered the vehicle and closed the door with seamless grace. Shangwan Qianyu was momentarily speechless, left standing in place, neither retreating nor advancing. Let us go. Yi Qianyu opened the car door with a faint smile. He had understood Shangwan He's intentions from the beginning. He sought to matchmake his daughter with him. Very well. Shangwan Qianyu beamed sweetly as she settled into the passenger seat. Shangwan, he lowered the car window and addressed Yi Qianyu's vehicle. Brother Yi, I shall take my leave first. You may follow behind. I have already sent you the location of Mingzhu building. Yi Qianyu replied, lowering his window. Understood, Uncle He. The two cars proceeded in tandem towards Mingzhu building. The establishment was closed for the day, hosting a gathering of influential families and dignitaries from all over, primarily for an upcoming auction. Only those with substantial power, at least worth hundreds of billions, were qualified to attend this assembly. The auction was officially organized, with the Shun family acting as the agents. Ostensibly, it was a gathering of affluent elites, but in reality, it was a congregation of local real estate magnates, particularly dominated by the Cui family and the Shangwan family. Lesser families and wealthy individuals could only partake in a meager share of the proceedings. Yi Qianyu arrived at the entrance of Mingzhu building in his vehicle, on Yaoying. The area was filled with an array of luxury cars, including Bentleys, Lycan Hypersports, and Porsches. At this moment, the security personnel at Mingzhu building stood tall, diligently inspecting incoming vehicles and attendees to ensure no threats or unauthorized individuals entered. One of the guards noticed the commotion and swiftly approached. Upon reaching Anya Yaoying, he saluted and politely stated, Good day, sir. This is a private event. Please present your invitation. Thank you for your cooperation. In the absence of rules, there can be no order. Yi Qianyu chose not to trouble the staff, recalling that he had been invited by Shangwan He and thus did not possess an invitation. He lowered the car window and spoke amicably. I was invited by Shangwan He. This is his daughter, Shangwan Qianyu. The guard cast a glance at the beautiful girl in the passenger seat, recognizing her as Shangwan Qianyu, and quickly averted his gaze, speaking respectfully, Apologies, sir. It is my duty. I appreciate your patience. Yi Qianyu nodded with a smile, not overly concerned. The guard communicated via the intercom, Open the gates. Yi Qianyu exited the vehicle, handing the keys to a professional valet, and looked up at the grand view of Mingzhu building. Beside him, Shangwan Qianyu linked her arm through his and pouted, My father is truly something else. He didn't wait for us, and went ahead. Yi Qianyu paid no mind to Shangwan Qianyu's gesture, as it seemed a normal practice at such affluent gatherings. Regardless of gender, one was expected to bring a companion, a means of showcasing one's status. Uncle He has his own matters to attend to. How could he accompany us youngsters? Yi Qianyu smiled as he defended Shangwan He. He had long been aware of Shangwan He's intentions, which were to discreetly leave the two of them alone. Otherwise, on the road, Shangwan He's vehicle accelerated, attempting to create distance. After speaking, he patted Shangwan Qianyu's shoulder and followed the welcoming attendant to the banquet hall on the top floor. Distinguished guests, please. The attendant opened the door and gestured respectfully. Qianyu stepped into the hall. The entire banquet hall was uniquely adorned, exuding luxury without being ostentatious. The dining tables were laden with an exquisite array of delicacies. Golden roasted duck, fragrant seafood, and a plethora of desserts. The chefs were bustling about, presenting their meticulously prepared dishes, filling the air with tantalizing aromas that whetted the appetite. Many early arrivals were already seated, engaged in animated conversations in small clusters. Numerous young individuals accompanied by their elders, eager to socialize, mingled in groups, exchanging banter. This was Qianyu's first experience at such a grand gathering, and it did not seem as depicted in novels or television dramas. It was simply a matter of boasting about one's prowess and flaunting one's identity. The handsome Qianyu, accompanied by the enchanting Shangwan Qianyu, instantly captured the attention of the crowd. Isn't that Shangwan Qianyu from the Shangwan family? Who is this young man beside her? Could he be her boyfriend? This young man appears to possess a remarkable aura. Could he be the scion of another prominent family? Perhaps he is a potential match for the Shangwan family? The current Shangwan family is in search of a powerful alliance. Otherwise, they risk being ousted from the ranks of the four great families. This young man is unfamiliar. Could he be from another clan? The crowd buzzed with speculation, eager to ascertain Qianyu's identity, as it bore significance to their allegiances. Being aligned with the right faction could elevate one's status, while the wrong choice could lead to substantial losses. Chapter 77 Attending the Soiree, Part 2. Among them, a striking couple observed the two entering the hall and whispered, Isn't Shangwan Qianyu the woman predetermined for Cui Xiao? This young man must be courting disaster. Daring to compete with Cui Xiao for a woman? Haha, Cui Xiao you say? I have heard that he was defeated by a mysterious youth and has been abandoned by the third master of the Cui family. Now, it is his illegitimate son, Cui Xiao, managing the family business, and since he took over, profits have surged by 5%, earning him the favor of the third master and the possibility of contending for the next head of the Cui family. What? Cui Xiaodong was defeated? Could it be this young man before us? Nearby, Shangwan he was engaged in conversation with several business magnates, including a portly middle-aged man who chuckled and inquired, Brother Shangwan, is this young man the potential match your family has sought? Care to introduce him? I know you are quite particular, as others may not realize. But I know you are a softa for your daughter, huh? This middle-aged man, Li Jieyun, is a real estate tycoon in Hangqing. Though not on par with the Shangwan family, he leads a first-class family in Hangqing and has been a long-time partner of Shangwan He. Indeed, Brother Shangwan. Why not introduce him? We are all curious about the gossip, huh? Another slender man chimed in, named Fan Duong, who owned an investment company and held shares in several publicly listed firms, boasting a fortune of billions. Hearing this, Shangwan He smiled without responding, merely displaying a mysterious grin. How does he know the background of this young man, when he himself is also eager to find out? At that moment, Gushang stepped forward to alleviate the situation. Cough. Thus far, I have only come to know that Yizong recently acquired 10% of our Jiangshan Tong shares in his personal capacity, making him effectively my immediate superior. The two men gasped in astonishment. What? 10% of the shares? Given the market value of Jiangshan Tong, 10% equates to approximately 40 billion. And this acquisition is made in a personal capacity. Moreover, considering Jiangshan Tong's trajectory, it must have been an acquisition at a premium. Just think. To invest over 40 billion to acquire 10% of Jiangshan Tong, the identity and background behind such a move must be extraordinarily formidable. Not to mention that this is merely the information currently at hand. Wealth is not merely liquid assets. For instance, Shangwan he boasts a net worth in the hundreds of billions, yet his liquid assets barely amount to 1 or 200 billion. The two men once again cast their gaze towards the distant corner where the ethereal young man stood, their perspective shifting from that of juniors to peers. They then turned to Shangwan He, their eyes betraying unreserved envy. Brother Shangwan, you have indeed found a golden son-in-law. Should you become family with this young man, perhaps your Shangwan clan will ascend to even greater heights. Indeed, do not forget us then. You must support us and allow us a taste of your good fortune. Hearing their flattery, Shangwan he couldn't help but grin, delight bubbling within him as he replied, certainly, certainly. But you must support me abundantly at tonight's auction. We cannot allow the Cui family to diminish the prestige of my Shangwan family. Absolutely. Shangwan Qianyu pulled Qianyu to a corner and casually found a spot to sit, patting her stomach as she remarked, Qianyu, I shall fetch some food. After dressing up all day, I feel as though my stomach is about to collapse from hunger. Qianyu nodded, acknowledging her own hunger, having scarcely eaten at noon, and having arrived at the Shangwan residence early in the afternoon. Shortly after, Shangwan Qianyu returned, balancing a platter in each hand, presenting a delicacy to the table. This is deep-sea Antarctic lobster, highly nutritious, especially chosen for you, and I shall peel it for you. With a cheerful smile, Shangwan Qianyu began to shell the lobster, applying some dipping sauce and mustard before tenderly offering it to Yi Qianyu's lips, saying softly, "Here, eat." This scene unfolded before the eyes of the onlookers, leaving them utterly astounded. Miss Shangwan Qianyu is personally peeling and feeding this young man? What merits does he possess to be treated in such a manner by Miss Qianyu? Envy and resentment bubbled forth. Butler, within 15 minutes. I demand all information on this young man. Suddenly, a laugh echoed from across the room, and the crowd turned their ears towards the sound, a shiver running down their spines. Emerging from the throng was a man in a blue checkered suit, who upon closer inspection, turned out to be the illegitimate son of the Cui family's third master, Cui Shaoqing. He approached Yi Qianyu with a glass of red wine, advancing in a rhythmic manner. He leaned slightly, fixing an intense gaze upon Yi Qianyu, the smile at his lips slowly curdling into something sinister. "You are the one who incapacitated my useless brother. Yi Qianyu, right? In fact, I owe you my gratitude. Had you not rendered that fool incapable, I would not have the privilege of standing here." With that, he burst into laughter. Yi Qianyu felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth as he regarded the deranged man before him. Where did this lunatic come from? Laughing for no reason? Does he have a screw loose? Cui Shaoqing continued. "Although my useless brother has been incapacitated by you, as his brother, I must avenge him. Otherwise, my position here would be untenable." Yi Qianyu, speechless, swiftly swung his right hand, delivering a resounding slap to Cui Shaoqing's face. The force sent Cui Shaoqing flying in a straight line, crashing into a table behind him, eliciting gasps of shock from the crowd. The once boisterous assembly fell into a hush, silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Eyes wide in disbelief, they stared at Yi Qianyu, who remained leisurely seated, calmly wiping his hands, as if he were not the one who had just acted. One young gentleman stammered. He actually slapped Cui Shaoqing in the face? In a place filled with the affluent. This is not merely an affront to Cui Shaoqing. It is an outright humiliation to the Cui family. Is this young man courting death? Prior to this, had anyone claimed that someone had incapacitated Cui Shaodong, I would have found it hard to believe. Now, however, I am convinced this young man is indeed a force to be reckoned with, striking without hesitation. I suspect this young man's origins are extraordinary. Otherwise, how could he dare to act against the esteemed Cui family? Observing Yi Qianyu, who remained unfazed by the gazes of those around him, still leisurely enjoying the food on the table, Shangwan Qianyu leaned in and whispered, "Why did you suddenly strike that foolish fellow? This gathering is filled with the elite of Modu. Do you not fear that Cui Sanxiong might act out of desperation?" She had not anticipated that Yi Qianyu would be so audacious. Not only incapacitating Cui Shaodong, but now also slapping his illegitimate son. This was akin to trampling on Cui Sanxiong's face and expectorating upon it. Even if Cui Sanxiong could endure, he surely would not tolerate such a double affront. Chapter 78. Words of Astonishment. "You dare to strike?" Cui Shaoqing stumbled to his feet, clutching his swollen right cheek in disbelief. His formerly pristine suit was now disheveled, stained with watermarks, and a dollop of cake frosting adorned his hair, rendering him a pitiful sight. In that moment, Cui Shaoqing appeared as if he had been wandering the streets for a week, far removed from the arrogant demeanor he had just displayed. His face contorted with rage, he struggled to articulate, "You are seeking death." With that, he seized a wine bottle that lay at his feet and hurled it towards Yi Qianyu's head in a fit of fury. Yi Qianyu elegantly wiped his mouth with a damp cloth, and as he observed Cui Shaoqing's approach, his eyes narrowed, preparing to unleash a powerful kick when a booming voice pierced the air. "Halt!" The crowd parted as Cui Sanxiong strode forward, flanked by a cadre of business magnates. His expression dark as he regarded Cui Shaoqing. "Father," Cui Shaoqing began, rushing forward like a child seeking solace from a parent, but before he could finish, he was met with Cui Sanxiong's icy retort. "Be silent. Are you not ashamed? Go change your clothes at once." He then turned his attention to Yi Qianyu, forcing a smile that failed to reach his eyes. "Ah, so you are the infamous Yi Qianyu? You have incapacitated my eldest son and now have the audacity to strike my second son. Do you believe my Cui family is easy prey?" Yi Qianyu leaned back, adopting a languid posture as he regarded him with a bemused smile. "Oh, indeed, you are rather easy to bully. Both your sons are utterly useless. Do not blame me for their incapacitation. They simply have an affinity for seeking trouble with me." The words fell like a thunderclap, stunning the entire assembly into silence. They were petrified. They were filled with trepidation. Eyes turned towards the youth with a mixture of disbelief and horror. What did they just hear? He dared to speak such insolence before Cui Sanxiong. a man notorious for his ruthlessness. This young man is courting death, surely. I wager he will not survive 3 days. His family likely to share the same fate. Yet, I am not so sure. His audacity suggests he possesses a confidence that is equally formidable. Before Cui Sanxiong could erupt in fury, several middle-aged men in suits beside him could no longer contain themselves, voicing their discontent in an attempt to curry favor with Cui Sanxiong. Whose child is this? Has he received no upbringing? As a junior, he should have risen to greet Elder Cui. Young man, from which family do you hail, to speak so brazenly? Do you not fear bringing ruin to your family? Apologize to Elder Cui at once. As the cacophony of their buzzing voices reached his ears, Qianyu furrowed his brow and replied coolly, "What are you barking about? Cui Sanxiong, why do you not manage your dogs? What did you say? Repeat that. You." Silence. Cui Sanxiong snorted coldly, fixing a dangerous gaze upon Qianyu. "Young man, do not overreach. Be cautious, for one day you may find yourself in peril while traversing the night." With that, he turned and departed. He was always meticulous and cautious in his dealings. It would take more than a few words to provoke his wrath, until he uncovered Qianyu's identity. He would not act recklessly. Behind him came Qianyu's mocking voice. "I shall traverse the night roads tonight. If you dare, come after me. If you don't, you're merely a coward. Ha ha ha." Cui Sanyun's temples throbbed with rage as he quickened his pace to leave. Observing Cui Sanyun's retreating figure, Qianyu felt a sense of boredom. Narrowing his eyes, he silently murmured, "System, activate the investigation panel. Name, Cui Sanyun. Identity, third master of the Cui family, in charge of the underworld, responsible for handling illicit affairs. Skills, 46. Favorability, -30. Gazing at the -30 favorability, Qianyu chuckled inwardly. He had already developed murderous intent towards me. It seems this person must be dealt with directly. Shangguan Qianyu gently tugged at his sleeve and whispered, "You've thoroughly offended Cui Sanyun. Are you not afraid he will strike you down at night?" Seeing Shangguan Qianyu's anxious demeanor, Qianyu playfully pinched her delicate nose and smiled. "Are you worried about me?" Embarrassed by her thoughts being exposed, Shangguan Qianyu blushed and averted her gaze, yet her lips stubbornly refuted. "Who else worried about you? I fear you might end up naked on the street one day." With a swift motion, Qianyu slapped her long thigh, then began to caress it, casually remarking, "Rest assured, he wouldn't dare, he is far too cautious. Until he clarifies my background, he won't dare to act against me." Upon hearing this, Shangguan Qianyu sighed in relief. The sensation on her leg made her feel shy, yet she yearned to experience it again. Remembering he had a girlfriend, she extended her hand to remove his wandering hand, blushing as she exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Qianyu sniffed his hand, detecting a hint of a milky fragrance, and chuckled. "I was merely confirming whether there exists a scent on a girl's leg." "And did you confirm it?" Shangguan Qianyu blinked at him. "Indeed, there is a milky aroma. Did you bathe with milk yesterday?" Qianyu inquired earnestly. Shangguan Qianyu, speechless, replied, "Did you not pay attention? I accidentally spilled milk on my thigh. It hasn't dried yet." Qianyu exclaimed, "How careless of me." At that moment, Shangguan he approached with Gu Shang and 2 others, inquiring, "Is everything all right, brother Yi?" Qianyu gazed at Shangguan he, who had arrived late after he had already confronted Cui Sanyun. He replied nonchalantly, "All is well." Both understood each other's thoughts, but left them unspoken. Shangguan he was eager to see how Qianyu would handle Cui Sanyun, only to be surprised by his audacity, as he had nearly confronted him directly. Aware that Qianyu was somewhat unsettled, he cleared his throat and changed the subject. "Brother Yi, should Cui Sanyun truly act against you, I will not stand idly by." Qianyu responded affirmatively, revealing a gleaming smile as he stated, "Rest assured, Uncle He, I am not intimidated by the Cui family." Haha, that is good to hear. Seeing the shift in Qianyu's expression, Shangguan he finally felt at ease and chuckled. Gu Shang stepped forward to greet Qianyu. "Hello, brother Yi." Qianyu nodded in acknowledgement. Li Jiayun produced a business card from his pocket, grinning as he introduced himself. "Young brother Yi, I am the owner of Qianyu Real Estate. Should you encounter any issues while in Hangqing, do not hesitate to reach out to me." Qianyu accepted the card. Observing the Qianyu Group. According to the original owner's memories, Qianyu Group was regarded as a premier company in Hangqing, and Li Jiayun's stature was widely recognized. Chapter 79. The organizers arrive. With a smile, Qianyu shook Li Jiayun's hand and remarked, "Greetings, Mr. Li. I also hail from Hangqing and may return during the National Day holiday. Perhaps we might meet again." Upon hearing this, Li Jiayun paused momentarily, pondering in vain to recall anyone of that name from Hangqing. Ultimately, he conceded that it might be someone from the hidden circles. In that brief moment, he categorized the young man before him among the ranks of hidden families, his gaze towards Qianyu growing increasingly enigmatic. The influence wielded by those hidden families or financial magnates was beyond the reach of individuals like them. A slight maneuver could lead to the evaporation of even a billion-dollar fortune overnight. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect you to be from Hangqing as well. A pleasure indeed. Should you need any assistance, do not hesitate to let me know. Li Jian laughed heartily. Beside him, Fan Duong seized the opportunity to present his business card, enthusiastically stating, Brother Yi, my name is Fan Duong. Here is my card. I run an investment company. If you have any projects, feel free to reach out for collaboration. Certainly, Mr. Fan. Yi Qianyu accepted the card, nodding in response. He had no need for investment, as money was not a scarcity for him, yet out of courtesy, he did not decline. More friends could pave the way for more opportunities. If he wished to earn points, spending was inevitable. Investment was indeed a splendid avenue. Coincidentally, he had purchased a commercial building from Shangguan He, intending to establish a venture capital firm. He had yet to recruit employees, and Fan Duong was an excellent candidate. Reviewing the panel, name, Fan Duong. Identity, Duong Venture Capital, self-made. Net worth 25.7 billion. Specialties, finance, wealth management, economics, psychology, deductive reasoning. Favorability, 65. Due to insufficient background, he has been set up and sabotaged, facing the risk of financial collapse within half a month to a month. Chuckling to himself, Yi Qianyu regarded Fan Duong with increasing admiration. It seems this talent will soon be in my service. Fan Duong, feeling somewhat intimidated by Yi Qianyu's gaze, asked, Brother Yi, why do you look at me like that? Oh, nothing. We will be in touch more often. Yi Qianyu shook his head, uttering a rather cryptic statement. However, to Fan Duong's ears, it took on an entirely different meaning. Could it be that this young man harbored some peculiar tastes? The thought sent a shiver down Fan Duong's spine, making him hesitant to dwell on it further. The door swung open, and a group of individuals entered. Leading them was a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and carrying a briefcase. Beside him stood a neatly dressed, somewhat handsome middle-aged man. Yi Qianyu noticed that Shun Qingxue was among them. At that moment, she stood in the midst of the crowd, albeit towards the back. Yet, the majority of the young men attending the banquet were fixated on her. Beauty cannot be concealed. Today, Shun Qingxue appeared even more radiant than during her performance yesterday. She donned a blue strapless gown adorned with numerous small pearls, her white hair cascading over her bare shoulders. Her skin was fair, her eyes shimmering like the sea. And without any jewelry, she emanated an aura of purity and freshness, a natural beauty. That is Secretary Qiao. Today, Secretary Chu has personally attended. It seems he places great importance on this auction, as the rights for land development worth hundreds of billions are indeed significant. The auction does not concern us. We are merely here to broaden our horizons. I am genuinely interested in that girl behind us. That is Shun Qingxue, recognized as the most beautiful woman in Modu. And she is also the daughter of Shun Wan. You dare to covet her? Have you a death wish? To win the affection of such a beauty. What is life worth? Shangguan Qianyu forcefully twisted her body against Yi Qianyu's waist, overwhelmed by jealousy. You've been staring at that person for ages. Your eyes are about to fall out. Yi Qianyu remained unfazed, wrapping his arms around Shangguan Qianyu's slender waist and pulling her into his embrace, whispering softly in her ear. You are not my girlfriend, so why are you so concerned? Surprised by his embrace, Shangguan Qianyu gasped and leaned into him, resting against his chest, feeling the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat. Blushing, she exclaimed, What are you doing? My father is right here. Let go of me. Yi Qianyu did not release her. Instead, he held her tighter, replying, Your father has left. Shangguan Qianyu raised her head to see Shangguan He, who was leading a few others away, casting her a supportive glance. A multitude of question marks appeared in her mind. Is this really my father? It seems my dad is unreliable. I can only plead, let me go. I was wrong just now. Call me brother. Brother. Call me good brother. Good brother. Observing the obedient Shangguan Qianyu, Yi Qianyu ceased his teasing, released her, and continued to gaze at Shun Qingxue. He felt an inexplicable familiarity with her, which did not align with the system's claim of forcibly implanted memories. Logically, he should not feel anything regarding the memories inserted into Shun Qingxue's mind. Yet, upon seeing her again, he sensed a subtle familiarity, as if he had encountered her in his childhood, but could not recall the details. System, what memories have you implanted in her mind? Why do I feel somewhat familiar with her, yet I have never met her before? Yi Qianyu inquired within his mind. Host, this is merely established according to the author's programmed code. I want to know. No authority to disclose. All explanations are reserved for this system. Unless what? Unless the host upgrades to level 30. How many points? 10 million. Yi Qianyu muttered a curse, and then refocused, asking Shangguan Qianyu. Who is the person at the front? Shangguan Qianyu tapped her finger on her lips and replied, The man wearing gold-rimmed glasses is Secretary Qiao, the secretary of the powerful Chu secretary from Modu. he wields considerable authority. She then pointed to a somewhat handsome middle-aged man beside him, saying, "The one next to him is Shun Qingshue's father, Shun Wan." "Oh, no wonder Shun Qingxue is so beautiful. Genes play a significant role." Yi Qianyu nodded thoughtfully. Upon hearing this, Shangwan Qianyu's expression darkened, and her gaze turned dangerous. "Am I not beautiful?" You are beautiful. You are also beautiful." Realizing he had misspoken, Yi Qianyu hurriedly corrected himself. Shangwan Qianyu's expression improved, and she smiled mischievously. "That's more like it, humph." Chapter 80. Reunion. As Secretary Qiao approached, the business magnates raised their glasses and flocked to flatter him. "Secretary Qiao, it has been years. You still possess the same remarkable demeanor as in the past." "Secretary Qiao, I have a project I would like your approval on, may I?" Secretary Qiao. However, Secretary Qiao merely cast a fleeting glance at those flattering him, disregarding them, and proceeded to enter the lounge with some official colleagues, awaiting further developments. Shun Wan addressed his daughter, "Qingxue, we have half an hour before the auction begins. Go and converse with these young heirs." Shun Qingxue replied lightly, without further protest. Seeing his daughter nod, Shun Wan also made his way to the lounge. Standing in the center of the hall, Shun Qingxue exuded an air of elegance that set her apart. As she graced the hall with her presence, the atmosphere instantly became lively. Many magnates considered that if they could not win over the head of the Shin family, they might as well curry favor with his daughter. Numerous magnates encouraged their juniors to pursue Shun Qingxue, yet the juniors lacked the courage to approach her, not even daring to chase after her. Not only was Shun Qingxue's background formidable as the scion of Modu's foremost family, but her proud demeanor rendered her unattainable for these frivolous second-generation heirs. Wealthy heirs without any notable achievements felt utterly inadequate in the presence of Shun Qingxue, unable to muster the courage even to meet her gaze. An even more significant reason was Shun Qingxue's cold demeanor. She treated everyone with an air of detachment, leading to her reputation as an ice-cold beauty. "Miss Shun, I am the head of Chiefing Company. I have a project I wish to collaborate with you on." "Miss Shun, this is my son. I believe you young people have common interests." "Miss Shun, allow me to introduce myself. I am Wang XX. Could you grant me a chance to pursue you?" "Miss Shun." Faced with a swarm of admirers, Shun Qingxue's countenance grew colder. Suddenly, her gaze swept across the room and landed on Yi Qianyu, who sat calmly in the corner. Her heart fluttered with excitement as a fleeting smile graced her face, warm and enchanting like sunlight piercing through the clouds. In that moment, her smile was etched in the hearts of all present. Miss Shun smiled. "Is she smiling at me? She's simply stunning. It's the first time I've seen her smile. She's incredibly beautiful." Shun Qingxue disregarded the crowd and walked directly toward Yi Qianyu. Observing this scene, everyone was puzzled. Why was Shun Qingxue approaching that man? What could she want? Although Yi Qianyu was handsome and possessed an extraordinary aura, Shun Qingxue was not the type to be swayed by superficial appearances. Did they know each other? However, glancing at Shangwan Qianyu beside her, they suddenly realized. Surely, Shun Qingxue was seeking Shangwan Qianyu, as she was the only one present who could engage with her. Both women, regardless of status or beauty, ranked first and second in the eyes of the affluent heirs of the business world. Yet they were mistaken. At that moment, Shun Qingxue's focus was solely on Yi Qianyu. The composed Yi Qianyu also noticed Shun Qingxue approaching him. Although he remained unaware of the nature of Shun Qingxue's memories, it did not hinder his appreciation of beauty. The woman before him was exceptionally beautiful and exuded a chilling aura, possessing a unique charm unlike any girl he had encountered before. The allure she radiated seemed to possess a certain enchantment, captivating his gaze. Her demeanor was cold and elegant. Standing less than 2 meters apart, Yi Qianyu could sense the icy chill emanating from her. He contemplated whether, according to the unfolding narrative, he might later explore whether she was cold or warm inside. No. Yi Qianyu quickly shook his head, dispelling any inappropriate thoughts. Once more, he gazed at Shun Qingxue, their distance shrinking to less than 2 meters. Yi Qianyu regarded her with calm eyes. Noble, graceful, with an exquisite beauty that was both cold and ethereal. Any term of praise for women could be applied to her. Was she merely pretending to be aloof, or was she naturally endowed with this frosty demeanor? The saying goes that what one cannot attain becomes all the more desirable. Often, such women evoke a particular desire for conquest, a longing to possess them, to see them display vulnerability and embarrassment. This is the allure of conquest. The greater the contrast, the more captivating it becomes. Qingxue is coming. Shangwan Qianyu nudged Yi Qianyu with her elbow, whispering. She then stood up, smiling, and extended her hand for a friendly greeting with Shun Qingxue. However, Shun Qingxue seemed oblivious to her, fixated on Yi Qianyu, who sat on the bench. Shangwan Qianyu's lips twitched, and she awkwardly withdrew her hand. Yi Qianyu stood up and gazed down into Shun Qingshue's eyes. This sensation felt strangely familiar, as if it had occurred before, yet he could not recall the specifics. Shun Qingxue gazed at the man she had yearned for over the past 15 years, feeling her heart race as if the entire world pulsed in rhythm with him. In the next moment, an astonishing event unfolded. Shun Qingxue leaped forward, diving straight into Yi Qianyu's embrace. "Qianyu Gij, you have finally arrived. Xue has missed you dearly." She lay quietly in his arms, savoring his warm body and sturdy embrace, a smile gracing her face while tears streamed down her cheeks. Yi Qianyu looked down at the tightly clinging Shun Qingxue, momentarily at a loss. How could this well-mannered girl suddenly burst into tears? Or had her frosty demeanor vanished? Shun Qingxue, he thought, bewildered. Is there some hidden affair between them? Su Guan Qianyu interjected, her eyes wide with disbelief. The onlookers gasped, astonished by the sight of Miss Shun unexpectedly throwing herself into a man's arms, weeping. Surely I must be dreaming. Who is this man that has captured Miss Shun's heart? Yi Qianyu surveyed the surrounding crowd, sighed, and gently patted her back, whispering, "Miss Shun, please try to hold back your tears. Release me. Your embrace is rather painful." The strength of her grip, fueled by her emotions, made even Yi Qianyu feel a bit uncomfortable. Upon hearing his words, Shun Qingxue finally loosened her hold, appearing somewhat flustered. "Oh, I'm so sorry, Qianyu Gij. Are you all right?" The tenderness and concern in her gaze left the crowd in awe. Yi Qianyu chuckled helplessly, softly explaining, "Miss Shun, I'm not sure if you will believe me, but I seem to have forgotten the past. I cannot recall our previous encounters." Initially disheartened, Shun Qingxue eventually smiled warmly, saying, "I believe you. I will wait for you to remember." Yi Qianyu thought to himself, this girl appears to be quite infatuated. System, is there any way to restore my memories from 5 years ago? Chapter 81, Entering the Auction House. You claim you do not know her? Su Guan Qianyu, ignored by the two, asked incredulously, her eyes wide. "I truly do not know her," Yi Qianyu replied, raising his hands in surrender. "Yet the moment you meet, you embrace and hold one another. Who could possibly believe that?" Su Guan Qianyu was utterly unconvinced. "You, Shun Qingxue, usually present yourself with an air of aloofness. And I thought you were uninterested in men. How surprising." Shun Qingxue's previously cheerful demeanor turned icy once more as she regarded Su Guan Qianyu with a cold stare. "Su Guan Qianyu, what connection do you have with Qianyu Gij? Why do you meddle in our affairs? Our embrace is none of your concern." With that, she took Yi Qianyu's hand, gazing at him tenderly. Su Guan Qianyu was rendered speechless. "Qingxue, we are friends. How can you say such things?" Shun Qingxue replied coolly. "I can see that you also have feelings for Qianyu Gij. We were once friends, but we are no longer. Now, we are rivals in love." "You hopeless romantic. He already has a girlfriend. You don't plan to steal him away, do you?" Su Guan Qianyu squinted, chuckling lightly. "If he is not married, then there is no issue. Even if he were married, why couldn't we all be together?" Shun Qingxue stated calmly. Su Guan Qianyu had no retort and could only sit down silently, resigned to the fact that she had been bested by this naive romantic. As the clock struck 8 in the evening, a middle-aged man took to the stage, microphone in hand. "Ladies and gentlemen, the banquet has concluded. Please proceed to the auction hall and await the auction's commencement. Qianyu Gij, let us go." Shun Qingxue grasped Yi Qianyu's hand and led him toward the passage. "Am I to be completely ignored?" Su Guan Qianyu huffed, stomping her foot in frustration before following suit. The auction house featured numerous seats, arranged according to each individual's social standing. Those of higher status occupied the front rows, including the heads of the 4 great families and other esteemed guests. Conversely, those of lower status were relegated to the back. Under Shun Qingxue's guidance, the two took their seats in the front row. A sea of middle-aged individuals and elderly guests occupied the first row, and the presence of 3 young people drew considerable attention. Although Su Guan Qianyu belonged to the Su family's direct line, she was still a junior and thus only seated in the second row. The guests in the front row regarded Yi Qianyu with mixed expressions. Some were friendly, others hostile, while some were merely curious onlookers. "Chui Sanqiong, you might as well just show me your ID." Confronted by the prominent figure's scrutiny, Yi Qianyu remained unfazed, leaning back nonchalantly as he awaited the auction's start. The attendees observed that Miss Shun Qingxue of the Shun family was personally leading the way, prompting them to refrain from drawing attention to themselves. Better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Nevertheless, there were still those who lacked discretion, such as Cui Shaoqing, who had just been publicly humiliated by Yi Qianyu. Jealousy twisted his features as he saw Yi Qianyu surrounded by the 2 most beautiful women in Modu. Why does he get to enjoy the company of 2 beauties, one of whom is the object of my long-standing affection, Shun Qingxue? Jealousy can distort one's appearance. He sneered. "Do you really think you belong in the front row? Some people just can't seem to recognize their own place." In response, Yi Qianyu turned to Cui Xiaocheng with a derisive smile. I was wondering who had such a foul mouth. It's you. Have you finally changed your clothes? Cui Xiaocheng was about to retort when Shun Qingshua's chilling voice cut him off. Cui Xiaocheng, if you utter another word, I will have you thrown out. I won't say anything, Miss Shun. Cui Xiaocheng felt as though he had been forced to swallow a dead fly, unable to protest. Despite his lineage from the Cui family, he was merely the illegitimate son of Cui Sanqiu. Were it not for his father's favor, his standing would barely surpass that of a third-rate family scion. Chastened by Shun Qingxue, he could only swallow his pride in silence. He was unworthy of engaging in conversation with her. Seeing that Cui Xiaocheng had quieted down, Yi Qianyu turned back around. Not long after, he noticed the president of Dongya Bank, Ethan, seated in the front row. Ethan, upon spotting Yi Qianyu, nodded respectfully in greeting. Yi Qianyu smiled in return, acknowledging him with a nod but not engaging further. Noticing this interaction, Shun Qingxue asked curiously, Qianyu Gij, you actually know President Ethan? Although Ethan was a bank president, his standing was hardly inferior to that of Yi Qianyu's father, especially considering the powerful forces behind him, which surpassed even the Shin family. The four great families made every effort to maintain good relations with him, aware that everyone occasionally faced financial shortages. Yes, I know him, Yi Qianyu replied, smiling slightly. Wow, you're amazing, Shun Qingxue exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. This hopeless romantic is beyond saving, Su Guan Qianyu whispered to herself. At that moment, Su Guan he leisurely approached, settling next to Su Guan Qianyu, while Gu Shang and his companions occupied the second row. Father, Uncle He, Uncle Su, Yi Qianyu and the others greeted Su Guan He. Ah, no need for such formalities. Shinjiren, what brings you here? Su Guan He smiled, waving his hand before looking at Shun Qingxue with curiosity. Because Qianyu Gij is here, Shun Qingxue said tenderly, gazing at Yi Qianyu without reservation. As Shangguan he inadvertently caught sight of her embracing Yi Qianyu's arm, his mind momentarily faltered. Alas, my dear daughter, how did you attract such a formidable rival? It seems your future is fraught with uncertainty. Ahem, uncle he need not concern himself with such trivialities. Yi Qianyu cleared his throat, unsure of how to elucidate the situation, and thus chose to dismiss it, leaving the old man to indulge in his own conjectures. Brother Yi, I have just inquired and learned that Cui Sanqiong has united 70% of the influential families in Modu, amassing at least 500 billion in capital. Do you feel confident in securing this land? If that proves insufficient, I, along with Li Xiong and Fan Xiong, can collectively raise an additional 300 billion. Shangguan spoke gravely. Rest assured, Uncle He. Yi Qianyu shook his head with unwavering confidence. Money? It is merely a number. The system rewards me with a gauger, and this sum is but a drop in the ocean. What I lack least is money. If converted to currency, the entirety of the earth could scarcely contain it. Fortunately, it resides solely within the system. Chapter 82, The Auction, Part 1. Brother Qianyu, if you find yourself short on funds, my account still holds $1 billion or so. Shun Qingxue produced a bank card and nonchalantly added, the password is your birthday. Goodness gracious, you even know my password? Shangguan Qianyu, who stood beside, clenched her delicate fists, casting a resentful glance at Yi Qianyu. Still claiming not to know each other? You even remember his birthday. Yi Qianyu coughed lightly. No need. I have sufficient funds. As they awaited the commencement of the auction, Yi Qianyu idled and casually inquired, why have I not seen any members of the Qin family? Among the 4 prominent families of Modu, he had encountered 3, but had yet to see the second-ranked Qin family. The Qin family differs from our 3 families. Their industries diverge significantly, involving oil, jewelry, and luxury automobiles. Hence, their participation in this auction is not obligatory, Shun Qingxue explained, pointing to a middle-aged man in the front row. That bearded man in the black suit is the second brother of the Qin family patriarch. He typically attends these social gatherings. Now I understand. Yi Qianyu nodded in realization. As 8:15 approached, the head of the Shin family and Secretary Qiao arrived, signaling the imminent start of the auction. This time, the Shin family had not arranged for journalists to cover the event live. The attendees were all capitalists who preferred to remain in the shadows rather than be exposed, as high visibility could invite danger. Furthermore, the safety of those present was a concern. Each individual present either possessed a fortune exceeding 1 billion or wielded significant power, often being direct descendants of influential families. A live broadcast, no matter how secure, could lead to disastrous consequences. Thus, only a select few were privy to this gathering, with others lacking even the qualifications to be informed. At exactly 8:18, the auction commenced. The auctioneer ascended the stage, and silence enveloped the hall. With a serious demeanor, he held a small gavel in his hand. He surveyed the audience, recognizing many familiar faces, along with a few unfamiliar ones, all gathered for a common purpose. Clearing his throat, He addressed the assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I am the auctioneer for this event. My name is Shin Sanchio, and I believe many of you are familiar with me. Uncle Sanchio is my father's third brother. He is a renowned auctioneer, and our Shun family's auction house is managed by him. Shun Qingxue quietly introduced from the side. Shin Sanchio continued, this auction features only 6 items, and 70% of the proceeds from the first 5 items will be donated to the Hanhong Foundation in the name of the bidders. Without further ado, let us commence with the first item. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 women in kipeos wheeled a small cart draped with red cloth onto the stage. Upon unveiling the cloth, a traditional ink painting emerged, showing signs of age. Shin Sanchio announced, this painting is an authentic work by Tang Bohu, titled 100 Birds Paying Homage to the Phoenix, with a starting bid of 50 million. Each subsequent bid must exceed 100,000. The atmosphere fell into silence, as bidding on a renowned painting resembled a gamble, given the uncertainty of its authenticity. Even the Shin family could not guarantee its absolute legitimacy. A misstep could result in spending millions on a forgery. The crowd awaited the first bidder. Suddenly, a voice shattered the stillness. 55 million. All heads turned to the source. A middle-aged man in a suit, smiling as he stood, clasped his hands, and declared, I am Gobu, president of the electrical group. Given the Shun family's reputation, this cannot be a fake. My father is fond of fine art, so I am making a bid. I kindly ask all esteemed guests to be generous. Shin Sanchio glanced at the man before asking, 55 million. Is there a higher bid? Silence enveloped the room once more. Just as Shin Sanchio prepared to declare the item sold, another voice rang out, 60 million. The crowd turned to see Chui Sanchio. Gobu, seeing who had bid, reluctantly sat down. Engaging in a feud with Chui Sanchio over a painting would be unwise. Shin Sanchio smiled. Chui Zong bids 60 million. Is there a higher offer? Once again, silence prevailed. Aside from the 4 prominent families, no one dared to incur the wrath of the Chui family over a mere painting. Just as Shin Sanchio was about to announce the sale, a youthful voice calmly interjected, 70 million. The crowd gasped, turning to the bidder. Isn't that the young man from earlier? Indeed, it was Yi Qianyu. What do you intend to do with this painting? Shangwan Qianyu queried, perplexed. Too much money. I'm being frivolous. Yi Qianyu jested. His reasoning was straightforward. Spending money earned points, and this auction was an excellent opportunity to accumulate them. Shangwan Qianyu was at a loss for words. Chui Sanxiong furrowed his brow, looking towards the young bidder. Damn it, why is it this kid again? 71 million. Yi Qianyu continued to raise his bid. 80 million. Chui Sanxiong seethed internally, thinking, this brat is deliberately provoking me. He raised his paddle and declared, 90 million. Yi Qianyu, unfazed, casually stated, 100 million. A wave of astonishment washed over the crowd. This young man was audacious, showing no fear of Chui Sanxiong. Chui Sanxiong's veins bulged as he stood, threatening, kid, you keep challenging me. Don't think I won't act against you. In Modu, you may be a dragon, but you should lie low. Oh, Yi Qianyu replied, expressionless, as if struck by a feather, neither painful nor bothersome. He teased, just 100 million. You wouldn't be short on funds, would you? Surely not. You, Chui Sanxiong, exasperated, sank back into his seat. 150 million. 200 million. Yi Qianyu continued to escalate the bids. Internally, he reveled, thinking, old Chui, keep raising the stakes. The more you bid, the more I spend. I simply enjoy donating to society. 210 million. 300 million. As the auction price reached 300 million, Chui Sanxiong hesitated to continue, fearing Yi Qianyu might be employing underhanded tactics, and ultimately relinquished the auction. Shin Sanchio, holding the gavel, announced loudly, 300 million sold. Congratulations to this gentleman for winning the auction. The item will be processed for payment and collection once the auction concludes. The crowd erupted in astonishment, as this price far exceeded the painting's actual value. Thunderous applause filled the room. Chapter 83, The Auction, Part 2. The auction venue was aglow with lights, teeming with people. Shin Sanchio, wielding his small gavel, stood on the stage, ready to unveil the next item under the red cloth. He cautiously picked up the auction item to showcase to the crowd. It was an exquisite jade carving, adorned with a vividly lifelike phoenix. He introduced. Next up for auction is a precious jade sculpture entitled Phoenix Yu Fei, with a history that can be traced back to the Ming Dynasty. This phoenix is intricately carved, representing the pinnacle of jade artistry, crafted from the finest imperial Hontian jade. Now, we shall commence the auction with a starting price of 70 million, with each subsequent bid no less than 100,000. No sooner had he concluded his words than voices began to rise from the crowd. 71 million. Almost immediately, a young woman offered 75 million, 78 million, 80 million, 92 million, 150 million. The price soared, and an increasing number of participants joined the bidding frenzy, until the price peaked at 160 million, at which point the room fell silent. Shin Sancho surveyed the surroundings and inquired, 160 million. Is there no higher bid? Yi Qianyu leisurely raised his hand and stated coolly, 200 million. A gasp echoed through the crowd, astonished by his audacity. Shin Sancho, noticing the young man, smiled slightly and declared, 200 million for the first time. 200 million for the second time. Is there anyone else willing to bid? 200 million for the third time, sold. Congratulations to this gentleman. Shangguan Qianyu tugged at Yi Qianyu's sleeve, asking, what do you intend to do with this? Yi Qianyu cast her a glance, chuckling, there's nothing to adorn my home, so I thought I'd buy it for decoration. Shangguan Qianyu was at a loss for words. Was this even rational? Who would purchase a jade carving worth hundreds of millions for mere decoration? Unless he had lost his senses. Shin Sancho continued. Next up for auction is 3 wild ginseng roots aged a century, starting at 30 million, with a minimum bid of 100,000. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd erupted with bids, even some in the second row joined in, including the trio of Gushang. 40 million, 45 million, 55 million. Was wild ginseng really worth such exorbitant prices? Why were they so eager to compete? This time, it was Yi Qianyu's turn to be puzzled. Weren't these just medicinal herbs? They merely had a slightly higher nutritional value. Brother Yi, you genuinely don't know? Shangguan he asked, astonished. Why should I know? Yi Qianyu retorted. Cough, cough. Brother Yi, I see you must also be someone who has unlocked the genetic lock, if you wish to continue enhancing your abilities. These herbs are indeed the most effective means, but only in the early stages. In the later stages, one would need rarer and more expensive herbs. Sometimes, when one is stuck at a bottleneck, consuming this can increase the chances of a breakthrough, explained Shangguan He. I see. Yi Qianyu understood and subsequently raised his hand. 100 million. Shangguan He exclaimed. With 100 million bid, the previously competitive crowd fell silent, staring incredulously at the bidder. Could this person be deliberately causing chaos? He had already won the first 2 items, yet still possessed such funds? Shin Sancho waited for a while, and upon seeing no further bids, struck the gavel decisively. Congratulations to this gentleman for acquiring the 3-century-old wild ginseng roots. Haha, Brother Yi, are you planning to rely on these ginseng roots to break through some abilities? Shangguan He advised, I recommend you wait until you reach the second level of the genetic lock before consuming them. That would be most beneficial. Yi Qianyu replied seriously. I simply believe these ginseng roots are highly nutritious and plan to buy them to stew with ribs. Shangguan He looked at him as though he were insane. Shangguan Qianyu and Shun Qingxue also stared at Yi Qianyu, as if he were a monster. Who would liken a wild ginseng root worth 100 million to a mere vegetable? Who in their right mind would use 100 million wild ginseng roots to stew ribs? Yi Qianyu blinked his innocent large eyes, looking at the 3. What's wrong? Nothing. The 3 were utterly defeated by Yi Qianyu. He genuinely intended to use them to stew ribs. With such high nutritional value, the flavor would surely be exquisite. He possessed the system's genetic agent and had no need for these herbs. Such is the nature of a life lived under extraordinary circumstances. Shin Sancho continued. Next up for auction is the 4th item, 2 500-year-old Tianshan snow lotuses. Starting at 30 million, with a minimum bid of 100,000. As soon as he finished, Yi Qianyu raised his hand and stated calmly, 100 million. The crowd murmured. Enough. This kid must be causing trouble. Is he trying to buy the entire venue? Cough, cough. Is there anyone else willing to bid? Congratulations to this gentleman on a successful auction. Shin Sancho coughed lightly and struck the gavel decisively. He then continued. The 5th item for auction is a bottle of genetic pills, containing a total of 10 capsules. The effects require no further explanation. I believe many have come specifically for this. The starting bid is 100 million, with a minimum bid of 100,000. No sooner had he finished speaking than the crowd erupted with bids. 130 million, 150 million, 180 million. As the price soared, Shin Sancho's small wooden hammer rhythmically struck the table, each knock heightening the tension. The price escalated, competition intensified, with some anxiously calculating their budgets while others unabashedly called out even higher bids. The atmosphere reached a fever pitch. Uncle He, what are these genetic pills? Yi Qianyu inquired, adhering to his principle of asking when unsure. Genetic pills are capsules that increase the chances of breaking through the genetic lock, developed collectively by the 8 prestigious families of Kyoto. However, to maintain the status of these families, the distribution of such pills is strictly limited each year. For instance, our Shangguan family only receives 10 bottles annually, while those from 1st and 2nd tier forces must rely on such auctions to acquire them. Shangguan he explained after pondering for a moment. So that's how it is. No wonder the 8 families hold such high status in Huaxia. Yi Qianyu nodded, gazing at the genetic pills on the stage, internally querying the system. System, What is the difference between these pills and our genetic agents? The system scoffed, replying, Host, please do not compare such items to mine. While these pills can indeed unlock the genetic lock, they only have a 30% success rate. Overconsumption not only fails to unlock, but can also cause bodily harm. In contrast, my products are rigorously tested by the esteemed author, possess production licenses, are safe, effective, and side effect free, guaranteeing a 100% success rate with painless injection. Chapter 84 Auction 3. System, can you detect the components within these pills? Qianyu asked after a moment of thought. His reasoning was simple. With more subordinates in the future, he couldn't possibly have them all injected with genetic agents. His current points were insufficient to support so many. If he could replicate these genetic pills, he could continuously produce skilled individuals. Yes, not only can I, but I can also optimize and upgrade them, though it requires points, as long as it can be done. 190 million. The Wang family patriarch bids 360 million. Is there any higher? 210 million. 250 million. Qianyu slowly raised his hand. Upon seeing this, the crowd erupted with curses. Damn it, this guy is back again. 300 million. A calm voice resonated through the hall, causing the previous bidders to halt their competition. The normal price for genetic pills typically hovers around 200 million, and during auctions or black markets, an additional 50 million is the maximum premium. Now, with someone bidding 300 million, the others could only back down, realizing that an extra 50 million was not worth it, opting to wait for the next auction instead. The Wang family patriarch, filled with indignation, stood up, nearly having secured the bid, only to have this young man emerge unexpectedly. He angrily exclaimed, the young man, having monopolized all the items in the auction, drew incredulous remarks regarding his financial capabilities. He was emboldened by the backing of the Cui family and the directives of Cui Sanxiong, allowing him to confront Qianyu, who sat in the front row, with audacity. Without such support, how could a mere second-tier family member dare to act so boldly? Was it Liang Jingru who instilled this courage in him? Qianyu cast a disdainful glance at him, leaning back slightly as he inquired in a nonchalant tone. Oh, you're dissatisfied? How could it be that you, a mere boy, possess such financial resources? Surely you must be here to cause trouble. The words of the Wang family had resonated with several present, particularly those from the Cui family's affiliated clan, who rose to voice their discontent. Indeed, how could a child like you have access to such wealth? You must be here to disrupt proceedings, suggested the head of the Shin family, while others echoed similar sentiments. Xinhuan paid no heed to their provocations, continuing his discussion with Secretary Qiao. It was not uncommon for such disputes to arise at auctions. With a contemptuous smile, Qianyu retorted, if you're dissatisfied, then simply raise your bid. What are you barking about if you can't afford it? The assembled crowd fell silent, at a loss for words. Everyone, please be quiet. Those who continue to make a ruckus will be asked to leave, announced Shin Sanxiu, the auctioneer, who held a respectable position within the Shun family despite being merely an auctioneer. His words compelled several to return to their seats, subdued. 3 billion for the third time. Sold. Shin Sanxiu's hammer brought an end to the bidding for the first 5 items, all acquired by the mysterious young man, Qianyu. After a brief pause, he continued. Now we shall commence the bidding for the final item, the land in the west of the city, covering an area of 260 acres. At this announcement, the audience stirred with excitement, eager to witness the contest between the Cui and the Shangguan families. Cui Sanxiong and Shangguan straightened in their seats, their focus sharpened. This land was crucial for the Shangguan family's aspirations to join the ranks of the 4 great families, while the Cui family sought to hinder any potential struggle from the Shangguan side. Brother Yi, do you feel confident? Shangguan he asked, tension lacing his voice. Rest assured. Qianyu reassured him with a confident glance. The bidding for the land in the west begins with a base price of 20 billion, with minimum increments of 1 billion. Let the bidding commence. Shin Sanxiu declared, striking the table. 25 billion. Cui Sanxiong was the first to call out, raising the bid by 5 billion. 30 billion. Qianyu responded with a raised hand. Wait, why is it this young man bidding? Why not Shangguan He? Is this young man perhaps a ruse set up by Shangguan He? Who exactly is he? The crowd buzzed with speculation. Cui Sanxiong furrowed his brow, glancing at the unperturbed Shangguan He, unsure of what to make of the situation. Could this boy be a decoy placed by Shangguan He? Or did he genuinely possess formidable backing? Yet, even among the 8 great families of Kyoto, no one had heard of him. Was he perhaps a secret offspring of the Shangguan family, emboldened by the support of Shangguan He? In a matter of seconds, Cui Sanxiong considered all possibilities, ultimately concluding that Qianyu must be Shangguan He's son, as this theory seemed the most plausible. Shangguan He has an unexpected son? Cui Sanxiong scoffed, contemplating the extent of the young man's financial resources. 350 billion. Qianyu maintained his calm demeanor. 400 billion. 420 billion. 450 billion. Cui Sanxiong couldn't fathom how Shang Wan He could have prepared such a sum. Growing anxious, he rose to glance at Shang Wan He before turning to Qianyu with a cold smile. I didn't realize your father prepared such funding for you. Shang Wan He truly keeps his secrets well. What secrets do I have? Shang Wan He inquired, puzzled. I didn't know I had a father. Qianyu replied, unfazed. Cui Sanxiong interjected, young man, just state how much you can afford. I bid 514 billion. If you can surpass this, the land is yours. I doubt Shang Wan He can match it. Ha ha. His laughter echoed through the hall, convinced of his imminent victory. Suddenly, Qianyu declared, 515 billion. The laughter of Cui Sanxiong abruptly ceased, his eyes wide in disbelief. How is that possible? After a moment, Shin Sanxiong asked, Cui Sanxiong, do you wish to place another bid? Wait. Cui Sanxiong gestured for a pause, then turned to the bank president. Ethan, could you lend me 50 billion on the spot? Sorry, I must refuse. Ethan shook his head with a grin. What do you mean you refuse? Cui Sanxiong was incredulous. I cannot lend you money, Ethan continued, still smiling. Do you realize that young man is the most mysterious holder of the Supreme Gold Card? Not even your father could secure a loan from me. I concede. Resigned. Cui Sanxiong slumped back into his seat, struggling to utter 3 words. He simply could not muster more funds. The amount he had was amassed through extensive networking. Selling fixed assets was not an option, as it would jeopardize his family's foundation. This revelation sent shockwaves through the assembly. The auction concluded, and attendees began to disperse. The event leaving a lasting impression on them all. In particular, they recognized the enigmatic Qianyu, who had acquired every item. Each departed with the intent of advising the younger generation to steer clear of him, fostering goodwill instead of animosity. Cui Sanxiong departed early, casting a sinister glance at Qianyu, whose intentions remained unclear. Qianyu, however, paid little heed, preoccupied with greeting several affluent individuals who approached him with goodwill. Within minutes, he found himself in possession of a stack of business cards. At this moment, Shun Wan and Secretary Qiao approached, prompting the surrounding wealthy patrons to discreetly withdraw. Secretary Qiao inquired tentatively, young man, you are quite remarkable. Which family do you belong to? I'm afraid I cannot disclose that, Qianyu replied, maintaining a composed demeanor. Ha ha ha, young man, feel free to reach out to me in the future. Secretary Qiao laughed heartily, leaving behind a cryptic remark as he departed with his entourage. Shun Wan observed his daughter, who had linked arms with Qianyu, and shot a piercing glance at him. Young man, do you know my daughter? No. Qianyu replied straightforwardly. Who would believe you? You were just linked arm in arm. Dad. Shen Qingxue released his arm, her expression anxious as she feared her father's scrutiny of Qianyu. The auction has concluded. We should be heading back. Your grandfather will be upset, Shen Wan stated affectionately. All right. Remembering her obsessive grandfather, Shen Qingxue complied. She then turned to Qianyu, speaking gently. Brother Qianyu, wait for me. I will come find you. Okay. Qianyu nodded with a smile. Shen Qingxue quickly planted a kiss on his cheek. Her face flushed as she turned and left. Shen Wan exclaimed, ah. Shangwan Qianyu interjected. How could you, Shen Qingxue, engage in such a preemptive tactic? If this is how you treat friends, better to have none. Young man, what sweet words did you use to win over my daughter? Be honest. Shen Wan's gaze turned dangerous. Cough. Would you believe me if I said your daughter pursued me? Uncle Shen? Qianyu replied awkwardly, feeling the warmth of her kiss still lingering on his cheek. Do you trust me, or do you believe I am Qin Shi Huang? Shen Wan scoffed, his expression devoid of emotion. Heh, old Wan, you, a doting father, should focus on your daughter. Yi brother is my predetermined son-in-law, interjected Shangwan He abruptly. Humph, old He, what's wrong with being a devoted father? As a parent, I must choose a man worthy of my daughter. If my daughter is fond of him, then I shall not intervene. Have your plans come to naught? Shen Wan retorted without hesitation. TCH, don't end up regretting your daughter. Even if you do, according to the order of things, your daughter should refer to mine as sister. Shangwan He shot back. Shortly, the two middle-aged men began to bicker, drawing the attention of those around them. At that moment, Shin Sanxiu approached with a few staff members. Good day, sir. You have spent a total of 52.5 billion. How will you make the payment? With a swift motion, Qianyu produced an East Asia Bank invoice from his pocket and directly inscribed the amount upon it. You can proceed to East Asia Bank to complete the transaction. At this revelation, Shun Wan and Shangwan He ceased their quarrel. They had just heard that payment could be made directly, which implied cash on hand. Shangwan had initially thought that Qianyu would opt for an installment plan, never anticipating a full payment. Even he would require a week to convert his available funds into cash. What a remarkable son-in-law I have found, Shenwan thought, feeling an impulse to wed his daughter to this young man. Very well, sir. These are the items you just purchased, along with the land deed. Would you like me to arrange for someone to deliver them to you? Shin Sancho asked after a brief pause. No need, just call this number, and someone will deliver it. Thank you. Yi Qianyu replied, handing Shin Sancho the contact information for Dao Ge. Understood. Shin Sancho nodded and went to make arrangements. Uncle Shun, it's getting late. I must take my leave. Yi Qianyu bid farewell to Shin Wan. Very well, do visit the Shun residence when you have time. Shin Wan smiled and extended an olive branch. Next time for sure. At the entrance of Mingzhu building, Shang Wan he announced he was heading home and departed, leaving the two behind. Are you going to school later? Shang Wan Qianyu asked, feeling a hint of awkwardness and grasping for a topic. Yes, I am heading back to school. Why do you ask? Yi Qianyu replied nonchalantly. Then let us go together. Oh, then let's go. The two walked in silence, the atmosphere decidedly uncomfortable. Next week is National Day. Where do you plan to go for fun? Shang Wan Qianyu suddenly inquired. I will return to my hometown. Where is your hometown? Tengxun. Oh, our school will hold a sports meet 2 days before National Day. Are you interested in participating? No, there's no need to engage in such a thankless endeavor. Yi Qianyu shrugged, indicating his disinterest. As the class leader, you want to participate? Shang Wan Qianyu sat up, asking earnestly. If I don't want to participate, I want to. You can select our dorm's fourth member. His name is Xian Nanxing, and he will guarantee our class comes in first. Yi Qianyu unhesitatingly sold out his dorm mate. Thus, the two exchanged idle chatter. Soon, the vehicle halted at the school gate, and they exited. Yi Qianyu instructed the bodyguard following them to drive the car back. As another vehicle was parked within the school premises, the two walked side by side into the campus, drawing glances from many students who speculated whether they were dating. Fortunately, it was nighttime, and many could not clearly discern their features. Otherwise, they would surely make headlines the following day. Yi Qianyu accompanied Shang Wan Qianyu to the entrance of the female dormitory. Just as he turned to leave, Shang Wan Qianyu unexpectedly stood on tiptoe and kissed him lightly on the cheek. Just as quickly, she stepped back, hands resting behind her, a radiant smile illuminating her face. She had made up her mind. If she liked him, she would pursue him, not wishing to harbor any regrets. Shin Qingxue was right. Even in marriage, why could they not share the journey together? In families like hers, having multiple wives was quite normal. As a wealthy male protagonist, how could you possibly settle for just one girlfriend? I must be your second, right? She teased, bouncing away up the stairs. Yi Qianyu watched her retreating figure, shaking his head with a smile before turning towards the male dormitory. Chapter 86. If you can't flirt, don't force it. Suddenly, the system's dull voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, for spending 52.5 billion, earning 525 points, total points, 600. Congratulations, host. For your first one-time expenditure surpassing 500, you are rewarded with an indestructible kidney. Indestructible kidney? What do you mean, system? I actually do need this. You're quite considerate. It's only right. When Yi Qianyu returned to the dormitory, he found 3 of his friends huddled together, seemingly engrossed in a discussion, oblivious to his presence. Yi Qianyu stealthily approached from behind, overhearing Jin Yuqian sigh. What should I do? She hasn't replied to me in 5 minutes. What should I say? Yi Xiaodian adjusted his glasses and replied earnestly. You should say, if my longing for you were to pour forth, endlessly and boundlessly, please grant me just one opportunity. No. Be more subtle. Fourth, what do you think? Xian Nanxing narrowed his eyes and stated seriously, you should be direct. Just say I like you. Jin Yuqian then noticed Yi Qianyu standing nearby, his eyes lighting up. Old Yi was a master of flirting. No girl could resist him. Jin Yuqian quickly stood up, pleading, Old Yi, you've arrived just in time. Please help me out. Yi Qianyu inquired, what is the matter? Jin Yuqian, somewhat shy, scratched his head and said awkwardly, well, I finally got Lin Rueishi's WeChat the day before yesterday. Yi Qianyu suddenly understood, exclaiming, oh, you want to pursue her? Jin Yuqian's face turned awkward. Yes, but she seems to be ignoring me. We only chatted a bit, and now she hasn't replied. What should I say? Hearing this, Yi Qianyu checked his phone and was immediately met with several lines of black frustration on his forehead. He observed the conversation where Jin Yuqian had written, hello, Lin. The great beauty. Lin Rueishi, hello. Jin Yuqian, did you eat? Jin Yuqian, what did you eat? Lin Rueishi. Jin Yuqian, so this is our happy beginning. Lin Rueishi. Yi Qianyu looked at Jin Yuqian's hopeful expression, as if to say, is there something wrong with what I said? Then, he scrolled further through the chat history. Jin Yuqian, Lin, the great beauty, do you have body odor? Lin Rueishi, I'll beep you, star. Jin Yuqian, then why do I find you as enchanting as a fox spirit? Lin Rueishi, shut up. After reviewing the chat, Yi Qianyu helplessly patted his shoulder and sighed. If you can't flirt, don't force it. The fact that she hasn't blocked you is already a significant concession. Upon hearing this, Jin Yuqian's face lit up. So she can't bear to block me? Old Yi, I feel hopeful again. Yi Qianyu replied, sigh, you're hopeless. Even Fei Yangyang would hand you a cigarette. Yi Qianyu chose to ignore him and headed off to shower and sleep. Ding dong. Mu Ziru sent a message. Qianyu, where do you plan to go for National Day? I plan to return to Hangqing. Would you like to come back with me? Yi Qianyu asked. The Mu Ziru family is a second-tier clan in Hangzhou, engaged in the garment trade, boasting an estimated wealth of around 10 billion. They hold a modestly significant reputation in the city. I may have to return home a few days later due to a research assignment I need to submit. I apologize, Qianyu, Mu Ziru softly stated. All right, when you arrive in Hangzhou, I will seek you out. Great. Just as she logged off, Jin Yuqian suddenly leaned against the edge of Yi Qianyu's bed, his chubby face twisted in sorrow, exclaiming, Old Yi, hurry and compose an acrostic poem for me. I intend to pursue her with my talents. Yi Qianyu, feeling helpless, resorted to his intellectual prowess to craft a few lines of poetry. I gaze at the bright moon while it gazes at you. I adore you in every verse true. Joyful horses dance in steps divine. You surpass the 4 green cicadas, so fine. Brother, this is all I can assist you with. Best of luck. Yi Qianyu consoled. Patting his shoulder, Jin Yuqian, reading the lines on his phone, nodded repeatedly, praising, I like you. Not bad. Old Yi, thank you. You are truly talented. With that, he clicked send. After a minute of anxious waiting, he cautiously typed, Miss Lin, may I court you? Just as he sent it, his phone displayed a stark notification. What? Have I been blocked? Did she reject me? Jin Yuqian exclaimed with a voice that resembled a duck's quack, lamenting, the snowflakes drift and the north wind howls. I finally attempted something serious, and before it even began, I am met with such utter defeat. Observing Jin Yuqian's heart-wrenching despair, Yi Qianyu felt pity for his friend. Thus, he rose from his bed to comfort him, saying, Little Jin, do not let one woman affect your confidence. We can pursue quantity over quality. Upon hearing this, Jin Yuqian turned with anticipation, his eyes sparkling as he asked, Old Yi, do you have a plan? Yi Qianyu cleared his throat and instructed, Tomorrow night, after dinner, go watch the square dancers. Remember to focus on those graceful ladies who are well-groomed. Once they notice you, give them a thumbs up and applaud. Then pull out your phone to capture a close-up video of them. This strategy is called Capture the King before capturing the thief. Jin Yuqian jotted notes, inquiring why. Yi Qianyu chuckled. Those who have the leisure to dance in the evenings are likely to lead rich and fulfilling lives. And their poise and confidence suggest that their daughters will not be lacking in quality. Once the ladies finish their dance, they will surely come to ask for your contact details. They might inquire if you have a girlfriend, and then they will introduce their daughters to you. Just present yourself well in front of them. You cannot even imagine how fierce the competition among those ladies is. The more intense it is, the better the daughters they will introduce you to. Little Jin, have you grasped this? And to the handsome viewers in front of the screen, have you understood it too? Jin Yuqian looked at Yi Qianyu with admiration, slapping his thigh and exclaiming, Incredible! Such an unexpectedly brilliant path. You truly are remarkable, Old Yi. I will give it a try tomorrow night. With that, he shook off his previous gloom and hummed a tune as he hurried to the bathroom. Watching Jin Yuqian perk up, Yi Qianyu displayed a benevolent smile akin to a caring father. He returned to bed and drifted off to sleep. In the following days, Yi Qianyu unusually embraced the role of a diligent student, attending classes regularly, much to the astonishment of his classmates, as their elusive class monitor had finally shown up. In the last 2 days, the school held a sports meeting. Thanks to Xian Nanqing's athletic prowess, he undoubtedly became the champion, enjoying a day of fame. Many senior and junior girls clamored for Xian Nanqing's contact information, causing even the usually composed Xian Nanqing to blush and hurriedly retreat to his dormitory. At this moment, the 4 were in their dormitory, engaged in idle chatter. Old Jin, have you managed to woo any girls? Yi Qianyu asked while munching on sunflower seeds. Hee, Old Yi. Believe it or not, your method actually worked. There were indeed ladies who introduced me to their daughters, and I plan to go again tonight. Jin Yuqian animatedly recounted his romantic escapades. Old Jin, tomorrow is National Day. Are you planning to return home? Yi Qianyu inquired. Recalling that Jin Yuqian hailed from the prestigious Jin family in Kyoto. I guess I will go back. Jin Yuqian thought of his domineering sister and felt a shiver. What about you, Xiaotian? Yi Qianyu turned his gaze toward Yi Xiaotian. Of course, I will return. I need to help my father with farming. Yi Xiaotian replied without hesitation. Have you booked your flight? If not, I can help you arrange one. I booked it a month in advance, he responded. Shall see. What about you? Are you going home for National Day? Lastly, Yi Qianyu focused on the most reserved member, Xian Nanqing. Me? After a moment of silence, Xian Nanqing turned to gaze out the window, saying softly, I need to return to take care of some matters. Do you need any assistance? Yi Qianyu calmly offered. No need. Xian Nanqing smiled, though a resolute glimmer lingered in his eyes. The 4 of them dined at a roadside stall, quickly resolving their dinner. Subsequently, They each returned home to their respective families. Yi Qianyu drove, using his earpiece to communicate with Mo Sha, stating, "Old Mo, during the National Day holiday. Eliminate the Sanxi Association and consolidate the underground forces in Modu. Discuss the particulars with Lu Nanshuang. I desire results." "Understood, boss." "How is the list of the Chui family's assassins that I provided you?" Yi Qianyu inquired. "Boss, it has been dealt with discreetly without raising any alarms. I have arranged for someone to take their place," Mo Sha reported. "Excellent. Upon my return to Hangzhou after National Day, I require a complete underground force." "Understood, boss." "You may hang up now." "Oh, I will hang up for a bit." Just after ending the call, a voice message from Yi Ningxin appeared. Yi Qianyu answered, and before he could speak, he heard Yi Ningxin's plaintive voice through the earpiece. "Qianyu Gij, my grandfather sent someone to take me home." Yi Qianyu chuckled. "Then go home and spend a few days with your grandfather. But it will take several days before I can see you again. I was planning to meet your family during the National Day holiday. Don't fuss, be a good girl and go home. We will have fun together when school starts." After finally soothing the little girl, Yi Qianyu let out a sigh of relief. Yi Qianyu's car drove into Tangong No. 1, eliciting envious glances from the security personnel. Upon exiting, he encountered Wu Lan waiting in the lobby with a group of maids. There appeared to be more than 10 of them, each a paragon of beauty. If they were outside, they would be considered goddesses. What was even more remarkable was that each maid had a distinct style, some exuding a mature charm, others a youthful innocence, while others were cool and aloof or exuberantly lively. A thorough assessment revealed that none scored below 85, particularly the girl with a neighborly charm, who scored an impressive 90. And all had clean backgrounds. Wu Lan truly excels at her work. She shall be greatly rewarded later. With his hands tucked in his pockets, Yi Qianyu strode toward the maids with an air of confidence. As he approached, the maids collectively bowed at a 45-degree angle and chanted in unison, in Modu. "There are countless second-generation elites, young Master Qianyu. You are the best among them. First comes Qianyu, then comes Tian, young master. May you live like a deity. The universe's most handsome man, young Master Qianyu. Welcome home." Yi Qianyu was taken aback. "Wu Lan, have you brought home a horde of maids?" "Ah, Yi Qianyu. Am willing to sign a no-mockery treaty." Clearing his throat, he asked, "What is this all about?" With a giggle, one of the maids stepped forward, explaining, "This is what Butler Wu Lan instructed us to do. We thought this would be a fitting welcome for you, young master. Her name is Chio Y, and she serves as the head maid among these female attendants." "Ah, your welcoming ceremony is quite unique," Y Chi New York remarked, his lips twitching slightly. "What do you think?" "Young Master Y?" Chio Y inquired with an expectant gaze. "Well, it's not bad at all. WLN, you have done well. During the National Day holiday, I permit you all to take 7 days off. Whatever you wish to buy or enjoy during this time, all expenses can be reimbursed through Butler W. Y Chi New York." Being a university student, was not a stubborn individual and immediately smiled as he rewarded them. "Thank you, young Master Chi New York. You are the best," the maids exclaimed excitedly, gazing at their handsome and wealthy master with hope. Initially, when they arrived at this villa to work as maids, they harbored some concerns. Would their employer be a lascivious and unattractive man? After all, who would offer such a high salary to hire maids? However, the allure of the generous pay compelled them to accept the position. If their employer were to covet their beauty, they would resign without hesitation. Now, seeing that the master they served was so extraordinarily handsome and generous, their worries dissipated, and some even entertained immature thoughts. "All right, you may all go and rest," Y Chi New York concluded, heading upstairs to prepare for rest. Behind him, Chio Y's voice followed. "Young Master Y, do you require a wake-up service tomorrow?" "A wake-up service?" Y Chi New York recalled a certain website and quickly shook his head, saying, "Ahem, no need for that. Perhaps next time." The following day, Y Chi New York rose early, finished breakfast, and headed out. He had spoken with his family the day before, informing them that he would return to celebrate the holiday. Before heading home, Y Chi New York stopped by the Gujian Center to purchase gifts for his parents and younger sister. He then boarded his sleek black vehicle, heading towards HNGCHing. HNGCHing is not far from MD, just a neighboring city, requiring only a 2-hour journey. This time, Y Chi New York did not bring DOG and his companions along, as he needed to consolidate the underground forces in MD, leaving DOG and the others to assist there as laborers. Driving alone on the highway while listening to soothing music, he set off for his hometown. In his mind, he envisioned his parents as honest, hard-working individuals from the rural outskirts of HNGCHing. His father, YGYU, and mother, Lu Xioi, relied on various odd jobs to support their children. Since Y Chi New York could remember, his parents had never stepped outside their village, and he was uncertain why. Whenever he inquired about their past, they would deftly change the subject, so he chose not to press further. Suddenly, he realized he had forgotten something significant. Today marks the beginning of the National Day holiday. Traffic jam. After 6 long hours of waiting, he finally arrived in Hngching. Waichi, New York was determined that this time, he would purchase a few helicopters. The sleek black vehicle glided smoothly along the rural roads, allowing him to appreciate the idyllic countryside and breathe in the fresh air. His hometown is located in a small rural area called Chngdiang Village on the outskirts of Hngching. Although it is a small village, the local government's welfare programs have led to relatively good infrastructure. Along the way, he observed the abundant green bricks and tiles, the smooth and wide asphalt roads, and the neatly trimmed trees and flowers lining the roadside, all of which brought him a sense of tranquility. As Waichi, New York ventured further inward, his mood lightened, evoking memories of his childhood. Winding through the paths, he finally arrived at a modest courtyard, his home, which was considered relatively impoverished within the village. The yard was small, consisting of a 2-story house and an osmanthus tree. Nearby were areas for raising chickens, ducks, pigs, and dogs, while the backyard featured a few vegetable plots, typical of rural design. As a stylish and extravagant sports car entered the courtyard, the nearby villagers began to gossip, speculating about the owner of such a fine vehicle and wondering when the Wai family had acquired such wealthy relatives. Upon seeing Waichi, New York step out of the car, they collectively dropped their jaws. They approached him to inquire, "Is that you, Xiao Wai? Are you back for the National Day holiday? Xiao Wai, I remember you just started university. How did you manage to get such a nice car in just a month? Xiao Wai, Linby has watched you grow up. You mustn't engage in any illegal activities." Waichi, New York took a pack of golden leaf cigarettes from the passenger seat, opened it, and shared it with the uncles and aunts while smiling and greeting the neighbors. Aunt W. Ing, "Yes, I'm back to visit my parents and celebrate the holiday." Uncles Lin and Chn, "Don't worry, I haven't done anything illegal. I just had a stroke of luck and invested in a business." Upon hearing this, several neighbors nodded in agreement, praising the Wai family's good fortune. "All right, everyone, I must go see my parents." Waichi, New York concluded his polite exchanges, retrieving gifts from the trunk, including ginseng and Tianshan snow lotus from the previous auction. Before entering the house, he called out, "Mom, Dad, and little sister, I'm back." Hearing the call, a small head peeked out from the doorway. Soon, a petite and adorable girl trotted out, joyfully running to Waichi, New York and throwing her arms around him. "Brother, you're back. I missed you so much. You seem to have become much more handsome." Looking down, Waichi, New York recognized his younger sister, YYNX. "YNX, get off me." Waichi, New York placed his belongings on the ground and gently pulled YYNX from his embrace, ruffling her hair with a smile. "You're getting older. Why are you still acting like a child?" Even grown up, I'll always be your adorable little sister." YYNX giggled with a cheeky grin. Waichi, New York gazed at his sister, feeling no sense of estrangement despite his reincarnation. It was as if they had truly experienced everything together. This peculiar sensation baffled Waichi, New York. Logically, as a soul transmigrator, he should feel some repulsion. Yet he did not. Sometimes he could not discern whether he had truly crossed over or if everything that transpired in Blue Star was merely a dream. Unable to make sense of it, he decided not to dwell on it. Observing the young girl before him, he couldn't help but marvel at how lovely his sister had grown. Standing at about 156 centimeters, she was slightly taller than YNNGXN. She wore a pink sweatshirt and shorts, her fair legs exposed. Her hair was styled in twin ponytails, and her large, round eyes sparkled as if they could illuminate the surroundings. Her face bore no trace of makeup. Yet her natural beauty was exquisite, with bright eyes and pearly teeth. Who said rural girls cannot compete with those from big cities? That is simply nonsense. It is merely that city girls know how to apply makeup and dress well. When it comes to looks, rural girls are by no means inferior. In fact, rural girls possess a vivacity that city girls often lack. For example, MZRU embodies a gentle elegance. SHNGU Nchi, New York is refreshingly unique. YNNGXN is quirky and spirited, and SHNQ is as cold as ice. Meanwhile, YYNX exudes a lively aura, distinctly different from all the girls Waichi, New York had ever encountered. Fragrant like a blooming flower, her eyes glistening like dew. This perfectly described YYNX. Looking at YYNX, Waichi, New York sighed, realizing how much his little sister had grown. "Alas, how I lament that the heavens do not grant me a sister." He shook his head vigorously, dispelling any inappropriate thoughts. "What am I even thinking? She is my sister, and I certainly do not wish to venture down that path." Shaking off the unrealistic thoughts in his mind, Waichi, New York finally asked, "Little sister, where are Mom and Dad?" YYNX giggled and replied, "Mom knew you were coming back today, so she got up early to prepare ingredients. She is currently in the kitchen making your favorite home-cooked dishes. Dad is in the backyard, sharpening his knives for the chickens and ducks." The The chickens and ducks seemed to think, with Xiaoy back. We are in for a tough time. Oh, wonderful. Yi Qianyu nodded, preparing to enter the house. Yi Yunxi gazed at the sleek Anya Yaoying parked behind her, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She dashed forward, exclaiming, "Brother, this car is so cool. It must cost at least $1 million, right? $1 million? You could add 2 more zeros to that figure. $1 million is barely enough to buy a wheel." Yi Qianyu chuckled inwardly, though he kept his thoughts to himself, merely saying, "I'll take you out for some fun sometime." "Really, big brother? You've hit the jackpot. Looks like I'm destined to be a little rich lady. I'll buy lipsticks, pretty clothes, and shoes," Yi Yunxi replied, her adorable demeanor as she counted on her fingers making her all the more endearing. "All right, I'll buy you whatever you want, as long as it fits in your room," Yi Qianyu responded, his heart warmed by his lovely sister, readily agreeing to her whims. "Thank you, big brother. You're the best," she exclaimed. "Let us go see Mom and Dad." Upon entering the house, Yi Qianyu was greeted by the delightful aroma wafting from the kitchen, causing his stomach to rumble. Spotting Luo Xiaoyu cooking, he called out "Mom," and rolled up his sleeves, eager to help. Luo Xiaoyu beamed at the sight of her son, waving him off with a smile, urging him not to interfere. Eventually, Yi Qianyu reluctantly stepped back from the kitchen. Just then, Yi father, who had just finished slaughtering chickens and ducks, entered. The two exchanged smiles, a silent understanding passing between them. Yi father brought the poultry into the kitchen and approached Yi Qianyu. The latter pulled out a Huali Kun cigarette from his pack and offered it to his father, who waved it away, saying, "I don't smoke that. I prefer my pipe." With that, he pulled out his pipe and struck a match to ignite it. This had been his habit for many years, enjoying pipe tobacco and lighting it with matches. "How's university?" Yi father inquired after taking a deep drag and exhaling. Yi Qianyu held the cigarette between his lips, exhaling a puff of smoke in a ring as he replied, "Quite good. Classes run from 8 to 5 every day. Right on schedule." "That's good to hear." Yi father nodded approvingly. Yi Qianyu joked, "Aren't you curious about my car?" He had been pondering how to reveal to his parents that he had amassed considerable wealth. "I'm a billionaire," he thought, but after much deliberation, he couldn't devise a plausible explanation. Should he claim he had stumbled upon a stroke of luck overnight? Or confess that he was actually adopted, and his biological father had found him to inherit a vast fortune? Such tales seemed implausible and hard to believe. However, seeing his father's unperturbed expression left Yi Qianyu bewildered. Could it be that his father, living on this small plot of land in the countryside, was unaware of the value of cars? "It's best to disclose it when you're ready. No need to fabricate reasons," Yi father said, taking another drag. Yi Qianyu nearly choked on the smoke, forcing a smile as he continued, "Actually, Dad, I have quite a bit of money now. Tomorrow, let us head to the city center to buy a villa for you and Mom, as well as for my little sister. You both shouldn't have to work so hard anymore. Consider it a retirement gift." Yi father shook his head, declining, "No need. Your mother and I are accustomed to living here. No reason to move to the big city." Seeing his father's resolute stance, Yi Qianyu dropped the subject of purchasing a house. If his father preferred to stay here, then so be it. He couldn't force them to leave. The two sat at the doorstep, engaging in casual conversation about everyday matters. Just then, Yi mother called from the kitchen, "You two, stop chatting and come eat." With that, Yi Qianyu and Yi father concluded their conversation, chuckling as they entered the living room. At that moment, Yi Yunxi was bustling about, moving back and forth between the kitchen and the living room, bringing out a feast. Yi Qianyu's return filled the home with warmth and joy, and the family of 4 enjoyed a delightful meal together. After dinner, Yi Qianyu played the role of the obedient son, helping to clear the table. When he offered to wash the dishes, Yi mother declined, saying, "You've already driven such a long way. You must be tired." Not wanting to insist, Yi Qianyu settled on the living room couch, chatting with his little sister. In reality, Yi Yunxi was doing most of the talking, while he merely listened. "Brother, there's a rich kid at school who keeps bothering me. Can you teach him a lesson?" "Brother, have you found a girlfriend at university? With your looks? I'm sure there are many girls around you. I remember there was a Jiro sister in middle school who liked you a lot. Did you two ever get together?" After patiently answering his inquisitive sister's questions, Yi mother appeared with freshly washed fruits. "Here, have some fruit." At this moment, Yi Qianyu began to present the gifts he had prepared. "Mom, here's a jade bracelet and some cosmetics. Dad, I remember you've been wanting a watch. This is a Vacheron Constantine, perfect for your age." Yi Yunxi's face lit up with anticipation, as if to say, "Brother, what about me? Of course, there's something for you too." Yi Qianyu ruffled her hair affectionately and continued, "Here's a bag, a beautiful dress, and your favorite necklace." Yi Yunxi hugged all the gifts tightly, beaming as she exclaimed, "Thank you, big brother. You're the best." Yi mother, gazing at the pile of gifts on the coffee table, chided, "It's enough that you're back. Why buy so many things? Isn't that a waste of money?" Having earned some money, It's only fitting to buy gifts to show my appreciation for you, Qianyu replied. And these, ginseng and snow lotus, are very nourishing. You can use them for soup. They'll be beneficial for both of you. He presented the last 2 boxes, opening them to reveal the ginseng and snow lotus. Ye father and ye mother exchanged glances, their eyes narrowing in surprise. These must be quite expensive. Son, why don't you chat with your sister for a bit? Your father and I will take these back to our room, ye mother suggested with a smile. All right. The elderly couple retreated to their room, locking the door behind them. As ye mother's smile faded, a serious expression took its place. She turned to ye father, who was leaning against the wall, smoking. The ginseng is 300 years old, and the snow lotus is 500. Do you think they might have found Qianyu? Upon hearing this, ye father furrowed his brow and exhaled a heavy cloud of smoke. That's impossible. The old master instructed us that after the turmoil, they would seek us out. I haven't received any news. It cannot be them. Could it be that Qianyu has already come into contact with martial arts? Otherwise, how could he possess such ancient ginseng and snow lotus? It's possible. Sigh. The old master had ordered him to avoid martial arts and live a simple life. It seems fate is hard to defy. Let us take it one step at a time and go with the flow. Since Qianyu has been exposed, we shall provide him with everything he needs. After all, we've raised him for 15 years. He acts like our own son. I wonder if the old master has regained his position as head of the family. What is happening with the Yi family now? Juyu, our task is to protect Qianyu. We need to focus on that. Understood. Let us go. Qianyu must be waiting for us. Meanwhile, on the other side, things were looking grim for Beiji. Ugh, this is a mess. At the Chui family in Mo City, third master announced, I found him. As a bespectacled man entered the office with a file in hand. Speak, Chui Sanxiong said, his eyes closed. A cigar perched between his fingers as he leaned back in a chair made of golden silk nanmo. His name is Yi Qianyu. He hails from a small village in Hangzhou. He attended Hangzhou Experimental Middle School for Junior High and graduated from Hangzhou No. 2 High School with the highest score. Enrolling in Mo City University. Get to the point. Yes, third master. Everything seems normal until the month he has been in university, during which he acquired luxury cars and watches, along with over 100 billion in liquid assets. We have yet to discover how he amassed such wealth. What are your thoughts? We speculate that he may have been used as a mere pawn by his ancestral family, serving to mislead and confuse others. Do you surmise that he is but a pawn? Indeed. The bespectacled man nodded. It appears that this young man has the backing of Shang Wanhe. Does he dare to provoke me with such support? Chui Sanxiong opened his eyes and let out a cold snort. He then waved his hand, signaling for the man to leave. Yes. The bespectacled man bowed and exited the room. Chapter 90. Bounty on the assassination of Yi Qianyu. Once the bespectacled man departed, Chui Sanxiong took out a notebook, entered a URL, and then inputted a password to verify his identity. Shortly thereafter, the computer interface shifted to a different page. This website, known as the dark web, is not accessible to everyone. To enter the dark web, one must be introduced and possess specific skills and authorization. Here lies a paradise for criminals and a den for arms dealers. Human trafficking, child exploitation, organ trade, and illegal drug transactions abound. If you have money, you become the most sought-after entity within the dark web. With sufficient funds, you can indulge in any desire. Chui Sanxiong clicked into the assassin page, which gathered hundreds of international assassin organizations. Although he is the third master of the Chui family, he would not wield the family's power. Hiring assassins or engaging in dirty deeds is typically not something these powerful families would do themselves. If any clues were discovered by the observant, it could incite unnecessary public outcry, proving detrimental. Therefore, in this case, hiring these assassins is the most straightforward solution. Even if the assassins are caught, he remains unscathed. As the third master of the Chui family, having been publicly humiliated multiple times and witnessing his eldest son being incapacitated, he would never let this go unpunished. Soon, he entered his account details into the login interface. He then linked his Swiss bank account, transferring $500 million, converting it into Bitcoin, and placing a bounty for the assassination of Yi Qianyu. He subsequently uploaded Yi Qianyu's name, photograph, profile, and identity information. For safety's sake, Chui Sanxiong directly designated the assassination task to the first assassin organization, Tian Shaohui. This organization specializes in training night assassins, executing silently and swiftly, hence the name. Established only in the past decade, the origins of this organization remain shrouded in mystery, yet it has dominated the rankings within a month of its inception. With a 100% success rate, even if a mission fails, they dispatch even more formidable members to continue until the task is completed. No one can evade the relentless assassinations of Tian Shao. Furthermore, Tian Shao does not send just one assassin. They deploy a team of 10, significantly enhancing the likelihood of mission success. However, This organization has a rule. They do not accept tasks under $100 million. Within a minute, the task details submitted to Tianxiao Hui were accepted by a team leader. Codename, Bloodblade. Identity, team leader of Tianxiao Hui's yellow-level assassin Team 006. Characteristics, cold and ruthless, skilled in various blades and swords, adept at assassination, and enjoys tormenting opponents for amusement. Tasks completed, 99, one more task to advance to the Xian-level assassin. Failures, 0, success rate, 100. Clearly, this is a terrifying assassin who has completed 99 tasks. Just one task away from advancing. Heh, young man, how will you meet your demise under the gaze of such an assassin? Chui Sanxiong sneered, then exited the dark web and shut down his computer. Unbeknownst to Yi Qianyu, who was targeted for assassination, he was currently enjoying dinner and engaged in conversation with Mu Zhiro. Qianyu, I will return to Hangqing the day after tomorrow. How about we go watch a movie? Sure. What about after the movie? Oh, you are so annoying. We are both adults now. We should do what adults do. If we keep delaying, the readers will revolt. Well, all right then. I've heard a little patience goes a long way. How embarrassing. Oh ho, are you whispering sweet nothings to a girl? Yi Yunxi teased, leaning in with a grin. Go away. What business do you have here, little child? Yi Qianyu pushed Yi Yunxi's face away. Humph. Yi Yunxi made a face. Fine. I'm off to take a shower. Yi Qianyu took the change of clothes prepared by his mother and entered the bathroom, shutting the door behind him. I love showering. My skin feels so good, la la la. As the sound of water poured, Yi Qianyu hummed a tune while bathing. Suddenly, the bathroom door creaked open, and Yi Yunxi peeked in. Brother, hee. Get out. Yi Qianyu swiftly pushed Yi Yunxi's head back outside. With a bang, he locked the door. Brother, open the door. Yi Yunxi knocked. Get lost. Yi Qianyu retorted. Humph. It was always like this when we were young. Yi Yunxi sulked off. Phew. Almost ended up in the German orthopedics. Yi Qianyu let out a long breath, rinsed off quickly, and returned to his room. Early the next morning, Yi Qianyu gazed helplessly at Yi Yunxi, who was sleeping on him, drooling all over. Though they had shared beds in childhood, this felt different. Upon returning, he sensed a change in his family, especially after unlocking his genetic lock. The perception of his surroundings felt altered. He noticed something peculiar in his parents, particularly in their eyes, which seemed to harbor an unidentifiable yet fierce killing intent. Yes, that's right, killing intent. No matter how well one hides, the eyes never lie. Yi Qianyu pondered for a long time, but could not find a conclusion. Perhaps he was mistaken. If his parents felt different, then his sister seemed to have changed too. She appeared more clingy than before. Sighing, Yi Qianyu gently called, Hey, Yunxi, it's dawn, time to get up. With that, he pulled Yi Yunxi off him. Brother, I'm cold. Yi Yunxi mumbled in a soft and sleepy tone, scrambling back up. So heavy. Yi Qianyu pushed her away. Half of Yi Yunxi's weight seemed to come from her affection for her brother. What kind of absurd setting is this? Yi Qianyu pushed her away again, disdainfully stating, Get off. After getting out of bed, he opened the curtains and earnestly said, Yunxi, you're not a child anymore. Please don't crawl into my bed anymore, all right? Wearing a bear-themed pajama, Yi Yunxi sat up, gazing innocently and tilting her head. Is it because of that? Yi Qianyu responded, Who would be bothered? Yi Yunxi blinked her eyes innocently and said, Then what if it's not a biological sister? What nonsense are you talking about? Hurry up and get ready for breakfast. I'll take you shopping in the city later. Oh, Yi Yunxi nodded obediently, getting up to wash. Watching his adorable and obedient sister, Yi Qianyu shook his head. Suddenly, he recalled Yi Yunxi's earlier words. What if it's not a biological sister? It did seem to stir some excitement in him. No. How could that be? She is my biological sister. Chapter 91. Encountering familiar faces. At the entrance of Hangqing Mansion, a sleek black vehicle came to a halt in the parking lot, attracting the attention of numerous passers-by. So handsome. Absolutely stunning. Should I go over and try to achieve a one-day fortune? Yi Qianyu stepped out of the car, his strikingly handsome features capturing the attention of a group of faux socialites. Suddenly feeling a sensation akin to a rush, one of them, realizing no one was watching, hurriedly crossed her legs and sauntered toward Yi Qianyu with a flirtatious gait, coyly asking, Hey there, can I get your number? Before Yi Qianyu could respond, Yi Yunxi in the passenger seat slammed the car door shut. She stepped out and walked straight to Yi Qianyu's side, linking her arm with his while pinching her nose in disdain. What is that smell? Why is it so overwhelming? Yi Qianyu smiled and concurred, perhaps it's body odor. Let us hurry along. With that, the two of them did not even glance at the faux socialite, making their way toward Hangqing Building. As Yi Qianyu passed a security guard, he pulled out 500 yuan from his pocket and pointed at a car in the distance, instructing, Keep an eye on that vehicle. Do not let any pesky rodents approach. The guard, upon seeing the crisp bill, promptly patted his chest in assurance. Rest assured, young sir. I am a professional. After taking the money, His expression shifted to one of seriousness as he strode towards the shadowy vehicle, erecting a barricade and bellowing at the onlookers. Move along, no lingering or photography allowed. Observing the guard's demeanor, Qianyu chuckled lightly, taking Yi Yunqi's hand and entering Hangqing building with great enthusiasm for shopping. This establishment was the most luxurious mall in Hangqing, housing the world's premier luxury brands, making it a favored destination for the affluent of the city. Brother, how does this dress look? Is it pretty? Yi Yunqi twirled in a vibrant floral dress before him. Quite nice. She continued, what about this bikini? Let me try it on for you. She grabbed a pink bikini and dashed toward the changing room, only to be halted by Yi Qianyu's firm grip. What are you thinking, at such a young age, wearing something like that? Then I'll wear it for you when I grow up, okay? She replied. Here's a card for you. Use it whenever you wish to shop, and you'll experience the joy of buying. If our parents need anything, feel free to use this card. There's plenty of money, Yi Qianyu declared, producing a black card he had obtained from Dongya Bank. He had given one of the 10 cards to Yi Ningxin and had yet to distribute the rest. All right then, I want to be polite. Yi Yunqi accepted it without hesitation since it was from her brother. She then bolted to the next store like a wild horse released from its reins, while Yi Qianyu followed behind, burdened with numerous shopping bags. Before long, he was laden with packages, most of which were gifts for their parents rather than for Yi Yunqi herself. That should be enough. Brother, let us head out. Yi Yunqi observed the overflowing bags, feeling slightly embarrassed by her purchases. As they reached the entrance of Hangqing building, they encountered a couple, a middle-aged man with a beer belly clad in a tie, and a woman dressed in revealing shorts and off-shoulder attire. Yi Qianyu ignored them and guided Yi Yunqi past, heading towards the parking area. Yi Qianyu. A somewhat uncertain voice called from behind. He turned to see a familiar face. Isn't this Yu Qingqing, the belle of our high school class? He recalled her confessing to him back then, only to be rejected. Although Yu Qingqing had matured well, he still found no attraction. Some individuals, despite their appealing appearance, simply do not resonate. Perhaps it was her tendency to compare herself to others, her vanity, and that air of superiority that made him uncomfortable, especially since he had Mu Ziru in his life. After he had rejected her publicly, she had taken to opposing him at every turn. Who would have thought it was you? I didn't expect to see you here at Hangqing building. Are you working part-time? Yu Qingqing observed the bags in his hands, assuming he was carrying them for the young girl beside him. Given Yi Qianyu's modest background during their high school years, she found it hard to believe he could afford such luxury items unless he was being supported by someone else. Is there something you need? Yi Qianyu replied coolly, uninterested in any connection with her. Heh, Yi Qianyu. You still maintain that aloof demeanor, Yu Qingqing retorted, her eyes flashing with resentment. You know, it was only when I got to college that I realized it's essential to find a wealthy man. What good is being handsome if you're just a servant to someone? She pointed to the middle-aged man beside her. This is my boyfriend, the general manager of Jingmu Company, earning 5 million a year, giving me a monthly allowance of 100,000. It's fortunate you didn't accept my confession back then. Otherwise, I'd be living on steamed buns and pickles with you. The middle-aged man adjusted his tie with a sense of superiority. Young man, my last name is Tian. In this world, one must have money. Yi Qianyu frowned, having no interest in listening to him prattle on. He cast a derisive glance at Yu Qingqing, saying, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have thought he was your father. Turns out he is your old baby. What do you mean, you filthy loser? Just because you're handsome doesn't mean I was blind when I confessed to you. Yu Qingqing shot back. Yi Qianyu responded calmly, not even sparing her a glance as he led Yi Yunyan into the parking lot. The guard, seeing the owner had arrived, eagerly approached. Young sir, I used 120 of my focus to watch over your car. Please remember to call for me next time. Well done. Yi Qianyu nodded, opening the trunk to stow the shopping bags until it was filled to the brim. He then got into the car and drove away. Mr. Tian, please teach him a lesson, Yu Qingqing pleaded, rushing to the side of the rotund man, only to be met with a couple of slaps. She heard him mutter, for heaven's sake, can't you see what kind of car he drives? That's a Yi Yaoing worth over 90 million. You want me to teach him a lesson? He'd de-obliterate me. No, that's impossible. He was just an average student in high school. There's no way he could afford such an expensive car, Yu Qingqing said, watching the taillights of the vehicle disappear in disbelief. Huh. With a license plate like Lu 88888, you dare claim to come from an ordinary family? She exclaimed, kicking the ground in frustration before scampering after the fading lights, shouting, Yi Xiao. Wait, I don't know this woman. Chapter 92, Buying a House. After Yi Qianyu drove away, he did not head home immediately but took Yi Yunqi to one of the most luxurious residences in Hangqing, the Taihao Lakeside Villa Garden. He intended to purchase a house for his family. Although his father insisted it wasn't necessary, he believed a home must be acquired. Whether occupied or not, it was essential to have one. Hello, welcome. The sales assistant, upon seeing the handsome duo enter the lobby, quickly rose with a radiant smile to greet them. Are there any villas still for sale? Qianyu inquired directly. Indeed, sir. There are 6 villas remaining. What is your budget? I can assist you, the sales assistant inquired, her eyes lighting up, sensing a lucrative opportunity. The most expensive one. Sir, how about this one? It encompasses an area of 500 square meters. Equipped with 7 bedrooms and 12 bathrooms, she presented the villa layout enthusiastically, employing professional jargon. Before she could finish her pitch, Qianyu interjected. How much? Sir. This villa is priced at 300 million. The sales assistant stammered. Do you think it looks good? Qianyu asked, showing the layout to his sister. Yes. It's beautiful. But brother, it's too expensive, 300 million. That's worth 3 fathers, 2 grandfathers, and 1 maternal grandfather. Yunshi counted the zeros on the price tag, then timidly added, Brother, it's just us at home. Such a large house would be a waste. Why don't we buy a more affordable one? As long as you think it's beautiful, that's all that matters. Qianyu chuckled, ruffling her hair, then turned to the sales assistant, declaring, Let us take this one. Charge it to the card. Put it in her name. Ah, sir, have you already made the purchase? Are you not going to visit the property in person? The saleswoman's eyes widened in uncertainty, as if caught in a dream. Within merely 2 minutes of their arrival in the grand hall, having not even sipped a drink, they had concluded a staggering deal of 300 million. This felt surreal, as though they had yet to awaken from slumber. Who buys a house in such a manner? It was swifter than shopping at a market. Selecting produce at a stall takes careful consideration, yet this young man simply walked in and inquired if there were any houses available, before placing an order without hesitation. He even opted for the most expensive one, a transaction worth 300 million. Observing the calm demeanor of this man, it seemed as though 300 million was merely trifling to him. Goodness, which affluent family does this young master belong to? This is the epitome of a wealthy heir. Oh, very well, I shall process this for you immediately. The saleswoman quickly regained her composure and rushed to handle the transfer for the 300 million mansion. Congratulations, host. You have spent 300 million and earned 3 points, with a remaining total of 603 points. As the two exited in their car, the saleswoman gazed at the dissipating exhaust, still feeling as if she were in a dream. They had just sold the most expensive villa in Taihao Yuan. How incredibly swift. Brother, do you think I am now a little rich woman? Knight Yunshi chuckled, clutching the red property deed and beaming with joy. You say so? So where do you wish to go next? Knight Qianyu inquired, keeping his eyes on the road. I want to go to Hangqing Amusement Park. I want to ride the roller coaster. All right, let us go. As evening approached, they finally returned home. You 2 siblings, only now do you choose to come back? Do you even know what time it is? Upon seeing them, Knight Mother chided disapprovingly. Mom, I bought you so many things. Knight Yunshi exclaimed, waving her shopping bags and immediately turning into a sycophant. More wasteful spending. It's all your brother's money. I know. Watching the light-hearted banter between mother and daughter, Knight Qianyu felt a warmth he had never experienced in his previous life, where family discord was prevalent, and he was often scolded and punished by his parents. Never having felt a shred of affection, he ascended the stairs, retrieved his phone, and noticed a message from Mu Zuru, time-stamped 2 hours prior. Qianyu, I have returned to Hangqing. Qianyu, are you busy? Knight Qianyu replied, I was just busy. Have you returned home? Just 3 seconds after sending the message, he received an immediate response. Yes. Do you have any plans for tomorrow? None. By the way, Qianyu, that Jia Yuliang from middle school has organized a class reunion in the group chat for tomorrow. Are you going? Middle school group chat? Knight Qianyu pondered for a moment before recalling that he had left the group. In middle school, he preferred solitude and shunned socializing. Furthermore, the group was filled with idle chatter and boastful exchanges, leading him to leave when he entered high school. Not going. Knight Qianyu decisively declined. There was no need to attend a middle school reunion. It was a circle from years ago, and he might not even remember some of the names. Moreover, such gatherings often devolved into comparisons and meaningless chatter, lacking any real substance. More importantly, Jia Yuliang was a rich second-generation heir who had pursued Mu Ziru throughout middle school. Yet she only favored being with Knight Qianyu. Because of this, they had clashed numerous times. Now, with a reunion being held, he was certain that Jia Yuliang harbored ulterior motives, likely aiming for Mu Ziru. Oh, fine, then we shall skip that gathering. Shall we go watch a movie tomorrow? Mu Ziru hesitantly suggested, recalling Knight Qianyu's earlier words, her cheeks flushing with warmth. Indeed, let us meet at 3 in the afternoon. I also want to visit our middle school. I can accompany you there. After all, we have plenty of time during the National Day holiday. Mu Ziru continued. By the way, what type of movie do you like to watch? I will book the tickets. Knight Qianyu almost blurted out that he wanted to see an adult romance film from Japan, but thankfully he refrained. Had he spoken that, Mu Ziru's modest nature would surely lead her to avoid him thereafter. Instead, he opted for the response of 90% of men. Whatever, You choose. I'm fine with anything. Ultimately, the equally indecisive Mu Ziru selected a romantic comedy. The two conversed for quite a while, and since entering college, Knight Qianyu felt he had not shown her sufficient care. Eventually, tired of typing, they switched to a voice call, which lasted until 10 in the evening. Chapter 93, A Visit to the Alma Mater. Knight Qianyu initially intended to discuss the construction of an industrial park with Shang Wanhe, but upon reflection, he decided against it, allowing the workers to enjoy their holiday during National Day, postponing all discussions until after the festivities. The following day, Knight Qianyu found himself once again bemused by the sight of Knight Yunxi, who had fallen asleep on him, drooling. He lifted her by the nape of her neck and gently removed her from his lap, yet Knight Yunxi remained in deep slumber. The entire morning, Knight Qianyu lounged beneath the osmanthus tree, engrossed in a novel. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was time for his date with Mu Ziru. He washed his hair, shaved, and made a slight effort to present himself well. Gazing into the mirror for a prolonged moment, he narcissistically mused, still so handsome. How do I compare to that fabled reader? What was it? Lao something. What kind of celestial beauty could that possibly be? Just as Knight Qianyu was lost in thought, Knight Yunxi quietly approached from behind and teased, "Tsk, brother, don't get too full of yourself. You have a date this afternoon, right?" "Yes." Knight Qianyu replied without turning around. "With whom? Is it with Sister Ziru?" "MHM, Knight Qianyu affirmed. "Brother, can I tag along? What are you trying to intrude for? Stay at home." Knight Qianyu shot her a glance and fell silent. "Humph." Knight Yunxi pouted, descending the stairs in a huff. After getting ready, Knight Qianyu informed his family that he had matters to attend to and would not be home for dinner before driving away. In a small corner, Knight Yunxi watched the taillights fade, her expression shifting from one of warmth and brightness to one of melancholy and slight distortion. She extended her delicate fingers, as smooth as jade, to touch her cheek, her eyes transforming from dark to a blood-red hue. She gazed ahead, her expression a blend of anticipation and confusion, as if she needed to rely on others' support and comfort. Knight Yunxi let out a soft chuckle, revealing a small tiger tooth. Her voice was delicate and sweet, appearing weak yet exuding an unexpectedly chilling aura. "Brother, you belong to me alone. No one can take you away. Ha ha ha." "Yunxi, what nonsense are you laughing about? Hurry and do your homework." Suddenly, Luo Xiaoyu's voice echoed from the backyard. "Ha ha." Knight Yunxi scratched her head, flustered, and obediently went upstairs. The meeting spot with Mu Ziru was at Shiyan Middle School. Knight Qianyu alighted from the car and instantly spotted Mu Ziru clad in white. The young lady stood quietly beneath the large locust tree, the gentle breeze tousling her long hair, sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting a warm glow upon her face, accentuating her exquisite beauty. Her eyes were slightly closed, seemingly savoring the tranquility and beauty of the moment. Her hands rested gracefully at her sides, her demeanor elegant and composed, as if she were one with nature. Yi Qianyu gently approached her, gazing quietly as if time itself had crystallized in that moment, creating a serene companionship between him and her. Mu Ziru slowly opened her eyes, realizing that Yi Qianyu stood before her, and with a startled gasp, she delicately covered her lips. "Why didn't you inform me of your arrival? You startled me," she exclaimed. Yi Qianyu offered a faint smile, replying, "I wished to preserve the tranquility of the moment." "When did you arrive?" Mu Ziru replied softly, "Not long ago. I just got here." Yi Qianyu stepped closer, embracing her slender waist and tenderly kissing her enticing lips. Mu Ziru did not resist, allowing him to kiss her while clumsily reciprocating. Kissing the one you adore is sweet and blissful. After a while, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, she breathed heavily, shyly stammering, How could you?" Yi Qianyu, noticing her rosy cheeks, instinctively caressed her hair. "But it shouldn't be like that," he said. Mu Ziru lowered her head, whispering in a voice only she could hear. Had it not been for Yi Qianyu unlocking the genetic lock, she would not have been able to hear it. "Let us go. Let us take a stroll around our alma mater." Yi Qianyu led Mu Ziru to the entrance of the experimental middle school. Approaching the elderly gatekeeper, he greeted him with a smile. "Uncle Yu, do you still remember me?" The gatekeeper, upon seeing the two, chuckled. "Oh, aren't you Yi Qianyu? I didn't expect you to grow up so handsome. And oh, this is Mu girl, isn't it? You two golden boys and girls were the talk of the town back then, and I see you're still together." The gatekeeper scrutinized them for a moment before grinning. "You two really are quite a match." "Thank you, Uncle Yu," Mu Ziru politely responded. "So, you're here to visit your alma mater?" "Yes, uncle. I'm back home for National Day, and since I have some free time, I thought I'd take a look around and reminisce," Yi Qianyu answered with a smile. "Ha ha ha, go on in. It's a holiday, and there's no one around. Take your time." After handing the gatekeeper an unopened pack of golden leaf cigarettes, Yi Qianyu took Mu Ziru into the school. Upon entering the campus, Mu Ziru felt a surge of joy. Yi Qianyu, reminiscing about their long-lost campus, found memories of their middle school days flashing through his mind like a slideshow, sharing amusing anecdotes as they wandered. Qianyu, look. This is our class in the 5th grade. We sat by the window in the 3rd row. I still remember you carving words on the window. Mujiro pointed to a spot, laughing. I remember you filled your little notebook with my name. Qianyu teased with a grin. Oh, so you found out? Mujiro's eyes widened in surprise before her cheeks turned crimson as she lowered her head, feeling utterly embarrassed. The two strolled from the classroom to the cafeteria and then to the playground. Meandering around the field, Mujiro pointed to a high platform, saying, "This is where I mustered the courage to confess to you. I was so worried that you might reject me." Qianyu, observing her lingering fear, felt an inexplicable pang of sympathy. Haha, how could I? A lovely girl like you? Anyone who would reject you must have rocks in their head. You're so annoying. Mujiro playfully punched Qianyu's chest, afraid of hurting him. She quickly withdrew her strength. Their originally forceful punch turned soft upon contact. They continued their aimless wandering, with Qianyu being engaging and humorous, constantly making Mujiro laugh heartily. As night fell, they bid farewell to Uncle Yu and set off in the dark, sleek vehicle towards Intai. After dinner, they waited in the cinema on the 3rd floor. It was now 6:50 p.m., with only 10 minutes remaining until the film began. After collecting their tickets, Qianyu bought Mujiro her favorite popcorn and milk tea. Soon, they entered the cinema, taking seats in the last row, in a couple S section, surrounded by dividers. It was unclear whether Mujiro had chosen the seats or if they were the only ones available due to the National Day crowd. The film commenced, portraying a comedic yet touching love story set in a school, strikingly similar to their own experiences. What's wrong? Why are your eyes red? Qianyu asked, concerned as he noticed Mujiro's eyes glistening. It's just that it feels so relatable, and I feel so lucky to know you. Mujiro wiped her tears and forced a smile. Silly, Qianyu teased, their hands clasped tightly together, as if they intended to grasp each other's souls. The film's narrative deeply moved them. Their gazes met, conveying their feelings for one another. Suddenly, Qianyu leaned down and kissed her rosy lips once more. Whether it was the atmosphere of the cinema or some other reason, Mujiro responded with unusual fervor. After a long while, their lips parted, leaving a lingering sweetness akin to syrup. Perhaps due to the chill of the cinema's air conditioning, Qianyu felt her skin was slightly cold. Mujiro, are you feeling cold? He inquired. She nodded softly, replying, a bit. Come sit on my lap, Qianyu said, removing his jacket and patting his thigh. Oh, isn't that inappropriate? Mujiro hesitated verbally, yet her body seemed to betray her. She stood up and gingerly settled onto Qianyu's lap. He instinctively wrapped her in his arms, draping his jacket over her legs. Mujiro leaned against Qianyu, allowing him to hold her, albeit a bit stiffly. Resting his head on her fragrant shoulder, Qianyu inhaled her unique scent. It is often said that girls possess a distinctive fragrance, and it proved true. Leaning closer, he whispered in her ear, his warm breath sending tingles down her spine, evoking a sensation she couldn't quite describe. That's the scent of my bath, Mujiro said, her voice trembling slightly. Oh, Qianyu responded. Qianyu. Mujiro's face turned a deep shade of crimson, feeling shy. Let us go. Qianyu took her delicate hand and led her out of the cinema. Who takes their girlfriend to the cinema just to watch a movie seriously? Qianyu drove Mujiro to the Intercontinental 5-star hotel, where he booked a presidential suite for $888 for the night. Upon entering the room, Mujiro felt a flutter of nervousness. This was a significant milestone in her life. Wait, you go shower first, she said, pointing to the bathroom. All right, Qianyu nodded, grabbing a disposable towel and heading into the bathroom. Moments later, he emerged with a mischievous grin, suggesting, how about we shower together? No, that's unnecessary. Mujiro quickly shook her head in refusal. Seeing her decline, Qianyu, albeit disappointed, proceeded to shower alone. Within 10 minutes, the bathroom door swung open. Qianyu stepped out, radiating warmth, his short hair slightly damp, shrouded in a soft mist. Glimmering droplets cascaded down his handsome features, illuminated by the light, revealing his sculpted physique, well-defined chest, abs, and a tantalizing V-shape. Mujiro gazed at Qianyu, her heart racing, momentarily forgetting about her own shower. She swallowed hard, forcing herself to look away. I mustn't be impudent. She hurriedly lowered her head, clutching a disposable bath towel as she dashed into the bathroom. Observing the flustered and bashful Mujiro, Qianyu chuckled lightly, reclining on the bed while scrolling through his phone, patiently awaiting her return. Just then, Jin Yuqian sent a message. Old Yi, a friend of mine wants to know, if a girl asks you what kind of virtues you possess, how would you respond? Without a moment's hesitation, Qianyu replied, to cherish youthful lowless, to show compassion to the weak, is to embody benevolence, to admire the neighborly maiden, to support her growth. is to represent righteousness, to appreciate mature women, to not disguise oneself based on marital status, is to be sincere, to love older women, to not abandon them as they age, is to exemplify constancy, to adore two-dimensional wives, to not despise those from other worlds, is to display wisdom. Thus, the 5 virtues of desire are benevolence, righteousness, sincerity, constancy, and wisdom. Which virtue do you think your friend belongs to? Shortly thereafter, Jin Yuqian praised him profusely. Got it. It seems like a virtue of integrity. Old Yi, which virtue do you belong to? Nonsense. I naturally embody all 5 virtues. The bathroom door swung open, and Mu Ziru emerged, wrapped in a bath towel. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a soft glow upon her fair skin. Water droplets glided down her elongated curves, as if painting a flowing work of art upon her body. Yi Qianyu tossed his phone aside, allowing it to vibrate unattended. Mu Ziru approached the bed with slow steps and, her voice trembling, asked, Qianyu, do you have any regrets? No regrets. Have you made up your mind? Why so many questions? Oh, Chapter 95, The Mu Family. The sun was high in the sky. The morning sunlight filtered through the curtain seams onto the expansive bed. Yi Qianyu slowly withdrew his somewhat numb arm. You're on my hair. Mu Ziru let out a soft whimper, resembling a languid kitten. Gazing at the drowsy yet ethereal beauty of Mu Ziru, Yi Qianyu sighed. Indeed, the legendary diamond body is truly impressive. I feel no discomfort, my waist is not sore, my legs are not tired, and my spirit is remarkably high. Yi Qianyu pulled the blanket over them again, pinning Mu Ziru beneath him. Ah! The still sleeping Mu Ziru suddenly opened her eyes, crying out in surprise. Her sleepiness vanished. What are you doing? Yi Qianyu smiled playfully, implying, Ziru, have you heard the saying? The plan of the day is in the morning, the plan of the year is in spring. Pa. Mu Ziru pressed her hands against Yi Qianyu's strong chest, pleading for mercy. Qianyu. All right then. Seeing her pitiful expression, Yi Qianyu relented, leaning down to gently kiss her lips and softly said, Phew. At that moment, Mu Ziru finally exhaled in relief. That was terrifying. The two of them got up, freshened up, and made their way downstairs. It was already noon, and they casually ordered a feast on the second floor. After a night of exertion, both felt their stomachs grumbling with hunger. After devouring all the delicious food, Yi Qianyu activated the night radiance to take Mu Ziru home. Along the way, she inquired about the car. Since middle school, she knew that Yi Qianyu came from a modest family. Yet, this car was clearly expensive, coupled with the luxurious presidential suite they occupied last night. All of these were beyond the means of an ordinary family. Yesterday, she had been well-behaved and refrained from asking too much. However, now that she had completely entrusted herself to him, she wished to uncover Yi Qianyu's true identity. Due to her family's circumstances, with an elitist grandmother who held all the authority, she had always worried that Yi Qianyu's family background might prevent them from being together. She had even fantasized about the worst-case scenario. If her family opposed her relationship with Yi Qianyu, she would elope with him. Now, reflecting on it, she realized that the man she cherished might not be as simple as he appeared. Hearing Mu Ziru's question, Yi Qianyu, who was driving, smiled gently, as he also intended to reveal his true self to her. Actually, I'm a billionaire. I can finally stop hiding my identity after all these years. Ha ha. You're joking, right? But are you serious? Mu Ziru giggled, then inquired earnestly. Indeed, my family wanted us to live as ordinary people until we graduated from college. Now that I'm in university, I no longer need to conceal it. Yi Qianyu smiled faintly, casually fabricating an excuse, as it was all somewhat true. He. Mu Ziru laughed genuinely, leaning in to peck him on the cheek. Finally, she felt free from the constraints of her family's opposition and could openly be with him. Hey, I'm driving here. Aren't you afraid of an accident? Yi Qianyu exclaimed in mock fear, yet the car remained steady without a hint of tremor. Let us leave it at that. Mu Ziru said. If you need anything, call me. Don't worry about whether I can handle it. I just fear you when you speak up. Yi Qianyu left her with those words, watching the taillights of Yi Qianyu's car fade away. Mu Ziru tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her eyes filled with tenderness, and smiled sweetly. Then, recalling something, her complexion turned rosy as she limped home. Upon entering, she saw an elderly matriarch with white hair seated in the prominent position. This matriarch, Mu Wenchun, was the sole decision-maker of the Mu family. Standing beside her were her parents, Mu Hongba and Yang Nian, along with her uncle and aunt. Mu Ziru was startled by the scene and hurriedly bowed to Mu Wenchun, saying, Grandmother. Humph. Mu Wenchun snorted coldly, striking her cane heavily against the ground. Where were you last night, having not returned? Grandmother, Mu Ziru stammered, unsure how to respond. At this moment, her mother, Yang Nian, stepped in to provide an explanation. Mom, Ziru was celebrating her friend's birthday. She stayed over at her friend's house last night. Upon hearing this, a middle-aged woman standing nearby interjected with a sarcastic tone. Oh, who leaves their friend's house limping after a sleepover? Clearly, she was mingling with wild men. This remark startled Yang Yan, who immediately retorted, You're talking nonsense. My daughter has always been exemplary. She could never act as you suggest. Enough. Mu Wenshun rapped her cane again, her voice stern, silencing the two. She cast a sharp gaze at Mu Ziru and hoarsely inquired, Ziru, have you lost your virtue? Mu Ziru nodded slightly. As a daughter of the Mu family, how could you be defiled before marriage? What of your chastity? Mu Wenshun scolded vehemently, forcefully striking her cane against the ground. Grandmother, is it wrong for me to give myself to the man I love? Mu Ziru defiantly gazed at the matriarch seated at the head of the table. No, you are a daughter of the Mu family. You belong to the Mu family. The Mu family provides you with food and clothing, allowing you to live in luxury. You must also repay the Mu family. Mu Wenshun stated expressionlessly, as if discussing something trivial. You must immediately sever ties with that wild man. I have already arranged a marriage alliance with the Jia family. In a few days, during my 70th birthday, Jia Jiaoyong will come to propose to our Mu family. The Jia family is a top-tier second-rate family. If we can ally with them, I believe the Mu family status will rise further in Hangqing. As her words fell, those present began to flatter her in various ways. The matriarch can actually persuade the Jia family to form an alliance. Their status is not insignificant. Although we belong to the same second-rate families, we Mu family cannot compare to the Jia family. Since the pandemic a few years ago and the rise of the internet, our industry has been declining year by year. In a few years, we will fall to a third-rate family. If we can marry into the Jia family, our Mu family will surely ascend to greater heights. Enough. Madame Mu raised her hand to silence a few individuals. She turned her gaze towards Mu Ziru. Her voice frosty. You are to sever all ties with that man of yours. Furthermore, on the eve of your wedding, ensure that matter is rectified. I do not wish to hear of anything that would tarnish the reputation of the Mu family. Grandmother, I will not agree to this. Mu Ziru replied resolutely. Your agreement is not up for negotiation. You have no say in this matter. Madame Mu retorted coldly, then rose and departed. The others followed suit, passing by Mu Ziru while not missing the opportunity to taunt her. Chapter 96. The bet of Duya is about to begin. On the way home, Qianyu heard the voice of the system in his mind. Mu Ziru's favorability towards the host has reached 95 points. Congratulations. The host has acquired 100 shares of Polaroid. The relevant documents have been stored in the host's system backpack. The abrupt announcement left Qianyu momentarily stunned as he mused. System, display Mu Ziru's personal information. In an instant, a liquid crystal screen appeared in his mind. Name, Mu Ziru. Identity, daughter of the Mu family in Hangqing. Specialties, proficient in dance, violin, singing, and painting. Attractiveness, 95. Purity, 90. The host has consumed. Favorability, 95. Upon reviewing the information, he closed the panel, recalling Polaroid. It seemed to be a cosmetics company valued at approximately 45 billion. Upon returning home, Qianyu found his parents and sister observing him with scrutinizing gazes. Feeling somewhat uneasy under their stares, he cleared his throat and inquired, Cough. Why are you all looking at me like that? Where have you been, you little rascal? You didn't come home all night. His mother questioned intensely. I was at a friend's gathering. I drank too much and stayed at their place. Qianyu replied earnestly. At that moment, Yi Yunxi dashed over, wrinkling her nose to sniff him, then grinned mischievously. Hee, big brother, you smell like jasmine from a girl's perfume. Trying to fool me, huh? You went on a date, didn't you? Your sense of smell is remarkable. I absolutely opposed your reincarnation as a human back then. Qianyu said, brushing her aside nonchalantly as he ascended the stairs. After dinner, Qianyu lay in bed alone, feeling rather aimless. Suddenly, the WeChat notification chimed. Upon checking, he discovered a message from Duya's admin, Xiaoyu. Mr. Qian, trouble is brewing. Feng Sa Chun Gui has rallied many fans in AI Tiao Wu's live broadcast room, demanding your presence. You must check it out. Recalling he had a playful wager with Feng Sa Chun Gui, he almost forgot about it. Boredom led him to decide to take a look. After responding to Xiaoyu with an acknowledgement, he logged into Duya, activated the hidden entrance effect, and entered AI Tiao Wu's live broadcast room. Upon entry, he spotted Feng Sa Chun Gui barking. AI Tiao Wu, hurry and summon your Mr. Qian. Is he afraid of the showdown we agreed on for National Day? Don't act like a fool. Hurry up and compete. A horde of fans supporting Feng Sa Chun Gui continued to incite chaos, adhering to the principle of stirring the pot and enjoying the spectacle. Meanwhile, some diehard supporters of Qian Di and AI Tiao Wu retaliated fiercely. Shut your filthy mouth, Feng Sa Chun Gui. Wait for Qian Di to arrive. Don't back down. Call for Qian Di 1. Call for Qian Di 2. Call for Qian Di 10086. The scene was quite lively, requiring no doja to realize it had become the most bustling place online. Even some confused netizens ventured into the live broadcast room due to the official title of Imperial Showdown, causing the number of viewers to surge past 200 and still rising. Observing the barrage of comments, Feng Qingyang smirked disdainfully and typed, Qiandi, if you choose to be a coward, you'll just scurry away when you see me. As soon as he sent that, Qianyu chuckled and sent a dragon and phoenix presenting gift. The entire internet lit up. Qian Zai has gifted dragon and phoenix presenting in the live broadcast room. Everyone rushed to grab the box. And he added in his unique font, Feng Sa Chen Gui, why are you barking again? Hurry up, I'm giving you 5 minutes to gather your people. Don't dawdle. Feng Sa Chen Gui retorted. Qian Zai, you finally showed up? I thought you were scared. As soon as the comment was posted, the response was swift. Qian Zai has banned Feng Sa Chen Gui's alternate account. The unbanned time remaining is 29 days, 23 hours, and 59 minutes. Feng Qingyang, damn. So you think your privileges make you special, huh? He then exited the live broadcast room to gather support. In the Kyoto Royal Group, Feng Qingyang announced, all members, brothers, let's show Qiandi the might of our Kyoto royal family. Responses flooded in. Brother Feng, received. Brother Feng, don't worry. I secretly took half from my spare change. Remember to treat us to a meal later. Brother Feng, share the link. Seeing his brothers rallying behind him, Feng Qingyang felt deeply moved. Rest assured, if anything comes up, just find me. Shortly after, Golden Piggy, boss, it's all on you now. Golden Piggy replied, don't worry, no one in Kyoto is richer than me. If there is, it's my mysterious boss. Feng Qingyang, with that confidence, I'm at ease. While Feng Qingyang was gathering support, Qianyu found Luo Xiaolan's WeChat. Why didn't you tell me? Moments later, Luo Xiaolan replied, I just didn't want you to spend unnecessarily because of Feng Sa Chen Gui. I thought it was unnecessary. Seeing Luo Xiaolan's innocent expression through the live stream, Qianyu was not angry and said, a mere clown is hardly worth mentioning. I'm bored and it's entertainment for me. Luo Xiaolan replied again, but it will cost a lot of money. I'll refund you later. And also the gifts you've sent earlier. I can't keep so much money. Qianyu smiled slightly, declining, no need, if you find it burdensome. Just treat me to a meal when you have time. I'll be in Hangzhou during the National Day. Luo Xiaolan's eyes widened in surprise. How did you know I'm from Hangzhou? The admin told me. Qianyu casually made up an excuse. It was impossible to reveal that he knew everything about her. Oh, I see. If you don't mind, I'll treat you to a meal the day after tomorrow. Good, it's a deal. Just as the two were enjoying their conversation, Luo Xiaolan received an application. Sister Wan has sent a request to connect with you. Sister Wan is a well-known influencer on Douya with millions of followers. Recently, she was approached by Feng Sa Chen Gui to participate, agreeing to return 50% of the earnings while keeping 20% for herself. Without hesitation, she accepted. Who would refuse such an opportunity? Even if she had to return all, she would still agree, as it significantly boosted her exposure. Luo Xiaolan clicked to accept, and the live broadcast page split in two. The woman on the other side appeared to be around 27 or 28, with short red hair, somewhat stylish, not conventionally beautiful, but not unattractive either. She was quite proper. AI Tiao Wu's sister Wan announced. Time limit, 10 minutes. Chapter 97. It turns out to be Jin Yuqian. Before Luo Xiaolan could speak, Sister Wan began. Mr. Qian, Feng Huang says to start. As her words fell, the health bar on the opposing side peaked instantly. The public screen displayed. Feng Sa Chen Gui has gifted C Fortress in Sister Wan's live broadcast room. Everyone, go watch. Wang Xiaohu has gifted C Fortress in Sister Wan's live broadcast room. Everyone go watch. In the realm of live streaming, the illustrious Lao Ba Mi Ji Xiaohan Bao graced the platform of Wanjie, presenting a magnificent Haishang ballet. The audience was urged to gather and witness this spectacle. Following closely, the resplendent Jin Guang Kanlan Xiao Zhu Zhu made its entrance, heralding the momentous Jin Zhu Jiang Shi. This was a mere visual effect, devoid of any tangible rewards like those offered by Qianyu. The gift was an exclusive effect valued at an astonishing 888. The appearance of this Jin Zhu Jiang Shi instantly captivated the entire live stream, igniting a fervor among the viewers. This is a special gift from the Pig Emperor. How could they have invited him? Exclaimed one viewer. The Pig Emperor has not graced Douya with his presence for nearly a month. What a fortunate day to see him. Another noted. The audience buzzed with excitement, speculating on the thrilling contest between the Money Emperor and the Pig Emperor. Amidst a limited time stall, refreshments were offered, and the viewers, previously focused on Feng Qingyang, shifted their attention to the illustrious Pig Emperor, whose stature within Douya was formidable, ranking among the top 5 affluent individuals. In a flurry of activity, the Jingguang Kanlan Xiao Zhu Zhu continued to dominate the chat, while a cadre of emperors fervently tapped their screens, unleashing their most extravagant gifts. They were not merely supporting Feng Qingyang, but also reinstating the prestige of the royal military of Kyoto, with the phones nearly overheating from the excitement. After 3 minutes, the progress bar remained at full capacity, totaling nearly 10 million, with the Pig Emperor alone contributing 5 million. 3 minutes for a Ferrari, can you believe it? Such is the might of the Emperor. On the opposing side, only a smattering of tens of thousands was contributed by the Money Emperor, who had yet to make a significant move, causing many to question his resolve. Money Emperor, hurry and take action, or you will lose, urged a viewer. Are you intimidated by the Pig Emperor? Another taunted. If you are conceding, just admit it. I only wagered 6 points, and you are merely at 3. The chat overflowed with calls for the Money Emperor to concede, with the count rising to absurd levels. Meanwhile, in Lonland's livestream, a wave of dissenting comments flooded in, as many believed the Money Emperor had retreated in fear. Yet, Yi Qianyu remained unfazed, casually discussing dinner plans with Luo Xiaolan for the following day. How about barbecue? There's a place that serves decent fare. All right, send me the address when you can. If millions were aware of the heated contest and the extravagant gifts being exchanged, would they deem a simple barbecue restaurant more crucial than the spectacle at hand? Luo Xiaolan, noticing the overwhelming barrage of negative comments, felt urgency and typed, "There are too many haters in the chat, all criticizing you. I can't kick them all out." With a sigh, she added, "I had hoped to let the bullets fly a bit longer, but it seems my enjoyment is fleeting." I mentioned that merely a slight effort on my part would reach the maximum of this tier. Disregarding the negativity, she proceeded to select the long phone Chengxiang gift, utilizing her unique privilege to customize the quantity and entered 1,000, confirming her choice. Instantly, a downpour of wealth cascaded into the live stream. Qian Zai has gifted 1,000 long phone Chengxiang in AI Tiao Wu's live stream. Everyone rushed to seize the coins. The previously full progress bar dramatically reversed, revealing a mere fraction of its former glory. The viewers gasped in astonishment. What is this? 1,000 long phone Chengxiang? That's nearly 10 billion. They marveled at the sheer scale of generosity displayed by Qian Zong, who had depleted an entire day's stock in mere seconds. As the Jingguang Qianlan Xiao Zhu and his companions paused in disbelief at the unfolding scene, their hands stilled, and their expressions turned sour. What have you stirred up, Feng Sachin Gui? Is this the kind of individual you provoke? In just 3 seconds, 10 billion was spent. How can we continue? Feng Sachin Gui, bewildered, replied, I had no idea the Money Emperor would be this formidable. Billions seemed trivial to him. What do we do now? Let's maintain good relations. More friends mean more opportunities. Come with me to offer an apology. With that, they exited Wang Jie's live stream and entered AI Tiao Wu's realm. Jingguang Qianlan Xiao Zhu has arrived, declared the stream. Feng Sachin Gui has joined as well. 2 distinct entrance effects lit up the stream as the Pig Emperor and Wind Emperor were welcomed. Out of courtesy, Luo Xiaolan greeted them both. And Jingguang Qianlan Xiao Zhu responded, Hello, Lanlan. He then addressed Yi Qianyu. Hello, Money Emperor. My subordinate previously underestimated you and caused a misunderstanding. Let us consider it resolved. Feng Sachin Gui added, Money Emperor, I apologize for not recognizing your stature earlier. Yi Qianyu, unfazed by the apology, replied, Since you have apologized, we shall move past this. Do not forget the wager you made with me. Feng Sachin Gui assured, Rest assured. I shall be Lanlan's guardian henceforth. Anyone who dares disturb her shall face my wrath. Very well, Yi Qianyu responded coolly. At that moment, Jingguang Qianlan Xiao Zhu spoke again. Money Zai, since we have cleared the air, let us be friends. I am not concerned with wealth disparities. I am already the wealthiest among us. Lying in bed and perusing his phone, Yi Qianyu raised an eyebrow at the comment from Jingguang Qianlan Xiao Zhu. What the hell? He muttered darkly, feeling a surge of irritation as he typed back. Jingguang Qianlan Xiao Zhu, you are quite capable, aren't you? Meanwhile, in the grand villa of Kyoto, Jin Yuqian jolted awake, accidentally rolling onto the floor, landing with a thud. He staggered to his feet, disbelief etched on his face as he typed, Are you old Yi? In chapter 98, we transition to Jiang Yu Xian's livestream. Ah, old too. You seem to be living quite well. So the illustrious Pig Emperor is you. Yi Qianyu quipped, his tone laced with sarcasm. Jin Yuqian chuckled awkwardly, attempting to shift the subject. What? How is it, old boss? Do not change the subject. You lamented about your meals in the dormitory, yet here you are, spending 5 million without a second thought in just 3 minutes. Jin Yuqian was left speechless, kneeling on the floor, stammering incoherently. Fine. From now on, you will cover all meals. Do not make me resort to violence. All right. Jin Yuqian conceded helplessly. At this juncture, Feng Qingyang inquired. Jingguang Qianlan Xiao Zhu, Old boss, do you know this money emperor? Who is he really? Feng Qingyang's question echoed the curiosity of the onlookers, unveiling yet another sensational revelation. This is my boss. Henceforth, show him the respect he deserves, declared Jing Guang Lan Xiaozhu. The revelation sent shockwaves through the audience. What? The money emperor is the boss of the pig emperor? The man whom even the famed pig emperor must respect holds an extraordinary background. The implications of such a connection were both chilling and awe-inspiring. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply, making a significant contribution to the discourse on global warming. Moreover, the mention of Qian's dormitory indicated that he was still pursuing his studies. This was undeniably a manifestation of youthful affluence. The female viewers in the live stream, as well as some female streamers drawn by the spectacle, couldn't help but entertain various thoughts. Feng Qingyang exclaimed in surprise, realizing that this was indeed his superior. He hastily tagged Qianyu, apologizing for the misunderstanding. Qianyu smiled gently and remarked that since he was a subordinate of Lao Jin, they were essentially allies, thus the previous misunderstandings need not be revisited. Feng Qingyang expressed his gratitude and, as a gesture of sincerity, sent 100 maritime fortresses to Luo Xiaolan, equivalent to 500,000 RMB. Feng Sachun Gue sends 100 maritime fortresses in the Love Dance Luo Xiaolan's live stream. Everyone, come and watch, he announced. Luo Xiaolan, quick to acknowledge, thanked Feng Huang for the gift. Feng Sachun Gue then remarked, Sister Lan, I apologize for the earlier disturbances. Please forgive me. It was merely a misunderstanding. Jin Yuqian also generously sent forth the golden pig descends, maintaining the grandeur befitting Feng Qingyang's status as his superior. The golden pig descends. In Love Dance Luo Xiaolan's live stream, since 20, everyone, come and witness. Although it was only 20, the total amounted to 360, demonstrating ample sincerity. Thank you for the gift, Jin Di. Haha, no problem, sister-in-law. We are all family, no need for excessive courtesy. Jin Yuqian's reference to Luo Xiaolan as sister-in-law made her blush, causing her to lower her head. The rosy hue was evident through her veil. Old Yahem. I shall take my leave. Before Qianyu could respond, Jin Yuqian swiftly exited the live stream, his departure time barely exceeding a fraction of a second. His speed, honed over 2 decades of singlehood, was indeed commendable. Feng Qingyang activated the Super Emperor feature in Luo Xiaolan's live stream, signifying his role as the guardian of the channel, poised to deter any negative comments. Understanding that it was merely a misunderstanding, Luo Xiaolan decided to conclude her segment. Having observed for so long, I shall now perform a piece titled Qianrua. I hope you all enjoy. Seizing the opportunity to showcase her talent, Luo Xiaolan attracted an audience of nearly 3 million. Although a third departed after the main spectacle, leaving over 200,000 viewers still engaged. Some among them had intended to leave, but were captivated by Luo Xiaolan's enchanting Guzheng performance. Qianyu, on the public screen, reminded, don't forget to leave. Selecting a custom red envelope with a quantity of 100, an amount of 1,000 Do coins per envelope, for one recipient, in a time limit of 2 minutes. He proceeded to send it. Even after his departure, the allure of the red envelopes would ensure that Luo Xiaolan's live stream maintained its audience for the next 3.5 hours, potentially attracting even more viewers. This meant that for each red envelope, one individual could claim 1,000 Do coins, which were convertible to cash, equating to a windfall of 100 renminbi. With a total of 100 opportunities, it was akin to picking up money. Instantly, the live stream was inundated with messages. Qianzong is generous. Qianzong is generous too. Qianzong is generous 10,001. Old Lauda, take care. Ignoring the barrage of comments, Qianyu exited Luo Xiaolan's live stream, feeling invigorated and eager to explore other channels. Concealing his special effects, rank, and official verification, he ventured into the gaming channel. After a thorough search, he finally stumbled upon a female streamer capturing a novice Peach character. What drew his attention was not her gaming prowess, but her petite stature of 1.5 meters, complemented by her soft and curvaceous figure, which prompted Qianyu to exclaim in disbelief. This figure, without a doubt, would never face hunger. He recalled Yi Ningxin and couldn't help but muse on the stark contrast. Both were 1.5 meters tall, yet the disparity was remarkable. One was stifled by circumstance, while the other thrived. The absence of comparison breeds no pain. Entering the live stream, Qianyu noticed the viewer count at 100 and casually inquired, Streamer, you seem to be a top-tier streamer. Why is your live stream so quiet? Before Zhang Yoshin could respond, a comment appeared on screen. Another one trying to flaunt wealth like Qiandi. There's no helping it. After all, that's Qiandi. He just casually threw out 1,000 dragon and phoenix gifts in 3 seconds. I've never been so extravagant, even when burning ghost money. The streamer is undoubtedly inexperienced. Hence the lack of viewers. Those who remain are here for the entertainment, another chimed in. Jiang Yoxin was once again eliminated, prompting her to angrily grip her controller. With a forceful strike, she executed a couple of moves, much to the delight of the audience, including Qianyu, who found himself fixated on his phone for an extended period. Feeling playful, Qianyu typed, "Streamer, I wish to send you an airplane, but I'm short on funds. How about I give you one instead?" Jiang Yoxin responded with confusion, urging him to leave immediately. Qianyu burst into laughter, teasing her about her character, Li Bai. Jiang Yoxin, flustered, called for moderation, exclaiming, "China's subway warm reminder. Hold on tight." Jiang Yoxin's exasperation was palpable, leading to a humorous explosion in the chat. In the live stream, Jiang Yoxin dramatically banged her head against the table, resulting in an uproar of laughter from the viewers. "Streamer, be gentle with the table. Streamer, it's all in good fun. Winning or losing is part of the game. I hope your comments are serious. Go for it. Streamer, you little spicy chicken." Jiang Yoxin, feeling overwhelmed, cried out in frustration, "Why are you all bullying me?" Qianyu, feeling lighthearted, suggested, "How about you let me join you for a game?" A viewer remarked that if he wished for the streamer to accompany him, he would need to pay the fare. Qianyu inquired about the cost, prompting Jiang Yoxin to brighten at the prospect of business. Adopting a serious demeanor, she playfully coughed and stated, "Brother Qian, the fare is one hot air balloon. Care to join? I guarantee you'll have a blast." Qianyu couldn't help but roll his eyes at her inflated match record, responding, "Are you sure this isn't just a one-way ticket?" Jiang Yoxin, unfazed, chuckled, "It's merely a matter of phrasing. The meaning is essentially the same." Amused by her antics, Qianyu decided to gift her a hot air balloon, the least expensive gift he had sent thus far. "Qian Zai Zai sends a hot air balloon." Overjoyed, Jiang Yoxin exclaimed, "Thank you, Brother Qian, for the hot air balloon. You're so generous. Finally, I've made some earnings tonight. I feel like the disgrace among million-dollar influencers." After a moment of internal lament, she cheerfully added, "Brother Qian, let us get into the game. I'll set up a room in the world." Qianyu retrieved a spare device, logged into the game, and announced in the live stream, "You say, Prince, please get in." Jiang Yoxin replied, "Wow." Subsequently, "I repeatedly told myself, I must endure. I cannot be angry. After all, I have been compensated." In an instant, I managed to muster a smile and said, "Prince, please get in the car." Suppressing the urge to retch, I entered the room. Upon entry, Qianyu verified her identity and commenced the game. In this match, Qianyu played as the mid-lane mage, Ganjiang, while Jiang Yoxin played as Lu Ban. Everything went smoothly for the first 3 minutes, until a sudden shift occurred. I witnessed Lanling Wang killed Lu Ban 1, Lanling Wang killed Lu Ban 2, Lanling Wang killed Lu Ban 8. At this moment, teammates could no longer contain themselves. The top laner, Sun Tzu, exclaimed, "The bottom lane is hopeless, you fool. Even the delivery man is more competent than you." The support, Zhuang Zhou, retorted, "It's not my concern. I'm the lowest ranked here. The less ability one has, the lesser the responsibility. I 1T take the blame." Jiang Yoxin calmly replied, "That is not my concern either. I'm playing Lu Ban. How clever can I be?" This scene sent the live chat into a frenzy. "Ha ha, you're killing me. Ha ha ha, oh my." Suddenly, from the bushes, an invisible Lanling Wang emerged once again, executing a combo that sent Jiang Yoxin's Lu Ban back to the fountain. Jiang Yoxin typed, "Lanling Wang, you better wait for me." At this time, the composed Qianyu remarked, "Lu Ban, you Haven T turned on your microphone." Jiang Yoxin timidly responded, "I'm too scared." "Ha ha ha, the timid and incompetent Lu Ban. You're making me laugh so hard. Tonight is full of entertainment." Sun Tzu advised, "Focus on farming, don't venture out." Without a word, the silent jungle player, Aku, interjected, "How can I farm if I don't go out? I'm just surviving on the few coins the system grants." Sun Tzu declared, "Making money is a man's job. You women should stay home and take care of the children." Jiang Yoxin retorted defiantly, "Who has the child here?" Qianyu, undeterred, typed, "Lu Ban, just be yourself and ignore their petty remarks. If they insult you, treat it as if they're barking at a dog." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yoxin appeared touched, nodding in agreement. "Okay." After a moment of reflection, she suddenly burst into tears. "Why is everyone bullying me? What is wrong with being bad? Who killed me? Did I kill myself? It was the opponents who defeated me. Why are you blaming me? Go blame them. I truly don't understand whose side you're on." Observing the pitiful Jiang Yoxin, the live chat erupted with laughter. This is what we call self-pity while bringing joy to others, or simply being helpful. Ultimately, with Qianyu's extraordinary reflexes, victory was secured after a challenging match. After dismantling the opponent's crystal, even Qianyu wiped away a cold sweat, exclaiming, "Fortunately, I unlocked the gene lock, otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to carry this incompetent player. They were truly a burden. After satiating her gaming desires, Qianyu exited the game and entered the live chat, typing, "Streamer, though I have wronged you, I am very happy." Zhang Yoxin pretended to wipe her tears, but internally she was elated, finally ending my 100-game losing streak. Hehehe. It's alright, as long as Brother Qian is happy. Qianyu, having enjoyed herself, selected a gift, choosing the Dragon and Phoenix gift, custom quantity, 12. After clicking send, she exited the live chat. Qian Zai Zai. While capturing a Lu Ban in the live chat, sent out 12 Dragon and Phoenix gifts. Everyone hurry to grab the coins. As this bullet screen effect appeared, the entire chat exploded. This is Qianzong's exclusive effect. My goodness, is this really Qianzong? I've discovered a real money emperor. Wow, Lu Ban. You're about to take off. Wow. Yet, lacking education, one could only exclaim, wow. Originally bewildered, Zhang Yoxin became even more confused. She stared blankly at the gift effect on the screen, feeling as if she were living in a dream. To think she had the fortune to receive the favor of the money emperor? This unimaginable wealth had finally come to her. She would have to share this with Xiaolong later. Hehehe. As Qianyu exited Duya, a system voice echoed in her mind. Congratulations, host, for spending approximately 1 billion, earning 10 points, total balance, 610. Congratulations, host, for increasing your fan count by 750,000, earning 75 points. Congratulations, host, for gaining 75 prestige points, total prestige, 178 points. Congratulations, host, for doubling your rewards, earning an additional 75 points, total points earned, 150, overall point balance, 760.